Yan Bingxue looked at it and saw that the effect was really pretty. Gu Yusen and Yuan Lishu came over and saw the pair of shoes Yan Bingxue was trying on. They bluntly said that the upper body of these shoes looked good. Bingxue, these shoes are very beautiful and exquisite. Yuan Lishu praised. Yes, these shoes are absolutely perfect with your long legs of 2.2 meters. Absolutely possible. Gu Yusen said with a smile. 1 meter 2 is an exaggeration, Yusen. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. My best friend is too talkative. Well. Anyway, that's what it means anyway. Gu Yusen said with a smile. Miss, you are so beautiful wearing these shoes, and this is the last pair in our store. Would you like to take them away? The shopping guide said with the last wave of help. Yan Bingxue accepted it with a smile and said, okay, let's get this pair. However, miss, there is one thing I need to emphasize to you in advance. Because these shoes are made of cat soles, they cannot get wet. You need to pay attention when you wear them. The shopping guide lady reminded warmly. Okay, thank you. Yan Bingxue replied politely. Yan Bingxue saw Tang Shiyun choosing on the shoe rack on the right. She walked over and asked, Mom, do you like it? Tang Shiyun shook her head and said, I didn't see the style I particularly wanted. Mom, I think there are some good pairs over there. They should be suitable for you. Aunt Yuan, would you like to go and have a look? They are also suitable for you? Yan Bingxue asked gently. Tang Shiyun and Yuan Lishu looked at each other and nodded. Gu Yusen saw the shoes recommended by Yan Bingxue and said, Wow, Bingxue. These pairs of shoes are very beautiful. They are very suitable for mother and aunt. I believe you are right. Mom, do you like it? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Well, try this pair. Tang Shiyun said, pointing to a pair of black velvet high heels. I think this pair is also very good. I'll try this one. Yuan Lishu said with a smile. Are these two pairs? What size do you two wear? I'll find them for you. The shopping guide asked with a smile. We all wear size 36. Tang Shiyun replied. Shiyun, you are very attentive, you remember this. Yuan Lishu said with great surprise. I've been an old friend for decades, I must remember it. Tang Shiyun replied. As a matter of course. Yuan Lishu smiled happily. The shopping guide took out all the shoes and was about to try them on for Yuan Lishu and Tang Shiyun. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Hello, let's come, Mom, I'll put on your shoes. Mom, let me change your shoes today, just like Mother's Day when I was a child. The teacher asked every child to wash their mother's feet, okay? Gu Yusen said with a smile. Tang Shiyun and Yuan Li smiled happily, looking at their daughter, very happy. Yan Bingxue and Gu Yusen put on shoes for Tang Shiyun and Yuan Lishu, respectively. Look, are you satisfied? Yan Bingxue looked at Tang Shiyun with a smile and said, Satisfied, satisfied. Hello, just this pair. Tang Shiyun bought it without saying a word. The shoes that my daughter personally chose and put them on for myself, of course, can't go wrong. Hello, I want this pair too. Yuan Lishu looked at the shoes with satisfaction and said with a smile. Okay, the shopping guide said happily. The shopping guide took the shoes, walked to the cashier with a look of joy, and said, These pairs are all requested by the guests. The cashier lady smiled and said, The harvest is good tonight. The shopping guide said softly, It's okay, I won't tell you, I'll take care of my customers. Tang Shuyun, Yuan Li Shu, Yan Bing Shue, and Gu Yusen bought the shoes and walked out of the shoe store. It was already 9:30 p.m. when I came out of the shoe store. After half an hour, the mall will close, and the four are preparing to go home. After shopping for a whole night, the four of them gained a lot, and at the same time they were very tired. Although Gu Yusen wanted to drive everyone back, but he was not able to do enough. At this point, the only option is to seek foreign aid. I'm really tired of walking. I'm already very tired now. Although I wanted to send everyone back, I'm already beyond my strength. But I've come up with a good solution. Gu Yusen said with a smile. What can I do? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. That is to seek foreign aid. You can ask your family Su Chen to pick you up. And send Auntie Tang, by the way. Gu Yusen smiled evilly. Gu Yusen pointed back at herself and said shyly, what about me? I'll ask our Archie to deliver it, and then send my mother back. Okay, I think you already have a plan. Do you want your Archie to pick you up? Yan Bingxue teased. Well, half and half, but to be honest, I'm really tired, and my energy value has been exhausted tonight. Gu Yusen pouted and blinked her beautiful eyes like Yan Bingxue coquettishly. Okay, my Miss Gu. Then let's call separately. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Yan Bingxue and Gu Yusen called at the same time. Yan Bingxue's phone was connected first. Hey, husband, what are you doing? Yan Bingxue asked gently. I'm bringing Tu Anchuan and Lele to Lego. Su Chen replied with a smile. Then come pick me up. Yusen drove me to the mall, but now we are tired of shopping. Yusen said, let's each find foreign aid and go back to our own homes. So, Yan Bingxue hinted. Okay, my husband understands. My husband will drive over immediately. You and your mother are waiting there. Your husband will definitely appear in front of you within half an hour. Su Chen said with a smile. Okay. Yan Bingxue smiled happily. Yan Bingxue smiled and hung up the phone. Here, Gu Yusen is on the phone with Feng Qi. Hey, Archie? Are you working overtime today? Gu Yusen asked in a friendly manner. I got off work earlier today, I'm at home. Feng Qi replied with a smile. Then do you have time to come pick me up? Mom and I are at the mall, and Aunt Bingxue and Tang are also there. I originally drove here today, but I'm too tired now. Gu Yusen said softly. Of course, your boyfriend will come over immediately and send me the location. Feng Qi said with a smile. Okay, my dear boyfriend, waiting for you to come here, Gu Yusen said with a smile. When Yan Bingxue heard Gu Yusen talking, she covered her mouth and smiled. It happened that this conversation was heard by Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Yusen, when did you become such a little bird? Bingxue, you are laughing at me again. Gu Yusen said angrily. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not joking, hurry up and sit down and have a cup of tea. Yan Bingxue quickly said with a smile. 7017K. Sitting at the window of the coffee shop, just through the window, I saw the shop advertisement of the DR diamond ring opposite. Each man can only order one ring with his ID card. Yan Bingxue thought of the marriage proposal she gave her at that time, and smiled happily. Gu Yusen also saw this advertisement and smiled happily, holding a teacup in her hand, imagining that one day in the future, Feng Qi would be able to propose to her with a DR diamond ring. In fact, what girls look at is not how big or flashy the diamond ring is, but More importantly, the promise, the romantic agreement below, and the promise of a lifetime together. Tang Shuyun and Yuan Lishu are chatting, talking about their parents' troubles, recent interesting things, and today's gains. After a while, Su Chen and Feng Qi arrived one after the other. Mom, Auntie, Bingshui, Yusin. Su Chen greeted everyone one by one. Auntie, Auntie Tang, sister-in-law, Yusin. Feng Qi greeted everyone one by one. You guys are quite fast, you came here in less than 20 minutes. Tang Shuyun said with a smile. Ha ha ha, it's fortunate that this time is not the rush hour for commuting, and there is no traffic jam, so it's faster. Feng Qi replied with a smile. Auntie, Yusin, let's go home. Feng Qi said with a smile, looking at Gu Yusin and Yuan Lishu. Aunt Tang, Brother Chen, sister-in-law, I'll take Auntie first, Yusin is gone, Feng Qi said with a smile. Okay, pay attention to safety on the road, Xiao Qi. Tang Shuyun said with a wave of her hand. Understood, Auntie, I will pay attention. Feng Qi turned around and said with a smile. Feng Qi filled his hands with large and small bags and sent Gu Yusin and Yuan Lishu home. Feng Qi put the things in the trunk and drove Gu Yusin and Yuan Lishu home. Feng Qi smiled and said, Auntie, I'll take you back first. Yuan Lishu nodded. Yusin, send me the location of your home and I'll navigate there. Feng Qi said with a smile. Okay. Gu Yusin sent the location to Feng Qi. At this time, Yuan Lishu asked Gu Yusin with a smile, Yusin, look at Feng Qi's 3 sides, it's very hard, take me back first, and then take you back. And then drive home by yourself. Why don't you go home today? Stay, so Xiaoqi can go home directly after sending us off. Gu Yusin thought for a while and said, well then. Feng Qi quickly sent Yuan Lishu and Gu Yusin home. Xiaoqi, come in and sit down. Have a drink and then go back. Yuan Lishu warmly invited. Feng Qi nodded and gave it to Gu Yusin. Yuan Lishu returned home with tonight's spoils. As soon as the door opened, Dad Gu walked to the door to greet him. Why did you come back so late today? As soon as he finished speaking, Dad Gu saw that both Gu Yusin and Feng Qi were coming, and quickly said with a smile, yeah, Yusin, Xiaoqi is here. Come in and sit. Gu's father and Gu's mother poured a glass of water for Feng Qi, and Gu's mother thanked him. Thank you, Xiaoqi, it's so late tonight, send me back. Feng Qi smiled and replied, Auntie, don't thank you, you are Yusin's mother. I should do it. Yuan Lishu nodded and thought, what a good boy. Feng Qilyu sat down, seeing that it was getting late, he got up and said, Auntie, it's getting late, so I'll go first, and I'll choose a time to visit you 2 elders some other day. Okay, then we'll see you another day. Yuan Lishu reluctantly sent Feng Qi away. Gu Yusin reluctantly said goodbye to Feng Qi, and Feng Qi drove back. Dad, I brought you a gift today, take it apart and see, do you like it? Gu Yusin said happily. Dad Gu opened the gift, and when he saw it, it turned out to be a pair of leather shoes. Dad Gu quickly tried it on, and it was very suitable. Dad Gu said happily, I like it, I like all the ones my daughter gave. Lishu, look at these shoes, don't I look good in them? Dad Gu said in a proud tone. Suitable, suitable. Guma said very cooperatively. Dad Gu was happy for a long time. Not long after Gu Yusin's mother and daughter left, Su Chen took Tang Shuyun and Yan Bingshui away. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue sent Tang Shuyun back to the villa first, and Su Chen and Yan Bingxue took down what Tang Shuyun bought. Yan Zhenwei heard the sound of a car coming in outside on the second floor and hurried downstairs. Sure enough, when they got downstairs, they saw Tang Shuyun coming back, with Yan Bingxue and Su Chen walking behind with their big bags and small bags. Dad. Dad. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen said with a smile. Okay. Did you go shopping today? Didn't you mean he Lishu, Yusen, and the others went shopping? Xiaochen, you went too? Dad Yan asked. Oh, it's like this, Bingxue and Mom went shopping with Aunt Yuan and Yusen. And I went to pick them up. Su Chen explained. So it is. Dad Yan nodded and said. You guys have a lot of spoils today. Dad Yan exclaimed. Ha ha ha, it's a lot. It's rare to go shopping with my daughter alone, so I bought a little more. Tang Shuyun said with a smile. By the way, Dad, there is something for you in this pile of loot today. Yan. Bingxue looked at Dad Yan happily and said. Dad Yan smiled in surprise and said, You bought me something too. Dad Yan was very happy. When his wife and daughter went shopping, he could think of buying himself a gift. Dad, open it and see, do you like it? Yan Bingxue handed the gift box with a smile. Dad Yan opened it and saw that it was a pair of Hermes leather shoes. Dad Yan expressed that he was very satisfied with the gift. Bingxue, I just wanted to buy a pair of shoes recently, so you bought them. For me. It really is a father-daughter connection. Dad Yan said happily. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed in unison. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen sat for a while, drank a cup of tea, and went back. On the way home, Yan Bingxue was already asleep. Seeing that the co-pilot Yan Bingxue was asleep, Su Chen deliberately drove the car home at a constant speed. When he got home, Yan Bingxue woke up. Are you home? Why did I fall asleep? Bingxue, you're tired from shopping today, go in and take a shower and sleep. I'll take your things back for you. Su Chen said softly. Yan Bingxue nodded and got out of the car. As soon as he approached the house, he realized that his parents were not asleep yet. Yan Bingxue asked gently, Parents, why are you still not sleeping? Lin Xiao smiled and said, It's okay, when you guys come back safely, I can sleep soundly. Yeah, if you don't come back, we won't be able to sleep in the room. Su Haoqian said with a smile. Yan Bingxue felt the family's full of love. Mom and Dad, I want you to worry. I will come back earlier next time. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. It's okay, we went to sleep when we saw you guys back. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Mom and Dad, wait, I have something for you. Yan Bingxue took out 2 gift boxes. Mom and Dad, I went shopping today and bought it for you specially. Let's see if you like it. 7017K. Lin Xiao and Su Haoqian happily accepted the gift box. The two opened the gift box one after another, and Lin Xiao found out that it was a Hermes bag. Lin Xiao gently stroked Hermes' bag in surprise, and said with a smile, Bingxue, you've been bothered. Mom, don't bother, you just like it. Are you satisfied with the color and style of this one? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Well, I like this color and style. Thank you. Lin Xiao said happily. No need to thank you, Mom, Su Chen and I would like to thank you very much. After you and Dad came from our hometown, you helped me and Su Chen a lot. Yan Bingxue sincerely thanked you. It's okay, I usually help lead Tuanchuan and Lele. The two little guys. Tuanchuan and Lele are also obedient, and they are their own grandsons, so bring them to relieve our boredom. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Lao Su, what did your daughter-in-law give you? Lin Xiu asked with a smile. It's a pair of leather shoes, and the style looks pretty good. Su Haqian said happily. Dad, try it. Yan Bingxue said expectantly. Su Haqian put on the leather shoes. The leather shoes fit well and are very comfortable. Su Hao said happily, Bingsu, these shoes are the right size, very comfortable to wear, and the style looks good. Dad likes them very much. As long as you like it. Yan Bingxue said happily. Then parents, go to sleep. Yan Bingxue reminded. Okay, let's go to bed now. Lin Xiu said happily. Lin Xiu and Su Haqian happily returned to the room with the gift box. The most happy thing about Lin Xiu and Su Haqian was that when their daughter-in-law went out for shopping, they didn't forget to bring something back for themselves. The thing is small and the friendship is priceless. Su Chen stepped forward at this time, looked at Yan Bingxue with joy, and asked, Wife, you brought gifts to your parents, do you have any part in me? Well, then guess my smartest husband. Yan Bingxue asked with her long eyelashes flashing as she rolled her beautiful eyes. Well, my caring wife must have brought a gift to her husband. Su Chen said. With a smile. Saying that, Yan Bingxue took out a small gift box from her bag and gave it to Su Chen. Husband, look at this, do you like it? Yan Bingxue asked Su Chen with a smile. What my wife gave, you don't need to look at it to know that it must be good. Su Chen said happily. Su Chen opened it and saw that it was a suit and tie. The picture and text of this suit and tie are simple and elegant, and Su Chen likes it very much. Sure enough, my wife's vision is good. Su Chen took out his tie and said. Husband, let me try to tie it for you. Yan Bingxue said softly. Su Chen nodded, and Su Chen stood in front of Yan Bingxue, tying his tie with. Yan Bingxue. Wife, is this the first time you've tied a tie for me? Su Chen asked. Happily. It's the first time for me to tie someone else's tie, husband, maybe. It's not good enough. Yan Bingxue said softly. The two men Yan Bingxue knew most from childhood were her father and her husband. My father's job of tying a tie was contracted by his mother, Tang Shiyun, and half his life was over once he was contracted. Will the man in front of him always help him tie his tie? Yan Bingxue thought while tying her tie. Because of the tie, Yan Bingxue and Su Chen were very close. Hearing Su Chen's steady and powerful breathing, Yan Bingxue was suddenly a little nervous. Yan Bingxue's heart also thumped. Of course my husband doesn't mind. I'm honored to be the first person to be the wife's tie. I think I'm the happiest husband in the world. Su Chen said. Happily. Wife, can you tie me a tie every day? If I can wear a tie that my wife ties every day, I will definitely be full of energy for a day's work. Su Chen asked. As long as my husband doesn't dislike the ugly appearance of my department, I will give you the department every day. Yan Bingxue said gently. Wife, then you promised me? Su Chen asked happily. Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded. Wife, look at your tie, you look good, look at how neatly this tie is, it's much better than my own. Su Chen then said excitedly. Oh, by the way, wife, how do you know what size shoes our dad wears? Su Chen always wanted to know, but he held back and didn't ask. Now he can ask. Because I made a form. When I saw my parents for the first time, I started to pay attention to these things, the size of my parents' shoes, my parents' preferences, etc., for future needs. Yan Bingxue said while looking at the window. Su Chen grabbed Yan Bingxue's waist from behind and said softly, "Thank you, wife. Thank you for your care and filial piety. Sometimes I may not think so much, but you think about it for me, compliments and gratitude, and full of love." Yan Bingxue leaned on Su Chen's shoulder. Yan Bingxue patted Su Chen's hand lightly and said, "No thanks, I'm your wife, your parents are my parents, it's all right to do this. It can be considered that we as children do our best to our parents. It's great to have you, wife," Su Chen said with a smile. "It's good to have you," Yan Bingxue responded with a smile. This is love that goes both ways. In love, you will always think about each other and respond to each other's efforts. Then, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue returned to the bedroom to rest. The next morning, Su Chen woke up early and made breakfast for the whole family. Yan Bingxue was beautiful, woke up from her sleep, and with her sleepy eyes stretched out to the right side of the pillow, she found that Su Chen had already woken up. Su Chen left a rose, a cup of honey water and a post-it note on the bedside. "Wife, get up early in the morning with a cup of honey water for Beauty, and Beauty, remember to drink it. Wash up after getting up. My husband made a loving breakfast for you." Su Chen drew a heart at the bottom right of the post-it note, signed, "Love. Your husband." Yan Bingxue sat beside the bed and picked up the red rose on the bedside table, stroking the petals of the red rose happily, the red rose exuding a sweet fragrance. Yan Bingxue drank the honey water prepared by Su Chen, and the sweetness was just right. After washing and changing clothes, he walked out of the room. Walking out of the bedroom, on the way to the living room, I smelled the fragrance of breakfast, full of the fragrance of food, and full of happiness. "Wife, wake up, come over quickly." Tuanchuan and Lei Lei came out immediately. "After washing up, my parents went out for a walk, they should be back soon," Su Chen reported with a smile. "Oh." Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded. After a while, the two little guys washed and changed their clothes and came out, and Su Haqian and Lin Xiu also came back. The family and he Mimi had breakfast. 7017K. The weekend is coming soon. Recently, Zhonghai opened a frozen paradise. The park offers a variety of ice and snow rides. There are various snow and ice world rides such as sleds, skateboards, and a hot spring hotel. It is a paradise for children in winter. Yan Bingxue found a short video introduction to this paradise on the internet. She felt that it was very suitable for traveling with children, so she shared this video with Su Chen, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei were so excited when they saw the various amusement facilities in the introduction. "Baba Mama, I'm going to play, I'm going to play," Tuanchuan said happily. I'm going to. Lei Lei said happily. "Baba, this place looks so fun, doesn't it?" Tuanchuan and Lei Lei said with big eyes blinking at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Yes, shall we go tomorrow?" Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. That's great, I can go play tomorrow, have fun, be happy." The two little guys said happily as they circled around. "Look, husband, these two little guys seem to have won the lottery, so excited," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Ha ha ha, children, they can't be idle. The outside world always has great charm and attraction for them. Su-chen said in agreement. After breakfast the next morning, Su-chen and Yan Bingxue went out with the two little guys. Soon, Su-chen drove Yan Bingxue and two little guys to Frozen. The gate design of Frozen is very atmospheric. It feels like being in the world of ice and snow when you stand there. Baba Mama, let's go in. Lei said excitedly, holding the hands of Su-chen and Yan Bingxue. The little hands of Tuanchuan and Lei kept pulling Su-chen and Yan Bingxue inside. The first two little guys came to a sled park. 2 rows of pine trees were transplanted on both sides of this sled park, and the pine trees were covered with layers of snow. In order to simulate the reality of the scene, the designer of the park built some small houses on both sides of the park. The small wooden houses look very warm in the snow in winter. There are wooden railings on both sides of the road on the site, and when you walk in, you will feel like you are on the scene. Suddenly a bell rang, and an uncle in a thick padded jacket and a very thick hat came out with a deer. Followed by many deer, the size of a head, followed by a sleigh. The deer are trained reindeer, and the ride is also called a reindeer sleigh. The deer pulled the uncle to the front and stopped at the gate of the sled park. Mama, Baba, look, little deer, little deer. Lei said excitedly. Wow, Baba, I think this must be fun. Tuanchuan said with great anticipation. Then let's go in and experience it. Everyone still wore helmets and gloves for safety. Tuanchuan, Lei, Su-chen, and Yan Bingxue sat on a sleigh pulled by a pair of deer. The sleigh moved forward at a constant and steady speed, and when the deer moved, the bell on the deer rang in the air. The feeling of sitting on the sled is very enjoyable, and the feeling of riding in a car is very different. 4.5 people lay on the sleigh and drove around the sled park, and they were very happy. Baba, I like this little deer. Lei said happily. Why do you like this little deer? Su-chen asked with a smile. Well, this little deer is leading us to drive. Tuanchuan is very happy. It feels very different from the usual car. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Well, is that group afraid? Su-chen asked with a smile. Tuan, don't be afraid. Tuanchuan said happily. Because this is the reindeer in the park, all the reindeer follow the front reindeer, and the front reindeer is controlled by the staff. In order to ensure absolute safety, the speed control is not very fast. Su-chen happily touched Tuanchuan's little hat. There is a small pink ball on the hat. In winter, Tuanchuan's pink and tender red face makes Tuanchuan very cute. In about 10 minutes, the journey was over. The 4 got off the sled. Tuanchuan and Lei were very satisfied. Baba, this sled is so interesting, Lei said with a smile. Well, Tuan also thinks it's fun. Tuanchuan said excitedly. Ha ha ha, then let's continue to see what's interesting. Su-chen asked with a smile, holding Tuanchuan and Lei's hand. Okay. Tuanchuan and Lei said excitedly. Tuanchuan and Lei came to a large snow field. The people on the snow field, in groups of 2, one pulled the other to slide forward, and everyone was very excited. Baba Mama, I want to play that. Tuanchuan said happily. Okay, let's play that together. Yan Bingxue replied with a smile. Oh yeah, that's great. Lei and Tuanchuan said happily. Baba Mama, let's go. Tuanchuan said excitedly. Su-chen and Yan Bingxue rented 2 sets of tools. Baba Mama, let's play. Lele said happily. Competition? Suchin asked rhetorically. Lele wants to compete with Dad, Lele takes her sister, Baba takes Mama, and then we will race together, from here to there, whoever reaches the finish first wins. Lele said with a smile. All right then. Dad accepts your challenge, then let's play. Suchin said with a smile. Lele nodded happily. Dad's speed is very fast, Suchin said with a smile. Of course, I'll work hard too. Lele said with a smile. Lele, come on. Yan Bingxue encouraged. The father-son game officially begins. 3, 2, 1, go. As soon as the whistle sounded, Suchin and Lele set off separately. Suchin deliberately allowed Lele to always lead or lag Suchin a little bit. But not by a long distance. Baba, I want to surpass you. Suchin encouraged. Lele also began to speed up when he heard Suchin's words. Although it was not very smooth at first, but later, due to inertia, Yan Bingxue and Tuanchuan's seats began to move forward. The last two groups reached the finish line, and finally Suchin let Lele win. A few seconds after Lele reached the finish line, Suchin also reached the finish line. Wow, giggle, we won. Tuanchuan said happily. We won. Lele said happily. Not to mention how excited the two children were hugging each other. Lele wiped the sweat from his face and jumped up excitedly. Seeing the two little guys so happy, Suchin and Yan Bingxue were also very happy. 17K. Then Suchin and Yan Bingxue continued to walk forward with the two little guys. The two little guys were very happy when they saw a place like the Great Wall of Ice. Baba Mama, look at that castle, is so beautiful. Would you like to go for a walk? Suchin asked with a smile. The two little guys were waiting for Suchin to say this. As soon as Suchin finished speaking, the two little guys cheered and walked forward. Tuanchuan and Lele happily climbed the Great Wall of Ice and Snow, taking 2 steps and 3 steps, 1 step at a time. Every time they took a step up, the wind seemed to be stronger. But the two little guys were fearless. Standing on the Great Wall of Ice and Snow, you can overlook the panoramic view of the entire park. Baba Mama, take a good look at it, it's like the Kingdom of Ice and Snow in the cartoon. Lele said happily. Yeah, giggle, you see that everyone is having so much fun. Tuanchuan said excitedly. Husband, suddenly I thought of a poem written by a poet once. Yan Bingxue said, looking at the spectacle of ice and snow. I also thought of a poem. Suchin said with a smile. Suchin and Yan Bingxue said in unison, the scenery of the north is frozen for thousands of miles, and snow drifts for thousands of miles. Suchin and Yan Bingxue looked at each other and smiled. Baba Mama, what are you talking about? Are you reciting poems? Tuanchuan said curiously. Baba Mama thought of a poem written by a poet that fits the occasion. Yan Bingxue said while touching Tuanchuan's head. Baba Mama, Lele also thought of a poem. Lele said happily. What poem? Suchin asked in surprise. Thousands of mountains and birds fly away, and thousands of people disappear. Lonely boat and Lily, fishing for snow in the cold river alone. Lele recited. Did Lele memorize it by herself? Mom remembers this, as if neither parents taught you? Yan Bingxue said in surprise. Me and Tuanchuan recite poems at home every day, Lele said proudly. Oh, Lele, Tuanchuan is so good. Suchin smiled happily and looked at Tuanchuan. And Lele At the other end of the Great Wall is a slide made of snow. The two little guys were already eager to try. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue slid down with the little guys Tuanchuan and Lei. Tuanchuan and Lei exclaimed in surprise. It slid down at once, and the two little guys giggled and laughed. Baba Mama, it's so exciting, I want to play it again, Tuanchuan said excitedly. Baba Mama, I also want to play again, Lei said happily. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue nodded in cooperation. Okay, then Mom and Dad will play with you again, Su Chen said with a smile. After speaking, the two little guys dragged Su Chen and Yan Bingxue to play again. Tuanchuan and Lei had a great time. Tuanchuan and Lei were tired from playing, and it was just time for lunch, so Su Chen and Yan Bingxue took the two little guys to the children's restaurant in the park for dinner. On the way, I heard a burst of singing, "You love me, I love you, you are Penang sweet." This music seems to have a kind of magic. As long as you listen to it, you can't get rid of it, and it's deeply embedded in your mind. Wife, do you want to try a sundae? Ice cream in winter is more delicious, Su Chen whispered in Yan Bingxue's ear. Well, okay. Yan Bingxue also wanted to try it. Yan Bingxue had never eaten ice cream so recklessly. Yan Bingxue agreed with Su Chen's proposal. Then let's go buy two, Su Chen said with a smile. But what about the two little guys? They must want to eat when they see us eating, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Wife, I have a way, look at me, Su Chen said with a smile. Su Chen squatted down and said to the two little guys, Tuanchuan, Lei, shall we go to the children's restaurant for lunch today? Tuanchuan and Lei nodded happily. Lei thought to himself, the children's restaurant seems to be very interesting. Then let's go together. Su Chen brought Yan Bingxue, Lei, and Tuanchuan to the children's restaurant. The two little guys came to the children's restaurant. How could they order food? Don't listen to how excited they are when they see an indoor amusement park. Baba Mama, we want to go in and play, Tuanchuan said excitedly. Why don't we eat first? Su Chen said with a smile. But, I want to go play first, can I? Tuanchuan said, pulling on Su Chen's sleeve. The little Yangzi, who is pouting and acting like a baby, is really hard to refuse. Okay, then you can go in and play. Will you come out after half an hour? Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Okay. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded happily. By the way, Tuanchuan, Lei can only let children go in and play. You go in and play, we will wait for you outside, okay? If you have anything, just use the phone watch to call Mom and Dad, Su Chen said with a smile. Okay. Lei replied excitedly. The two little guys walked to the gate of the amusement park. Children, do you want to go in and play? A young lady said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded happily. Sir, then please register here, Miss Sister said with a smile. Su Chen is registered. The two little guys quickly entered the amusement park. Baba, let's go, and Lei waved. Okay, pay attention to safety and take good care of your sister, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Well, good, Lei said with a smile. Lei and Tuanchuan walked into the amusement park and gradually disappeared into Su Chen and Yan Bingxue's eyeliner. Let's go, wife, Su Chen said with a smile. Husband, you still have a way. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen admiringly and said, These two bear children, Su Chen can always find a way to deal with it. Ha ha ha, let's go. Su Chen took Yan Bingshua's hand and came to Michelle Ice City. Hello, little brother, what do you need? The service staff of Mishue. Bingqing said with a smile. Well. Hello, I want 2 sundaes, thank you. Su Chen said with a smile. Okay, please wait a moment. The waiter of Michelle Bingqing said with a smile. Soon the service staff of Michelle Bingqing brought 2 glasses of sundaes to Yan Bingshue and Su Chen. Thank you. Su Chen said with a smile. Su Chen handed a cup of sundae to Yan Bingshue. Yan Bingshue happily took over the sundae, recalling the last time she ate a sundae when she was a student. The lush years at that time seemed to suddenly appear in Yan Bingshue's mind. Yan Bingshue paused. Su Chen lightly touched Yan Bingshue's head and said, "What's wrong, Bingshue?" Yan Bingshue looked at Su Chen with a smile and said, "It's nothing, just." Seeing the sundae, I suddenly remembered something that happened when I was in school. 7017K. Su Chen understood, Yan Bingshue should have not experienced this kind of life. Full of fireworks for a long time. Su Chen secretly promised in his heart, in the days to come, he must take Yan Bingshue to every corner of the world and experience different days and lives. Su Chen smiled and looked at Yan Bingshue. Bingshue, if you don't eat it, hold it in your hand and it will melt. Yan Bingshue nodded. Yan Bingshue tasted it, it really is the taste of youth. One bite, it feels very refreshing, very different from the feeling of eating ice cream in summer. Although it was icy in one bite, under the regulation of my own temperature, I suddenly felt that the cool air in my stomach dissipated, and a hot air swelled up from the bottom to the top. The feeling is like riding a roller coaster. How is it? Su Chen asked with a smile. Delicious. Yan Bingshue replied. Do you feel very happy? Su Chen asked with a smile. There is a feeling of opening up the 2 veins of Rentong. Yan Bingshue said jokingly. Wife, are you so humorous? Su Chen asked, while holding Yan Bingshue's shoulder with one hand and the sundae in the other. Well, I still have a lot of things that you don't know, you can find out slowly. Yan Bingshue said with a gentle smile, looking at Su Chen with a pair of beautiful eyes. Ha 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 ha, Su Chen smiled happily. Su Chen was very happy to have discovered a new character trait of Yan Bingshue today. After Yan Bingshue and Su Chen finished eating the sundae, they sat in the restaurant of the children's paradise and waited for the 2 little guys. The 2 little guys were really getting carried away playing in it. They had a lot of fun playing with other children, and they even did it. A few little guys had a little dance party. Tuanchuan and Lele also performed a show, and other children praised Tuanchuan and Lele. The little guys teamed up and had a big fight. The little guys were among the little colored balls and started a battle of colored balls. In the end, Tuanchuan and Lele's small team won. Tuanchuan and Lelik are happy. Afterwards, Tuanchuan and Lele also did a quiz. Although Tuan Tuan and Lele are only 3 years old, their intelligence should not be underestimated. In addition, Tuan Tuan and Lele also took an interest class, which inspired Tuan Tuan and Lele's intelligence, so Tuanchuan and Lele won the top spot. Tuanchuan and Lele won another big victory and were very excited. After playing for half an hour, Su Chen called Lele, and Lele connected Su Chen. Hello, Baba? Lele said with a smile. It's time, let's go out to eat. Mom and Dad ordered a lot of delicious food. For Tuanchuan and Lele, Suchin said with a smile. Yes, there is your favorite meatballs, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Alright then, we'll come out soon, Tuanchuan said with some reluctance and some anticipation. The two walked to the gate of the amusement park, and saw their parents waiting for them. Baba Mama. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Are you having fun? Suchin asked with a smile. Happy, there are so many fun things in it. Tuanchuan said excitedly. A lot of fun. Yan Bingxue said with a smile while wiping away sweat for Tuanchuan and Lele. Yes, there are still a lot of beautiful clothes, beautiful skirts, and a lot of children playing with us, Tuanchuan said with a smile. Oh, no wonder everyone is smiling so happily. Yan Bingxue said happily. Yan Bingxue and Suchin smiled and led Tuanchuan and Lele to their seats. I ordered a lot of delicious food for you today, Suchin said with a smile. That Tuanchuan is looking forward to it, Tuanchuan said happily. Sit down, two children, Suchin said with a smile. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Looking at the table full of dishes, Tuan and Leleke were excited. It's all Tuanchuan's favorite food. Tuanchuan said in surprise. Ha ha ha, eat a little more then, Suchin said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele happily eat breakfast. Because the two little guys had so much fun in the morning, the little guys ate happily at this time, and they ate a lot. After a while, the two little guys finished the meal. Wow, Tuanchuan, Lele, did you guys eat so well after lunch today? Mama wants to give you a thumbs up, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Hee, I don't know, I feel very appetizing today. I finished the meal in one fell swoop. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Ha ha ha, Baba Mama knows. It seems that in the future, I will bring Tuanchuan and Lele out to play, so that Tuanchuan and Lele will eat a lot of meals every day. Suchin said with a smile. Baba, are you serious? Will Baba take Tuanchuan and Lele to many places to play? Lele asked in surprise. Of course, Baba Mama will be on holiday in the future, and I will take you out to play when I have time, Suchin said with a smile. Baba, then you have to count what you say. Lele wants to hook up with Baba. Lele said with a smile. Okay, let's pull the hook as proof. Suchin happily looked at Lele and said. The hook can't be changed for 100 years, and if it changes, it's a puppy. The father and son pulled the hook as proof. Okay, now, Baba, and I have pulled the hook and sealed it, no one can go back on it, Lele said happily. Baba, I want to drink you pull go-go too. Tuanchuan said expectantly. Ha ha ha, good. Suchin said with a smile. The hook can't be changed for 100 years, and if it changes, it's a puppy. Suchin's big hand and Tuanchuan's little hand held the hook, and the scene was very warm. Okay, now Tuan has also stamped with Baba. Tuanchuan said with a look of joy. Yes, so Mom and Dad will definitely take Tuanchuan and Lele out to play when they have time in the future. Where do Tuan and Lele want to play? Yan Bingxue asked gently. Mama, I want to see the grass garden, see the big grassland, ride a pony, and run on the grassland. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Lele also wants to go to the desert to explore and see the wide and wide desert. Lele said with a smile. Tuan still wants to see the sea. Tuan wants to swim in the sea, and go to the beach to pick up shells. Tuanchuan said excitedly. The more the two little guys talked, the more excited they became. Lele also wants to see the sea, and Lele also wants to see the aurora. Lele. Saw me in the book, the aurora, it's beautiful. It's colorful. Lele said. Happily. Okay, in the future, my parents will bring Tuanchuan and Lele to see them, and I will let Tuanchuan and Lele have enough fun. Suchin said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded happily. 7017K. After eating, Su Chan and Yan Bingxue took the little ones to rest in the park. For an hour. After that, Su Chan and Yan Bingxue took the little guys to go on a stroll around Frozen and took many commemorative photos. Husband, your photography skills are really good. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. My wife looks good, she looks good no matter how you take it. Suchin said. Looking at Yan Bingxue, who was so glamorous in the photo. My husband is also very handsome. Look at this photo. Yan Bingxue held up her phone to Suchin. And the two little guys Tuanchuan and Lele are really cute. Yan Bingxue couldn't help but said with a smile. Ha ha ha, it's pretty. Suchin said proudly. Looking at the lovely Tuanchuan and Lele in the photo, Suchin and Yan Bingxue were very happy. There is a kind of pride from his parents in his eyes. Baba Mama, what are you looking at? I want to see it too, I want to see it. Too. Tuanchuan requested eagerly. Okay, let's watch it together as a family. Suchin said with a smile. Suchin held Lele, Yan Bingxue held Tuanchuan, and the four of them enjoyed today's photos together. Then, Suchin and Yan Bingxue came to the hot spring inn. This is a house based on the ancient traditional architectural style of the Dragon Kingdom. Entering the hot spring inn, first Suchin and Yan Bingxue brought Tuanchuan and Lele into a change of clothes. Baba, it's so warm here, Lele said happily. Yeah, you can take a hot spring here, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. You can soak in the hot spring, Tuanchuan is looking forward to it. Tuanchuan said cutely shaking his head. Husband, I seem to smell a scent of flowers and plants, it smells very nice. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. It should be some flowers and plants planted in the inn. Suchin replied. With a smile. Well, it seems so. It seems that the resume has some soothing flowers and plants planted in the inn, which helps the guests who come to the hot spring to enjoy the hot spring. Yan Bingxue thought suddenly. The lights in the inn are also very warm. Gives a feeling of retreating to the mountains. Suchin said, looking at the orange-hued warm light falling from the roof. The soft lighting against the rustic wooden walls gives a warm and relaxing feeling. The four walked forward and walked into a room with a hot spring. The top of the hot spring is covered with layers of soft mist, as if a mass of fairy energy is floating above the water. And there is a faint fragrance emanating from the water. Baba, are we just soaking in the hot springs here? Lele said softly in her throat. Yeah, yes. Suchin said with a smile. One of the attendants said with a smile, Sir, you and your family are taking a hot spring here. I'm right outside the door. Let us know if there is anything. Sir, here's a warm reminder for everyone. It is recommended to take a hot spring. You can come out in about 20 to 30 minutes. If you soak for too long, it may damage your skin. The waiter reminded with a smile. Okay. Suchin nodded. After speaking, he opened the bamboo curtain at the door and backed away. Baba, let's go down, Tuanchuan said with a smile. Okay, let's go. Suchin said with a smile. The water temperature of the hot spring is suitable. When the two little guys entered the hot spring, not to mention how excited they were, they directly fought a water fight. Giggle, take the call. Tuanchuan said, ready to go. Sister, you are also ready to accept the move. Lele said confidently. The two little guys were playing and fighting, splashing a lot of water. The two little feet kicked one by one, very happy. Suchan and Yan Bingxue watched the two little guys playing and sparring in the corner of the hot spring. Children, they are active. Yan Bingxue sighed. Ha ha ha, yes, I'm not afraid of the sky, I'm not afraid of the earth, just do whatever comes to my mind. If you want to play, you must have fun before you stop. Suchan smiled and looked at Yan Bingxue and the two little guys, and said, Wife, are you tired from work recently? Suchan asked with concern. It's a little bit. After all, the company has just not entered the international track, so there are many trivial things to deal with. However, Jiqiang and the others have helped me a lot, and they are very dedicated to the company. I am very relieved to leave many things to them. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. That's good, you can rest assured that they will never betray the company's interests. They are all my iron buddies in college. Suchan said. It's really on the right track from next week. The employees of the company are very adaptable, and they have quickly adapted to the current work intensity and difficulty. Yan Bingxue said with a long sigh of relief. Husband, how about you? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Everything is fine for me at work. The last test went very smoothly, and the test results were also very good. Mr. Yuan is very satisfied. Now I will wait for the notification from the military area. It is estimated that this month, the military region will issue a notice, and it will be busy at that time. Suchan said with a smile. That's it, husband, when you are busy, take good care of your body, Yan Bingxue said with a gentle smile. Yan Bingxue hesitated, but Yan Bingxue thought to herself, will my husband ignore me and Tuanchuan after working? But the work must be undivided, and the release of the second-generation mecha is also a big event. Yan Bingxue thought about it, then I can only sacrifice my ego to achieve a great ego. Husband, leave it to me at home, I can handle everything at work, and there are many capable assistants. Yan Bingxue said thoughtfully. Suchan was a little moved. Yan Bingxue did her best, both as a wife and as a mother. Wife, thank you for your hard work. Suchan said while holding Yan Bingxue's hand. Wife, I should have been able to handle these things a few years ago. Then, shall we have a good new year together? Suchan said with a smile and took Yan Bingxue into his arms. Okay. Yan Bingxue replied softly. Both Yan Bingxue and Suchan are looking forward to this new year. In the past, Suchan spent the spring festival with his parents in his hometown. This spring festival not only had his parents by his side, but also his wife, children, and the elders of the Su family. It was quite exciting to think about it. Yan Bingxue too spent the past few years with her parents and two little guys. Now she has a complete home, with her husband and her husband's parents by her side. Yan Bingxue is looking forward to it. This year will be a lively spring festival, right? What's going to happen this year's spring festival? Yan Bingxue felt very happy just thinking about it. Wife, let me press your temples, you have worked hard during this time. Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue agreed with a smile. Su Chen massaged Yan Bingxue with neither light nor heavy force. Su Chen sat behind Yan Bingxue and massaged Yan Bingxue. 7017K. The latest website. After soaking in the hot spring, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue went home with Tuanchuan Lele. When I got home, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Xiu and Su Haoqian finished dinner and sat at the dining table waiting for Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, and Tuanchuan Lele to go home for dinner. Tuanchuan and Lele ran into the house excitedly, and as soon as they entered the house, they saw their grandparents waiting for them at the dining table. Tuanchuan exclaimed in surprise, "Grandpa and Grandma." Tuanchuan Lele is back, wash your hands and eat, Lin Xiu said happily. Good. Tuanchuan and Lele hopped and washed their hands. Mom and Dad. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen greeted each other, successively. Come back, wash your hands and eat, Su Haoqian said with a smile. Everyone washed their hands and took their seats. Lin Xiu gave Tuanchuan and Lele a bowl of soup and said, Tuan Tuan, Lele will drink the soup first, and then let's have dinner, okay? Tuanchuan and Lele nodded happily and took a sip of the hot soup, feeling that their whole body became warmer. It's so warm, Tuanchuan said with a smile. Grandma, the soup is delicious, Tuanchuan said with a smile. Ha ha ha, then finish the soup in the bowl, Lin Xiu said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded. The two little guys were drinking hot soup. Chen, did Bingxue have a good time today? Lin Xiu asked with a smile. Happy, as long as the two little guys are happy, we are very happy, Su Chen said dotingly, looking at the two little guys. Ha ha ha, just be happy. Lin Xiu smiled and nodded. Come and try this. Lin Xiu smiled and put a piece of spare ribs for Tuanchuan and Lele. Thank you, Grandma. Tuanchuan and Lele ate the ribs with 2 small spoons. The little guy is so funny when he eats the ribs. Chen, Bingxue, I think the 2 little guys can learn to eat with chopsticks. What our ancestors left behind can't be lost, Lin Xiu said with a smile. Yes, Mom, if you don't remind me, Bingxue, and I didn't even think about it, Su Chen said suddenly. Yeah, it's time to learn to eat with chopsticks. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile. Why don't we practice tonight? Lin Xiu asked with a smile. Okay, Mom, then I'll go get chopsticks, Su Chen said with a smile. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue smiled and looked at the little guys Tuanchuan and Lele and said, Little guy, do you want to eat with chopsticks like your parents? The 2 little guys nodded excitedly. Think, Tuanchuan said excitedly. So, let's try to eat with chopsticks tonight, okay? Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Okay. The 2 little guys nodded excitedly. Lele thought, I can eat with chopsticks like adults, so happy. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue gave the chopsticks to Tuanchuan and Lele, respectively. Tuanchuan and Lele were very excited, holding chopsticks in one hand, but they didn't know how to use chopsticks. Tuanchuan wants to use chopsticks to take a bite of rice, but hold on to 2 chopsticks, it's not easy to use. Let go of the 2 chopsticks, they are not stable. Seeing that a mouthful of white rice was approaching his mouth, he loosened his hand and the white rice fell again. Baba, these chopsticks are so hard to use, I can't even pick up a meal, Tuanchuan said a little discouraged. Lele, too, picked up the chopsticks and wanted to try it first. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Lele thought, why don't you clip the plate of eggs in front of you first? But opening the width of the chopsticks is really hard to grasp, too small to hold a piece of egg at all. If it is too big, the egg will not be stable. The two villains looked at each other helplessly, then looked at Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Lin Xiao, and Su Haoqian. Su Chen said patiently, eating with chopsticks is difficult at the beginning. Dad has also learned it for a long time. Dad has come up with a skill that practice makes perfect. Practice makes perfect? Tuanchuan asked back. Well, practice makes perfect means that Tuanchuan and Lele insist on using chopsticks more, and gradually they can master it very proficiently. It is impossible for Tuan Tuan and Lele to learn at once, Su Chen explained carefully. But don't be sad for Tuan Tuan and Lele, Baba can teach Tuan Tuan how to hold the vegetables firmly, Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchu and Lele, you are just starting to learn how to hold chopsticks. You don't have to hold them so high. It's not easy to hold them firmly, and the chopsticks are easy to fall off. Su Chen reminded. Then Lele and sister, let's lower the chopsticks. Lele and Tuanchuan adjusted the length of their chopsticks and asked, Baba, can you think it's so long? Yes, as long as Tuanchuan and Lele can fit the length of the dish. Su Chen said with a smile. And there is Tuanchuan, Lele can't hold chopsticks like holding a spoon, and the chopsticks should be held separately, Su Chen continued. Lele and Tuanchuan looked at the gestures of their parents, grandparents, and grandparents holding chopsticks, and wanted to learn how to hold chopsticks. But after a few tries, I found that it was not stable at all. The chopsticks nearly fell on the table several times. Su Chen reassured, it's okay, Tuanchuan and Lele, take your time, you are used to eating with spoons, and you will definitely not be able to use chopsticks. All of a sudden, Tuanchuan and Lele can adjust by themselves, as long as they can clip the vegetables and the rice, it's fine. Tuanchuan and Lele try to adjust themselves and add vegetables. Tuanchuan and Lele can first pick up a long dish like beans, and then try to pick some round beans. Su Chen said with a smile. Saying that, Su Chen changed the position of the beans and placed them in front of Tuanchuan and Lele. Tuanchuan and Lele looked at Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Su Haoqian, and Lin Xiao. The four of them looked at Tuanchuan and Lele with a smile and gestured to let Tuanchuan and Lele try their own dishes. Tuanchuan and Lele tried to add food. It took a long time to pick up a dish, and then it slowly slipped out of the bowl. Yan Bingxue encouraged, don't worry Tuanchuan, try again. Tuanchuan picked up his chopsticks and tried again, and finally caught a bean. With difficulty this time. Tuanchuan placed the green bean on top of the white rice, which was particularly conspicuous. Lele also tried several times. The first time it was caught in the air and fell off. The second time Lele learned his lesson, he slowly picked up a bean and put it in the bowl. The strength of the two tigers can be regarded as holding the chopsticks in the bowl. It looks so difficult. However, fortunately, the first difficult step has been successfully completed. Team member, Lele, now try to eat the beans in your mouth. Su Chen said with a smile. Look, just like parents and grandparents, pick up a bean and put it in your mouth. Su Chen said carefully. 7017K. The latest website, Tuanchuan and Lele tried to eat a bean like Su Chen did. They tried once and fell into the rice. It didn't matter. They continued to sandwich it for the second time and then fell into the rice. The third time finally succeeded. The clip was successful. Ah, meow, meow. Tuanchuan and Lele thought that today's beans were even more delicious. Baba Mama, these beans are so fragrant. Tuanchuan said happily. Tan Tuan and Lele eat more, Suchin said with a smile. Lele nodded. Tuanchuan and Lele continued to eat, and the two little guys ate this meal for a long time. Finally finished the meal. During this meal, everyone's attention was on Tuanchuan and Lele. After dinner, Tuanchuan and Lele took Suchen and Yan Bingxue to play with them. Suchen and Yan Bingxue accompany them to play Lego together. With the continuous efforts of the two little guys, this Lego is almost finished. Tuan Tuan Lele, we can finish it by fighting again tonight. Tuanchuan and Lele are almost finished, awesome. Suchen said with a smile. After that, the four of them started to fight Lego. After an hour and a half of hard work, it was finally finished. Well, there are the last two pieces. The two little guys will go and install these two pieces, Suchen said with the two building blocks in his hands. Tuanchuan and Lele took two building blocks in their little hands and put them on. Okay, it's done, Tuanchuan said excitedly. Well, Tuanchuan Lele is awesome, Yan Bingxue praised. Grandpa and Grandma, come and see the Mecca of Tuanchuan and Lelapin, Lele said excitedly. Okay, Grandpa and Grandma, come over to see what our Tuanchuan and Lele have put together, Lin Xiao said as she walked over. When they opened the door and saw a large mecha, Lin Xiao and Su Haoqian said excitedly, it's a mecha. Did Tuanchuan and Lele fight? Baba Mama accompanies Tuanchuan Lele to fight, Lele said happily. Tuanchuan Lele is awesome, this mecha is so beautiful, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Come on, how about a photo with Tuanchuan Lele and mecha? Suchen touched the heads of the two little guys and said with a smile. Lele said excitedly. Tuanchuan and Lele showed bright smiles and took a group photo with the mecha. Baba Mama, come here too, okay? Let's take a photo together, Lele said, holding the hands of Suchen and Yan Bingxue. Okay, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Yan Bingxue smiled happily when she saw the mecha that her family had put together. The mecha created by her husband was finally put together with the continuous efforts of Tuanchuan Lele. Although it was a model, it had a different meaning. Grandpa and Grandma, you guys have come to take pictures, Tuanchuan said with a smile. So the family and the mecha happily took a group photo. Before I knew it, it was already 9 o'clock. Tuanchuan Lele is going to take a bath and go to bed, Yan Bingxue reminded with a smile. Okay. That Tuan Tuan and Lele took a bath and slept, Lele said obediently. It's so cute, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele put on their pajamas and went to take a bath. After taking a shower, the two little guys pouted and begged, Baba, can you put Lego in our room? Tuan Tuan wants to watch the mecha sleep. The mecha is in the room of Tuan. Tuan and Gao Gao, and it can protect me and Gao Gao, Tuanchuan said happily. Yes, Lele also wants to put the mecha in the room, so that Lele and her sister can watch the mecha sleep, Lele said with a smile. Yan Bingxue and Suchen readily agreed. Then Dad help you move this mecha into your room, Suchen said happily. Great, great, Lele exclaimed. Suchen moved the mecha to Tuanchuan and Lele's room. Lele and Tuanchuan watched the mecha for a long time. Baba Mama, you see Mecca, can protect, Tuanchuan and Lele. Lele said excitedly. After playing Lele and Tuan Tuan all day, I was tired now, and soon Tuan Tuan and Lele fell asleep. After Tuanchuan and Lele fell asleep, Suchin walked out of their room lightly. Suchin shared today's photo in the circle of friends. Like every minute. Brother Chen, the little guys Tuanchuan and Lele are getting better and better. These two dolls are too cute, Tuanchuan and Lele are too cute. Brother Chen, you and your sister-in-law are really in love. It's sweet too. See you looking at each other. Cough, my single dog only deserves a look. A group of comments, a row of likes, will be swiped. Wife, everyone in the comment area praises you for your good looks. Su Chen said happily, looking at Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue smiled softly. Su Chen, Yan Bingxue and Tuanchuan Lele stayed at home for a day on Sunday. Baba Mama, I want to make a small ball, this is it, can you do it with me? Tuanchuan looked at Su Chen expectantly and said. All right then. Do Tuanchuan and Lele still have colored paper? Su Chen asked. Tuanchuan has a lot of colorful paper, all of which are in the cabinet. In the bedroom, go and take them out. Tuanchuan jumped to get the colored paper. Okay, Baba Mama, is this enough? Lele said, holding a stack of colored paper. Enough is enough. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. 4 people started making small balls, and 4 people quickly made a small ball. Chocho, come and have a look. Lele showed Chocho a colored ball he had just made. Chocho jumped up happily and wanted to play with the colored balls. Wang Chocho called. Chocho, let's play ball together. Lele said with a happy smile. Tuanchuan and Lele kept swinging their tails around Tuanchuan and Lele. Tuanchuan, stand over there, let's play with Chocho. Lele said happily. The group stood in cooperation. Tuan Tuan, catch it, I'll throw the ball over, Lele said excitedly. Giggle, throw it over here, I'll catch it, Tuanchuan said happily. 1, 2, 3, the colored ball was thrown from Lele's hand. Tuanchuan caught the colored ball perfectly, and the ball ran to Tuanchuan's side in the direction that the colored ball flew out. Chocho, catch it. Tuanchuan said excitedly. Chocho stared at the ball in Tuanchuan's hand with his tongue out. Tuan Tuan threw it, Chocho also ran over. Chocho quickly picked up the ball on the ground and brought it to Tuan Tuan. Giggle, catch it, I'll throw it over here. The colored ball took a parabola to the place at Lele Station. Lele caught the colored ball perfectly. Giggle is awesome, Giggle is awesome. Tuanchuan cheered. Ball, you have to catch it too. Lele said with a smile, shaking the ball in his hand. Ball wagged his tail excitedly. In this way, Lele played with Chocho and Tuan Tuan for a long time. 7017K. The latest website, on weekend nights, there is a fireworks show on the Bund. Su Chen's family came to the Bund to watch the fireworks show. Mom, it's windy by the river at night, and it's a bit cold, so I need to wear more clothes, Yan Bingxue reminded. Okay. Lin Xiu replied with a smile. Watch the fireworks, the little guy was very excited. Watching the fireworks, are you so excited? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Of course, Aunt Yusin said that the fireworks on the Bund are beautiful. Tuanchuan said happily. What else did Aunt Yusin tell you? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Well, Aunt Yusin said that it would be very romantic to go to a fireworks show with the person she loves the most. Lele replied happily. Mama, is what Aunt Yusin said true? Lele asked rhetorically. Yeah, so Aunt Yusin said she went to see the fireworks on the bund with Uncle Fong Chi? Suchen asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele recalled what Gu Yusin said to them. Well, it seems so. Husband, I didn't expect Fong Chi to be quite romantic. Yusin likes this one the most. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Husband, too. Suchen said with a smile. Suchen couldn't stand his wife praising other people for being romantic in front of him, but he would be jealous. Wife, fasten your seat belt. Suchen whispered. Saying that, Suchen turned over and fastened Yan Bingshua's seat belt. She was so close to him, and Tuanchuan, Lele, and her parents were watching from behind. Yan Bingxue was a little embarrassed, but she couldn't help but be very happy. Yan Bingshue's face suddenly turned into a sunset. Husband, I got it. Yan Bingxue said with the shyness of a girl. Got it, remember it next time. Suchen gently stroked Yan Bingshue's hair and said. Yan Bingxue listened. Suchen seemed to be making a pun. Is my husband jealous? I praised other people in front of him. Yan Bingxue quietly glanced at Suchen's expression, turned around and smiled. Suchen turned on the music and played it randomly, and suddenly a very familiar song came from the car's music. Unfortunately, walking around with candles at night, midnight stars, like running friends. Yan Bingxue closed her eyes and enjoyed the song. Yan Bingxue suddenly thought of going home with Suchen on New Year's Day. It was time for Suchen to sing this song by the fire. Yan Bingxue thought to herself, it's better that her husband sings better, and his voice is more crisp. It's nice to have a versatile husband. Listening to Yan Bingxue showed a happy smile. When Tuanchuan and Lele heard this song, they heard that their father also sang this song, and excitedly clapped their little hands, and said to Lin Xiu and Su Haoqian, Grandpa and Grandpa, this is a song that Baba sang, do you remember? Grandpa and Grandma? Remember, remember. Lin Xiu said with a happy smile. Do Tuanchuan and Lele think that the uncle who is singing now sings well, or does Dad sing well? Su Haoqian asked, while holding Lele's hand. Well, of course it's Baba. Lele answered rightly. Baba is the best singer in the world. Tuanchuan said happily. Ha ha ha. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu laughed. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue looked at each other and smiled happily. Baba, you can sing to Baba next time, okay? Tuanchuan said cutely. Okay. Suchen said with a smile. About 30 minutes away, everyone came to the bund. At this time, the bund was bustling with people coming from all over the city to watch the fireworks show. In front of Suchen stood a young couple. The boy put his arms around the girl's shoulders, and the two stood side by side. The fireworks show will start in 15 minutes. I'm looking forward to it. I want to make a wish later, the girl said. Happily. A little boy patted the girl's forehead and said dotingly, Fool, how can anyone make a wish on fireworks? The girl turned her head to look at the boy with a smile on her face and said, Because fireworks and meteors are quite similar, they are fleeting and bring our wishes to the distance. The girl said with a smile. It seems to make sense to say so, then let's all make a wish, then I hope we can stay together forever. The boy said honestly. The girl lightly patted the boy on the shoulder and said with some joy and a little shyness, How can you say your wish before you make a wish? It will not work when you make a wish. How can it not work? The sincerity is good. The boy said with a smile. Well then, sincerity is good, the girl said with a look of joy. The girl lay peacefully in the boy's arms, and the boy hugged the girl and looked into the distance. Husband, I want to make a wish on fireworks too. Yan Bingxue suddenly said. Like a child. Okay. Suchen replied with a smile. Yan Bingxue looked at Suchen tenderly. Suddenly, Yan Bingxue wanted to go on a trip with the person in front of her. There is no one else, only the other party is enough. You don't care where you go, as long as it's the other party. Su Haoqian protected Lin Xiu and stood beside Yan Bingxue and Su Chen. Is it cold? Su Haoqian asked with a smile. Lin Xiu shook his head. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue hugged the two little guys. The two little guys happily waited for the start of the fireworks show. Baba, how long until the fireworks show starts? Tuanchuan asked impatiently. There are still 3 minutes, the countdown is up, Suchen said with a smile. It will start in 3 minutes, so excited. Lei said with an excited smile. Looking at the two innocent smiling faces, Yan Bingxue and Suchen looked at each other affectionately and smiled happily. This is the best home for love. A happy family may be the life the boy and girl in front finally look forward to. There are 10 seconds left, let's count down together. Suchen said excitedly. When the 1987654321 counted to 1, the fireworks suddenly jumped into the sky, and the dark sky was instantly lit up. When the fireworks exploded, everyone held their breath and looked at the night sky. The gorgeous fireworks, like a flower blooming in the air, are so beautiful that it seems impossible to describe them in any language at the moment when they bloom. It is a kind of spiritual cleansing, a kind of inner shock. Migrant workers who have been busy all day, look up and see the fireworks blooming in the night sky, more of a sense of relaxation. It seems that the troubles at work are gone at that moment. People who are far away in a foreign land may see a bowl of hot dumplings given by their parents far away when they see it. When a young couple in love sees it, they may think of a better future with the person around them. 7017K. The latest website, Lin Xiu and Su Haoqian, felt very warm when they saw this shocking fireworks show. Su Haoqian also wants to give Lin Xiu a romance that belongs to two people. At this moment, seeing Lin Xiu smiling, Su Haoqian is very happy. The two little guys, Tuanchuan and Lei, saw the gorgeous fireworks, but their eyes were fixed. From their eyes, they could see the shock and happiness in their hearts. Baba, red flowers, Tuanchuan said happily. Then in the next second, another green flower bloomed in the sky, and green flowers. Gorgeous fireworks bloomed one after another, and in the last moment, fireworks of many colors all bloomed in the air, illuminated people's faces, and everyone's eyes were full of joy. The fireworks show is simply too beautiful and eye-catching. Baba, it's really beautiful and beautiful, Lei said in shock. Fireworks bloom in the winter night sky and also bloom in people's hearts. The 10-minute fireworks show was over, and people looked at the night sky with unfulfilled expectations, watching the last flames disappear in the dark night sky. Everyone was ready to leave. Baba, I still want to watch it, I still want to watch it. Tuanchuan said in an unfinished mood. Do you still want to see it? Baba has prepared a surprise for you, Suchen said with a smile. Are there any surprises? Tuanchuan and Lei said, looking at Suchen expectantly. Yan Bingxue was also looking forward to it. Husband, didn't you tell me there Are other arrangements before going out? What kind of surprise will it be? Tuanchuan and Lei count down to 3, 2, 1 with their eyes closed. Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei cooperate very well with the countdown 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, many drones appeared in the night sky, and all of a sudden, the night sky was lit up. Go and have a look, you see there are drones. Yes, it should be prepared by a big boss present. Why don't we take a look and go? Right. Have a look. The drone is posed in the shape of a mech in the air. Baba, it's a mecha. Tuanchuan said in surprise. Yes. Su Chen said with a smile. The mecha is flying towards us, flying over. Lei said excitedly. When the mecha's drone came over, there were several mechs with gift boxes on them. On the gift box were written, Ms. Lin Xiu received. Mr. Su Haqian accepts. Ms. Yan Bingxue accepts. The group is cute. Lei cute collection. Lei and Tuanchuan looked at Su Chen excitedly. Yan Bingxue also looked at Su Chen happily and said, Husband, is this a surprise you prepared? You'll know just by looking at it. Su Chen said mysteriously. 5 drones with gift boxes stopped in front of Lin Xiu, Su Haqian, Yan Bingxue, Tuanchuan, and Lei. Lin Xiu, Su Haqian, Yan Bingxue, Tuanchuan, and Lei carefully removed the gift box. What exactly is in the gift box? Everyone was full of expectations. I'm so envious, so romantic. Yes, I'm so envious. What do you mean by the mecha, just placed in the air? Who knows, feeling is a special symbol. At this time, when everyone opened the gifts, all the drones flew over again. A red rose hangs diagonally from each drone. It reads, for the cinnabar mole. In your eyes, it will not turn her into mosquito blood. Fate people please. Open. Is this for us? Seems like it. God, what a surprise. While playing romance, you don't forget to give benefits to the audience. This is the highest level of romance. I hope the designer of this drone will always be happy. Drones randomly landed among the people watching the show. People gratefully took roses and cards. Lin Xiu opened the box and found a necklace. The necklace radiated a unique light in the night sky and was very beautiful. There is a card inside, Mommy worked hard. Hope Mom is always happy. Your son, Su Chen. Lin Xiu was surprised to hold the necklace in her hand, and the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. Su Haqian opened the gift box and found a watch. The style of this watch is very beautiful, and it is in line with Su Haqian's own temperament and identity. There is a card attached to it, Dad, hard work. I hope time can forever record the fatherly love you gave me. Your son, Su Chen. Su Haqian was moved to tears when he saw the message. Son, you see your dad's tears come out of your play. Su Haqian said with a happy smile. Dad, do you like it? Su Chen asked with a smile. I like it, I just need a watch. Su Haqian said with a smile. What the group dismantled was the fairy stick. The note above reads, for my little fairy. Love your Barbie, Su Chen. Baba, I really like this gift, how do you know that I want to become a little fairy? Tuanchuan said happily. Because Tuan Tuan is the little fairy in Baba's heart, Baba just wanted to give our little fairy a fairy stick. Su Chen looked at Tuan Tuan dotingly and said, He, in the future, Tuanchuan will also be a little fairy. Tuanchuan said happily. Tuanchuan has always been a little fairy, Su Chen said with a smile. The group was very happy. The gift box that Lele unpacked is a complete set of small dolls of robot story, each of which is very delicate. There is a sentence attached to it, I hope Lele can realize her dream as soon as possible. Love your Barbie, Su Chen. Baba, they are the protagonists in Robot Story. These are Lele's favorite robots, Lele said with a smile. Then Lele can just keep this good collection, Su Chen said with a smile. Lele nodded happily. Little robot, will you go home with me today? Yes, replied the robot. Wow, Baba, can this robot talk? Lele said excitedly. Yes, every robot is specially made by Baba for Lele, and every robot can talk. You can chat with him, Su Chen explained with a smile. Wow, this robot is so powerful, and Lele will make such a powerful robot in the future, Lele said with inspiration. Come on Lele, Baba believes Lele can do it, Su Chen encouraged. Lele nodded. Yan Bingxue opened the gift box. There were 2 rose petals on the top of the gift box, which just formed a red heart. Yan Bingxue opened the gift box and saw a bracelet inside the gift box. The bracelet was very delicate and special. Husband, this bracelet is so beautiful, Yan Bingxue said in surprise. The secret of the bracelet is on the back of the bracelet, Su Chen said with a smile. Really? Yan Bingxue opened the back of the bracelet curiously. There is a line of words on the back of the bracelet, and this line of words shines in the night sky. You will always be my white moonlight and the cinnabar mole in my heart. Yan Bingxue was very happy to see this sentence, but did not expect her husband is romantic. It is really romantic. 7017K. The latest website, a new week has started again, and there is a special day this week, which is Lin Xiu's birthday. On this day, don't be sloppy, Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, and Su Haqian are discussing countermeasures. Dad, this Thursday is Mom's birthday, do you have any thoughts? Su Chen asked with a smile. I'm still not sure where we've been. Do you think we're in Zhonghai, or go back to our hometown, or go to the imperial capital? Su Haqian said in confusion. Husband, Dad, Mom definitely want a warm birthday, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Yes, your mother used to have her birthday. We usually hold a small party with friends at home. I want to make a different trick for this birthday, but I have no idea yet. Su Haqian was a little confused. So said, Dad, let's go to the imperial capital for this birthday. Those are an explanation to my mother for so many years, Su Chen suggested with a smile. Well, this idea is also possible, but how should we bring Mom to the imperial capital? If Mom knows in advance, it won't be a surprise. Yan Bingxue thought. Wife, this is indeed a problem. Su Chen thought. Dad, why don't we arrange surprises in the imperial capital in advance? Invite all relatives and friends over, don't tell Mom first, and then I will use another reason to invite Mom to the imperial capital, Su Chen said with a smile. But what is the reason for Mom to go to the imperial capital unexpectedly? Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Dad, Bingxue, I thought of a reason, but I want to agree with Grandpa. I don't know if it's feasible, Su Chen said. Husband, let's talk about it first, my dad and I will give you the staff, Yan Bingxue said curiously. Yes, Chen Chen, you say it first, Su Haoqian said with a smile. My idea is to say that Grandpa is sick the day before Mom's birthday, and then call you. When I hear this news, Mom will definitely get angry and fly over on the same day. Everything will be logical, but I want to feel wronged. Grandpa, I don't know. Suchin explained. Son, I think your grandfather is willing, because for so many years, in fact, your grandfather has always owed your mother, and there will not be so many misunderstandings for so many years. Your grandfather should also regret that he beat the Mandarin ducks. I think this way, your grandfather and your mother will be completely relieved of the past. Su Haoqian explained. Well, I think what Dad said makes sense. Grandpa is definitely willing to cooperate. Mom will be very moved if she finds out. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Let's do it then. Su Haoqian decided. I'll discuss this matter with your grandfather now. Su Haoqian said. Su Haoqian immediately discussed this matter with Mr. Su, and Mr. Su readily agreed. Master Su said with relief, finally, after so many years, there is finally a chance for me to make up for the mistakes I made 24 years ago. Okay, now Dad's got it done. Now I have to discuss how the birthday went. I plan to hold a grand birthday dinner to invite the relatives and friends of the imperial capital and my hometown together. Su Haoqian firmly said. In fact, Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao left their hometown and came to New Moon Town. They never held a wedding. In fact, it was always a debt to Su Haoqian. This time, taking the opportunity of this birthday, I can give Lin Xiao a grand birthday banquet witnessed by relatives and friends, and make up for it. Dad, if you say so, we will definitely cooperate fully. Suchin said with a smile. Dad, how can you make a birthday party different? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Dad, is there anything Mom really likes? Yan Bingxue asked. Well, let me think about it. Su Haoqian tried hard to recall the joys of Lin Xiao and the little bits and pieces over the years, and suddenly Su Haoqian said, by the way, your mother likes the aurora very much, and said that she would come with me to see the aurora, has never fulfilled this promise. Aurora, aurora. Yan Bingxue thought about me seriously, what things can aurora do? Suddenly Yan Bingxue said suddenly, Dad, husband, I think we can hold a grand birthday party with the theme of night starry sky, how about it? Extreme night starry sky. Su Haoqian asked rhetorically. Yes, it is the polar night starry sky. At that time, we will use navy blue as the main tone, then put a blue phone, and then put a projection to project the aurora seen over the hall where the banquet is held. Put the elements of aurora on top of it. Yan Bingxue explained. Wife, this idea is very good, the blue tone is very elegant, and my mother has always liked blue very much. Mom will definitely like this kind of banquet. Suchin praised. Suchin felt that Yan Bingxue's idea was great and meaningful. When the time comes, we'll let Mom put on a gorgeous dress and make her debut. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Yes, Dad, you will also put on a suit that matches Mom's dress. Suchin added. Suchin and Yan Bingxue's thoughts coincided. Okay, that's it. Su Haoqian said with a smile. The most important thing now is to prepare a present for Mom. Dad, you have to prepare this gift well, Suchin reminded. Naturally prepare well. Su Haoqian replied. Bingxue and I should also think about what gifts to prepare for Mom. Suchin looked at Yan Bingxue and said. Yan Bingxue thought, what should I prepare for my mother? This is really a difficult problem. Are you ready for jewelry? Or prepare something else? Or start with mom's hobby? The gift should be suitable, take the shot, and know at the first sight that it is carefully prepared, and really think carefully. At this moment, Yan Bingxue thought of a person, Tang Shuyun. Tang Shuyun, who is about the same age as Lin Xiu, should have a better understanding of the thoughts of the elderly in this age group. Su Haoqian also fell into doubt, what gift should I prepare for Lin Xiu this time? Su Haoqian wanted to prepare a commemorative gift that could witness their love for each other for so many years. This gift may not need to be too luxurious, but it must hit the heart. Su Chen is also thinking, what gift should he give his mother? Now that I am capable and promising, I want to prepare a special gift for my mother. This is also the first gift I prepare for my mother after graduating from college and working. I must not be sloppy. The three fell into deep thought. 7017K. The latest website, Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, and Su Haoqian have no idea for the time being. Don't know what gift to buy? Suddenly Yan Bingxue remembered that when she was in her hometown on New Year's Day, her mother seemed to be very good at making paper cuts, and the flowers she cut were lifelike. She should be the kind of person who prefers traditional crafts, or I will give you an embroidery item. Mom? Mom should like it, right? Yan Bingxue asked seriously, Dad, do you like traditional crafts? Su Haoqian recalled, your mother likes it very much. I often see her reading some books on traditional crafts. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, then I know what to give my mother. I think if I give an embroidery item, my mother will like it very much, right? Su Haoqian nodded with a smile, it's a good idea, your mother will definitely like it. It's just that there are 4 types of embroidery, Hunan embroidery, Suzhou embroidery, Shu embroidery, and Cantonese embroidery. Which one is better to send? Yan Bingxue thought. Yan Bingxue thought about it for a long time, and suddenly she was distracted. The embroidery was naturally sent to Su embroidery, Su embroidery, Su embroidery, a pun. Su Chen thought for a while and said, it is said that embroidery is divided into Su Xiang, Shiyu, and Bingxue. Which type do you give? Husband, I'll give Su embroidery when I think about it. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Su Xiao, Su Xiao. Su Chen muttered. Su Chen immediately understood the meaning of Yan Bingxue's gift of Su embroidery. Bingxue is a good gift. A pun. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue looked at each other and smiled. Su Haoqian didn't get the laughing point of Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, and asked with some doubts, son, what are you laughing with Bingxue? Dad, you can't react like this. The so-called Su Xiu, Su Shouwen, do you think this sounds very pleasant and familiar? Su Chen suggested. Looking at Su Xiu separately, doesn't it cover your and your mother's names? So you say this is very clever. Su Haoqian responded, patted his forehead, and said, I see, I'm getting older. And my reaction is slow. Su Xiu is good, Su Xiu is good. Su Chen suddenly had an idea, Dad, wife, I have thought about what gift to give my mother. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue and Su Chen with joy, and continued. I want to give my mother a painting. I want to paint a painting myself and give it to my mother. Although I am not a master, the meaning is different. Husband, don't say that. My father and I have both seen your painting skills. It's no worse than the master's. Besides, no one can replace your thoughts, but Husband, have you thought of your theme? Yan Bingxue asked happily. I figured it out, and everyone will know when the time comes. Su Chen said. Mysteriously. Su Haqian said with a smile, I've also thought about what to give your mother. I'm going to make a comb for your mother myself. Su Chen looked at Su Haqian in surprise and said, Dad, I didn't even know you had this skill. Su Haqian smiled and said, I learned it when I was young. Aren't your grandparents all lovers of wood carving? I have been interested in it since I was a child. I went to learn it for a while, but your grandparents felt that learning this was useless. I gave up, but I still have some craftsmanship, and it's still possible to make a comb. Su Chen nodded and said, Dad, so you're not a craftsman who was delayed by Grandpa? Su Hao shook his head humbly and said, Actually, that's not what I said. Your dad and I are not that good. It's okay to make some small crafts, but some big crafts can't be done. Dad, the ancients also used combs as a gift of love. The gift you gave is quite romantic. A poet once said, comb your lovesickness, and you will have white hair. It's just that time is a little short now, and you are in a hurry. Is it? Su Chen asked with some joy and some worry. It's too late, I'll just spend more time polishing these days. It will definitely be completed on your mother's birthday, Su Haqian said confidently. But first I have to find a good piece of mahogany, Su Haqian said with a smile. Dad, don't worry about this, it's the good mahogany in the Uncle Wu's house. Where we bought the wood carving last time. I'll take you there when the time comes. You tell him your intention, I will agree. Yan Bingxue said with a happy smile. Now all the problems are solved. Everyone is preparing their own gifts. Su Chen has been concentrating on painting for the past few days. Su Haqian has been sculpting in the study, avoiding Lin Xiu for the past few days. Yan Bingxue wanted to discuss with her mother about going to a famous Su embroidery workshop. This afternoon, Yan Bingxue came out of the company and asked Tang Shuyun to go to the embroidery workshop to have a look. Yan Bingxue drove with Tang Shuyun to the embroidery workshop. Yan Bingxue looked at so many Su embroidery for a while and really didn't know how to choose. He said, Mom, please help me to see, I don't know what kind of pictures and texts to send. Yan Bingxue looked at the embroidery and said that the embroidery in front of her was really exquisite, and she even said that her hands were lifelike, as if real people and objects entered the painting. Although I don't get along very much with your mother-in-law, it is not difficult to see from her personality that she is a very gentle person. So the works you choose can be those that show off more elegant tones, Tang Shuyun suggested. Yan Bingxue was very satisfied when she saw a work of Jinyu Mantang and open screen from the many Su embroidery. Mom, what do you think about these two paintings? I think they are very good, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. These two works have their own characteristics. The meaning of gold and jade is very good, but I am more interested in this work of peacock opening screen. The white peacock is very aura and very innovative. Coupled with the looming flowers, I think it gives people a lot of attention. It feels good, Tang Shuyun said after careful observation. Mom, if you say that, it seems yes. Indeed, the Su embroidery with the peacock unfolding is more beautiful. Let's go with the Su embroidery. Mom, I should like it too, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. After choosing the works, Yan Bingxue planned to drive home. Yan Bingxue said, With a smile, Mom, why don't you go home with me? The two little guys miss you too, but they haven't seen each other for 3 days. Ha ha ha, then go see the two little guys. Tang Shiyun nodded happily. To be honest, Tang Shiyun also really wanted to see the two little guys, and she thought very much when they didn't see them. Soon Yan Bingxue and Tang Shiyun went home. As soon as they entered the house, Tuanchuan and Lei came out to greet them. Mama, Grandma, you are back. Lei exclaimed happily. Yeah, what are you doing? Yan Bingxue asked while rubbing Tuanchuan's head. We are reading poems with Grandma. Tuanchuan said with a smile. 7017K. The latest website, are you reciting poems? What poems are you reciting? Recite them to Mama. Would you mind listening to Grandma? Yan Bingxue said in surprise. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded with a smile and started to endorse. Jasper is made up to the height of a tree, and thousands of green silk sashes hang down. The two little guys, Tuanchuan and Lei, shook their heads and carried them on their backs. The appearance of the two little guys' endorsement is very interesting. Grandmother thinks that Tuanchuan and Lei are the best voices in the world. Tang Shiyun said with a smile. Hee hee, thank you Grandma for your compliment. Grandma said that Baba Mama has read a lot of books. I want Tuanchuan and Lei to cheer, and I have to read a lot of books. In the future, I can be as good as Baba Mama. Shui Lingling looked at Tang Shiyun and Yan Bingxue and said. Oh, that's how it is. Then Tuanchuan and Lei have to cheer up. People used to study hard for 10 years in Hanchuang, and now we have to study for 16 years. Can Tuanchuan and Lei persevere? Tang Shiyun continued to ask. Lei is not afraid. Lei likes to read, there is a lot of knowledge in the book, Lei said excitedly. Okay. Tang Shiyun said with a smile. Come, sit down and drink a glass of water. Lin Xiu greeted warmly. Thank you. Tang Shiyun replied. Although Tang Shiyun and Lin Xiu don't get along much, they have similar temperaments. Mama, Tuanchuan and Lei want to play with Chocho. Lei said excitedly. Okay, be careful not to fall, don't play outside for too long, it's cold outside. Yan Bingxue reminded. Don't forget to put on your hat and gloves before going out. Lin Xiu said. With a smile. Lin Xiu put a fluffy hat and a pair of gloves on the two little guys. The two little guys put them on very cooperatively. Go, remember to come back early. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded excitedly. The little ball on the hat also nodded. Mama. Grandma, let's go out to play. Lei waved happily. Okay. Yan Bingxue nodded and said. The two little guys went out with the group. As soon as the ball went out, it ran quickly in the yard. Tuanchuan and Lei couldn't catch up with Chocho. Yan Bingxue, Lin Xiu, and Tang Shiyun chatted for a long time in the living room. It's too late, it's soon to be Wednesday. Sure enough, the Su family called one day to say that Mr. Su was sick. Hearing this news, Lin Shoka became anxious. Su Chen suggested, Mom, why don't we go to the imperial capital to see? I don't know what Grandpa is doing now, and it's not clear on the phone. Lin Xiu nodded, agreed, and said anxiously, okay, let's go back and have a look. So the family rushed to the imperial capital in a hurry. After arriving in the imperial capital, the family went straight to the Su family. It's not a full set of dramas. Mr. Su thought that Su Chen and his party arrived at night. Unexpectedly, the afternoon will arrive. At this time, the old man, Su, is drinking tea with the second grandfather. Su-chin sent a message, "Grandpa, we will be there soon, you are ready." After receiving the news, Mr. Su quickly put away the tea set and lay on the bed. Lin Xiao, who was in the car, said anxiously and worriedly, "Dad, why did you get sick when you were fine?" Su Haqian soothed Lin Xiao's emotions and said, "Maybe I'm getting old, and there are always 3 illnesses and 9 pains. It shouldn't be a serious illness." Su Haqian couldn't help but feel a little joy in his heart. He never thought that Lin Xiao could really care about his father so much regardless of his past suspicions. Arriving at Su's house, Su Chen and his party soon came to Mr. Su's residence. Lin Xiao gently knocked on the door, and Mrs. Su came out to open the door. "Axiu, Haqian, you guys are here." Old Madame Su said with restraint her joy. Lin Xiao asked in person, "Dad, are you all right?" The old lady Su said, "It's okay, your dad is getting old and his body is a little uncomfortable." "What did the doctor say?" Lin Xiao asked with concern. "Doctor?" "The doctor said." The old lady Su didn't react a bit. At this moment, Mr. Su sat up and said, "It's okay, I know my body is just a little sick. I didn't expect you all to come here, Lin Xiao, thank you." Lin Xiao said with a smile, "Dad, don't be so open, we're all family." The old man, Su, smiled, moved. "I'm much better now, it's all right, you guys should go and rest first, and run over as soon as you got off the bus," Mr. Su said with a wave of his hand. "Did the doctor prescribe medicine?" Lin Xiao asked. "Oh, medicine. I've already taken the medicine, it's all right," Mr. Su said with a smile. Seeing that Mr. Su's condition is also relatively good, there should be no major issues, and Lin Xiao is relieved. "Let's go back first, and let Dad rest for a while." Su Haqian patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and said. Lin Xiao nodded and went out. When going out, Su Chen put one hand behind his back and gave a thumbs up to Mr. Su and Mrs. Su. After Lin Xiao and his party went out, Mr. Su was truly relieved. "Finally, there is no danger," Mr. Su said with a sigh of relief. "Father, I didn't expect your acting skills to be so good," Mrs. Su teased with a smile. "Ha ha ha, what a trivial idea," Old Master Su said with a smile. "Would you like to ask the family doctor to show Dad again? I'm still worried," Lin Xiao said anxiously. "Don't worry, it's fine," Su Haqian said. "The matter of the old man is never a trivial matter. Do you think that Dad is getting old, and then?" Lin Xiao said with concern. No, let's take a look," Lin Xiao said anxiously. Seeing this, Su Haqian had to confess everything to Lin Xiao. "Axiu, let me be honest with you." Su Haqian pulled Lin Xiao and said. "Old Su, what do you mean by that, what is your confession?" Lin Xiao asked in confusion about Su Haqian's inconsistency. "Sit down and take a sip of water first, and listen to me and you." Su Haqian poured a sip of water on Lin Xiao and said. "Isn't it your birthday tomorrow? Then I discussed with the children to hold a grand birthday party for you in the imperial capital. That's why Dad pretended to be sick, in order to give you a surprise on your birthday," Su Haqian said. Slowly. Lin Xiao was very surprised that it turned out to be like this. No wonder the children seem to be a little strange these days. It turned out to be like this. But it seems that I can only confess now, but Dad really cooperated very hard. This time, Su Haqian said. Lao Su, I really didn't expect that you and the children have been organizing my birthday party these days. I said that you were always avoiding me these days. Lin Xiao suddenly realized, a little moved. Said. I'm so happy that you and the kids are so concerned about my birthday. Lin Xiao said with a smile. However, it seems that this surprise was exposed by me in advance. Su Haqian said with some remorse. 7017K. The latest website. No, I'm still very surprised. I really didn't expect Dad to cooperate like this. Lin Xiao said with some surprise. Yes, in fact, after so many years, Dad wants to understand. I see you care so much about Dad today, and I know that you don't blame Dad anymore. Su Haqian said with a smile. His heart was full of gratitude to Lin Xiao. Dad is 70 years old, how could I resent an old man? Besides, he is your father and my father. How can he be really angry with his own father? Lin Xiao said with a smile. What he saw in his eyes was relief. Su Haqian held Lin Xiao's hand and smiled. Let's go, let's talk to Dad now. It's uncomfortable for Dad to lie in bed. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Okay. Su Haqian nodded. In a trance, Su Haqian thought of that day many years ago. It was also a time like this. In such weather, he happily took Lin Xiao's hand and walked in front of Su Jianqing. But now the ending is definitely different from the previous ending. Lin Xiao gently knocked on Mr. Su's door. Mr. Su hurriedly lay back on the bed in a panic. Mr. Su gave Mrs. Su a look, and Mrs. Su opened the door. Seeing Lin Xiao and Su Haqian coming over, they asked, Why are you here? Mom, I already know. Thank you and Dad. Lin Xiao said with a smile. You already know, it must be Haqian who told you. Haqian is still the same as before, he can't hide things. Old Madam Su said with a smile. Old Madam Su, Su Haqian, and Lin Xiao looked at Old Man Su with smiles. Mr. Su slowly opened his eyes and was a little surprised to see the expressions of the three of them. Dad, thank you. Get up, you're tired after lying on the bed for so long. Lin Xiao said with a smile as she looked at Mr. Su. Dad, get up, Axiu already knows. Su Haqian said with a happy smile. I know, then. Then I'm not acting in vain. Old Master Su said somewhat disappointedly. Dad. How can it be? I know the thoughts of you and the children, Dad, thank you. It's hard for you, and I also cooperated with the children to perform this show. Lin Xiao looked at Mr. Su gently and said, his eyes were full of emotion. It's all right, I'll take it as a show addict. Your mother said I'm very talented. Mrs. Su helped Mr. Su get off the bed and sat on the chair. Everyone laughed in unison, and the gap between the two generations completely disappeared. Suddenly Lin Xiao said softly, Dad, thank you. The old man, Su said earnestly, what do you say thank you, if I hadn't insisted on not letting you together, you wouldn't have suffered so much. Outside, saying thank you, it should be me, it was Dad who was wrong. Dad, I understand you. You made your choice from the standpoint of a father. Hao Qian and I haven't come back to see you for so many years. We owe you a lot. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Speaking of what I owe, it should be me who owes you. If I hadn't beat the Mandarin ducks back then, I wouldn't have forced you to leave your hometown. Mr. Su said with emotion, and he could see his regret from Mr. Su's expression. Okay, the past is gone, let's not talk about these unhappy things, now. The family is neat and tidy. Old Mrs. Su said with a smile, holding Lin Xiu's hand. Mrs. Su is 70 years old this year. Although she is no longer young, Mrs. Su smiled so warmly. Everyone smiled and walked out of Mr. Su's room. The old man, Su said with emotion, I can finally come out and take a breath. It's so boring in the room. The old man, Su said with a smile while leaning on a cane. Dad, sit down. Su Haoqian helped Mr. Su to sit on the sofa in the living room. Su Qian and Yan Bingxue happened to take Tuanchuan and Lei Lei to the living room. Yan Bingxue and Su Qian saw the smiling faces of the four of them, and the expression of the old man, Su Qian asked, Grandpa and Grandma, Mom and Dad, who are you? Your dad told me, thank you. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Su Qian and Yan Bingxue looked at each other and looked at Lin Xiu very happily, so they didn't say anything and sat down with a smile. Seeing the great-grandfather sitting on the living room very energetically, Tuanchuan ran over happily and said, Grandpa, are you ill? Grandpa Su looked at Mrs. Su and patted Tuanchuan's head with a smile and said, Yes, Grandpa's illness is cured. Great, Grandpa is sick. Lei Lei cheered. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed in unison. Let's go, let's have dinner together. Su Qian said with a smile. Okay. Several people went to dinner with them. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei walked in the front, Su Qian and Su Haoqian and their father and son supported Mr. Su and Mrs. Su, and Lin Xiu and Yan Bingxue walked in the back. Yan Bingxue asked with a smile, Mom, what's going on? Dad, I told you so. Suddenly, Lin Xiu said with a smile, Your dad, you can't hide things. Seeing me rushing, you told me, but I'm really touched that you have prepared me so carefully, thank you. Yan Bingxue took Lin Xiu's arm and said, You don't need to thank us. By the way, Mom, the evening dress we prepared for you has already been delivered. Do you want to try it in advance? Evening dress? Lin Xiu said somewhat flattered. Yeah, evening dress, you will be the protagonist of the whole banquet. Tomorrow, you must amaze all four. Tomorrow, shall I do your makeup for you? Yan Bingxue looked at Lin Xiu expectantly and said. Okay. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Lin Xiu was a little nervous, but also looking forward to it. Although Lin Xiu also held large and small birthday parties on her birthday, they were more casual. They simply invited relatives and friends to have a meal in the hotel. Lin Xiu at this birthday party was not just the teacher in that small town, but attended the party as the daughter-in-law of the Su family, who was already unique among the three families in the imperial capital. And she is the protagonist of this banquet. After dinner, Yan Bingxue pulled Lin Xiu to try on the dress. Yan Bingxue chose 3 evening dresses for Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu finally chose a blue cheongsam. This cheongsam made Lin Xiu very elegant and noble. The colored cheongsam is inlaid with some small diamonds. Mom, you look so beautiful in this outfit. I think Su Qian looks so handsome. Because of you. Such a good-looking mother has a good-looking son. Yan Bingxue praised. Lin Xiu looked for the sperm nest in her dress, looking at herself in the mirror, as if she was another self, a self she had never seen before. Lin Xiu is looking forward to tomorrow's party. The protagonist of tomorrow is her, just her. 7017K. The next day, on Lin Xiu's birthday, the inside and outside of the house were very festive. In the morning, Lin Xiu played with Tuanchuan and Lei at home. The family came to the hotel for dinner at noon. Mom, today is your birthday, you are a birthday star today, I wish my mother a happy forever, happiness like the East China Sea, and longevity from Nanshan, let's toast together. Suchin said with a smile. Mom, happy birthday. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Axiu, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Grandma, happy birthday. Everyone raised a glass to celebrate Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu said with a smile, okay, thank you everyone, as long as our family is together, I'm very happy. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Mom, of course our family will always be together. Suchin said with a smile. Everyone had a happy lunch. When we got home, everyone rested for a while. Lin Xiu was sitting in the study reading a book. Suddenly Yan Bingxue came over. Bingxue, you're here. Lin Xiu took off her glasses and said, Mom, let me put makeup on for you. Yan Bingxue said with a smile as she looked at Lin Xiu. Okay. Lin Xiu said, closing the book in her hand. Mom, the stylist has already come, let's do the styling and makeup. Yan Bingxue said softly. Bingxue, it feels so sudden. I'm a little. Lin Xiu had an indescribable joy and tension. Mom, just treat it as an ordinary banquet. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Lin Xiu nodded. Mom, sit down, I'll give you some water first. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Lin Xiu sat in front of the mirror very cooperatively. Auntie, you look so young. You don't look like a 40-something at all, the stylist said with a smile. Yeah, Mom, you see your skin is still very firm. Yan Bingxue said while putting on makeup. Mom, I'm curious about the story of you and Dad when they were young. You must have been a great beauty when you were young, right? Yan Bingxue looked at Lin Xiu admiringly and said, Auntie, you must have been a peerless beauty like Miss Yan when you were young. You must be chased by many people, right? The stylist asked curiously. While styling Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu smiled and said, when I was young, I wasn't as pretty as ice and snow. I said someone was chasing me. What impressed me the most was when your dad chased me. Yan Bingxue and the stylist were curious when they heard this. At this time, Su Haqian and Su Qin came over and said, Axiu, you are so beautiful today. Dad, you just happened to be here, tell us the story of you and your mother. When you were young? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Speaking of this, I can't finish talking in a while. Su Haqian sighed. It doesn't matter, we can't finish it in a while anyway, just listen slowly. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Yeah, Dad, I haven't heard the story between you and Mom. Su Qin said with a smile. Okay, then let's start with my acquaintance with your mother. Su Haqian said with a smile. Well, Mom and Dad pushed the time forward. You and Mom should have known each other in college, right? Yan Bingxue asked, curiously. Well, yes, your mother was the school flower of the School of Literature and History when she was young. At that time, there were so many people chasing your mother that they could line up outside the school gate. At that time I thought the legendary one is the goddess of literature and art, really as beautiful as the legends say? Then, until one time my mother and I met in the library. Your mother was looking for a book, and then the book accidentally fell on the ground. I happened to see it, so I picked it up, and then there the moment they looked at each other. It was as if there was a magic power in your mother pulling me. Really, sometimes fate is such a coincidence. I fell in love with your mother at first sight, and then I started asking around. At that time everyone knew that I was the eldest young master of the Su family, but your mother always thought I was a playboy. But it took a lot of effort to get rid of the label of a playboy like me. And gradually your mother changed her mind. Then I said, let's be friends, and your mother promised me. I was thinking about friends at the time. Friends? Maybe one day we can turn from friends to lovers. So, I'm still as good to Lin Xiu as always. Maybe I touched your mother, so we finally got together successfully, and you all know about it from your grandparents. Su Haoqian told the story of himself and Lin Xiu at once. Uncle and auntie, it turns out that there is such a thing as love at first sight in the world. After hearing your words, I believe in love again. The stylist said with a smile. Little girl, you are still young, of course you have to believe in love. Love is the most beautiful emotion in the world. I believe you can receive your own love in the future. Su Haoqian said happily. The stylist nodded. Dad, I didn't expect you to be so good when you were young. Start with friends. Dad, do you really think there are pure friends between boys and girls in the world? Su Chen asked, deliberately with a joke. Stinky boy, it's your dad's joke. Su Haoqian patted Su Chen's shoulder and said, Mom, I want to ask you a question. Yan Bingxue said softly. You ask, Bingxue. Lin Xiu replied with a smile. Mom, when you met Dad for the first time, did you feel that the person in front of you was different from other people? It's like Yusin often said that. With the halo of the male protagonist, he suddenly broke into your world. Yan Bingxue asked, curiously. Lin Xiu paused and said with a smile, a little bit. Su Haoqian said in surprise, Axiu, I remember that you said thank you indifferently to me, then turned around and left. I didn't expect. Dad, that mother was a goddess of literature and art when she was young. If I told you that she also fell in love with you at first sight, wouldn't it be shameful? Although you are indeed handsome when you are young. Su Chen looked at himself in the mirror. Ha ha ha, Su Haoqian smiled. The four of them talked together for a long time, and Su Chen and Yan Bingxue felt that they had learned a lot. It turned out that their parents' love story was so romantic that it seemed like a novel. Mom, have you ever regretted being with Dad for so many years? If it wasn't for being with Dad, you might have a different life in the Emperor. With your ability and talent, you will definitely have a remarkable achievement. Yan Bingxue asked. I have never regretted it, and I am very fortunate to have known your father. At that time, I have been happy for so many years, and your father has never made me feel wronged. Lin Xiu said gently. Dad, you gave up your identity and status when you were with Mom, do you regret it? Su Chen asked with a smile. Genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version. Reading website. Of course your dad doesn't regret it. I was raised as an heir since I was a child, but I didn't love these things. I didn't like to be bound by them, and I was bound by my identity. Until I met your mother, when I was with your mother, I am very happy, a kind of happiness I have never experienced before. Su Haoqian looked at Lin Xiu and said affectionately. The four of them talked for a long time. Yan Bingxue also finished the makeup. And the stylist also finished the look. Okay, it's done. Yan Bingxue put away the puff, and Yan Bingxue painted Lin Xiu a light makeup that matched the color of the cheongsam. Mom, get up and let Dad take a look, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Lin Xiu stood up slowly and stood in front of Su Haoqian. Su Haoqian seemed to have seen the same Lin Xiu 24 years ago, with the same eyes, the same smile. And a different time. Now Lin Xiu has more temperament precipitated by the years. It's beautiful, Su Haoqian praised. Mom, you are so beautiful today, Su Chen said with a smile. The party is about to start. Yan Bingxue, Su Chen and Su Haoqian also changed into dresses. The Su family made a gorgeous appearance. This banquet invited not only your friends from my house, but also some relatives and friends of the imperial capital and Zhonghai. Lin Xiu, wearing an elegant and noble cheongsam, walked over with Su Haoqian from one end of the hall. The background of the hall is just the starry night sky and Lin Xiu's dress. Very well. When Lin Xiu came over, the photographer just turned on the light at the top of the hall. This blue tone is beautiful. Everyone applauded for Lin Xiu. A faint floral scent fills the surroundings of the hall. Thank you, all the guests, for coming to my birthday banquet. Everyone is free, don't be restrained, Lin Xiu said generously. Tang Shuyun was also wearing a cheongsam, and Tang Shuyun walked over slowly with a wine glass. Shuyun. Lin Xiu and Tang Shuyun greeted. Axiu, you are so beautiful today, a kind of beauty that belongs to our age, Tang Shuyun said, shaking the glass. Thank you, Lin Xiu said with a smile. Everyone was very happy at the banquet. Yan Bingxue was wearing a white dress, very beautiful. This beautiful lady, can I dance with you? Su Chen said with one hand behind his back and the other reaching out to Yan Bingxue. Of course. Yan Bingxue's hand lightly placed on Su Chen's hand and they danced a waltz together. The combination of the two was really amazing, and everyone applauded for them. The two little guys Tuanchuan and Lei also applauded Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Baba Mama is so good, Lei exclaimed. At about 9:30, the dinner party was over, and Su Chen's family returned to Su's house. Mom, are you happy today? Su Chen asked with a smile. Happy, Lin Xiu said with a smile. Back at home, everyone began to compete to send their own gifts. The person who gave the gift first was Su Haoqian. Axiu, this is my gift to you. Although it's not an expensive thing, I made every stroke by myself. I hope you like it. Lin Xiu opened the gift box and found that it was a delicate comb. Lin Xiu gently held the comb in her hand and watched, very satisfied. Old Su, I didn't know you had this skill for so many years, but it's really hidden, Lin Xiu said in surprise. I'll just make some gadgets. Do you still like this comb? Su Haoqian asked with a smile. Dad, you are so exquisite, Mom must like it, Su Chen said with a smile. Lin Xiu smiled and nodded. Lin Xiu turned over the other side of the comb and carved a poem. Hold your hand, grow old with your son. Lin Xiu gently stroked every word, her eyes filled with joy. Mom, this is a gift I prepared for you. Su Chen presented a scroll. Lin Xiu opened the scroll and unfolded it slowly. Each unfolded part was full of different surprises. On it, there were paintings of Lin Xiu and de Su Chen. From a small person who fell to the ground, to learning to walk for the first time, to going to school, to grow up, to start a family and start a business. Lin Xiu's memories of looking at this picture scroll for so many years are vivid in his mind. Mom, happy birthday! Su Chen said with a smile. Lin Xiu hugged Su Chen and left tears of emotion. Son, you are now a parent too. Time flies so fast. Mom always thought you were still that little kid, but in a blink of an eye you are a parent. Lin Xiu said moved. Yeah, that little kid who gave you a lot of headaches back then has grown up. Got married and started a career. Su Chen said with a smile. Lin Xiu nodded excitedly. Mom, this is my gift to you. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Yan Bingxue was holding a rectangular object, and Lin Xiu guessed, is it a picture of Bingxue? Mom, just open it and see. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Lin Xiu was surprised to lift the cloth on it and found that it was a suzhou embroidery. Lin Xiu looked at the painting called Opening the Screen with joy, and was very happy. Mom, do you still like the theme of Su embroidery? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. I like it, this Su embroidery is very delicate, the white peacock on it is so lifelike, especially the peacock's feathers, it's really beautiful. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Seeing that Lin Xiu liked her gift very much, Yan Bingxue also smiled happily. Great, it seems that this thought is not in vain. Yan Bingxue thought happily. Mom, do you know why Bingxue gave you Su embroidery? Su Chen asked with a smile. Lin Xiu shook his head. Mom, this Su embroidery, as the name suggests, is Su and Xiu, Su Chen explained. I see, Bingxue, you have a heart for this gift. Lin Xiu smiled with great satisfaction. Mom, just like it. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. At this time, two little guys, Tuanchuan and Lei, ran over. Grandma. Tuanchuan and Lei also have gifts for Grandma. Oh, Tuanchuan and Lei also have gifts. Lin Xiu said in surprise. Everyone was very happy, and the two little dolls also prepared gifts. Tuanchuan and Lei took out a picture with Lin Xiu, a birthday cake, and everyone around. Lulu explained, Grandma, this is you, this is Grandpa, and this is Father. This is Mother, this is Tuanchuan, this is Lei. Oh, Tuanchuan and Lei are really good at drawing. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Lin Xiu had a very happy birthday. Everyone happily got together. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, dong dong dong. Su Chen opened the door and saw that it was Shaoli, who came over in a car. Young master, this is the gift that my wife received today. I'll help you. Su Chen said with a smile. Thank you. Shaoli thanked Su Chen, and Shaoli took out gift boxes of different sizes from the trunk together and moved them to the living room. Mom, look, this is a gift from everyone at this birthday party, open it up and take a look. Su Chen said with a smile. 17K. There are all kinds of gifts in the gift box, including jewelry, some health care products, and some healthcare equipment. Among the many gifts, Lin Xiu likes a leaf-shaped brooch very much. The size and appearance are very beautiful. Bingxue, thank your mother for me, I like the brooch she bought. Lin Xiu said happily. Okay. Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded. At this time, Su Chen pushed a cake over, Tuanchuan and Lei walked beside Su Chen. Yan Bingxue turned off the lights in the living room, and Su Chen lit the candles on the birthday cake. Su Chen came slowly with the cake. Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Yan Bingxue put a crown on Lin Xiu on the way. Suchin smiled and said, "Happy birthday, dear mother." "Happy birthday," Su Haoqian said with a smile. "Happy birthday, Grandma," Tuanchuan and Lei said with a happy smile. "Happy birthday," Mr. Su and Mrs. Su said with a smile. Lin Xiao was very touched by having so many relatives around her this birthday. "Mom, make a wish," Suchin said with a smile. "Yes, Grandma, hurry up and make a wish," Lei said looking at Lin Xiao expectantly. Everyone looked at Lin Xiao with anticipation and joy. "Okay, Grandma makes a wish," Lin Xiao said with a smile. Lin Xiao closed her eyes and made a wish against the candlelight. "I hope the family will always be healthy and harmonious." Lin Xiao smiled and opened his eyes. "Grandma, what wish did you make?" Tuanchuan asked, curiously. Yan Bingshui held Tuanchuan's hand. He said, "Tuanchuan, you can't say anything after you make a wish." "Oh, Tuan Tuan knows, this is a secret," Tuanchuan said playfully. "Yes, this is a secret," Suchin said with a smile. "Mom, I'll take a picture for you," Suchin said with a smile. Lin Xiao sat next to the cake, and Suchin took a photo of Lin Xiao. "Okay," Suchin said with a smile. "Come and take a picture with our family," Lin Xiao said with a smile. "Mom and Dad, you sit in the middle." Lin Xiao smiled and supported Old Man Su and Mrs. Su to sit. "Tuanchuan and Lei want to stand in front of Grandma," Lei said with an excited smile. "Okay, come here with Tuanchuan and Lei." Lin Xiao waved. Tuanchuan and Lei walked over happily, and Tuanchuan and Lei stood on either side of Lin Xiao. Su Haoqian sat on the right of Lin Xiao. Yan Bingshui and Su Chen stood behind Lin Xiao and Mr. Su. "Come on, grandparents, parents, Bingshui, I count 1, 2, 3. Su Chen timed the camera. 1, 2, 3, eggplant. Crack. A nice photo just came out. "Come on, we're taking a few more pictures," Suchin said with a smile. "Okay." Mr. Su tidied up his sleeves and sat in the middle with a cane, smiling amiably. 1, 2, 3, eggplant, Suchin said with a smile. After taking some photos, Suchin showed Lin Xiao, Mr. Su and Mrs. Su. Suchin and Yan Bingshui stood beside them. Suchin asked, "How is it, parents, are grandparents still satisfied? Look at this, how happy Dad is smiling." Suchin pointed to the photo and said. "And this one," everyone cooperated with a crescent smile. Suchin said happily while looking at the photos in the camera. Lin Xiao and Mr. Su and Mrs. Su nodded happily. "That's great," Lin Xiao said with a smile. "Okay, let's eat cake," Lin Xiao said with a smile. "This cake is very delicate, and it feels different from the cakes in the store," Lin Xiao said happily. "Grandma, we and Baba made this cake," said Tuanchuan proudly. This strawberry was chosen by Tuanchuan and Lei in that aunt's shop outside. And that aunt said this strawberry is very sweet, Lei said with a smile. "Well, Grandma knows," Lin Xiao said with a smile. Suchin cut the cake and gave Lin Xiao a portion first. Lin Xiao gave the cake to Mr. Su first, and Mr. Su happily took the cake. Suchin finished dividing the cake, and everyone had a small cake, just right. "Mom, do you like it?" Suchin asked expectantly. Lin Xiao tasted it, and it was really soft and sweet. Lin Xiao said with a smile, "Son, the taste is very good, the sweetness and softness are just right. This is the best birthday cake I have ever eaten, son, thank you." Su Chen was very happy to hear Lin Xiu's praise. Mom and Dad, what do you think? Lin Xiu asked with a smile. It's delicious, delicious. Chinchin's craftsmanship is really good, it's even better than the cakes outside. Mr. Su said happily. Tuan Tuan also thinks it's delicious. Tuan Tuan likes this cream the most. It's so sweet. Tuan Tuan licked the cream on his lips and said greedily. Look at you, Tuan Tuan, this cream, come, Mom will wipe it off for you. Yen. Bingxue looked at Tuan Tuan dotingly and said. Hee hee. Tuan Tuan smiled happily. But you can't eat a lot of butter, or you'll feel uncomfortable in your stomach, Yen. Bingxue said with a smile. Okay then. After Tuan Tuan eats the cream on the plate, he won't eat it. Tuan Tuan said with a smile while holding the cake plate. Okay. Tuan Tuan is really good. Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded. Tuan Tuan Lei has 2 little blueberries here, do you want to eat them? Lin Xiu asked with a smile. Tuan Tuan and Lei nodded excitedly. Blueberries are the best, sweet and sour, my sister and I both like it. Lei said with a smile. Come. 1 per person. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Lin Xiu picked out a blueberry for Tuan Tuan and Lei each. Thank you, Grandma. Tuan Tuan and Lei said with a smile. Grandma, it would be great if you had your birthday every day. Tuan Tuan blinked at Lin Xiu and said seriously. Why? Lin Xiu asked in confusion. Because of this, Tuan Tuan can eat cake every day. The cake made by Baba is delicious, and it seems that Tuan Tuan is late for the cake made by Baba every day. Tuan Tuan said sincerely. The little guy handed out the plate, put his hands on his chin, looked at everyone innocently and said. Everyone laughed. Ha ha ha, there are 4 things that are always the most important in a child's world, and eating takes the first place here. Tuan Tuan, there are actually a lot of people in our family, including Baba, Mama, grandparents, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, plus the 2 of us, there are 10 people in total, and then there is also Grandpa Tiger. There are so many people anyway, so we can eat cake every month, Lei said seriously. 17K. It seems so. Then Baba Mama, can you make a super creamy cake for me and Goku? When it's Tuan Tuan and Lei's birthday? Tuan Tuan asked with a smile. When the little guy mentioned cream and cake, his eyes shone differently. Okay, then make 1 for Tuan Tuan, and also 1 for Lei, okay? Su Chen said. Fondly, pinching Tuan Tuan's little face. Tuan Tuan clapped her little hands happily and said, it's great, great, so that Tuan Tuan can eat 2 cakes, 1 for Giggles, and 1 for Tuan Tuan. Happy, happy. Okay, let's finish the cake in your hand, or Baba will eat it, Su Chen deliberately teased the group. Well, Baba still want to eat cake? Then, would you like to give Baba a bite? Then Baba will make a super big cake for her. Tuan Tuan said with a smile. Okay, let's eat it, little guy. Baba will definitely make a super nice big cake for you and Goku. Then Tuan Tuan will send a copy of the cake to all of your good friends. Su Chen Pai said with a pat on the small shoulders of Tuan Tuan and Lei. Well, Baba, that Tuan Tuan is the monitor and Gao Gao is the sports committee member. The students in the class like Tuan Tuan and Gao Gao. Can Tuan Tuan he Gao give everyone a cake? Tuan Tuan said with a smile. Okay, okay, to whomever Tuan Tuan wants to give one, give one. Su Chen said. Fondly. That's great, Baba Mama is so good, I like Baba Mama the most. Lele and Tuanchuan said in unison. Okay, the little guy has finished eating, just wipe his mouth, wipe his little hands, and prepare to take a bath, Yan Bingxue said softly looking at the two little guys. Okay. The two little guys nodded obediently. Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandma, good night. Tuanchuan and Lele said with a smile. Good night. Lin Xiao said softly, waving her hand. Parents, grandparents, you go to bed early, we took the two little guys to take a bath. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Okay, you all go to bed earlier. Su Haoqian and Su Chen said with a smile. Everyone dispersed and went to sleep. The Su residence was very peaceful and quiet that night. Winter in the imperial capital was always extremely cold. But as long as everyone was together, it was no longer cold, and the bleak scene looked different. The next day, Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Lele, and Su Haoqian, and Lin Xiao went to the Great Wall. The Great Wall in winter has a unique flavor, and it looks extraordinarily majestic in the mountains. Husband, I haven't climbed the Great Wall in winter yet. Do you think it's like the mountain dance silver snake and Yuanqi wax statue that the poets said? Yan Bingxue said while packing up the dry food. Yes, my husband has never climbed, but my husband is sure that it will be a journey full of surprises. Su Chen said to Yan Bingxue with a glass of water. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen softly and said. After packing up, everyone left. When he came to the Great Wall and saw the Great Wall winding in the mountains, Su Chen was overwhelmed with respect. The 800-mile Great Wall is indeed majestic. Su Chen exclaimed. Let's go. Su Chen said happily. Tuan Tuan and Lele jumped out first. Baba Mama, grandparents, hurry up, hurry up. Tuanchuan and Lele said standing at the entrance of the ladder. Okay. Su Chen replied with a smile. But the children are always hot for 3 minutes, and all of a sudden they lose their strength. Tuanchuan and Lele said breathlessly, Baba Mama, grandparents, let's take a break here, Lele and sister are tired. Are you tired? Then let's take a break and continue to climb later, and this is only 1/10 of the climb, Su Chen said frankly. Ah, isn't that still a long, long time? Lele said, looking at the winding stairs behind him. Yeah. But we're not in a hurry, let's climb slowly, let's take a rest first. Su Chen comforted. Well, then let's rest for 20 minutes. Tuanchuan demanded pitifully. Okay, okay. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue smiled helplessly. It's like this when you take the little guy out. After climbing for half an hour, you have to rest for 20 minutes. Su Chen thought to himself, we must find a way to motivate them. What can I do? Suddenly, Su Chen's forehead opened wide. Su Chen quietly told Yan Bingxue, Bingxue, you are playing with the little guys now, I'll go and prepare some surprises for the little guys, go and come back. Yan Bingxue nodded cooperatively and said, okay. So Su Chen carried his backpack and continued to walk forward. Tuanchuan and Lele took a sip of water, and when they saw that their father was gone, they asked, where's Baba? Yan Bingxue replied with a smile, Baba has something to do, I'll be back later. Seeing the two little guys looking around, probably wanting to see where Su Chen went, Su Haoqian asked with a smile, Tuanchuan Lele, do you know what this Great Wall is used for? Tuanchuan and Lele shook their heads. Then Grandpa gave Tuanchuan and Lele a story. Su Haoqian said with a smile. Grandpa is going to tell Lele a story. Lele likes listening to stories the most, Lele said happily. Tuan Tuan also likes to listen to stories, Tuanchuan said happily. Tuanchuan and Lele sat on the edge of the Great Wall. Yan Bingxue sat next to them, and Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao sat opposite Tuanchuan and Lele. Then Grandpa starts talking, Su Haoqian said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded and put their hands on their chins, looking very serious. The Great Wall was originally used to defend against foreign enemies. Long ago, the Dragon Kingdom was divided into many, many kingdoms. People later in this period called them the Spring and Autumn Period and the Warring States period. So many countries, in order to protect their country from being invaded by other countries, they built a city wall to separate their country from other countries, Su Haoqian said with a smile. Su Haoqian seems to have returned to school all at once, as if this is his own history class. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded. Lele said with a smile, that way, you can keep the enemy out, right? Yes. Su Haoqian nodded and said. Later, these countries were unified by a country called Qin, so these countries became a big country. At this time, the king has a new name, the Emperor. Su Haoqian continued. Although the surrounding countries were unified at this time, just to the north of the Great Wall, behind this mountain, lived a group of people from other ethnic groups. This group of people was called the Huns. They always wanted to invade the Qin state. Great country. So this king, that is, the emperor, came up with a solution, which is to continue to build the Great Wall to defend against the Huns and keep them out. 7017K. Later, everyone who became an emperor started to build the Great Wall. Guess. Which emperor built the Great Wall that you see the most? Su Haoqian asked. With a smile. Well, is he the first emperor? Lele's keen intuition told him. Well, yes, it was built by the first king. This king is Qin Shi Huang. Su Haoqian said with a smile. Lele got up and looked at the continuous Great Wall, stroked the thick wall, and said, Grandpa, I think the people who built this Great Wall are amazing. How do you think they built it? It feels so difficult. Su Haoqian got up and looked at the city wall behind him and said, This is the wisdom of their labor. Grandpa also thinks they are amazing. Everyone sat and chatted for a while, and after about 10 minutes, Su Chen came back. Su Chen looked at Tuanchuan and Lele with a mysterious smile. Tuanchuan, Lele, Baba has prepared a surprise for you, Su Chen said with a smile. Surprise? Baba, what's the surprise? Lele asked, curiously. The two little guys stared at Su Chen with their curious mouths open. Baba, take you on a treasure hunt, okay? Su Chen said with a smile. Treasure hunt? Where is the treasure? Is it here? Lele asked with a smile. Well, the treasure is right in front. If you walk forward, you will see the treasure hidden by Baba on the beacon tower, Su Chen said with a smile. The two little guys looked at the boundless Great Wall in front of them with curiosity. Then let's go now. Tuanchuan and Lele have rested, we have to be the first to find the treasure. Suddenly Tuanchuan and Lele ignited a fighting spirit. Okay, then let's go. Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele thought to themselves, treasure, my treasure, I can definitely find the treasure. Tuanchuan and Lele climbed harder than anyone else, one step at a time, and in a short while they had already climbed dozens of steps. Baba. You see there is a beacon tower in front of you, I'm looking forward to it. Tuanchuan said with a happy smile. Ha 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 ha, come on Tuanchuan and Lei, let's see who of us finds the treasure first. Suchen encouraged. Baba, I must be the first to find the treasure. Lei emphasized again. Then let's wait and see. Suchen said with a smile. The two little guys, Lei and Tuanchuan, struggled to crawl, and finally Lei and Tuanchuan climbed to the beacon tower. Oh yeah, Baba, let's go to the beacon tower. Lei exclaimed. Lei and Tuanchuan excitedly called to Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Su Haqian, and Lin Xiaohu. Were walking towards the beacon tower. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen happily and said, Husband, you still have a way. These two little guys climbed over at once, full of fighting spirit, and don't shout tired. Ha ha ha, these two little guys just like some novel things, which can arouse their fighting spirit. I think they can also stimulate their potential when necessary. Suchen said with a smile. I think so too. Look, the speed at which they walked past is not like that of a 3-year-old child. It feels faster than an adult. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Ha ha ha, it is said that interest is the best teacher. This is the magic of interest. Suchen said with a happy smile. Here Tuanchuan and Lei are looking for treasures at the speed of light. Sister, let's split up to find the treasure. Lei said happily with a smile. So one person started looking for the treasure. Where will the treasure be? Lei and Tuanchuan looked around the beacon tower. Lei thought, I feel that there is no treasure around the beacon tower. Giggle, have you found it? Tuanchuan asked. No. Lei replied disappointedly. What about you, sister? Lei looked at Tuanchuan expectantly and said. No. Tuanchuan replied in disappointment. We haven't found the treasure. Lei said with a disappointed pouting. Little guys, have you found the treasure? Suchen asked with a smile. No. Tuanchuan and Lei pouted and shook their heads. Baba, we've searched here several times, but we haven't seen any treasures. Tuanchuan said anxiously and unconvinced. Tuanchuan, you have to pay attention, Suchen said with a smile. Baba, do you know where the treasure is? Tuanchuan asked happily. Of course Baba knows. Suchen said with a smile. Baba, could you remind us? Lei said, grabbing the corner of Suchen's clothes. Then you first tell Baba where you have found? Suchen asked with a smile. It's here, haven't I found it here or here? Tuanchuan said disappointedly. Tuanchuan, Lei, I think you can look for it from a different angle, maybe the treasure is by your side. Suchen reminded. Change the angle, what do you mean, Baba? Tuanchuan held Suchen's hand coquettishly. I want to find you on the left, right, front, back, and below, so where have you not found it? Suchen asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei began to frantically turn their little brains. Lei quickly turned his little brain, looking for the front, back, left, right, and below. Where else did you find it? Is it? Lei looked up suddenly, watching, and was pleasantly surprised to find that there was a small bag on the upper right side. Lei jumped up excitedly and cheered, Baba, I found it, I found it. Lei pointed to the small bag diagonally above the right and said with great joy. Looking at Lei and smiling happily, Tuanchuan asked anxiously, Giggle, tell Tuanchuan where the treasure is? Sister, look over there, the treasure is there. Lei pointed to the treasure and said. Tuan saw it too, yeah, we found the treasure. Tuanchuan and Lei walked in circles, holding their little hands. Suchen took the bag down and gave it to Tuanchuan and Lei. Congratulations to Tuanchuan and Lei for finding the first treasure, Suchen said with a smile. Hee hee, thank you Dad. Tuanchuan he Lei thanked with a smile. No thanks, let's see what treasures it is, Suchen said, touching Tuanchuan and Lei's little heads. Tuanchuan and Lei put the bag on the ground, and the two little guys squatted down and opened the bag in surprise. The little hearts of the two little guys kept beating. What is this? Treasure? Tuanchuan and Lei excitedly opened it, and Tuanchuan and Lei were pleasantly surprised to find a box of small marbles. It was the first time for Tuanchuan and Lei to see small marbles. In surprise, Tuan took out a small marble and asked, Baba, this bead is so beautiful. What is this bead made of? Tuanchuan carefully held a small blue marble and said, 7017K. Well, the name of this bead is marble, and it was Baba's favorite toy when he was a child, Suchen said with a smile. How do you play this? Tuan also wants to learn, Tuanchuan asked curiously. Lei also wants to learn. Baba, can you teach us quickly? Lei looked at Su Chen and said, Okay, Baba will teach you, Suchen said with a smile. Suchen took out two small marbles. The marbles were really beautiful, crystal clear, and there was a delicate picture in the middle, which seemed to be embedded in the beads. Tuanchuan, Lei, you guys have a good look at it, Suchen said with a smile. Suchen squatted on the ground and demonstrated, Look, this bead represents me, and this bead represents the other party. As long as one of the two parties can bounce over and hit someone else's bead, then that bead will belong to you. Suchen placed the two beads in a good position, and the two beads had a certain distance. Suchen gently moved the second joint of his index finger. The bead in Suchen's hand hit it. Tuanchuan and Lei watched the movement of the two beads with breathless air. And the small eyes of the two little guys moved with the direction the beads moved. I only heard a crisp collision sound, patta. Suchen knocked the other bead away. Wow, Baba is awesome. Baba is awesome. Tuanchuan and Lei danced and applauded Suchen. It looks so fun. Can I play with my sister? Lei asked. Well, let's play. Let's go look for the next treasure, Suchen said with a smile. Baba, is there another treasure? Lei looked at Suchen happily and asked. Of course. There are still many treasures, but Tuanchuan and Lei have to find them by themselves. The nearest treasure is on a beacon tower over there, Suchen said with a smile. There are so many treasures. Tuanchuan and Lei heard the word treasure, and their eyes glowed. Haha, then Tuanchuan and Lei will play for 5 minutes, then let's find the next treasure, okay? Lei said with a smile. Baba Mama, you have to time us. We'll find the next treasure later. Tuan held the box containing the marbles in both hands, looked at Suchen sincerely and said, Okay, time for you. Yan Bingxue said dotingly, looking at the two little guys. Here are 5 beads for you. Tuanchuan stretched out his hand and gave Lei 5 beads. Okay, let's play together now, Tuanchuan said expectantly. Lei nodded in surprise. One person is on the left, one is on the right, and the distance between the two is still relatively close. Tuanchuan, you go first, Lei said with a smile. Tuanchuan moved the beads in his hand excitedly. Tuanchuan looked at the bead on He Leilei's hand, it was so close, and thought, I can definitely win it in one fell swoop. Tuanchuan fiddled with the beads, but the beads strayed, and the beads ran to the right side of Leilei's beads. Now the distance between the two beads is a good place for Leilei to combine the right time, place and people. Leilei only needs to move a little and then he will meet the beads. As expected, Leilei hit the balls. Baba Mama, I won. Leilei said with a smile. Ha ha ha, amazing, Tuanchuan and Leilei are both amazing. Suchin said with a happy smile. No, giggle, now I want to stay away from you, so you can't hit Tuanchuan's marbles. Tuanchuan said after learning his lesson. I want to be here. Tuanchuan looked around and thought that he had found an excellent location. He, you win, you move first. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Leilei, you can move the position of the marbles, but you can choose to put away one of the marbles, swing the position where the two marbles are held, and continue the battle. Suchin said with a smile. Well, then Leilei put away a bead, so my sister and I are both a bead. Leilei thought about money for a while. Leilei felt that if she was 2-1, she would have less chance of winning. So she decided to put away a bead. Leilei put away a bead that was closer to Tuanchuan. Leilei flicked it casually, and the beads quickly rolled in the direction of the beads, and finally the beads stopped spinning at a place not far from the beads. Come on, Tuanchuan, Baba thinks that Tuanchuan has a chance of winning. Su Chen said with a smile. Come on, sister, or you'll fight back. Leilei said with a smile. Tuanchuan carefully observed the distance between the two beads. Tuanchuan slammed out decisively. Since the beads just hit Leilei's beads. Yeah, Tuanchuan won, Tuanchuan won. Tuanchuan cheered. 5 minutes is always happy and short. Tuanchuan, Leilei is here in 5 minutes, Yan Bingshiwei reminded. It happened that Leilei and Tuanchuan's two beads were at a stalemate, okay. Let's continue the treasure hunt. Leilei said with a smile. Leilei put the beads in his pocket. Okay, let's go then. Tuanchuan said a little bit unfinished. Tuanchuan put the beads in his pocket. Baba, let's go. Tuanchuan said while holding Su Chen and Yan Bingshiwa's hands. Leilei ran to the front. Tuanchuan, come quickly, we have to hurry up. Leilei shouted. Okay, giggle, I'm here. Tuanchuan said with a smile, shaking his two pigtails. Tuanchuan and the little guy Leilei continued to set off ahead, so cute. In front of the majestic Great Wall, the two little figures seemed so insignificant. But it was with these two little people that the Great Wall seemed to come alive. Look at how cute these two little people are. Suchin said with a smile. Yes. It's so cute. Yan Bingshiwei said with a smile. Baba Mama, you all have to hurry up too. Tuanchuan and Leilei walked forward and turned their heads. Okay. Suchin said with a smile. Su Chen, Yan Bingshiwei, Su Haoqian, and Lin Xiao walked slowly behind. While walking, you can admire the great rivers and mountains of the motherland. Mom and Dad, look down from the Great Wall, there's really a thrill of looking down from the top. Suchin said with a smile. Yeah, I will be Ling Juding, and see all the mountains and mountains. I finally understand the feeling of the ancients. Su Haoqian sighed. Soon they reached a beacon tower. Is there any treasure here? Tuanchuan asked. I think there must be. Baba said that the beacon tower in front has treasures. Leilei said confidently. So the two little guys searched back and forth, front, back, left, right, 360 degrees without dead ends. Did you see it? Tuanchuan and Lele looked at each other, their eyes conveyed the meaning to be expressed, and Tuanchuan and Lele shook their heads and continued to look behind. 17K. Did you find it? Tuanchuan and Lele shook their heads. Baba, we didn't find the beads? Tuanchuan shouted loudly. Because there is no treasure in this beacon tower, Tuanchuan and Lele will continue to look for the beacon tower in front. Suchin said with a smile. All right then. Tuanchuan and Lele said with a smile. Baba, give me a drink. Tuanchuan looked at Suchin cutely and said. Suchin handed the kettles to Tuanchuan and Lele, respectively, and Gulu took a few sips of water. Tuanchuan and Lele are full of energy. Okay, now we're going to find treasures together. Lele said happily, looking at Tuanchuan. Lele and Tuanchuan went on a treasure hunt. Finally came to the second treasure point. This treasure is not difficult to find, it is just a small bag, placed in the middle of the beacon tower. I found it. Tuanchuan said while holding the bag in surprise. Sister, let's open it up. Lele said with a smile. Lele and Tuanchuan were pleasantly surprised to open the second treasure. The surrounding of the treasure seemed to emit a different light. Since the light was so dazzling, Tuanchuan and Lele turned the dazzling light away, and after turning the light away, they found a stack of cards. Wow, isn't this Ultraman? Tuanchuan said with a smile. Tuanchuan, you see, this is Ultraman Sero, this is Ultraman Rob, and this. Lele said excitedly. After taking out the card, Tuan also found something. Giggle, you see. There is a crown here. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Crown bling bling is very good looking crown, sister, can I bring it for you? Lele looked at the crown in surprise and said. Tuanchuan nodded. Lele squatted down, and Lele put the crown on Tuanchuan, who wore the crown like a little princess. A unique temperament inherited from Yan Bingxue is vividly reflected. Tuanchuan and Lele stood at the beacon tower in surprise, waiting for Yan Bingxue and Su Chen to come over. Baba, Mama, Grandpa and Grandma, don't you think Tuanchuan looks good wearing this crown? Tuanchuan said cutely, touching her hair. It looks good, our Tuan is a little princess, of course it looks good. Wearing a crown. Lin Xiao said dotingly, looking at Tuan. Baba, Mama, I really like this Ultraman card. Lele said with great surprise. Then why does Lele like Ultraman? Su Haoqian asked with a smile. Because Ultraman is a hero, Ultraman can defeat monsters and protect human beings. Lele will also become a hero like Ultraman in the future. Lele said, firmly holding Ultraman's card. Okay, Grandpa supports you, Lele, cheer up. To become a hero, Lele must not only have a smart mind, a kind heart, but also a strong physique, Su Haoqian added. Lele knows, in Lele's heart, Baba is a hero like Ultraman. In the future, Lele will learn from his father and become a big hero. Lele said with great joy. Then Lele will start exercising with Dad every day from now on, and you can't sleep in a late bed, okay? Suchin said with a smile. Well, Lele wants to exercise with Dad and become a hero like Dad in the future. Lele looked at Suchin seriously and said. Tuan Lele, let's sit down and have something to eat, and then continue to look for treasures, okay? Lin Xiao said gently, looking at the two little guys at Tuan Lele. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded and said, Tuanchuan is really hungry, we need to replenish our energy first, and then continue to set off. Tuanchuan shook his head cutely, and the little crown bling-bling flashed on Tuanchuan's head. What do Tuan Tuan and Lele want to eat? There are buns, biscuits, and milk. Here. Lin Xiu took out the things one by one and showed them to Tuanchuan and Lele. Tuan Tuan wants to eat everything. Tuanchuan looked at Lin Xiu cutely and said, Okay then Grandma will give Tuan Tuan a bun, a packet of biscuits, and a bottle of milk, okay? Lin Xiu looked at Tuan Tuan dotingly and said, Okay, thank you Grandma. Tuanchuan said with a happy smile. Tuanchuan opened the bread and took a big piece of it in one bite. It seemed that the little guy was really hungry. Grandma, this bread is delicious. Tuanchuan said with a smile. As he spoke, he took another bite. Tuan Tuan, eat slowly, and no one will grab you to drink some milk, don't choke. Lin Xiu said with a smile. And Tuanchuan nodded cutely. Grandma's milk is also delicious. In the future, Tuan Tuan will drink a bottle of this milk every day. Tuanchuan said with satisfaction. Didn't Tuanchuan say that pure milk has no taste and doesn't like drinking it? Lin Xiu asked rhetorically. Well, I don't know why, but I think today's milk is super delicious. It seems that pure milk is also delicious. Tuanchuan said with blinking eyes. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed in unison. Suchen quietly leaned into Yan Bingshue's ear and said, Wife, it seems that I have found a way to manage the group and Lele's picky eaters. What way? Yan Bingshue asked. Wife, I think it's necessary to bring Tuanchuan and Lele for a morning run. Every morning. In this way, the two of them will definitely have a very good breakfast. It's delicious. Suchen said expectantly. My husband, I also want to run in the morning. Our family runs in the morning. Together. It can not only exercise, but also enhance the communication between our family. Yan Bingshue said with a smile. Then we've settled on it like this. From tomorrow onwards, our family will exercise together, Suchen said with a smile. Yan Bingshue smiled and nodded. Husband, in this way, you can kill two birds with one stone, not only exercise your body, but also shape your body. It is said that exercise is the best way of beauty, and I will exercise regularly in the future. Yan Bingshue said with determination. The two little guys quickly finished their food. After eating, they brought the two little guys with them. When they were a little bored, they shouted that they wanted to play with Su Chen and Yan Bingshue. Baba, can you sing for me? Lele, I haven't heard Baba sing for a long time. Lele wants to hear Baba sing. Lele looked at Su Chen expectantly and said. Tuanchuan also wants to hear Baba sing. Baba sings the best. I applaud Baba. Tuanchuan said expectantly. Well, do Tuanchuan and Lele have any songs you want to listen to? Su Chen asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele thought for a while and said, Baba, can you sing a song about snow? Su Chen said, songs related to snow, Dad, think about it. Su Chen suddenly had a song in his head. Dad will sing Listen to the Sound of Snow falling for you, okay? 7017K. Tuanchuan and Lele clapped their hands excitedly and said, Yan Bingshue, Lin Xiu, and Su Haoqian also sat seriously, wanting to hear Su Chen sing. Su Chen looked at everyone's eyes and began to sing. Su Chen looked at the thousands of miles of rivers and mountains outside the beacon tower. His eyes were full of ice and snow, and he began to sing. Lightly fall on my palm, and freeze in my palm quietly. Meeting is destined in the past. Su Chen's voice was very crisp, and when she sang softly, it seemed to make everyone immersive. Everyone sat quietly and listened to Su Chen's singing. The two little guys shook their heads while listening, and seemed to be very intoxicated. After the song was finished, everyone applauded Su Chen. "Baba, you sing well, can you teach the group to sing together?" Tuanchuan looked at Su Chen curiously. "Do you want to learn to sing?" Su Chen asked with a smile. "Yeah, Tuanchuan thinks that people who can sing are amazing. The singing is really touching," Tuanchuan said happily. Su Chen touched Tuanchuan's little head and said, "Then Baba will teach you to sing a nice song, okay?" "Baba, Lele has to learn too," Lele said happily. "Okay, Lele and Tuanchuan will learn together," Su Chen said with a smile. "Then let's start," Su Chen said with a smile, looking at the two little guys. "Send you a little star, send you a flower," Su Chen sang softly. Tuanchuan he Lele imitated and studied seriously. "I will send you a little star and a flower." Tuan Tuan he Lele's voice is soft and cute, very cute. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao were very relieved to see the soft and cute appearance of the two little guys. "Listen to me, thank you, because of you, the 4 seasons have been warmed." After a while, Su Chen taught Tuanchuan and Lele every sentence of the song. "This song is so good, Lele wants to sing it again." Lele felt that the melody of this song was very catchy, and said happily, "Okay, Baba will sing you again." Su Chen said with a smile, "Send you a little star." Lele and Tuanchuan shook their heads to learn Taoism. The more the two little guys sang, the more excited they became. "Baba, this song is so good, Lele has already learned, how about we sing it together?" Lele looked at Su Chen happily, and said, "Okay, let's sing together." Su Chen said with a smile, "Mama, Grandpa and Grandma, can you sing? Can you sing with us?" Lele asked. With a smile. "Okay, let's sing together." Yan Bingxue said with a smile, looking at the little guys Tuanchuan and Lele. "Send you a little star." Yan Bingxue looked at Tuanchuan and Lele with a smile while singing. Tuanchuan and Lele sang milkily, and the two little guys sang very happily. After singing, everyone sat together to eat a little something, and then they were ready to go on. "Ha ha ha, let's go on now," Su Chen said with a smile. The two little guys were ready to go, and continued to set off. "Let's go look for treasure," Tuanchuan said excitedly. Tuanchuan and Lele walked forward vigorously again. Tuanchuan and Lele are like playing games to pass the threshold. The more they get behind, the more excited they are. What is the third treasure waiting for Tuanchuan Lele? Tuanchuan and Lele thought step by step, step by step. "Tuan Tuan, have you seen the beacon tower in front of you with a small red flag on it?" "There is a surprise there," Su Chen said with a smile, pointing to the small red flag in the distance. "Is there any treasure there?" Lele asked happily, blinking her big eyes. Tuanchuan and Lele, just go and have a look, Su Chen said softly, looking at the two little guys dotingly. "Treasure, treasure," Lele said in surprise. "Husband, who do you think they are like? I feel that if you recognize one thing, you will be very persistent in pursuing it." Yan Bingxue looked at the two little guys tenderly and asked. "Tuanchuan and Lele are like you and me, and if one thing is determined, it will not change." Su Chen said affectionately, holding Yan Bingshua's hand. The two fingers interlocked, and the rings of Su Chen and Yan Bingshua shone on their fingertips. Yan Bingshua looked at Su Chen tenderly. The two walked side by side, looking. Through the slightest sunlight, it was Su Chen's smiling and handsome face. After walking for a long time, stop and go along the way, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei finally arrived at the third treasure point. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei started looking for the treasure non-stop. Treasure, where are you? Are you here? Tuanchuan cutely stretched out his little head and said. The two little guys looked around while searching. I found it, I found it. Lei Lei exclaimed. Lei Lei found an envelope on the wall of the beacon tower. Lei Lei pointed to the position of the envelope and showed it to Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan was very happy. Giggle, it's awesome, I found it all at once. Tuanchuan praised. However, the position of the envelope was a bit high. Lei Lei and Tuanchuan finally took off the envelope with difficulty after dancing for a long time. Giggle, open it and take a look. Tuanchuan said excitedly. Tuanchuan's eyes kept staring at the envelope. What will be inside the envelope? The group thought in surprise. Lei Lei carefully opened the envelope, and inside the envelope, Lei Lei saw a small card. One side of the small card will have a delicate pattern, and the other side will have a line of words written on it. This seems to be written by Baba. Inexplicably, Tuanchuan felt that the words on the card were familiar. Giggle, what's written on the card? Tuanchuan looked at Lei Lei in surprise and said. Two little guys read around the card. With the magnetic card, one of his wishes can be fulfilled. Lei Lei read word by word in surprise. Wish? Haha, does Baba mean that if we find this treasure, we can fulfill one of our wishes? Tuanchuan asked happily. It seems that Baba means this. Let's go and ask Baba. Lei Lei nodded and said excitedly. Lei Lei and Tuanchuan saw Su Chen, Yan Bingshua, Lin Xiao, and Su Haqian coming from not far away. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei rushed over excitedly. Baba, we found it, look. Tuanchuan excitedly took out the card and said. Baba, does this mean that the wish of Tuanchuan and Lei Lei can be fulfilled? Lei Lei and Tuanchuan looked at Su Chen expectantly. Su Chen nodded and said with a smile. It's great, is it possible to have any wish? Tuanchuan said tentatively. Well, as long as it's a reasonable wish, you can tell Baba what Tuanchuan and Lei Lei want, and if you want to play, Baba will help you make it happen, but you can only make one wish. Su Chen smiled said. Only one wish can be made. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei looked at each other. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei both had one wish, but Baba said that only one wish could be fulfilled. What should I do now? Baba, shall we discuss it? Lei Lei asked with a smile. Of course you can. Su Chen nodded. Genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version. Reading website. Lei Lei and Tuanchuan walked aside and began to discuss. Sister, what do you wish for? Hey, what do you wish for? The two little guys said in unison. Sister, ladies first, you talk first. Lei Lei said with a smile. Giggle, then I said it, I want Baba Mama to take me to see the sea. Tuanchuan said excitedly. I saw that the sea on the book looked so good, and Tuan also wanted to see the sea. Tuanchuan said happily. Giggle, what about your wish? Tuanchuan asked Lei Lei curiously. My wish is to go and explore with Baba. Lei Lei's eyes were full of anticipation when he said this. boys, what I like most is adventure. Tuanchuan thought, it seems that the wishes of the giggle are different from mine, so what should I do now? At this time, Lei said with a smile, but, Tuanchuan, we can go to see the sea together, and then Baba and I will go to explore the underwater world. There are so many amazing things in the sea, and so many animals. That's great, then our wishes can all come true. Tuanchuan said in surprise. Baba, we've discussed it, Lei said with a smile. Then what is your wish? Suchen asked with a smile. My sister and I both want to see the sea, and then my father can take me to explore the underwater world. Lei said happily. No problem, Baba promises you that when Dad is on vacation next time, Baba will take you to see the sea. Suchen said with a smile. Oh yeah, great, we can go to see the sea. Lei said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei were very happy when they heard that Suchen had agreed. Lei and Tuanchuan looked at the stairs they climbed with joy and were very proud. Baba, we found 3 treasures today, so happy. Lei said with a smile. Tuan is also very happy. Tuanchuan said happily. Baba, where are we going to climb today? Lei asked with a smile. The end point is there. Today we climbed up to that stone monument. Did you see it? It's coming soon, Suchen replied. Tuanchuan and Lei looked around hard. There seemed to be words engraved on the stone tablet. The color of the words was red. Because of the distance, Tuanchuan and Lei didn't know what words were written on it. Baba, that seems to have words written on it, Tuanchuan said excitedly. Tuanchuan and Lei were both curious about the words engraved on the stone tablet. Yes, there is a line of words engraved on it, do you want to know? Suchen asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded excitedly. Tuanchuan wants to know. Lei wants to know too. Tuanchuan and Lei said in surprise. Then let's go and have a look. Suchen stretched out his hand. Tuanchuan and Lei took Suchen and Yan Bingshua's hands and set off ahead. The closer you get to the stele, the more majestic the stele feels. There are still 3 steps, it will be there soon. Suchen encouraged. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Finally, Suchen's family arrived at the end of this trip to the Great Wall. Tuanchuan, does Lei recognize the words on the stone tablet? Suhaqian asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei watched it from top to bottom, and they nodded knowingly. It seems that Tuan and Lei know these words, so would Tuan and Lei read them to Grandpa? Suhaqian asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei looked at the stone tablet seriously and said loudly, You are not a hero if you don't reach the Great Wall. Suhaqian smiled, ha 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 ha, Tuanchuan and Lei are awesome, do Tuan and Lei know what this means? Lei and Tuanchuan glanced at each other, shook their heads and said, Grandpa, what do you mean by being a hero? Suhaqian smiled and explained, a hero means a hero. Lei nodded excitedly, Grandpa, Lei knows what this sentence means. Tuan also knows. Tuanchuan said happily. Then tell your grandfather. People who haven't climbed the Great Wall are not heroes. Tuanchuan he Lei said with a smile. Lei and Tuanchuan asked proudly, can we be considered heroes by climbing the Great Wall? Suchen explained with a smile, it depends on what Lei and Tuanchuan understand the Great Wall. Lei and Tuanchuan must have the Great Wall in their hearts. Baba, what does it mean to have the Great Wall in your heart? Lei asked in confusion. The complete sentence is that you are not a hero until you reach the Great wall, and you have a short journey of 20,000. We climb the Great Wall to experience the majestic spirit of the Great Wall, and we must have a broad mind like the Great Wall, to encompass everything in the mountains and rivers. We must also stand like the Great Wall. 1,000 years of perseverance. You have to learn these 2 points, before you can become a true hero. Suchen said boldly. Real hero. Lele repeated. Lele stood in front of the stone monument, looked down, the Great Wall winding in the mountains, the rolling hills, and the trees standing proudly in the wind and frost, and said firmly, I will become a real hero in the future. Good ambition. Suchen patted Lele's shoulder and encouraged. Lele, do you want to take a picture? Can Mama take a picture with Lele and the stone tablet? Yan Bingxue took out her camera and asked. Okay, Lele will put this group photo on Lele's desk in the future, and encourage yourself every day. Lele said happily. Then Lele has to stand still. Mama takes a picture of Lele. Yan Bingxue said. With a smile. Come on, 1, 2, 3, eggplant. Yan Bingxue picked the focal length, pressed the shutter, and a group photo of Lele and not a hero until the Great Wall was taken. Baba, why don't you take a picture with Lele? Lele took Suchen's hand and said. Okay. Suchen hugged Lele and took a picture together. Everyone left pictures in front of the stele. Suchen embraced Tuanchuan and Lele and admired the snowy scenery of the mountains. The feeling of looking at the mountains from a high place is really different. There is a feeling of looking down at all living beings. Then everyone started their journey back. Lin Xiao and Su Haqian lead Tuanchuan and Lele in front. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue walked behind holding hands. Husband, seeing the beacon tower today reminds me of a story. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. The princes of the beacon show, right? Su Chen said with a smile, looking at Yan Bingxue. Yes, the feudal lords in the beacon show all said that King Yu of Zhou smiled for the Bomai people, and the feudal lords. In the end, it led to the demise of the country. Everyone blamed Bao Si. But if it wasn't for Zhou Yu's stupidity, how could it have caused the demise of a country? I think the ancient historians blamed Bao Si for the demise of the Western Zhou dynasty. It was a prejudice against women. 7017K. Suchen nodded in agreement and said, yes, Bingxue is a prejudice. They didn't see the real truth from the appearance. In the final analysis, King Zhou Yu's stupidity and ignorance led to the demise of the country. Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded. Husband, I have a hypothesis. Yan Bingxue looked at Suchen playfully and said. What assumption? Suchen asked with a smile. If you were King Zhou Yu, what would you do with a smile for Bomai? Yan Bingxue asked, curiously. Suchen smiled and lightly flicked Yan Bingxue's forehead and said, wife. There is no assumption, I am not King Zhou Yu, and I will not let you become Bao Si. Husband, just assume, what would you do if you were King Zhou Yu? Yan Bingxue shook Suchen's arm and asked. Well, then I will smile for Bomiran. You promise me a lifetime, I promise you a prosperous world. Suchen stopped, took Yan Bingxue's hand, and looked at Yan Bingxue affectionately. Yan Bingxue didn't realize that the blush on her face was particularly dazzling, and she was extremely happy. Tuanchuan and Lele suddenly turned their heads to see Yan Bingxue and Su Chen standing there, looking at each other. Tuanchuan said mischievously, Baba. Mama, what are you doing? Hurry up and leave. Yan Bingxue blushed when asked. No. Nothing, Mom and Dad are here. Let's go. Su Chen said softly. Su Chen took Yan Bingshue's hand and continued to walk forward. Soon the family arrived at the bottom of the Great Wall. Suddenly, Tuanchuan and Lei smelled a very fragrant smell. Mama, it's the taste of meat. Tuanchuan said greedily. The little dumpling pouted and sniffed. Is Tuanchuan hungry? Yan Bingxue said after trying on Tuanchuan's belly. He, yes, Tuan Tuan is hungry, Tuan Tuan really wants to eat meat. Tuanchuan said cutely looking at Yan Bingxue. Then let's find a restaurant to eat. Su Chen said with a smile. Great, let's go to dinner together. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Dad. Ice and snow, let's find a restaurant nearby to eat. Su Chen asked. Su Haqian, Lin Xiao, and Yan Bingxue nodded. Chen, I know that there is a very good restaurant here, but I don't know if it's still there. After all, it's been so many years. Su Haqian said. Happily and worriedly. Dad, the restaurant you are looking at is definitely the taste of the imperial capital, let's look for it first. Su Chen said in agreement. Yes, let's look for it first. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Okay. Su Haqian nodded with a smile. The trust of Yan Bingxue and Su Chen made Su Haqian very reassured and very happy. I remember it seems to be on this street. Although the streets here are very different from before, the structure of this street is similar to before. Su Haqian said with a smile. Tuanchuan, Lei, let's go. Yan Bingxue shouted. Tuanchuan and Lei took Yan Bingxue and Su Chen's hands and walked behind Su Haqian. Tuanchuan and Lei are looking forward to the next place to eat. Where will Grandpa take us to eat? Tuanchuan and Lei thought to themselves. This place became more and more familiar as I walked, Su Haqian thought to himself. Unexpectedly, the more I walked in, the more familiar it became. It still tasted like the old imperial capital. After hearing the authentic words of the imperial capital and the looks of the people in the imperial capital, Su Haqian seemed to have traveled back to 20. Like many years ago. It's here. Su Haqian stopped. Tuanchuan and Lei walked to Su Haqian's right, looked up at the big plaque curiously and asked, Grandpa, is this here? Su Haqian nodded and said with emotion, that's it, that's right, the name of the hotel has not changed. Dad, Jiao Hotel. The name is interesting, Dad. The food in this restaurant must have a different flavor. Su Chen said with a smile. How can you solve your worries, only do Kong. Although this restaurant does a good job, it is more famous for its long history. How about it? Do you want an old one later? Su Haqian explained with a smile. Okay, then let's have a pot. Su Chen said happily. The father and son walked into the restaurant very tacitly. Hello, welcome. The waiter greeted politely. How many are there? The waiter asked. 4 adults, 2 children. Hello, is there a private room here? Su Haqian asked with a smile. Yes, please here. There is just one last private room. The waiter said with a smile. The waiter brought Su Haqian, Su Chen and his party to a private room. The 2 villains, Tuanchuan and Lei, slipped in at once. This private room is very special, and the design is very regional. Hello, please take a seat, this is our restaurant's recipe, please order. The waiter asked in the dress of a junior. Baba Mama, It looks so interesting here, Tuanchuan, Lu optimistically said. Mom and Dad, let's order. Suchen said with a smile. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiao took over the recipe, and Lin Xiao asked gently. Bingxue, do you have any taboos? Yan Bingxue smiled and shook her head, Mom, no. Su Haoqian asked, this cuisine here is very famous. Would you like to have a set? Su Haoqian showed the recipe to Yan Bingxue and Su Chen. Dad, you are from the imperial capital. Come to the imperial capital to order food, you are the master. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Dad, order first, what else do you want to eat? You can order Bingxue. Su Haoqian smiled and looked at Yan Bingxue. Tuanchuan and Lei watched Su Haoqian order food seriously. This one, and this one. By the way, the most important thing is to warm me a pot of Dukang wine. Here. Su Haoqian emphasized. It seems that you are a frequent customer here. These are the signature dishes of our restaurant. You didn't even give me a chance to introduce me. And I ordered them all. The waiter laughed. Ha ha ha. Su Haoqian laughed. Come on, Bingxue, Chen, let's see what's the point. Su Haoqian said with a smile, and then handed the recipe to Yan Bingxue and Su Chen. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen looked at it and felt that it was almost the same. Yan Bingxue asked, Tuanchuan, Lei, do you have anything else to eat? Tuanchuan and Lei looked at the recipe, and every dish was mouth-watering. Especially when Tuanchuan saw that it was delicious. Baba Mama, I still want this, and this. Tuanchuan said greedily when he saw the two snacks. Okay, then just add these two, thank you. Yan Bingxue said politely. Okay, I'll prepare it for you right now, please wait a moment. You can have a cup of tea first, or take the children to the activity area to play with toys. And we'll serve you here. The waiter said with a smile. Okay, thank you. Yan Bingxue replied. The waiter stepped back. Tuanchuan and Lei began to observe some arrangements of this room by themselves. Tuanchuan and Lei got up from their seats. Curiously. 7017K. Tuanchuan and Lei saw a rattle and thought it was very interesting, so they picked it up and played. Dong 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 dong, the two beads of the rattle drum hit the leather surface of the drum. The sound is short and full of rhythm. Baba Mama, this rattle is so fun, Lei said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei like to play wade drums. Suchen said with a smile. Baba Mama, I watched Baba Mama on TV and used to make my children play with this rattle when I was a child. Did Baba Mama also make us laugh like this when I was a child? Tuanchuan asked, curiously. Yan Bingxue replied with a smile, Mama, I bought a rattle for Tuan and Lei, but when they were young, Tuan and Lei didn't like rattles very much. They liked to play ball more than Tuan and Lei. Yan Bingxue smiled. Explained. Oh, but now Tuan thinks balls are fun, and rattles are also fun, I think. It's weird, why do Tuan like things that he didn't like before, but now he likes it? Tuan asked, scratching his pigtails. Well, this. Yan Bingxue didn't know how to explain this to the children. For a while. At this time, Suchen said with a smile, because Tuanchuan and Lei are growing up, Tuanchuan and Lei have grown up, and their acceptance of things is wider than before. Tuanchuan nodded and said, Tuanchuan knows. Yan Bingxue looked at Suchen with a smile, and Suchen hugged Yan Bingxue's arm and smiled gently. Suchen's smile was full of many thanks thanks to Bing Xue for her dedication to the children in the 3 years she was away, and at the same time it contained a kind of compensation. Suchin wanted to slow down the 3 years she was absent from the children. Come back slowly. Hey, isn't this the go that Baba, grandfather and grandfather like? Lele said happily and curiously. Yes. Suchin nodded. Baba, this is black chess, this is white chess, one person has one color piece, right? It's just like playing flying chess, right? Lele asked with a smile. Suchin said with a smile. Baba, isn't this so difficult? It's been a long time since you and your great grandfather last time, Lele said with a smile. It's a bit difficult. Suchin replied. It's a little difficult. These 3 words inspired Lele. It's a little difficult. Lele has never been afraid of difficulties. When Suchin said it was difficult, Lele made up his mind and said, Baba, can I learn to play Go? Well, of course you can, but Baba can teach Lele to play Go Bang first, okay? First easy and then difficult. Suchin said with a smile. Well, okay, then Lele will learn to play Go Bang. Lele said happily. Then do we want a plate? Suchin invited. Okay. Lele said happily. Baba, are you going to play Go Bang with Goku? Tuanchuan asked, curiously. Suchin nodded. Then Tuanchuan will see Jiggle and Baba play chess. Tuanchuan said. Expectantly. Lele and Suchin sat on one side, and the father and son began to play chess. Lele, you choose first, do you like black or white? Suchin asked with a smile. Well. Lele took a closer look and finally chose white. Lele likes white. Lele said with a smile. Okay, then Baba will play black chess. Suchin said happily. Then Baba, tell Lele the rules first, okay? Suchin said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele sat together and listened carefully, while Suchin explained the operation to Tuanchuan and Lele. Tuanchuan, Lele, look at it, if we have already started to play chess, black chess will be played first, white chess will be played later, black chess represents Baba, and white chess represents Lele. I'll play first, then Lele will play again, one person will play one piece at a time and take turns. You can play anywhere without moving the opponent's piece. Suchin said. Playing chess is not on the grid, but on the line of the grid. In such a grid, you can play chess at the front, back, left, right, and 4 corners of the grid, Suchin reminded. Suchin continued, look, the most important thing in playing Gamoku is Jackie Chan. If 5 consecutive stones of the same color are placed together, you can take back 5 of your own stones, and then confiscate one of the opponent's stones at the same time and put them on your own pawn. Until the opponent has no chess to play, and you surround the opponent's chess, you win. Suchin explained. Can Baba not accept 5 pieces? Lele asked. Well, of course you can, if you have a dragon with more than 6 pieces. You can confiscate 2 other people's pieces, and put 2 of your own pieces. Suchin replied. In the end, Suchin succinctly summed up one sentence, the secret of backgammon. My father summed up 2 methods. The first method is to make yourself become a dragon, and at the same time prevent others from becoming a dragon. This way you can make your own chessboard a live one. At the same time, make other people's chess pieces a dead chess set. Lele nodded and said, Baba, isn't it just like fighting a war? You have to Attack and defend at the same time. Attacking is to surround other people's chess, and defending is to make your own chess become a dragon. Leilei's perception surprised Su Chen. Leilei is awesome, that's how it is. Yan Bingxue was also very excited. She didn't expect her son to be so good. Quite the style of his youth. Come on, Baba, I know. Leilei said impatiently. Okay. Su Chen was also ready to play against Leilei. Su Chen went down first, and Su Chen's sunspot was placed in the middle. Leilei's Baizi was placed beside Su Chen. Su Chen continued to place a sunspot under his sunspot. Leilei has to make a choice now, whether Leilei should place it on the right of his chess piece or stop Su Chen from continuing to play chess. Leilei thought to himself, Baba told me 36 strategies to keep troops for 1,000 days and use them for a while. I have to save my strength before launching an attack. So Leilei decided to play his own chess instead of besieging Su Chen's chess for the time being. Since Su Chen took the next step first, Su Chen took the lead in becoming a dragon. Leilei, Baba has a dragon, and now Baba is going to take away this dragon and eat one of your white sons, Su Chen said. Leilei is a little anxious, and there are already 2 of them fighting in her heart. What should I do? Baba is 1 step ahead. Don't worry, Leilei, play your own chess well, there is still a chance. The 2 Leilei fought in their hearts. In the end, Leilei calmed down and said, all right then, Baba, take one of my pieces. Su Chen's hand hovered over the chess game. Which chess should he take, this or this? Every time, Su Chen's hand stayed on different white chess pieces. Leilei's expression was different. A proper emoji. I eat this chess. Su Chen said. 7017K. When Su Chen took away the chess piece and placed his own chess piece, Leilei sighed, but fortunately Baba didn't take this chess piece, otherwise my dragon would be gone. Baba, now it's my turn, Leilei said excitedly. I can't wait to settle down. Right now. Leilei fell. Leilei also formed a dragon, Leilei said happily. Baba, you see Leilei also becomes a dragon. Okay, then Leilei wants to confiscate Baba's chess piece, take it yourself. Su Chen pretended to be very sad. The sly Leilei confiscated it, Su Chen's 4 pieces, the one in the middle. Ha ha ha, okay. Leilei said with a smile. Su Chen expanded his emotions and said, yeah, Leilei confiscated this chess piece. Then Baba, let's go down there. Su Chen said with a smile. Su Chen wrote a poem and Leilei was thinking, why did Baba come here? It doesn't feel like a dragon can be connected here? Leilei was a little fortunate. In her heart. Ha ha ha, look at me now. Leilei said with a smile. After a few chess pieces were played, Leilei finally understood that Su Chen had played chess pieces to that seemingly remote position, and he really had the lead. Leilei praised and said, Baba, you are really amazing, and now you have another dragon. More than 10 minutes passed, and Su Chen and Leilei's chess game was not over yet. But the food is already on the table. The strong aroma of the food is not too tempting. Tuanchuan walked over first, it's delicious, giggling, come and eat. Tuanchuan said excitedly. I'm not hungry, sister, you can eat first. Leilei Jing insisted on the chess game. Giggle, you're lying, just now, Tuanchuan heard the rumbling of giggles. Stomach. Tuanchuan said cutely. Everyone smiled and looked at Leilei. Leilei had no choice but to put down the chess game and go to dinner. Baba, can you continue with Lele after dinner? Lele said with a smile. Okay, Baba is waiting for you, let's go to eat first, after eating, raise our energy and continue to play chess. Food and grass must go first in war. Suchin said with a smile. Lele nodded in agreement. Baba's words are always so reasonable, Lele couldn't think of a way to refute it, and Lele passed over obediently. Come, sit down and eat, this can be regarded as a real full-fledged Manchu. Suhachien said with a smile. Wow, a lot of delicious food, Tuanchuan is so exciting. Tuanchuan said. Excitedly. Giggle, do you want to eat that? Tuanchuan asked with a smile. Lele still cares a little about what Tuanchuan just revealed, so she just nodded perfunctorily. Seeing Lele's little mood, Tuanchuan asked softly, Giggle, are you unhappy? Giggle, do you still mind what I said just now? Giggle, I didn't mean it. Tuan just thinks it's so delicious and don't want to miss it. Tuanchuan explained seriously. After listening to Tuanchuan's explanation, Lele was relieved a lot. It turns out that my sister also had good intentions. Forget it, I'm a brother, how can I be careful? Lele said with a smile. No, I'm just here. I want to wait a while. How should I play chess with Baba? Oh, Tuan knows, let's cheer up yo Tuan hopes that Kugao and Baba will be tied in the end. In this case, Tuan won't be sad. Giga wins, Baba loses, Tuanchuan will be sad, but also happy, for Goku. If Baba wins, Goku loses, Tuanchuan will also be sad, but he will also care for Baba. So I think it's best not to have anyone win, a tie is the best. Tuanchuan said solemnly with big eyes. Tuanchuan, Goku is very happy even if he loses, because it doesn't matter whether you win or lose in chess with Baba, what matters is that the person who plays chess with Lele is Baba. Lele said with a smile. Tuanchuan said brightly, if this is the case, then don't be embarrassed. The group started to eat. Come on, Tuanchuan, Lele, do you want to eat fish? This fish cake has already picked out the thorns. Suchin asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded happily. Tuan likes to eat fish the most. Grandma said that eating more fish can supplement nutrition and grow taller. Tuanchuan said happily. Ha ha ha, that Tuan should eat a little more, every dish should be eaten a little more, don't be picky eaters. Lin Xiao said dotingly looking at Tuan. Lin Xiao was very proud of her words, and Tuanchuan listened to them and remembered them. Sure enough, his granddaughter is obedient and well-behaved. Tuan knows, Grandma's every dish looks delicious, and Tuan has to try it. A straightforward speech from a snack foodie. Ha ha ha, okay, eat every dish. Lin Xiao said with chopsticks in one hand and looking at Tuanchuan with joy. Tuanchuan ate happily, the fish is so delicious. Tuanchuan said happily. This fish was really well done and was the fastest dish on the table. Looking at the plate containing the fish, Tuanchuan suddenly paused and put down his chopsticks a little sadly. Yan Bingxue felt that Tuanchuan was a little abnormal, so she put down her chopsticks and said softly, what's wrong with Tuanchuan? Tuanchuan said sadly and remorseful again, Mama, I think this fish is so pitiful, it would have been eaten up without us. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Tuan, everyone has his responsibility and mission, and the small fish also has his mission. This fish is maintained by the fisherman and then caught, then its mission is to make a delicious dish. Dishes. Will we eat all the fish like this? Tuanchuan said worriedly. Well, of course not, because the fishermen don't go back to fish every day. We have a fishing ban every year. During this period, no one can fish, which will give space for small fish to grow. The small fish will grow up quickly during this period, and there will be more and more small fish in the lake, and then once the fishing ban period is over, people will start fishing, but of course, not all the fish will be eaten. Catch them, some big fish will be caught. The small fish will be put back, which not only protects the small fish, but also gives the small fish room to grow, and maintains the balance of the number of fish. Yan Bingxue explained with a smile. Tuanchuan understood as soon as he heard it. The little CEO class was not for nothing. Suddenly, Tuan clarified his thoughts and said with a smile, I understand, it's called maintaining a balanced relationship, right? Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded. Mama, isn't this still able to maintain the balance of the ecosystem? Lei asked uncertainly. Yes. Yan Bingxue answered happily. Wife, it looks like these two little guys will complement each other. Su Chen said proudly. I just saw that the two little guys were still having a little unpleasantness, but they adjusted it all at once. As a younger sister, Tuanchuan is very considerate of Gao Gao, and Lei is also very considerate of her sister is Gao Gao, and she is also very generous. Tolerating my sister. It's great. Su Chen said with a smile. It's very good. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile. 7017K. The family continued to eat happily. Tuanchuan also put down the grudge in his heart and continued to eat. Su Haoqian asked with a smile, is it delicious, little guy? Yeah, it's super delicious, and Tuan loves it very much. Tuanchuan said. With a smile. What about Lei? Su Haoqian asked with a smile. Lei seems a little absent-minded, and seems to be worried about the unfinished game of chess with Su Chen. Lei quickly answered Grandpa. Yan Bingxue patted Lei's little hand and said. Delicious, delicious. Lei said with a smile. Lei, eat more if it's delicious, Su Haoqian said with a smile. Dad, come and go. Su Chen said happily. Okay, let's go. Su Haoqian replied with a smile. Su Haoqian took a sip of wine, it was really hearty, and with a little drink. It was absolutely amazing. If there is an authentic Peking opera at this time, it will be even more exciting. Su Haoqian put down his chopsticks and nodded at the table. Dad, do you want to listen to Peking opera? Here's a radio to play. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Yan Bingxue walked over to play the radio, looked at a few discs, and asked. With a smile, Dad, there are several well-known plays here, Farewell My Concubine, The Empty City, Chongban Slope, and The Heroes. Which do you want to hear? Well, let's have an empty city plan. Su Haoqian said very happily. Okay, then it's an empty city plan. Yan Bingxue replied. Yan Bingxue inserted the dish into the radio. The two little guys thought it was very interesting, and the group asked curiously, Mama, this radio looks so interesting. Tuanchuan and Lei have never seen each other before. This style of radio has a certain age. Lin Xiu said with a smile. So it is. Tuanchuan replied with a shocked expression. Baba, isn't The Empty City a story from Romance of the Three Kingdoms? Lei asked with big cute eyes. Yes, Lei is really smart, so do you remember what the Empty City plan was about? Su Chen asked. Lei remembers, it seems to be a story about Zhuge Liang and Sima Yi, who are very smart in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Sima Yi sent troops to attack a city in Shu, and then Zhuge Liang went to defend the city. There was no soldier in the city where Zhuge Liang was. But Zhuge Liang was not afraid of danger, and finally used his wisdom to scare Sima Yi away. Lei said admiringly. Yes, that's the story. Su Chen replied with a smile. At this time, the radio began to sing, I'm watching the mountains from the gate tower, and I can hear the chaos outside the city. The voice of the Peking opera actor is strong and powerful, and the vivid interpretation of Zhuge Liang's fearlessness standing on the gate tower. Baba, this Peking opera is so interesting, Lei said with a smile. Baba, I think Zhuge Liang is amazing, he beat Sima Yi with a lot of soldiers. Without using a single soldier. Lei said adoringly. Baba also thinks Zhuge Liang is amazing. What did Lei see from Zhuge Liang? Su Chen asked with a smile. Well, I think Zhuge Liang is very smart, not afraid of danger, courageous, and resourceful. Lei said happily. Well, yes, these excellent qualities are worth learning, right? Su Chen asked with a smile. Lei and Tuanchuan nodded in agreement. Su Chen smiled and looked at the two little guys. Come on, son, let's have another drink. Listening to this empty city plan and tasting this authentic Dukong wine, it's really fun. Su Haqian said with a smile. Cheers. Su Haqian said with a smile. Su Chen and Su Haqian continued to have a few drinks. Dad, this wine feels very special. I can smell a faint scent of bamboo in the aroma of the wine. Su Chen said with a smile. Son, I really can't hide anything from you, this wine does have a faint scent of bamboo, which is the biggest feature of this Dukong wine. Su Haqian exclaimed. Sure enough, his son's acuity is high, and it is no wonder that the cooking is so delicious. Dad, if you like it, how about I make a pot for you next time? Su Chen said. With a smile. Chen, can you make this wine? This secret recipe for winemaking is the exclusive recipe of this shop. Many people can't figure out how this is made. Son, you will know it after you sing it once. What is the principle? Su Haqian exclaimed. Su Chen took a sip of wine and said confidently, well, I almost know the point of this improvement. Ha ha ha, son, it really belongs to you. Su Haqian said proudly. Su Haqian felt that his son could do the best in any industry, and he was very proud. It is said that in 360 lines, Xing is the champion. Isn't his son Xing the champion? Su Haqian smiled unconsciously while drinking. Baba, I want to go play chess, let's play chess together. Lei begged. With blinking eyes. Okay, let's play chess together. Su Chen said with a smile. Great, Baba, let's play chess, Lei said happily. Lei is very happy, and today she can finally finish the unfinished chess game. Mama, grandparents, come and see us play chess, Lei said with a smile. Lei climbed to the seat excitedly, and the group sat beside Lei to watch. Oh, I don't know who is playing chess now. Lei said, holding her little face in both hands. Baba doesn't remember either, why don't Lei get off first? Su Chen said. With a smile. Really? Then I'll go down. Lei was very happy. Lei's white child occupies an excellent position, and Lei smiles very proudly. Baba, it's your turn now, Lele said with a smile. Okay, then Baba is here. Suchin said with a smile. One word went down, and it became a dragon again. Lele patted his little head and said, "Oh, I didn't see this." "Well, Baba, which one do you want to eat? From me now?" Lele's heart was pounding jump straight. Lele thought to herself, Baba will see through my intentions and destroy my soon-to-be grown dragon. Suchin saw through Lele's thoughts. Dad eats this piece. Suchin looked at Lele with a smile. Lele thought, finally, there is no danger, it seems that my dragon is about to become. Lele then went under the 3 connected pieces. Lele thought in surprise. Ha ha ha, it seems that I can also eat a piece of Baba this time. Okay, it's your turn, Baba. Lele said with a smile. Suchin placed a chess piece. This piece is also very dangerous in Lele's view, and Baba is only 1 piece away from becoming a dragon. However, I want to become a dragon first, and then eat the piece of Baba, so that Baba can't become a dragon. 7017K. Okay, Lele is here for you. Suchin tapped the 2 black chess pieces with his fingers. Lele successfully became a train. Lele was so happy, Baba, now I'm going to capture one of your chess pieces. Lele successfully captured one of Baba's chess pieces. But as everyone knows, Suchin just made a false move. The drunkard's intention is not to drink. Suchin has a chess piece and another 6-piece dragon appeared. Now Suchin can eat Lele's 2 pieces. Oh, I didn't see it here. Lele patted her little head and said. It doesn't matter, Lele is your first time playing chess, Baba tells you, you have to watch and listen to all directions when you play chess. Suchin said. With a smile. Lele remembered. Lele benefited a lot. About 20 minutes passed, Lele's pieces were used up, and Suchin finally won. There was no surprise in this result, but Lele had to know a lot. Lele, this game of chess, if you want to lead your opponent, you must know the opponent's intentions and your own goals, you know? Suchin said softly. Although Lele lost this time, it's still a glorious defeat, but Lele is still great. Suchin said with relief. Yeah, Giggle, you are great, you are the most powerful Giggle in the world. Tuanchuan Cute said with a smile. Yeah, Lele, Mama also thinks you're pretty good, and I've done a lot of tricks with my dad. Yan Bingxue said softly. Lele boosted his morale again and nodded. Well, Lele knows, Lele will cheer in the future. Although Lele lost this time, Lele has gained a lot, and Lele likes to play chess with Baba. Although Lele is not as good as Baba now, but Lele has to work hard and practice, and he will be as good as his father in the future. Let's have a fight with Baba. Okay, Dad is waiting for Lele. Suchin said with a smile. Suchin thought to himself, his son is ambitious, and if there is a will, things will come true, and Lele will definitely achieve his small goals in the future. After eating and drinking, we are ready to go home. After returning to Sue's house, the 2 little cuties Tuanchuan and Lele immediately went to their grandfather and grandma to play. Grandpa. Grandma, we're back. Tuanchuan Shaokai said with a smile. I'm back, did you have a good time today? Mrs. Su asked, holding Tuanchuan and Lele's hands. I'm very happy today. Today I climbed the Great Wall with Baba Mama, my grandparents, and we also saw a verse that was not a hero who was not on the Great Wall. We even took a photo, Lele said coquettishly with a smile. Oh, I took a picture Would you like to show it to my grandfather and grandma? Mrs. Suhao asked curiously and happily. Baba Mama, Grandma and Grandpa want to see the photos we took today. Lele said with a smile. Okay. Yan Bingxue and Suchen walked over with a tablet in hand. Grandpa and Grandma, all photos are saved on this tablet. This is more convenient than looking at a mobile phone and camera. You can take a look, Yan Bingxue said. Carefully. Mrs. Su held the tablet in her hand and looked at the photos. It was indeed much more convenient than looking at the mobile phone. The pattern was much larger and she could see it very clearly. Bingxue, the picture looks very clear, Mrs. Su said happily with a smile. Seeing the happy smiling faces of the family, Mrs. Su and Mr. Su were happy. From the bottom of their hearts, Master, look at Tuanchuan and Lele, how happy they are, and Bingxue and Chenchen are a match made in heaven. How Sign and Ah Show also shot very well. Mrs. Su and Mr. Su happily admired the photos, and they really liked them more and more. At this time, Suchen suddenly thought that it seemed that the 4 generations of the family had not taken a good family photo, so Suchen thought to himself, parents, grandparents, Bingxue, do you want our family to take a family portrait? I've never had a family photo ever. I was also negligent, Suchen said happily. Family portrait? The family portrait is good. Suddenly, Mr. Su looked at the family portrait taken 24 years ago with mixed feelings. In a blink of an eye, 24 years have passed. The once high-spirited boy is now a grandfather, and the former father also old. Su Haoqian followed Old Man Su's gaze and found that Old Man Su was looking at the family portrait taken by the family 24 years ago. Su Hao first noticed the anticipation and emotion in Old Master Su's heart. Su Haoqian picked up the family portrait next to the table and said with a smile, Dad, this family portrait is old, it's time for a new one. Yeah, it's time for a new generation. The back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves. The new people in the world are chasing the old ones. The people of our old Su family are from generation to generation, and they are getting more and more promising. Mr. Su smiled and looked at Su Chen and Yan Ice Snow said. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen glanced at each other and smiled happily. Grandpa, I want to see the photo you are holding, Lele said curiously. Tuan Tuan also wants to see the photo that Grandpa is holding, Tuanchuan said excitedly. Su Haoqian smiled and showed the photo to Tuanchuan and Lele. Talk about he. Lele, look at the person in the photo, point to Su Haoqian in the photo, and say, Grandpa, is this when you were young? Su Haoqian smiled and nodded. Tuanchuan and Lele looked at Su Haoqian in the photo, and then looked at his father Su Chen, and Tuanchuan said, Grandpa looked just like his father when he was young. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, stupid Tuanchuan, it's my father who looked a lot like Grandpa when he was young, not when he was young and he looked like his father, a father who came before Grandpa. Tuanchuan was embarrassed, touched his little head and said, Tuanchuan knows. No wonder Dad is so handsome, so he inherited it from Grandpa. Ha 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 ha, Su Haoqian smiled happily. Turning to Tuanchuan and Lele, they noticed Su Jianqing, who was standing next to Su Haoqian when he was young, with a stern face. Tuanchuan and Lele asked inexplicably, Grandpa, why don't you smile when you take pictures? Tuanchuan and Lele think Grandpa's smile is more cordial. Tuanchuan and Lele pointed at Su Jianqing in the photo and looked at the current Su Jianqing road in confusion. The Su Jianqing in the photo looks like a successful entrepreneur, which is a little different from the young Su Jianqing imagined by Tuanchuan and Lei. The young Su Jianqing in Tuanchuan and Lei's imagination should be the image of a loving father. Tuanchuan and Lei didn't ask questions, they asked Su Jianqing and Su Haoqian's biggest problem when they got along. Because Su Jianqing always trained Su Haoqian as a corporate heir, and has always been strict with Su Haoqian. In Su Haoqian's impression, his father doesn't seem to show him a smile. Basically, he is the image of a strict father. 7017K. This has led to a long-standing conflict between Su Haoqian and Su Jianqing. Su Jianqing also regretted this incident. Su Jianqing was overwhelmed with emotion, and for a while did not know how to answer Tuanchuan and Lei's questions. Su Haoqian said with a smile, because my grandfather used to be very strict with his grandfather. Mr. Su suddenly asked, Haoqian, do you blame me? You used to have high standards, and you forced you to learn things you didn't like and do things you didn't like? Over the years, Mr. Su has always secretly recalled how he and Su Haoqian used to get along, trying to think that if he didn't force Su Haoqian so much, and respected his opinions and everything, it might not have caused the separation of father and son for so many years. Master Su has been waiting for an answer from Su Haoqian. Su Haoqian shook his head and said with a smile, although I always disliked you for being too strict with me, if it wasn't for you being so strict with me, I wouldn't have been able to get into such a good university. I met Lin Xiao. However, there has always been a problem with my communication with you. There are problems with your education method and my attitude. So I don't blame you. Besides, after so many years, how can I still blame you? Su Haoqian said with a smile. Su Haoqian was relieved, and so was Mr. Su. Su Qian and Yan Bingxue looked at each other. Su Qian whispered, Bingxue, in the future, we will teach our children to encourage everything, to support what they like to do, and what they don't like, we must not force it. They do. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, Husband, I think so too. Tuanchuan and Lei probably understood the conversation between Mr. Su and Su Haoqian. Tuan and Lei blinked at Su Qian and Yan Bingxue, and asked worriedly, Baba Mama, will you be strict with Tuan and Lei in the future? Of course not, Tuanchuan and Lei can think what they want to do in the future. Tuan and Lei must set a clear goal, and then work hard for it. Su Qian explained with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei know that Lei's dream in the future is to be a scientist. Want to be a dad-like scientist specializing in robots and mechas. Lei said proudly and proudly. Tuan also has a dream. In the future, Tuan will become an entrepreneur as good as her mother. Tuanchuan said firmly. Tuanchuan and Lei got the script, and it seems to be the opposite. In other families, the older brother usually inherits the family business. However, this is Tuanchuan and Lei, they are them, they don't need to live and plan according to other people's definitions. They are also lucky to have parents like Yan Bingxue and Su Qian who can fully support their dreams. It's great to talk about Lei, we have our own dreams at a young age, then Tuanchuan and Lei have to work hard. Old man Su said with a smile. Mr. Su is very satisfied with Yan Bingxue and Su Qian's educational concepts. This is a correct educational concept. Children are born like a blank piece of paper. Their lives should be planned and filled out by themselves, not by them. Parents are forced to fill out the plan. Mr. Su is also very fortunate that his educational concept has not deviated from Su Haoqian and Su Chen's educational concept. Mr. Su smiled and looked at Lei Lei and said, Lei Lei, if you want to become a scientist like your father in the future, you must study hard, study the subject knowledge well, and lay a solid foundation for your dreams in the future. Lei Lei replied proudly, Lei Lei knows, my grandfather and grandmother have Lei Lei studying hard. This time, Lei Lei and Tuanchuan scored 100 points in each subject. Okay, Lei Lei must continue to maintain it, and the music orchestra must not be arrogant or discouraged in victory. In this way, Lei Lei and Tuanchuan will become better and better, and then get closer and closer to their dreams, and finally realize their own a dream. Old Master Su said earnestly. Lei Lei knows, Lei Lei will continue to work hard. Lei Lei said with a smile. Tuanchuan will also work hard. Tuanchuan said happily. Talk about that. If you want to become an excellent entrepreneur in the future, you have to work hard to learn the subject knowledge, have a plan in everything you do, and have goals, said Old Lady Su, holding Tuanchuan's hand. Yeah, Tuanchuan knows. Tuanchuan nodded. Baba Mama has a question. I want to ask Tuanchuan and Lei Lei. Do Tuanchuan and Lei Lei feel tired from the interest class outside? Su Chen asked with concern. Tuan Tuan is not tired. Tuan Tuan likes that interest class very much, and Tuan Tuan thinks the interest class is very interesting, and Tuan Tuan can learn a lot of things that he wants to learn. Tuanchuan shook his head and said with a smile. Lei Lei is not tired either. Lei Lei doesn't feel tired from taking the hobby class. Lei Lei is happy and can go to the robot hobby class. Lei Lei will be a small robot now. Lei Lei still wants to continue learning, and will be a big one in the future. Robot. Lei Lei said with a smile. Su Chen was very relieved to see that Lei Lei and Tuanchuan were not tired, and at the same time enjoyed his experience in the interest class. Sure enough, interest is the best teacher. After speaking, Lei Lei and Tuanchuan continued to look at the photo. Tuanchuan smiled and said, Grandma, you were so beautiful when you were young. Yeah, Grandma, you were so good-looking when you were young, but Grandma looks good now. Lei Lei said happily, looking at Grandma. The little guy's operation made Mrs. Su a lot happier. Isn't it? Grandma must have been a great beauty when she was young, right? Su Chen said with a smile. Old Master Su replied proudly, your grandma was indeed a great beauty when she was young. The old lady Su said with some sighs, I'm old now. Yan Bingshui handed Mrs. Su a cup of hot water and said, Mom, time has never defeated a beauty. Mrs. Su took the water glass and took a sip in relief. Yes, Mom, there is beauty in every age group. Even if you are old, standing among a group of peers, you are still the one with the most outstanding temperament. The beauty is in the bones and not the skin. Lin Xiu smiled. Said. After listening to what Yan Bingshui and Lin Xiu had to say, Mrs. Su was instantly happier. The old man, Su, looked at the old lady Su with admiration and said, the beauty has never been defeated. In my heart, you will always be the most beautiful. Oops, this wave of dog food was sprinkled, and Su Chen and Yan Bingshui said that this is also sweet. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su really took the hand of the son and grew old together with him, which perfectly reflected it. In the end, Su Chen smiled and said, then grandparents, parents, let's go take a family photo together tomorrow. Everyone nodded in agreement in anticipation. 7017K. Then Bingshui and I are ready to take pictures tomorrow. Su Chen said with a smile. Mrs. Su and Mrs. Su nodded with a smile, okay. Mrs. Su replied. Everyone is excitedly looking forward to the shooting tomorrow. Baba Mama, can Tuanchuan wear nice clothes again tomorrow? Tuanchuan said. Expectantly. Of course, What color skirt do you want to wear tomorrow? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Tuan Tuan thought for a while and said, well. Tuan Tuan wants to wear a little pink skirt, that kind of tutu skirt. Okay, Mom and Dad will prepare a beautiful little skirt for Tuanchuan. Tomorrow. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Parents, grandparents, do you have any requirements for clothing? Yan Bingxue asked carefully. Mom and Dad, let's take the Cheongsam as the theme, okay? Cheongsam is a special kind of beauty in the East. Yan Bingxue suggested. Okay, Bingxue, the Cheongsam is very good. Mrs. Su said with a smile. Well, Cheongsam is fine. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Okay. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Husband, shall we go take a look now? We just have time now. Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Okay. Suchin nodded. Suchin thought that everyone was tired from climbing the mountain today, so he wanted Tuanchuan and Lele to stay at home to rest. Let's go out with Yan Bingxue to prepare for tomorrow's shooting. Tuanchuan, Lele, can you play with your grandparents and grandparents at home? Dad and Mom have something to do when you go out. Suchin asked. Well then, Baba Mama has to come back early. Lele looked at Yan Bingxue and Suchin seriously and said with a smile. Okay, Baba Mama must be back soon. Suchin said with a smile. Then Mom and Dad are gone. Parents, grandparents, we're leaving. Suchin said. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su and Lin Xiu, Su Haqian nodded. Lin Xiu said, okay. Suchin and Yan Bingxue were about to go out, and Tuanchuan and Lilemu went to the door and said, goodbye Baba Mama. Yan Bingxue gently patted the two little guys on the heads and said, goodbye. Tuanchuan and Lele should be good at home. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded earnestly. Suchin and Yan Bingxue went out. Since Suchin drank some wine in the restaurant, they asked the driver to drive out the door. Yan Bingxue looked at several famous photo studios in Beijing on her mobile phone, and her keen business acumen made her quickly choose the best photo studio. Husband, shall we go to this photo studio? Yan Bingxue asked. Okay, listen to your wife. Suchin replied. So Yan Bingxue told the driver the location, and the driver took them there. Yan Bingxue teased, husband, what do you mean by listening to your wife? I'm not a strict wife. But my husband is very willing to be a strict wife manager. My wife is so good, but my husband is very proud. Suchin said while holding Yan Bingxue's hand. The driver looked at the flirtatious Yan Bingxue and Suchin in front of him and smiled. Husband, Yan Bingxue said shyly. Yan Bingxue's eyes turned to the front. The driver said very interestingly, young master, ma'am, you can treat me as a transparent person, and I am also very happy to be a big light bulb. Suchin and Yan Bingxue looked at each other and smiled, and soon came to the photo studio. The studio saw an outlet car approaching from a distance, and I thought, this must be a big customer. The owner of the photo studio reminded the employees, you should give me a lot of energy. When guests arrive, don't slack off. The employees smiled and nodded, then went back to their jobs. Suchin and Yan Bingxue got out of the car and walked into the studio. Hello, welcome, do you need anything? a waiter asked enthusiastically. Hello, we want to take a family photo tomorrow. Suchin said with a smile. Sir, is your wife saying tomorrow? This. The waiter was at a loss for words. Tomorrow's schedule, the waiter saw that it was already full. What's the matter, is there any problem tomorrow? Yan Bingxue asked. Politely. At this time, the manager of the studio came over and said with a warm smile. No problem, no problem, what time do you come over tomorrow? Here is a family portrait package for you. That's great, it's about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Suchin said with a smile. Okay, no problem, the manager said with a smile. The manager winked at the waiter, when the waiter poured a glass of water over. Come on, sit here, let's decide on tomorrow's clothes first. The manager said with a smile. Okay. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. What's your last name? The manager asked politely. Su. Suchin replied with a smile. A person whose surname is Su, who is surnamed Su in the imperial capital and who can open an outlet, is undoubtedly the top 3 Su family in the imperial capital. The manager was so excited that he could receive Su's house. The manager enthusiastically introduced the categories of family portraits to Yan Bingxue and Su Chen. Excuse me, how many people and how many generations do you have? The manager asked with a smile. 12 people. 4 generations. Suchin replied with a smile. 4 generations in the same family, good intentions, our store has recently launched a new photo package, the theme happens to be 4 generations in the same family, I think you can take a look first. The manager introduced. The manager turned to the event page of the 4 generations living together and said, there are several series of clothing in this theme. You can take a look at the clothing in our store. They are all co-branded and high-end, you can choose with confidence. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue began to choose, and in the end, the 2 of them tacitly fell in love with a family portrait with lawn as the main element. And the 2 said tacitly, this. The manager smiled and said, you 2 really have a tacit understanding. Suchin looked at Yan Bingxue and smiled, thank you. By the way, has anyone photographed this costume? Suchin asked. Not yet, this is a new set of themes from our store, and no one has come to book it yet, the manager said with a smile. Then manager, can I buy out the clothing copyright rights for this theme? Su Chen asked. You mean you want to buy out this theme? The manager asked in surprise. Yes, tell me how much it is. Suchin said with a smile. Suchin thought to himself, this is the first time I take a family photo with my family, and I must choose a unique one, so Suchin decided to buy Tata, so. This theme, this set of costumes is owned by Suchin. This made the manager a little embarrassed. After all, this is a new theme. And the studio is trying to use this theme as the main theme of the season. But it was the Su family who wanted to come. The manager finally agreed and gave a more authentic price. Finally, the task of determining the costumes and themes has come to an end. 17K. Next, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue discussed with the manager what should be done. Tomorrow. Determine the costumer, photographer, stylist. The manager, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue talked very harmoniously. The manager smiled and sent off Yan Bingxue and Su Chen. Mr. Su, Mrs. Su is looking forward to your arrival tomorrow, and we will definitely cooperate. Well, here. Okay. Thank you. Su Chen walked out the door and said, Mr. Su, goodbye Mrs. Su. the manager smiled and called the door. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue walked out of the studio. At this time, night had fallen, and the sky was gradually darkening, replaced by the brilliant lights of the city. The cold wind blew, bringing with it an endless stream of cool air, which poured straight into the clothes. Yan Bingxue unwittingly tightened the straps on her clothes with both hands. Su Chen took Yan Bingxue's hand and said softly, "Wife, are you cold? With you here, it will be much better." Yan Bingxue shook her head gently. The fireworks in the city are gorgeous, and when people are cold, it is easy to feel hungry. Su Chen smiled and asked, "Wife, why don't we go have something to eat? Just the two of us, we will eat out tonight." Yan Bingxue smiled and asked, "Just the two of us?" "Yes, it's just the two of us, my wife, it's our two-person world tonight." "Okay?" Su Chen said with a smile, looking forward to looking at Yan Bingxue. Looking at Su Chen's smile, Yan Bingxue said, "That's fine. But husband, let's talk to my parents first, or they will definitely wait for us to go back together at home." "Okay, husband, call mom now," Su Chen said happily. Su Chen took out his mobile phone to call Lin Xiu, and the call was connected. Shortly after, Su Chen smiled and looked at Yan Bingxue to answer the phone. "Hello, Mom." Lin Xiu smiled and said, "Hey, son, what's the matter? Have you finished taking the family photo tomorrow?" Su Chen smiled, holding Yan Bingxue in one hand and the mobile phone in the other. "It's done, I just have something to tell you, Bingxue and I are out for dinner tonight, so I won't come back to eat." "It's dinner," Lin Xiu said cheerfully. "Okay, son, then you and Bingxue are having fun outside." "Okay, Mom," Su Chen replied with a smile. Su Chen hung up the phone and said with a smile, "It's done." Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen with an angry smile. "Let's go, wife," Su Chen said with a smile. "Wife, I found that there is a delicious snack street here, right there, why don't we go there to eat tonight?" Su Chen happily invited. "Snack Street, okay, let's go to Snack Street." Yan Bingxue accepted with some expectation. Snack Street, Yan Bingxue rarely heard this word, but Gu Yusen mentioned it often, and always thought about it. Yan Bingxue always felt that the food on the stalls in the Snack Street was unsanitary. Whenever Gu Yusen proposed to go to the Snack Street to eat, she always refused. However, Yan Bingxue doesn't look that much right now. The Snack Street may have other kinds of food hidden in it. Otherwise, why would her husband like it so much? Well, but let's change clothes first and then go, Su Chen said with a smile. Change clothes? Yan Bingxue asked with some doubts. Well, wife, I think we are dressed too formally and are not down to earth. In order to be able to eat all over the Snack Street, I think we are going to change our clothes, Su Chen said with a smile. Saying that, while pulling Yan Bingxue to a clothing store, Yan Bingxue was caught off guard. Before he could realize what he was going to do next, he was taken to a clothing store by Su Chen. Su Chen chose a dress for each of them. Wife, go and try this outfit? Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue nodded and agreed. Both of them put on fleece sweaters outside, like a couple style. Pants are chosen a casual pants. Yan Bingxue took off her high heels and put on a pair of white shoes. Su Chen changed her leather shoes and put on a pair of sneakers. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue, although it was just an ordinary dress, it still couldn't stop Yan Bingxue's beauty. Suchin looked at it as if there was still something, but Suchin thought about it, there was still a high ponytail. Wife, my husband will tie your hair up and make a high ponytail, okay? Su Chen smiled and held Yan Bingshua's hand. Yan Bingshua nodded and agreed. Suchin put a high ponytail on Yan Bingshua. Okay, wife, take a look. Suchin put his hand on Yan Bingshua's right-angled shoulder and looked at Yan Bingshua in the mirror. Yan Bingshua looked at herself in the mirror, familiar, but unfamiliar. Yan Bingshua had a little joy. Yan Bingshua liked this kind of dress very much, and she felt that she was full of youthful vitality now. Sir, Miss is really a good match. Wearing this looks like a young couple in college. The shopping guide praised with a smile. Yan Bingshua smiled and looked at herself and Suchin in the mirror, with an indescribable joy in her heart. Hello, put away the clothes we wore before, Suchin said with a smile. Okay. The shopping guide put away the suit and leather shoes that Suchin wore before and the height that Yan Bingshua wore. Just check out. Suchin took Yan Bingshua's hand and walked to the counter. And said. The cashier at the counter skillfully settled the bill for Suchin. The shopping guide also put Suchin and Yan Bingshua's previous clothes into the bag. Sir, miss, your clothes, the shopping guide said with a smile. Suchin finally thanked the bag with a smile. Thank you. So the two walked out of the clothing store. Xiaolu was still driving the car and waiting for Suchin and Yan Bingshua. Outside the door, Suchin smiled and knocked on the window and looked at Xiao Lu and said, Xiaolu, don't wait for us, you go back first, take this back with you. That's it, Suchin said, putting his clothes in the back seat. Xiaolu smiled and nodded and said, okay, Xiaodong. So Xiaolu turned around and drove away. After all, Suchin and Yan Bingshua also left. The staff of the clothing store looked at the backs of Suchin and Yan Bingshua walking away, and started talking. They're a good match too, and they drive an outlet. Yeah, a talented man and a woman's looks are made in heaven. I love their looks so much. Well, look, it seems that this little brother brought his girlfriend here on purpose. Why did he change his height and wear such ordinary clothes? You don't understand this, it's called romance. Oh, I get it. Look at you, if only I had such a romantic boyfriend. They seem to be husband and wife, not boyfriend and girlfriend. Just now I heard my little brother call that beautiful little sister his wife. 7017K. Oh, handsome men always get married at an early age. Cough. I'll be honest, as my migrant worker. The action staff of the service shop started to get a little restless. I came to the snack street next to Hugua Temple. This snack street is different from the restaurants and hotels that Yan Bingshue has been to. There is a lot of delicious food here, and there are a lot of things to eat. Each stall is only 1 meter apart, and the stall owners at the stalls are very busy, constantly flipping the tools in their hands. Most of the people who come and go are young people, mostly young couples. Although the stalls here are not as high-end as 5-star hotels, there is something here that is not found in 5-star hotels. Everyone enjoyed the delicacies from the south to the north. The stall owners showed simple smiles, and the young couples who came and went enjoyed different delicacies to the fullest. Yan Bingshue was a little shocked and moved in her heart. Yan Bingshue was looking forward to a different food tour today. Husband, I think this place is very different. Yan Bingshue sighed. That's right, my husband is going to take you all over this food street today. Well, let's start shopping from here, Suchin said with a smile. Su Chen looked at the many delicacies, and was also very excited. Donkey rolls, delicious donkey rolls, pass by, don't miss it. Donkey rolls, delicious donkey rolls. What a novel name, wife, why don't we try this donkey roll first? This seems to be a special food in the north, made of glutinous rice and soybean flour. Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded, okay. Boss, I want a donkey roll. Su Chen said with a smile. Okay. The boss hurriedly made a donkey roll. The boss threw the warm little round dumplings into the soy flour, and took a wide colander and chopsticks, stirring and scooping it. Soon a donkey roll was ready. Come. Your donkey rolls, get it. The boss smiled and handed the donkey roll to Su Chen. Su Chen took the donkey and rolled around with a smile and asked with a smile, Boss, how much is it? 6 yuan. The boss said seasonally. Okay. Su Chen scanned the QR code on the booth and paid. Su Chen first picked a toothpick for Yan Bingxue and said, Come on, Bingxue. Try it, how about this, be careful it's hot. Yan Bingxue took a bite. It was soft and glutinous. The soy flour wrapped on the outside was also very sweet. Yan Bingxue's eyes suddenly lit up, husband. It's delicious. You can try one too. Yan Bingxue smiled and picked one for Su Chen, and Su Chen happily took a bite. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen ate while walking. Husband, such a large portion is only 6 yuan. If you say that after the cost, don't they earn very little? Su Chen gently touched Yan Bingxue's hair and said, So, they pay attention to small profits, but quick turnover. In this way, customers are willing to come. And they also have business to do. Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded. Yan Bingxue picked up another small round dumpling to eat. Then Su Chen and Yan Bingxue came to another booth, which was roasting gluten. This is a kind of food in the south. It does not pick people at all, and everyone who has eaten it says it is good. Boss, I want 2 baked gluten. Su Chen said with a smile. Okay. The boss brushed sauce on the roasted gluten, sprinkled with pepper and chili powder, wrapped it up for Su Chen, and handed it to Su Chen. Watching the boss cook the gluten is really greedy. Wife, I think another feature of this snack street is that you can watch the boss make something for you to eat. In fact, watching the boss cook is also a kind of stimulation to the taste buds. Do you feel that watching the boss cook, I am looking forward to the finished product abnormally? Su Chen sighed. Yan Bingxue nodded sympathetically, that kind of fragrance really makes me greedy. Okay, bake 2 gluten, take it. The boss said enthusiastically. Thank you. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue continued to walk forward with the baked gluten. Baked gluten is really delicious, with that kind of strength and spicy taste. Nothing can replace it. Husband, this baked gluten is delicious. Yan Bingxue said with a smile like a child who had eaten the candy he had been looking forward to for a long time. Well, if you like Bingxue, let's have another one. Su Chen said fondly. Su Chen took Yan Bingxue's hand and walked back, and said, Boss, one more string. Okay. The boss grilled Su Chen a bunch of gluten again. Su Chen smiled and handed it to Yan Bingxue. Bingxue, don't think about anything today, just enjoy the food here. Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded. This is the joy of being spoiled as a child. Yan Bingxue has now started to let go of the challenge food street. The smell of mutton skewers came, and Yan Bingxue was deeply attracted. Husband, it's the smell of mutton skewers. Yan Bingxue said with a cute smile. Su Chen quickly searched the surrounding stalls and shops, and soon found the shop that bought mutton skewers. Su Chen took Yan Bingshua's hand and walked forward. Wife, is this the one? Su Chen pointed to the plaque of the mutton kebab shop and asked. Yan Bingxue sniffed carefully and said, well, this is the place. Boss, mutton skewers, 10 skewers of beef each. Su Chen said with a smile. The boss started taking orders to make a string. Yan Bingxue patted Su Chen's shoulder lightly and said, husband, 10 strings. Per person, will it be a bit too much? Su Chen smiled and said, not much. Soon the mutton and beef kebabs were served, and the meat aroma was simply too tempting. Su Chen handed Yan Bingxue a mutton skewer and said, wife, be careful with scalding, here it is. Yan Bingxue happily took the mutton kebab. Wow, it's really delicious, Yan Bingxue ate a bunch of mutton kebabs in one go, and then picked up the second one. Before I knew it, 20 skewers had been eaten. Su Chen ate 8 skewers, and Yan Bingxue ate 12 skewers. When Yan Bingxue ate by herself, she didn't realize that she ate a little more than Su Chen. Finally, I found that the meat skewers were finished, and I noticed that the skewers next to me seemed to be a little more than Su Chen's, and then I realized that I had eaten a little more. Yan Bingxue slapped her face now. Yan Bingxue said embarrassedly, oh. Husband, I didn't expect that I would eat a little more than you. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue dotingly and said, it doesn't matter, wife. Just eat it if you like it, don't worry about it so much. Yan Bingxue blinked her beautiful eyes and said, husband, you made me too fat, what should I do if I'm not pretty anymore? Su Chen smiled and said, how come, my wife is always the most beautiful in my husband's heart. Besides, my husband wants his wife to be more fleshy. Yan Bingxue shyly turned her head away. Husband, I won't tell you. Yan Bingxue shyly walked out of the store and walked forward. Wife, wait for me. Su Chen hurriedly settled the bill and went out. 17K. Wife, don't go so fast. Su Chen caught up and said. Su Chen quietly took Yan Bingshue's hand and the two continued to walk forward. Su Chen saw that there were roasted cold noodles, so he smiled and said to Su Chen, wife, roasted cold noodles is delicious, do you want to try it? Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded. Boss, here are 2 cold noodles. Su Chen said with a smile. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were waiting in front of the booth. At this time, 2 14 or 15-year-old little girls suddenly came over. Sister, let's buy 2 baked cold noodles to eat. The elder sister nodded and said, okay, boss, we also want 2 cold noodles. The older sister and younger sister happily waited at the booth, and the older sister wanted to find money to pay for it. At this time, my sister turned her shoulder bag over and couldn't find her change. The elder sister said anxiously, Sister, what should I do? I can't find the change. I remember that I clearly brought the money out. The younger sister was also very anxious, and finally she said sensible. Sister, let's not eat it for now, next time, will we eat again next time? The elder sister is very happy that the younger sister understands her, but she is also very distressed at the same time. She finally sneaked out on the weekend. When I go back this time, I don't know if my mother will find out. Next time, so I can't come here? Seeing that the 2 little girls looked helpless and embarrassed, Yan Bingxue suddenly walked over and asked, Did you bring change? The 2 little girls blushed and nodded and said, it should have fallen on the road. Yan Bingxue looked at the 2 little girls tenderly and said, It doesn't matter, my sister is rich, you 2 sisters of baked cold noodles are invited. The two little girls looked at Yan Bingxue overjoyedly and thank you, sister. Sister, you are so kind. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, it's okay. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue and smiled softly. Yan Bingxue paid the two little girls. Boss, I paid for the two little girls. The boss smiled and nodded. Looking at the kind-hearted Yan Bingxue, the boss deliberately added more weight to Yan Bingxue and Su Chen's roasted cold noodles. Come on, your cold noodles are ready, take them. The boss said with a smile. Yan Bingxue took the cold noodles with a smile and said, thank you. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen continued to walk forward. The two little girls looked at the backs of Su Chen and Yan Bingxue with gratitude. That elder sister is good-looking and kind, elder sister, I hope she and that big brother can always be happy in everything, just like tonight. The younger sister smiled and wished. Yes, sister, kind people will be very happy. Sister said with a smile. Okay, the cold noodles are ready. The boss said with a smile. Thank you. The two little girls looked at the boss with a smile and said. The two little girls happily walked away with the roasted cold noodles. The grilled cold noodles are also delicious. Yan Bingxue was very happy to eat. The two walked to a milk tea shop, ordered a cup of milk tea, and ate cold noodles while drinking milk tea. The two sat together, happily eating cold noodles and drinking milk tea. Seeing Yan Bingxue eating cold noodles like a child, Su Chen was very happy. Yan Bingxue saw that Su Chen had been staring at her, and asked inexplicably, Husband, is there something on my face? Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue dotingly and said, No, my husband likes to watch you eat. Yan Bingxue poked Su Chen's right face with her hand, and said cutely, Husband, hurry up and eat the cold noodles later. Su Chen smiled and picked up chopsticks to eat cold noodles. The streets outside were bustling with people coming and going, covering the joys and sorrows of most young people in the city. After eating the cold noodles, the two walked out of the store and continued to walk forward. Yan Bingxue smelled a very sweet taste. Yan Bingxue walked to the booth happily. The boss greeted warmly, Beauty, would you like a Zhen cake? It's very sweet. When the boss saw Su Chen next to Yan Bingxue, he asked, Handsome guy, do you want to get one for your girlfriend? Girls like to eat it, and it's sweeter too. Eat sweets. Su Chen smiled and looked at Yan Bingxue, and said, Okay, give my wife a copy. The boss picked out a cake for Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, and said, Handsome guy, is that your wife? I thought you were a couple in love. Su Chen said with a smile, Boss, we are married, and both of our children are almost 4 years old. Can't you see? The boss said in surprise. Come on, the cake is ready. The boss said with a smile. Yan Bingxue happily took the cake and said, Thank you. The boss said with a smile, No thanks, I have seen many young couples, and when I look at you, I know that you must be in a good relationship. I wish you happiness forever. Live your life like this cake. Ha 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 ha, we will. Su Chen said with a smile, looking at Yan Bingxue. After eating sweet, come again next time. The boss said with a smile. Okay. Su Chen said with a smile. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue smiled and held hands and walked away. Yan Bingxue smelled the sweet Jin cake and said, Husband, it smells so sweet, it's definitely more delicious to eat. Yan Bingxue held the cake to Su Chen's mouth and said, Husband, try it. Su Chen smiled and looked at Yan Bingxue, took a bite happily and said, It's really sweet. Wife, try it too. Yan Bingxue ate the cake happily. Su Chen smiled and said, Wife, I found that You like sweets very much. Yan Bingxue smiled and asked, husband, don't you like it? Su Chen smiled and said, I like it, of course I like it. Some people say that. People who like sweets are very happy people. I don't know if this sentence is correct? Yan Bingxue smiled and leaned on Su Chen's shoulder and asked, husband, what do you think? Su Chen fondly hooked the bridge of Yan Bingxue's high nose and said, I think this sentence is right. Yan Bingxue smiled softly. Soon a piece of Zhen cake was eaten, and Yan Bingxue fed more than half of this cake to Su Chen. Yan Bingxue touched her chubby belly that she ate today and said, husband, I'm a little full after eating, why don't we go for a walk? Su Chen said with a smile, okay, let's go for a walk together. It's very suitable for a walk next to the Hugua temple here, and the scenery is also very good. Yan Bingxue put her arms around Su Chen's shoulder and nodded. The two walked out of the snack street and came to the Hugua temple. Although it was in the middle of a busy city, it was indeed a very peaceful place. The lights on the side of the road are warm yellow, shining on the streets in winter, but it sends a little warmth to people. Yan Bingxue leaned on Su Chen's shoulder, covered the light with one hand, looked down one hand and said, husband, it's so nice here. Genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version. Reading website. Su Chen smiled and asked, wife, where are you? Yan Bingxue paused and said with a smile, well, this quiet atmosphere is very good. Su Chen said softly, it's all said that Xiao Yinin is a mausoleum, and Yinin is going to the market. It seems that what he said is indeed true. Yeah, yes. Yan Bingxue smiled softly. The two continued to walk around Hugua Temple. Su Chen jokingly said, wife, let's wait for the spring, and take your parents to Sucheng for a walk. There is a famous temple there, on the mountain. Yan Bingxue closed her eyes and thought, it's good, husband, it's also a good thing to wake up listening to the bells of the temple and the birds in the mountains and forests. Su Chen gently stroked Yan Bingxue's head and said, my husband thinks so too. The two walked quietly for a long time, and the road in winter always seemed to be extraordinarily quiet. Husband, let's go back, the night wind is blowing. Yan Bingxue said softly. Okay. Su Chen said softly. Su Chen gently kissed Yan Bingxue's forehead. The two walked around the Hugua temple and went back. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when Su Chen and Yan Bingxue returned home. Lin Xiu is practicing calligraphy with Su Haoqian at home. Lin Xiu heard footsteps outside, and walked out, saw Yan Bingxue and Su Chen coming back, and said with a smile, come back. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue nodded. Mom, where are the little guys Tuanchuan and Lei? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei went to bed early. I guess they were too tired to climb the Great Wall today. After dinner, I watched TV for a while, and fell asleep. After watching it later, I asked them both to take a shower and then go to bed. The two little guys really fell asleep when they got on the bed. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Ha 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 ha, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue laughed. Go take a bath and rest too, you're tired today. Lin Xiu said with concern. Okay. Mom, you should rest early too. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Okay. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Wife, go take a shower first. Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue smiled and said, then I'll take a shower first. Okay, wife, I'll wait for you to come out. Suchin said with a smile. The next morning, Suchin made breakfast for the family. The whole family was sitting at the table for breakfast: Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, the second grandfather's family, the third grandfather's family, and Su Haqian, Lin Xiao, Su Chen, Yan, Bing Xue, Tuanchuan and Lei Lei. The old lady Su said happily, Xiaochen, today's breakfast is really rich. Chinese and Western. Ha ha ha, everyone's taste is different, so I have prepared some Chinese food. And Western food. Grandma, how about you try this soup dumpling I made this morning? Suchin asked with a smile. Mrs. Suchin took a sip and said, well, it's delicious. It took a long time for Xiao Su to fill the soup bag. Suchin smiled and said, it took some time. The finished product is in good condition, and the time is not in vain. Xiaochen, this beef is medium cooked, just right, said the second grandfather with a smile. Second grandpa likes it. Suchin laughed. Suchin filled Yan Bingxue with a bowl of porridge and said, Bingxue, try this porridge. Yan Bingxue smiled and took the porridge brought by Suchin. Bingxue sees that you are thin, but you need to eat more, old Madam Su said with a smile. Okay, Grandma. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. After dinner, Suchin drove everyone to the studio. The luxury car was parked in front of the studio, attracting the attention of all the staff. Look, there's a luxury car here. Wow, so beautiful. I'd rather cry in a BMW than laugh behind a bicycle. Look at your good luck. Suchin and his party got off the car and came to the photo studio. When Suchin got out of the car, the manager of the studio came to greet him. Mr. Su, you're here, please come in. The manager greeted warmly. Don't worry, Mr. Su, everything is ready, just waiting for you. The manager said with a smile. The costumer and the stylist are waiting for you and your family upstairs. The manager said as he led the way. Suchin smiled and nodded. Coming to the second floor, the family began to change into clothes and do styling separately. Some of the two little guys were reluctant to cooperate with the staff in styling, and the staff were a little overwhelmed. Yan Bingxue came over to comfort him. Tuanchuan, Lei Lei, what's wrong? Mama, I don't want to have a braid like this. Tuanchuan said with a pouting mouth. Yan Bingxue squatted down and asked gently, what kind of hairstyle do you want to make? Yan Bingxue took out her mobile phone and showed it to Yan Bingxue. Mama, I want to make this look and wear the crown that Baba gave me last time. Yan Bingxue smiled and patted Tuanchuan's head and said, okay, then can you talk to this sister yourself? Tuanchuan nodded and showed the stylist with his mobile phone. Sister, can I do this look if I want? The stylist smiled and nodded and said, of course, this look also suits the clothes you're wearing. Tuanchuan smiled and said, thank you, sister. The stylist smiled and said, you can tell my sister what you want, and my sister will respect your opinion. Tuanchuan smiled and nodded. Tuanchuan continued to cooperate with the modeling. Yan Bingxue also continued to do modeling. Yan Bingxue incarnates a beauty in the Republic of China. Stylists and makeup artists are impressed by Yan Bingxue's beauty. Miss Yan, in the novel, the eyebrows are not drawn and the lips are not pointed, but Zhu is talking about a beauty like you. The makeup artist sighed. Thank you. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Miss Yan, it feels like making a piece of art for you, the stylist exclaimed. Yan Bingxue smiled softly. Suchin finished modeling before Yan Bingxue and came over to see Yan Bingxue. Looking at Yan Bingxue and Su Chen in the mirror, she was full of admiration. It is said that the most beautiful beauty described in the Book of Songs is Jiang Zhuang, with hands like soft catkins and skin like creamy fat. Her collar is like a grub, her teeth are like a rhinoceros, her head is like a rhinoceros, her head is crooked, she has a beautiful smile and beautiful eyes. That's it. Su Chen admired. Husband, how can it be so exaggerated? Yan Bingxue said, holding Su Chen's hand. Wife, if you don't believe me, you can ask them, right? Su Chen said with a smile. Both stylists and makeup artists agreed with Su Chen's statement. Miss Yan, what your husband said is no exaggeration at all, it is true, your facial features and figure are really impeccable. I can't imagine that you have already given birth to 2 children. Younger than a girl. Yan Bingxue smiled softly. You and Mr. Su are really a good match. I think our photographer would be very happy to take pictures of your family. The stylist said with a smile. Genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version. Reading website. Soon the family put on makeup, did their styling, and put on their clothes. When we stand together, we really know at a glance that we are family. This body suits you very well. From a distance, you can tell that you are a family. The photographer said with a smile. Ha ha ha, Mrs. Su and Mr. Su laughed happily. Brother, sit in the middle. The second grandfather said with a smile. Everyone took their place. The photographer adjusted the focal length, took a test shot and said, then. Everyone, move to the right a little bit. Everyone moved a little to the right, okay, just right. The photographer holds the camera in front of his eyes with 2 hands, holds the camera with one hand, adjusts the focus with the other hand, with one eye open and the other closed. It's like this now, when I say 1, 2, 3, everyone will look at the camera, okay, everyone should laugh, the photographer said with a smile. Everyone nodded seriously. Come on, let's try it first, the photographer said seriously. Everyone sorted out their attire and location. Mrs. Su and Mr. Su sat in the middle, and the second grandfather and the third grandfather sat on both sides. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu stood behind Mrs. Su and Mr. Su, while Su Chen and Yan Bingxue stood behind the second grandfather and second grandma holding Tuanchuan and Lele. 1, 2, 3, eggplant. The photographer took a photo, looked at it and said, everyone cooperated very well just now. Let's all smile a little bit. More. The more smiles, the better. The photographer glanced at everyone's eyes and saw that everyone understood. So he said, the shooting has officially started now, please prepare yourself. And relax. The photographer started shooting. 1, 2, 3, eggplant. Everyone tried their best to show their smiles, very good, very beautiful. Keep it up, the old gentleman who came to stand in the middle, can be a little bit happier and smile a little bit more. Mr. Su quickly adjusted his state. To be honest, Mr. Su was still a little nervous, but fortunately his wife was beside him, so he felt a lot more at ease. Come on, great, let's change another set of actions. Change a scene, the photographer said with a smile. The assistant hurriedly switched the props and scenes of the shooting. Come on, everyone in this group will be more natural. Take it easy. The photographer said with a smile. Come on, 1, 2, 3, eggplant. The photographer captured all angles and took pictures of Su Chen's family. A total of 4 scenes were switched, and it was almost the same. Okay. Everyone can come to the computer to see the finished product. If you are not satisfied, I will shoot for you again. The photographer said politely. The photographer copied the photos from the camera to the computer, and Su Chen and Yan Bingxue walked over to see the photos. Su Chen looked very satisfied with the photos and asked, Bingxue, what do you think? Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded, I think it's all pretty good. The photographer smiled and said, we can also take pictures of your generations alone. Do you need it? Su Chen smiled and nodded, thinking to himself, it's exactly what I want. Okay, Bingxue, we haven't taken a photo for a while, so let's take today's opportunity. Yan Bingxue nodded in agreement. Su Chen said to everyone, parents, grandparents, second grandpa, second grandma, third grandfather, third grandma, you can take a group photo with each other, do you need it? Everyone nodded happily. Okay. Su Haoqian said happily. Everyone started taking pictures. Everyone took pictures all morning, and it was finally completed at 1:30 in the afternoon. The photo shooting process is over, and the next step is the selection process. The manager said enthusiastically, Mr. Su, are you free tomorrow morning? We can make some fine-tuning of the photos, and then pick up the film for you. Tomorrow morning? Yes. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Then I'll tell you the address of my home. Su Chen continued. The manager smiled and said, okay. With that said, Su Chen was ready to go out. The manager sent Su Chen to the door of the store and said, Mr. Su, walk slowly. Now everyone is a little hungry and ready to go to a restaurant for lunch. Especially Xiao Tuan, who touched his belly and said, Baba, can we go eat? Okay, Mom has already ordered a restaurant online, it's nearby, you can eat it in the past. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Great, Tuan can finally have dinner, happy. Tuanchuan said in surprise. Everyone came to the restaurant that Yan Bingxue ordered. When Yan Bingxue walked out of the studio, she sent a message to the restaurant and asked them to start preparing. Now when Yan Bingxue and his party arrived at the restaurant, they were almost ready. The waiter came over with the dining cart and brought the dishes one after another. Everyone, please take your time. The waiter said politely. Okay, thank you. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. After the dishes were served, the waiter withdrew, and everyone in the Su family gathered around the round table to eat in a very warm atmosphere. My brother has been waiting for this photo for many years, and this time it has finally come true. My brother, your wish is now complete. The second grandfather asked with a smile. Ha ha ha, it's done, and it's over completed. Master Su said with a smile. Chen, this is a big event in your grandfather's mind. Old Mrs. Su said. With a smile. Today is a memorable day. Grandpa and Grandma, second grandma and second grandma, third grandfather and third grandma must eat more. Su Chen said with a smile. Okay, eat more. Mr. Su said with a smile. How can I do without wine on such a good day? Old Master Su said with a smile. Dad, you are so old and your health is not good, so you should avoid alcohol. Su Haoqian said with some worry, if Mr. Su came up to the third year of high school, it was not a joke. Yes, big brother, let's avoid it. The second grandfather persuaded. Mr. Su had no choice but to accept it, but Mr. Su was a little unhappy. Su Chen smiled and said at this time, Grandpa, if there is no wine today. Let's have a cup of tea. I want them to make Luan Guapian, do you want to? Drink some. The tea name Luan Guapian is also very suitable for this situation. The old man, Su thought to himself, let's take the next step, let's just say Luan melon slices. Old man Su said with a smile, okay, let's celebrate with tea instead of wine. Everyone raised their cups and started drinking tea. The two little guys, Tuanchuan and Lele, couldn't accept the taste of tea. They liked to drink milk more than tea, so Tuanchuan and Lele used milk instead of wine to raise a glass with everyone. Genius for a second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version. Reading website. After the family finished their lunch happily, the two little guys wanted to go out to play. Baba Mama, you can go out and play with me, okay? Tuanchuan said coquettishly. Do you want to go out to play? Suchen asked with a smile. The little cutie nodded and said, Tuanchuan really wants to go out to play. Baba Mama, can you accompany Tuanchuan and Giggle to play? Suchen looked at the expectant eyes of the two little guys and said, well. Then. Su Haqian smiled and said, son, why don't you take Tuanchuan and Lele to Beihai for a walk? The scenery there is not bad. Beihai, wife, do you want to go? Suchen said softly in Yan Bingshue's ear. Yes. Yan Bingshue replied happily. When Tuanchuan and Lele saw that their parents seemed to be discussing, they knew that they could definitely go out to play this afternoon. As for where to go, Tuanchuan and Lele are looking forward to it. Children are so curious about everything in the outside world. Tuanchuan, Lele, shall we go to Beihai to play together? Suchen asked with a smile. Beihai? Tuanchuan and Lele thought it was a sea when they heard the word Beihai. Tuanchuan asked in surprise, Baba, are you going to take me and Goku to the sea? Lele also blinked at Suchen and Yan Bingshue with a pair of big eyes. Su Haqian explained, Tuanchuan, Lele, Beihai is not a sea, Beihai is a tourist park. There are many ancient buildings left by people in the past. Many beautiful things, There is also a lake. It's fun. Yes, you can also cruise in there. Tuanchuan and Lele were very happy when they heard that they could go on a cruise. Wow, can we go on a boat cruise? It's great, Tuanchuan and Lele can go by boat, Lele said excitedly. Lin Xiu asked with a smile, Tuanchuan, Lele can go to the boat after hearing that, so excited? Tuan Tuan and Luluka nodded vigorously, and said with a smile, Grandma. Tuan Tuan thinks riding a boat is fun, and Tuan Tuan likes it. Lele too, Lele also likes to take a boat. Lele said happily. Ha ha ha. That group and Lele had a good time, Grandma, Grandpa and Grandpa and Grandma. Go home first. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Grandma, Grandpa, great-grandfather, great-grandma, don't you accompany Tuanchuan and Lele to play? Tuanchuan asked with a small mouth. Grandma, Grandpa and Grandma have something to do. You and Baba Mama are going to play, okay? Lin Xiu explained gently. Then, that's fine. Tuanchuan and Leladudu said with small mouths. Grandma, will you cook something delicious for Tuanchuan and Lele tonight? Lin Xiu comforted, looking at the two little guys, who seemed a little unhappy. Okay. Tuanchuan and Lele said energetically. After everyone had lunch, they started to walk in two separate ways. Master Su, Madam Su, Haqian Su, Lin Xiu, the second grandfather and the third grandfather all returned to Su's house. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue took Tuanchuan and Lei to Beihai to play. Parents, grandparents, goodbye. Su Chen sent Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, and others into the car, and he and Yan Bingxue called a car, and the family came to Beihai Park. When you come to the park entrance, you will see a plaque with the word Beihai written on it. The plaque is very delicate and looks very high-end and elegant. From the entrance, you can see a lot of houses in the park. The little cutie asked, curiously, Baba Mama, why is this called Beihai? Isn't this a sea? Su Chen didn't know much about this unpopular knowledge. At this moment, the sound of the system appeared in Su Chen's mind. Ding, host, hello, you have successfully obtained the memory treasure house of the encyclopedia. Great, now I can answer the questions of the two little guys. The two little guys are literally a walking version of 100,000 Ys. Now you don't have to worry about the questions of the two little guys. Excuse me, host, do I need to activate it? Activate immediately. Su Chen replied excitedly. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully activating the memory treasure house of the encyclopedia. Su Chen replied with a smile, well, because the north of Beihai village used to be near the sea, it was named Beihai. Tuanchuan and Lei smiled and nodded, so that's the case, Lei knows. Lei nodded in surprise and said, okay, let's go in. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded happily. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue led Tuanchuan and Lei to Beihai Park. The first thing I saw was a garden. The garden here is the same as the garden I saw in my hometown, but it is different. The gardens of my hometown are very rich in the flavor of Jiangnan. Compared with the flavor of Jiangnan, the gardens here seem to add a touch of the unique flavor of the imperial capital, which is a kind of confidence in the regional culture. Now the river surface is not as red as the lotus flowers in the summer, only a few pieces of dry lotus, but it also has a different flavor. There is a sense of sight that leaves the residual lotus to listen to the sound of rain. A bridge over the river is equipped with a white guardrail. When you walk over the bridge, you can see the opposite terrace. The color outside of the terrace is vermilion, which has a unique sense of geographical superiority in the imperial capital. It shows the cultural heritage of the imperial capital as an ancient capital of many dynasties. Baba Mama, the house here is so beautiful. Tuanchuan soft and cute praised. Yeah, the houses here are all beautiful, have you seen that over there? Su Chen happily hugged Tuanchuan and pointed. I see, that's a white tower. I said cutely with my hands on my chest. Baba, I want to see the white pagoda. Lei's little hand grabbed Su Chen's sleeve and shook it. Lei, if you want to see the white pagoda, let's go together. Su Chen said. With a smile. Su Chen put down the ball, and the family walked over holding hands. The white pagoda is located in the middle of a group of ancient trees. Although it is winter, the ancient trees still show their vitality to people. Tuanchuan and Lei raised their heads and looked at the towering white tower. Seriously. Yan Bingxue was fascinated by the two little guys, and asked, Tuanchuan Lei, what are you looking at? Lei said with a smile, Baba Mama, do you want a big vase for this white pagoda, narrow at the top, round at the bottom, big? The first time they heard someone compare the white pagoda to a large vase. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen looked at each other crying and laughing. Su Chen put his arms around Yan Bingxue's shoulders and said with a smile. It's okay, wife, Tong Yen Wuji, Tong Yen Wuji. Su Chen continued, wife, this is the first time I heard someone compare the tower to a large vase, and I thought it was quite interesting. Wife, take a closer look. Indeed, this design is a bit like a large vase, it seems. Su Chenyua look more like 7017K. Yan Bingxue looked very similar, but, of course, it is not possible to directly say that the white pagoda is a large vase in front of the children. Su Chen said carefully, to Anchuan and Lei, look at this white pagoda on the top and bottom of the circle. The design is actually a Mount Sumeru style. Tu Anchuan and Lei blinked and asked, Baba, what kind of mountain is Mount Sumeru? Sumi Mountain is. Su Chen and the two little guys explained. Oh, I see. Mount Sumeru is a mountain in Buddhism, right? Tu Anchuan said with a smile. The answer is yes or no. Yes, it is indeed in Buddhism. No, it is because this mountain is not as simple as a mountain. But two little guys can know this. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Tu Anchuan and Lei looked at the top of the tower again. What did Tu Anchuan and Lei see? Su Chen asked with a smile. Well, there is a hexagon and a long pointy thing on the top of the tower. Lei said seriously. Ha ha ha, yes, but they have a special name. Su Chen explained. Su Chen looked at the small eyes of Tu Anchuan and Lei, and continued, this hexagon is the treasure cover, and that pointed thing is the top of the tower. Baba Mama, look, there are some pictures of flowers on it. Tu Anchuan pointed to the top of the tower and said with a smile. Tu Anchuan's observation is really careful. Yan Bingxue said while rubbing Tu Anchuan's head. Su Chen said with a smile, well, this one also has the pattern of the moon and the sun on it. It means to shine on the earth like the sun and the moon, and send blessings and warmth to everyone. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen in surprise and said, husband, I didn't expect you to do so much research in this area. Ha 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 ha, otherwise, how to deal with these 200,000 Y? Su Chen smiled and turned to Yan Bingxue. Tu Anchuan and Lei nodded with a smile. Tu Anchuan said in surprise, I didn't expect this pattern of flowers, moon, and sun to contain so many things. Yeah, this is a kind of culture. Don't look at this as just a small tower. There is a lot of knowledge in it, that's why it can be seen by everyone. Su Chen said with a smile. Tu Anchuan and Lei listened carefully and nodded. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were still there, and Lei solemnly watched the white pagoda. Tuan and Lei climbed the stairs, stood on it and looked forward. Tuan and Lei saw a large lake, and now the two little guys were frying. Baba Mama, you see there is a really big lake. Tu Anchuan and Lei said. Bouncing. Baba Mama, can we go to the boat now? Tu Anchuan said looking at Yan Bingxue and Su Chen expectantly. All right then. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Husband, let's go to the boat. Yan Bingxue asked. Su Chen smiled and said, let's go. Su Chen stretched out a hand to hold Yan Bingxue's hand, and Yan Bingxue put her slender hand on Su Chen's. The four came to the lake. Su Chen bought the ticket at the ticket office. Su Chen gave Yan Bingxue, Tu Anchuan, Lelican, 4 tickets for the boat, and Tu Anchuan and Lei were pleasantly surprised. You can go on a boat. You can go on a boat. Tu Anchuan and Lei cheered. Su Chen bought an electric boat. The capacity of the boat is just enough to carry 4 people. Bingxue, get on the boat, I'll support you. Su Chen said softly. Su Chen helped Yan Bingxue onto the boat, and the two little guys also got on the boat. Tuanchuan and Lele put on life jackets, two little dumplings, very cute. Put your seat belt on, Suchen reminded. Yan Bingxue and Suchen checked whether Tuanchuan and Lele's seat belts were fastened, and Tuanchuan and Lele fastened their seat belts obediently. Well, Tuanchuan, Lele is all great, they are all wearing seat belts, Suchen said with a smile. Then Baba is going to drive now, Suchen said with a smile. Well, Tuanchuan and Lele are ready, Lele said in surprise. Suchen looked at the expectant expressions of the two little guys and smiled happily. Go. Suchen pressed the accelerator and held the steering wheel. The ship went ahead. Oh yeah, that's great. Let's go, Lele said excitedly. The ship went upstream, the ship moved forward, and there were layers of ripples behind the ship. Baba, it feels so good to sit on the boat, Tuanchuan said with a smile. Baba, I suddenly played a song taught by the teacher. My sister and I will perform for Baba Mama, okay? Lele said happily. Okay, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele looked at each other, clapped their hands and sang. Let's paddle together. The boat pushes the waves away. Tuanchuan and Lele sang really nicely, and the singing lingered in the airs on the lake. After the two little guys finished singing, Yan Bingxue asked, Tuanchuan, Lele, do you know where this song is written? Tuanchuan and Lele shook their heads and said, well, I don't know. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, this song is written by Beihai. Tuanchuan and Lele said in surprise, so this song was written by Beihai. Suchen looked at the two little guys and smiled happily. Tuanchuan took Yan Bingxue's hand and said, Mama, can you and Baba sing this song? Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded, yes. Suchen smiled and said, Dad will too. Tuanchuan was overjoyed to hear this answer. Baba Mama, then you can sing this song with us. Tuanchuan cute invited. Suchen and Yan Bingxue nodded and said, okay, let's sing with Tuanchuan. Lele. Let's paddle together. The boat pushes the waves away. Baba Mama sings so nicely. Lele praised with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele smiled and looked at the surrounding lake. Baba Mama, why didn't you see small fish in the lake? Tuanchuan asked curiously. Tuanchuan thought that there would be small fish in the lake, but Tuanchuan stared at the lake for a long time and did not see any small fish, as if there was nothing on the lake. Suchen drove the boat and looked in front of Tuanchuan and Lele and explained. Because the water above the lake is very cold in winter, the little fish ran under the lake, and Tuanchuan and Lele couldn't see it. Baba, could it be that the deeper the lake, the higher the temperature? Tuanchuan asked rhetorically. Tuanchuan is awesome. In winter, the temperature is low. When the temperature in the air is 0 degrees Celsius, the temperature of the water surface will increase with the distance from the lake surface, and then the higher the temperature at the bottom of the lake is 4 degrees Celsius. Suchen explained. Oh, Tuanchuan knows, no wonder Tuanchuan can't see the fish. Tuanchuan nodded with a smile. Baba, this lake is so big, Lele said excitedly. Yeah, husband, I think watching the scenery on the shore on the lake has a different taste, Yan Bingxue said admiringly looking at the shore. 7017K. Wife, you are sitting on the boat watching the scenery, and the scenery is watching you on the boat, Suchen said with a smile. The sound blew into Yan Bingxue's ears along with the wind, and Yan Bingxue smiled happily. Baba Mama, what do you mean by what you said? What do you mean by the scenery is watching you on the boat? Tuanchuan asked in confusion. Dad means that Dad is watching Mom on the boat. The more you look, the more beautiful Mom is, Suchin said with a smile. Tuanchuan, Lele, do you think Mom looks good today? Suchin continued to ask. Mama looks good today, and the clothes Mama wore to take pictures this morning are so beautiful. Tuanchuan cute said with a smile. Well, Lele also thinks Mama looks good, Lele said with a smile. The husband, son, and daughter took turns to praise. Yan Bingxue smiled like a blooming rose, and the smile lingered on her face for a long time. Baba, where are we going now? Tuanchuan asked, curiously. Baba, take you to see a palace next, to Beihai Park, okay? Suchin said with a smile. Wang Fu, Baba, did the prince live here before? Lele asked, curiously. Lele is looking forward to the next trip to the palace. Baba Mama, the palace must be beautiful and big, right? Lele thought. Well, the palace is very big and beautiful, but the biggest palace is still Bohemia City. Because that's where the emperor lived before. Suchin said with a smile while holding the steering wheel. I'm looking forward to it, Tuanchuan said with a smile. Suchin docked the boat. Suchin supported Yan Bingxue and carried Tuanchuan and Lele off the boat. After sitting on the boat for a long time, they suddenly got off the boat, and the two little guys were still a little uncomfortable. Baba, why do I feel so light on the soles of my feet? Tuanchuan said, lifting her cute little feet. Haha, it should be that Tuanchuan and Lele have been sitting on the boat for a long time, just walk around. Yan Bingxue said while rubbing Tuanchuan's little head. Tuanchuan nodded with a smile, walked forward, and soon came to the palace. In front of the palace are two big stone lions. The stone lions stood on both sides of the gate in front of the palace, and they immediately showed the majestic location of the palace. Tuanchuan Lele, this palace is a mansion with a story. You will see a lot of different things in it, Suchin said with a smile. Something different? Tuanchuan and Lele looked forward to walking forward. The decoration of the palace is exquisite, whether it is the exterior or the inside of the pavilion. The whole palace feels like a work of art. The glazed tiles are used outside, the blue bricks are accompanied by tile paint, and the white yen treads on the new mud, which is very magnificent. Wow, Baba, look at this roof! Lele exclaimed. There are paintings on the roof, it's so beautiful. Tuanchuan looked up and said. The two little guys looked at each other, their necks were sore. Oh, Mama, my neck is sore, Tuanchuan said, twisting his neck. Yan Bingxue laughed. Tuan, why are you so cute? Yan Bingxue said while pinching Tuanchuan's neck. The two little guys continued to walk forward. Baba, this place is so beautiful. This palace is so big, I feel like there are many big families, Tuanchuan said with gestures. Baba Mama, the person who lives here, must be very happy, Lele asked with a smile. Happiness? What is happiness? Is living in the palace a happiness? But certainly not. Lele, living in the palace is not necessarily happy. Living in the palace, as a prince, there are many rules to abide by. Every day is surrounded by very cumbersome rules and etiquette. Yan Bingxue explained. I see, Mama. Happiness doesn't mean that you live in a big house, right? Lele blinked her glasses and bent her head to look at Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue patted Leilei's little face and nodded. After shopping for an afternoon, it was almost time to go back, Su Chen said. With a smile, Tuanchuan, Leilei, let's go back, Grandma and the others are waiting for us to eat at home. Leilei and Tuanchuan nodded and said, well, I'm going home for dinner. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen touched the cute heads of the two little guys and came back with the two little guys. When I got home, I smelled the aroma of the food when I walked to the door. The two little guys quickly ran to the large living room, where everyone was waiting for Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Tuanchuan and Leilei to return. I'm back, sit down, it's time to eat. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Okay. Yan Bingxue looked at Lin Xiu gently and said, Mom, you are so skillful that you have made so many delicious foods. Su Chen praised. It's delicious, just eat more. Your dad helped me out today. Lin Xiu said. With a smile. Then I have to taste it. Su Chen said expectantly. The family happily ate dinner. A large table of people was very lively. After dinner, Mrs. Su gave Tuanchuan and Leilei a toy she just bought today. Tuan, Leilei, when the great-grandma came home today, she saw this on the street and bought one for you. Do you like it? Mrs. Su gave the 2 boxes to Tuan and Leilei. Tuanchuan and Leilei happily took the 2 boxes. Thank you, Grandma. Tuanchuan and Leilei said excitedly. Little guy, let's see if you like it. Su Haqian said with a smile. The 2 little guys looked at Mrs. Su, and Mrs. Su looked at the 2 little guys with a smile, and the 2 little guys opened the gifts excitedly. Wow, Grandma, this is the latest version of the remote control car, Leilei loves it. Leilei said while holding the remote control car. Leilei likes it more and more. Tuanchuan opened it, and it turned out to be a Barbie doll. Barbie has never been rejected by a little girl. Every little girl has a princess dream. Barbie's big twinkling eyes are so beautiful. Thank you, Grandma, this Barbie doll is so cute, and the skirt in this suit is so beautiful. Tuanchuan said with satisfaction. Tuan wants to replace Barbie with a skirt. Grandma, can I put this little pink skirt on Barbie? Tuan said with a miniature princess dress. It's good looking, this one is good looking, the Barbie doll must be very beautiful. Mrs. Su said with a smile. Mom, I think this Barbie looks a lot like Tuanchuan. Lin Xiu said with a smile. The old lady Su smiled and said, so I took a fancy to this doll at a glance. Lin Xiu looked at Tuanchuan and smiled. Leilei put on the battery and started to play with the remote control car. Leilei quickly became proficient in controlling the remote control. 7017K. You can search for the strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Novel cool notes in Baidu to find the latest chapter. The next day, the manager arrived at 9 o'clock in the morning. Mr. Su, hello Mrs. Su, the manager said politely. Please come in. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Okay. The manager walked in with an assistant who helped with some equipment. Mr. Su, take a look, this is a film we made, and I'll show it to you here. The manager said with a smile. Okay. Su Chen nodded. The Su family sat together and looked at the finished product. Everyone was looking forward to it. What would the family photo look like? The manager showed it to everyone like a movie. After a rough run, everyone's satisfaction with the photos was still very high. Seeing the smiles from the Su family members, the manager's stranded heart finally landed. Are you satisfied with the photos taken by our store? the manager asked with a smile. Mr. Su smiled and nodded. Xiaochen, after a rough look at this finished product, it seems to be pretty good on the whole, Mr. Su said with satisfaction. Then, Grandpa, let's take a closer look, Su-chen said with a smile. The manager gave Su-chen and Yan Bingxue a slow screening one by one. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su, the second grandfather and the third grandfather, took a fancy to my family portrait and were very happy. Now the people from the old Su family are all gathered, old Su said with a smile. It's a pity that Suja didn't come back from the military area. Mr. Su looked at the third grandpa regretfully. The third grandpa smiled and said with relief, Big brother, it's okay. Although Xiaoxia didn't come back this time, since the family is together now, I don't worry about not having the opportunity to take a family photo with Xiaoxia. Next time, when Xiaoxia returns from the military area, let's take another shot, the third grandpa said with a smile. Yeah, next time our family will shoot again, Su-chen said with a smile. Old man, Su smiled and nodded. Manager, keep all these photos and make a photo album, Su-chen said with a smile. Okay. The manager nodded. Mr. Su, which one do you want to choose as the stage? The manager continued to ask. Such a sacred task must be taught to Su Jianqing. Grandpa, choose it, Su Chen said with a smile. Okay. Mr. Su put on his glasses and began to choose films. Mr. Su felt that every photo was very good. It was really difficult to choose. In the end, he chose a photo that everyone laughed the happiest as the stage. Just this one, Mr. Su said, pointing to the photo in the computer. Okay. The manager nodded and asked the assistant to take note. There are also some photos taken by the two of them alone. It is suggested that you can make a small ornament and put it in the bedroom, the manager introduced with a smile. Let's put it for us first, let's take a look, Mr. Su said expectantly. I gave birth to a coconut this year, and I took a look. He and Mrs. said took a set of photos. Indeed, the quality of the photos was not bad. Both Mr. Su and Mrs. Su were very satisfied. Mom and Dad, I think this one is quite suitable for decoration, what do you think? Su Haoqian asked with a smile. Then I'll listen to you, this is it, Old Master Su said with a smile. The second grandpa, the third grandpa, Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu all chose their favorite photos. Everyone is looking forward to the photos taken by Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Everyone is looking forward to the group photo of such an excellent and beautiful combination of men and women. The manager is also looking forward to it. The manager has read this set of photos several times, and every photo is excellent, and I can't find any flaws. The photos were shown, and Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were very satisfied. The elders of the Su family disliked it once, too few, and asked to play it again. Seeing the happiness of the descendants of the Su family, the elders of the Su family were very pleased. The matter of choosing photos has come to an end, and now we are waiting for the photos and the stage to be sent. Mr. Su, I copied you a copy of this document in this USB flash drive. The manager handed the USB flash drive to Su Chen. Thank you. Su Chen thanked with a smile. That's no problem, we'll go back and make the product for you. We'll make the product as quickly as possible, the manager said with a smile. Okay, walk slowly. Su Chen smiled and sent the manager and his assistant away. Now everyone is satisfied and doing their own things. Grandpa, Su, the second grandfather and the third grandfather are sitting together drinking tea and chatting. Lin Xiu and Mrs. Su took care of several plants and flowers in the greenhouse. Tuanchuan, Lei Lei, and Su Chenyan Bingxue played flying chess together. Baba, Mama, shall we play flying chess together? Tuanchuan said expectantly. Okay. Su Chen said with a smile. Well, what color flying chess does Tuanchuan want? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Well, I want red. Tuanchuan said happily, now he has a soft spot for red. Lei, how about you? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Well, Lei wants blue. Lei said, pointing to the blue flying chess. Bingxue, what color do you want, should you choose first? Su Chen asked with a smile. Well, I want green. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. There is still a yellow flying chess left, which belongs to Su Chen. And Hongda with a delicate dice, I don't know if I miss it. Suddenly, this poem flooded into Yan Bingxue's mind inadvertently. Yan Bingxue said softly. Tuanchuan and Lei didn't hear what Yan Bingxue said, but Su Chen could hear it clearly. Wife, I can't bear to let you experience Sauvignon Blanc, but I want to be with you. Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue smiled happily. The two little guys looked at Yan Bingxue and Su Chen, and although they didn't quite understand what they were talking about, what the two little guys were sure was that Baba Mama was sprinkling sugar for them. Baba, let's start. Lei said with a smile. Su Chen nodded and said, okay. Now let's roll the dice together, whoever turns the dice will go first. Su Chen looked at everyone and said. Seeing that everyone was ready, Su Chen threw down the dice. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Lei, come first. Su Chen looked at Lei and smiled happily. Ha ha ha, good. Lei happily picked up the dice on the chessboard, a little excited. Lei kept holding the dice in both hands, and then threw it down gently. What numbers will be thrown? The small dice kept turning on the ground, and finally the fast-turning dice stopped slowly. 6. 5. 4. Finally, the dice went to 6 and stopped. The dice seemed to hear Lei's call, and stopped perfectly at 6. 6. Lei said in surprise. Giggle, you're so lucky. Tuanchuan said with a smile. You can search for the strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Novel cool notes in Baidu to find the latest chapter. It's time for lunch soon. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue will cook something for everyone today. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue first went to the supermarket to buy fresh ingredients. Tuanchuan and Lei are arguing that they want to go to the supermarket with Su Chen and Yan Bingxue to buy groceries. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue had no choice but to bring these two little guys with them. Little guys, it's okay, I'm going out with my parents to buy food today, Mom. And Dad won't buy snacks for Tuanchuan and Lei, Su Chen reminded. When the two little guys heard Su Chen's words, they still wanted to go. Without hesitation. Well, Baba Mama, will only accompany you to buy vegetables, definitely not snacks. Tuanchuan assured. Really? Su Chen asked back. With a pair of sincere eyes, Tuanchuan nodded. Tuan and Gao just want to go shopping with Baba Mama. The two little guys, Tuan and Lei, simply couldn't stay at home, so naturally they had to catch them live every chance. You can get out. Tuanchuan and Lele don't care where they go, the main thing is to go outside. And Tuanchuan and Lele will be very excited. Okay then, Tuanchuan Lele, put on the down jacket and get ready to go out. Yen. Bingxue said, pointing to the down jackets. Tuanchuan and Lele took off on the sofa. Tuanchuan and Lele obediently put on their down jackets, and the two little guys followed behind Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Let's go. Yan Bingxue said after changing her shoes and bringing her bag. Let's go, let's go. Tuanchuan and Lele said with a smile. Su Chen drove Tuanchuan and Lele to the supermarket. When they came to the supermarket, Tuan and Lele took the lead in. Launching two big carts, Baba Mama, here it is. The little guys Lele and Tuanchuan said, pushing the two carts. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen smiled and said, Tuanchuan, Lele, all you need is a cart. But, Tuan and Lele want to sit inside, like that little kid. Tuanchuan pointed at a little kid who came from a distance with a small mouth. The kid was sitting in the cart and smiled happily. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue turned their heads and saw the reason why the two little guys were so positive. In the end is to push one, or push back two. Needless to say, of course, two are pushed. Tuanchuan and Lele sat in Su Chen's cart and Yan Bingxue's cart. Tuanchuan and Lele smiled happily. Baba Mama rushing duck. Lele excitedly raised a small hand and said. Excitedly with a small fist. Chong chong. Su Chen said with a wry smile. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue pushed the cart to the supermarket. The second floor of the supermarket is dedicated to buying fresh products. The supermarket is bustling and bustling. There are office workers who come to stock up on the big weekend, mothers who rush to the supermarket on time every day, and some young people who come out to buy ingredients on weekends. Prepare Chinese food. Baba, let's go buy meat first. Tuanchuan said excitedly. Tuanchuan, why don't we go buy vegetables first? Su Chen teased deliberately. No, Baba Mama, let's go buy the meat first, otherwise the delicious meat will be picked up by other uncles, aunts, grandparents. Tuanchuan muttered. Seriously. However, green vegetables will also be picked up by other uncles and aunts. Su Chen said with a smile. But. Tuanchuan hesitated. Tuanchuan thought of a solution. Baba, Mama, you guys can put me in Goku down, I'll go choose the meat with Goku, and you and Mama go to choose the vegetables, okay? Is that so? Su Chen said with a smile, and looked at Yan Bingxue. Su Chen finally compromised. Well then, let's go to buy meat and meat with Tuanchuan and Lele, and my mother and I to buy vegetables. The train that Tuanchuan and Lele cooperated with got on and off. The two little guys, Tuanchuan and Lele, pushed the cart to the meat sales area. In the meat counter, a tall and sturdy uncle in his 40s was sharpening his knife. Many uncles and aunts, grandparents, are choosing meat. Husband, do you think Tuanchuan and Lele can buy a good piece of meat? Yan Bingxue said, a little unsure and worried. Su Chen smiled seriously and told Yan Bingxue, wife, don't worry, my husband believes they can do it. Really? Yan Bingxue was still a little unsure, so Yu Guang kept staring at Tuanchuan and Lele. The little guys Tuanchuan and Lele were too short to see the meat on the chopping board when they stood there. Tuanchuan and Lele turned their heads and just met Yan Bingxue's eyes. Tuanchuan and Lei waved to Yan Bingxue to help. Yan Bingxue walked over, and said with a smile, "Mama, hold me up, so I can see the flesh on it." Yan Bingxue thought that Tuanchuan and Lei couldn't figure it out and wanted to help herself, but she wanted to see the meat on the chopping board more intuitively. "Okay, Mama, go buy some meat with Baba," Lei said confidently. "Okay." Yan Bingxue stepped back and walked to Su Chen. "What's the matter, two little guys?" Su Chen asked after choosing dishes. "It's nothing, Tuanchuan asked me to carry her up, and then let me come back." Yan Bingxue was a little confused for Tuanchuan's sudden confidence. "Ha ha ha, wife, let's choose our dishes with peace of mind." Su Chen laughed. "Wife, what do you think of this dish?" Su Chen asked. At this time, Yan Bingxue's focus was not on the dishes, but on the two little guys. Yan Bingxue said casually, "Okay, okay." Su Chen shook his head and thought, this dish is no longer fresh, and his wife said yes, but she was still worried about Tuanchuan and Lei. One of Tuanchuan and Lei was choosing dishes on the cart, and the other was holding the handle of the cart. The aunties next to them felt quite curious when they saw Tuanchuan and Lei. "Children, did you come to buy the meat yourself? Why didn't you come with your parents?" an aunt asked enthusiastically. "We can buy meat ourselves," Tuanchuan said confidently. "Children, do you buy meat when you look only 3 or 4 years old?" Auntie was a little disbelieving. Hearing Auntie's tone, Tuanchuan thought to himself, "Grandma doesn't believe me, Tuanchuan and Lei will prove it to you." "Uncle asked me for this piece of meat," Tuanchuan said, pointing to a piece of good pork hind leg. Big 15, who bought meat at the counter, asked in amazement, "It's not easy for a child, as soon as he chooses the best hind leg meat." The group smiled happily. The aunt next to her also showed a surprised look. It seems that the child is not easy, the aunt thought. "I want it all, or what?" the uncle asked. Tuanchuan rescued his brother Lei. "Giggle, how much meat to buy?" "2 caddies." Lei smiled and compared 1.2 kilograms. Tuanchuan said with a smile. "Okay." The uncle weighed 2 caddies of meat for Tuanchuan, no more or no less, and put it on the scale, which was exactly 2 caddies. You can search for The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Novel Cool Notes in Baidu to find the latest chapter. After buying pork, Tuan and Lei continued to buy other meat. Giggle, do you want any more meat?" Tuanchuan cute asked. "Well, what do you want to eat, sister?" Lei asked with a smile. "Well, I still want to eat beef and chicken wings," Tuan said with the index finger of one hand on his chin, and one hand on his waist. "Okay, then let's go buy beef." Lei agreed. Lei carefully pushed the cart and led the group to the front of the beef buying area. "Sure me, I want 2 caddies of beef," Tuanchuan said with big eyes. "2 caddies of beef?" the uncle who sold meat asked, looking at the cute child. Tuanchuan nodded cutely, and his cute appearance really melted the uncle's heart. "Then uncle will cut 2 pounds of beef for you." Uncle deliberately cut the best 2 pieces of meat for Tuan. The uncle handed the meat to Tuanchuan. "Come on, get it, kid." Tuanchuan smiled and nodded. "Bingo, harvested another 2 pounds of beef." Giggle, look. Tuanchuan showed the beef to Lei, who nodded with a smile. "Let's go, now Giggle and take Tuanchuan to buy chicken wings," Lei said excitedly. "Okay," Tuanchuan said with a smile. The two little guys came to the place selling chicken wings, which lay in a big frame covered with snow. Looking at the fat chicken wings, Tuanchuan was very happy. Tuanchuan counted how many chicken wings he wanted to buy with his little fingers. 12 people, giggle, let's buy 12 chicken wings. Tuanchuan said cutely. Okay. Lele nodded. In terms of choosing ingredients, Tuan Tuan seems to have an innate talent. And Tuan Tuan quickly selected 12 chicken wings, each of which was just right. Tuan Tuan took the chicken wings to the weighing ant. The ant weighed Tuan. Tuan pasted a small note, sealed the pocket, and gave it to Tuan Tuan. Okay, now that the meat is ready, let's go find Baba Mama. Lele said with satisfaction. Tuanchuan nodded with a smile. Tuanchuan sat in the cart, and soon saw Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Tuanchuan pointed his finger on the cart excitedly and said, giggle, Baba is there. Lele looked in the direction of Tuanchuan's fingers, saw Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Lele smiled and said, giggle push you over. Su Chen was picking green peppers. Yan Bingxue looked absent-mindedly in the direction of Tuan Tuan and Lele. Yan Bingxue saw Tuanchuan and Lele coming over. For the first time, Yan Bingxue patted Su Chen in surprise and said, husband. I'm here. It looks like I've gained a lot. Su Chen smiled and looked at Yan Bingxue and said, wife, I said you don't need to worry. They are the children of my wife. Naturally, they will be clever since childhood. Shopping for vegetables will definitely not be difficult for them. Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded. Lele pushed Tuan Tuan to the side of Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Baba, we bought a lot of meat, Tuanchuan said proudly. Yes, Baba, that Shu Millet praised her sister for being good at choosing meat, Lele said proudly for Tuanchuan. Really? Then Tuan Tuan and Lele show Baba Mama the meat you bought. Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded happily and showed it to Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. First of all, what Tuanchuan took out was pork. Tuanchuan picked up the pork with both hands and said with a smile, Baba, this is pork. Su Chen took the pork and took a closer look, and sure enough the meat was good. Su Chen happily smiled and looked at Yan Bingxue and said, it seems that Tuanchuan is really a person who is very good at choosing ingredients. Bingxue, look at this piece of meat, really, it's not bad. Yan Bingxue looked at it, nodded and praised, Tuanchuan and Lele are awesome. Baba. And this is beef. Lele said, pointing to the beef in the cart. Tuanchuan took out the beef and showed it to Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, that Shushu specially chose the best piece of meat for us, that Shushu is good. Tuanchuan said gratefully. Oh, then I have to thank that Shumiyo, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Looking at Tuanchuan and Lele. Yeah, Tuanchuan and Lele said thank you to their uncle. Then that Shushu smiled happily, that Shushu looked so good looking. Lele said with an excited smile. Ha 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 ha, Su Chen and Yan Bingshua's eyes began to look for the uncle who sold beef, and the uncle was still busy at the window. And this, Baba Mama, this is a chicken wing, Baba Baba, I can make Coke. Chicken wings today, Tuanchuan said with a smile, his eyes full of anticipation. Okay, Mom and Dad, make chicken wings for Tuanchuan and Lele. Su Chen said, dotingly looking at the two little guys. The two little guys smiled happily and nodded. Baba, what did you buy? Tuanchuan asked, curiously. Su Chen smiled and said, Baba bought celery, cabbage, green beans, peppers, winter melon. All of a sudden, a lot of delicious pictures appeared in the small head of the group. The stewed pork with wax, gourd slices is the best, the fried pork with green beans is also super delicious, and the beef with celery, cabbage and tofu are cooked together. The group was thirsty all of a sudden. Suchin looked at Tuan Tuan's eyes, and asked, "Little guy, do you want to eat fish and crayfish?" "Yes, yes," Tuanchuan said excitedly. "Baba, I want to eat Christian carp tofu." Little Lele looked at Suchin cutely and said, "Okay, Baba will make Christian carp tofu, okay?" The two little guys looked at each other happily, and nodded excitedly at Suchin. Let's make another garlic crayfish, okay?" Suchin leaned over his upper body and said softly. The two little guys nodded and said, "Okay, Tuanchuan likes garlic crayfish the most. Then let's go buy fish and crayfish." "Well, go buy another chicken and cook a chicken for Grandma and Grandpa later," Suchin said with a smile. Suchinfu leaned into Yan Bingshua's ear and said softly, "Wife, you should eat more to replenish your body." Yan Bingshue smiled and pinched the corner of Suchin's mouth, and said playfully, "Husband, you too." Suchin hugged the group down, and the four of them walked forward with a smile. "First of all, I bought a few small Christian carp." The little guy was very happy to see the small fish and shrimp. The two little guys stared at the little fish in the glass tank. Tuanchuan and Lele looked at all kinds of fish in the glass tank with innocent eyes. "Baba, is it true that the book says that the fish's memory is only 7 seconds?" Lele asked, curiously. "Well, maybe it is." Suchin laughed. "Baba Mama, do you think the little fish is happy in this water?" Tuanchuan asked with a smile. "Well, then I have to ask Xiao Yu, after all, is it not a fish to know the joy of a fish?" Suchin smiled. "You can search for the strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Shinshu Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter." Tuanchuan nodded in understanding, and Xiao Yu lay in front of the tank and asked earnestly, Xiao Yu, are you happy?" Yan Bingshue and Suchin quietly watched the interaction between Tuanchuan, Lele, and Xiao Yu. Suddenly, Xiao Yu vomited a blister, and Tuanchuan said in surprise, "Baba, you see, Xiao Yu vomited a small blister, is it talking to me?" Tuanchuan looked at Suchin, Yan Bingshue and Lele. "Xiao Yu, you are happy, right?" Tuanchuan asked with a smile. Small fish swim around in front of the tank. Suchin and Yan Bingshue were happy. Soon, Suchin bought Christian carp, and now he is going to buy crayfish. "Little guy, go buy crayfish," Suchin said with a smile. "Okay." Tuanchuan and Lele nodded with a smile. Tuanchuan said goodbye to Xiao Yu, goodbye, I'm going to buy crayfish. Tuanchuan and Lele took Suchin and Yan Bingshue's hand to buy crayfish together. "Crayfish, crayfish," Tuanchuan and Lele said happily. The crayfish are showing their teeth and claws in the vending tray. "Baba Mama, this crayfish's claws are so big." Tuanchuan looked at the crayfish in surprise and said, "Ha ha ha, yes, you can eat the crayfish when Baba Mama takes it back for a bath," Suchin said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele looked at the crayfish expectantly. "Tuanchuan, Lele is good, the crayfish is selected." Suchin showed the bag containing the crayfish to Tuanchuan and Lele. Tuanchuan and Lele happily watched the crayfish and clapped their hands. "Crayfish, crayfish. You can eat crayfish at noon today," Tuanchuan said happily. Okay, now let's go buy a big hen, Su Chen said with a smile. Okay, buy a big hen, Tuanchuan and Lei said happily. When I came to the live capture area, all kinds of chickens were kept in cages. Seeing Su Chen and Yan Bingshui coming, the aunt who bought the hen immediately greeted, "Do you want to buy a big hen for the handsome guy? It's best to give your girlfriend a boost." Su Chen glanced at Yan Bingshui. Yan Bingshui deliberately lowered her head and pulled her hair away from Su Chen's sight. "Ha ha ha, auntie, buy a hen for your grandparents to eat, and give your wife a body by the way," Su Chen said and took Yan Bingshui into his arms. "Grandma, I want to choose a big hen, there are many people in our family," Lei said with a smile. "Okay, Grandma will choose a big hen for you," Auntie said with a smile. Auntie chose a hen and said, "Look, handsome guy, how is this? This one that was raised on Shershan is nutritious. It's different from the chickens that are fed with feed in those farms. This kind of big hen stewed, the soup came out so sweet." Su Chen saw that this big hen was very lively, with its wings flapping up and down, and knew that it was definitely free range. "Auntie, it looks pretty good, just this one," Su Chen said with a smile. "Okay, Auntie, I'll remove the hair for you. This blood is nutritious. They say that what you eat will make up for what you eat. This chicken blood can't be wasted," said Su Chen said, "Haha me, Auntie, you can deal with it first, I'll go buy some other dishes and come back." "Okay," Auntie replied. Su Chen, Yan Bingshui led Tuanchuan, and Lei continued to buy vegetables. "Wife, do you like eating pig's trotters?" Su Chen asked with a smile. "Well, yes, the old man should like it better," Yan Bingshui said with a smile. "Then let's go buy a pig's foot?" Su Chen asked. Yan Bingshui nodded. Yan Bingshui and Su Chen continued to buy pig trotters with Tuanchuan and Lei. Tuanchuan and Lei took the initiative to asking to push the cart, and the two little guys pushed the cart towards the front like a little capable person. "Baba Mama, shall we push the cart?" Tuanchuan and Lei asked with a smile. "Little guy, this is very heavy," Su Chen reminded. "It's okay, Baba Mama, we can push it," said Tuanchuan and Lei. "All right then." Su Chen and Yan Bingshui gave the cart to Tuanchuan and Lei. Tuanchuan and Lei happily pushed the two carts, very excited. "Okay, here it is," Yan Bingshui said with a smile. The little guys Tuanchuan and Lei stopped. "Baba, we want to see." "We want to see," Lei said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei want to have a look, then parents should hug Tuanchuan and Lei, Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei stretched out their arms for a hug. Su Chen held Lei, and Yan Bingshui held Tuanchuan. "Wow, a lot of meat," Tuanchuan said happily. "Well, that Tuanchuan wants that?" Su Chen asked with a smile. Tuanchuan looked at the many pig trotters, and finally chose a small pig trotter. Baba, I want this, I want this," Tuan said, and his body also leaned forward. Su Chen smiled and said, "Okay, if you want this, you want this. Boss, if you want this, please weigh it," Su Chen said. "Okay." The boss quickly put Su Chen on the scale, weighed it, and chopped it into pieces. "Come on, take your pig's trotter." The boss handed the pig's trotter to Su Chen. "Okay, thank you boss," Su Chen replied. Now that the pig's trotters have been bought, the time is almost up, so Su Chen and Yan Bingshui turned around and went back to get the chicken. "It came just right, and I just prepared the chicken for you," Come. Auntie. Said with a smile. Suchin took the chicken. The ingredients have been purchased and ready to go back. Suchen's family walked through the snack area to the cashier. The journey was a 1-minute journey, but the two little guys, Tuanchuan and Lele, had to walk for 10 minutes. Tuanchuan and Lele couldn't help but stop when they saw the snacks, and they stared at Suchen and Yan Bingxue. Seeing Suchen and Yan Bingshue's firm eyes, they knew there was no drama, but Tuanchuan and Lele still wanted to see more. Even if they didn't buy it, they had to take a good look. Baba, these French fries look delicious. Stars popped out and looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Lele also stared at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Su Chen gently refused. Tuanchuan, Lele, we agreed before we came out. Tuanchuan and Lele looked at Yan Bingxue again, who had the same position as Su Chen. His eyes told Tuanchuan and Lele, Tuanchuan, Lele, no, you can't go back. If you've already said it. Yan Bingxue sparsely channeled, Tuanchuan, Lele, a gentleman's words, it's hard to chase after horses. Tuanchuan and Lele had to walk forward reluctantly, and saw another delicious snack, and Tuanchuan and Lele couldn't help but stop. Husband, look at the two little guys. Yan Bingxue said, looking at Tuanchuan and Lele. It's okay, let's walk to the cashier leisurely. Suchen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue nodded. You can search for the strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Xinshu Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Finally, Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Tuanchuan and Lele came to the cashier. Tuanchuan, Lele, check out, Su Chen said with a smile. Well, that's fine. Lele Duzue said. Su Chen took the things to the checkout counter and settled the bill soon. Su Chen was going to drive the two little guys home. The two little guys, Tuanchuan and Lele, turned their heads 3 times in one step, but walked to the underground parking lot with difficulty. Tuanchuan lowered his head, played with his little hands, and didn't speak. His whole person was like a wilted little flower. Lele also lowered his head and did not speak. Suchen looked at the appearance of the two little guys and asked, Tuanchuan, what's wrong with Lele? Tuanchuan and Lele did not speak, and finally Tuanchuan pouted and said, didn't Baba know what to ask? We all use idioms, so it's quite appropriate to ask them knowingly. Su Chen teased. Baba, Tuanchuan suddenly raised his head and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen reminded, okay, let's not talk about Baba. Remember your seat belts, we're going home. Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue fastened the seat belts to the two little guys. Tuanchuan, Lele, do you want to eat candy? Su Chen asked. Tuan and Lele nodded. Is Baba going to take us to buy snacks? Tuan and Lele thought in surprise. But Tuanchuan and Lele agreed to Baba today, right? Don't buy Tang, Su Chen explained. Tuanchuan and Lele thought about the snacks they just saw in the supermarket and resisted in their hearts. They said in their hearts, don't listen, don't listen, I don't listen. Just want to eat candy, just want to eat candy. Seeing the two little guys lowered their heads and didn't speak, Su Chen continued, Tuanchuan, Lele, do you remember how Baba taught you? Do you still remember the story Baba Mama told you? Baba said what is the most important thing for a person? Su Chen continued to ask. Tuanchuan and Lele lowered their heads. Yan Bingxue touched the heads of the two little guys and said softly, Dad is asking you, please answer seriously. Lele raised his head and whispered, Baba said to do what he says and be responsible for what he says. Suchin drove the car and said with a smile, Lele is right, he does what he says, and is responsible for his own words. Have Tuanchuan and Lele promised their parents to be people who do what they say. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded and played with their little hands. Baba asks you one thing, do Tuanchuan and Lele also like people who do what they say and hate those who are irresponsible for their own words? Suchin continued to ask. Suchin wanted to convince people with reason, and Tuanchuan Lele was almost 4 years old. He was sensible, and he should slowly learn to be responsible for his own behavior. After all, the age of 3 and 4 is a critical moment for a child's character growth, and children must not be spoiled. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded. Tuanchuan pouted and said, well, Tuan and Lele hate that kind of irresponsible people, people who tell lies. Lele also said that he hates that kind of person. Suchin continued, then look at today's events in turn. Before Lele and Tuanchuan set off, their parents told Tuan and Lele that today they are going out to buy vegetables, not snacks, right? Tuanchuan and Lele nodded without speaking. Yan Bingxue said, Tuanchuan, Lele. Answered Dad loudly. Tuanchuan and Lele said, That Tuan and Lele have to do what they say, right? If Tuan and Lele don't do what they say, they are the kind of people who are not responsible for what they say, and they are the people that Tuanchuan and Lele hate the most. The person that parents hate the most, do Tuanchuan and Lele want to become that kind of person? Suchin asked. This can be said in one sentence. Tuanchuan and Lele seem to have woken up, shaking their heads strongly. Lele said eagerly, I don't want it. Lelekai, don't be that irresponsible person. Tuanchuan also said sincerely, don't be the kind of person who speaks irresponsibly. Tuanchuan hates that kind of person. Suchin smiled and said, that's it, are Tuanchuan and Lele still struggling with snacks? Tuanchuan and Lele shook their heads, then I won't eat snacks today, so I don't want to be that kind of person, and I don't want snacks today. Lele doesn't want snacks anymore. Lele is a person who does what he says. Lele doesn't want to be the person he hates, and don't be the person that Baba Mama hates. Lele said firmly. Tuanchuan too. Tuanchuan said firmly. Yan Bingxue looked at the two little guys with a smile. At this moment, Yan Bingxue really realized that the two little guys have really grown up and are sensible. Some things can be explained and understood, and they know how to weigh the pros and cons of things. Some children have innate intelligence and win intellectually at the starting line, but for a child, the quality of a person is more important, and a good quality is the most important. The nature is inherently good, and the nature is inherently evil. Perhaps it is not innate. There is no inherent good or bad person. When a person is born, he is a blank sheet of paper. Most of them are influenced by the people around them and become good or evil people. Okay, let's be happy, okay? Although I didn't buy snacks, Tuanchuan and Lele are the pride of my father and mother. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded. Besides, aren't you satisfied with so many delicious Tuanchuan and Lele at noon today? Suchin said with a smile. There's a lot of delicious food for lunch today. Mom and Dad made big lobster, big pig's trotters, big meat and chicken wings for Tuanchuan and Lele. Suchin said. Tuanchuan and Lele were both drooling. Satisfied, Baba Mama, Tuan Tuan don't want any snacks. Tuan Tuan's favorite is the dishes made by Baba Mama. This is something you can't buy outside, Tuan Tuan said greedily. Lele too. Lele likes the dishes made by Baba Mama the most. Lele wants to eat an extra bowl of rice at noon today, Lele said with a smile. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue smiled happily. Today's noon, the food is enough, you let go and eat, Su Chen said. Baba, good. Lele and Tuan Tuan nodded happily. The unhappy thing just now has turned the page, and Tuan Tuan and Lele show smiles again. Baba, you're so funny talking, Tuan Tuan said with a smile. Ha ha ha, it's very interesting, Baba learned the tone of the water. Margin. They are all heroes in the green forest, and they are loyal. Baba also talks to Tuan Tuan and Lele to show loyalty, Su Chen said with a smile. Yeah, Lele and Tuan Tuan also need to show loyalty, Lele said happily. Tuan Tuan too, Mom and Dad are Tuan Tuan's best friends, Tuan Tuan said with a smile. You can search for the strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Xinshu Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Su Chen drove the little guys back home. Su Chen and Lin Xiu walked behind with shopping bags, while Tuan Tuan and Lele jumped in front. Grandpa, Grandma, Grandpa, 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 Grandma, let's come back, Tuan Tuan he Lele said with a smile. Lin Xiu came out to see, I'm back. The two little guys jumped to Lin Xiu's side. Today, we and Baba Mama bought a lot of vegetables, Tuan Tuan said happily. A lot of vegetables, Lin Xiu repeated. Mom and Dad, you bring Tuan Tuan and Lele to play, and Bingxue and I will cook, Su Chen said with a smile. Okay. Lin Xiu nodded and agreed with a smile. Tuan Tuan, is Lelelai and grandparents on good terms at all? Can Grandpa and Grandma accompany Tuan Tuan and Lele to play flying chess? Lin Xiu asked with a smile. Okay, play flying chess, play flying chess, Lele said excitedly. When it comes to being able to play chess, Lele is happy. Lele not only likes flying chess, but also learns gobang with Su Chen. Lele thinks all kinds of chess are very interesting. Tuan Tuan can play chess, Tuan Tuan said happily. Lin Xiu took the two little guys to play chess. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue came to the kitchen. Husband, there are 2 aprons here, which one do you want? Yan Bingxue asked. With a smile. Yan Bingxue deliberately brought 2 brightly colored aprons. Well, I want this green plaid, Su Chen said with a smile. Husband, are you wearing a red plaid? Yan Bingxue said deliberately. Wife, the red one is for you of course, Su Chen said with a smile. Why? Yan Bingxue asked. Because red represents safflower, green represents green leaves, and green leaves are lined with safflowers. Of course, my husband's green leaves are too. Call his wife this beautiful safflower. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue gently and said, Okay, husband, what you say is always so reasonable. Yan Bingxue surrendered. Yan Bingxue personally tied an apron to Su Chen. Thank you, wife. Su Chen turned his head and kissed her sweet forehead. Yan Bingxue smiled softly. Husband, work. Yan Bingxue said shyly. Okay, I'm more motivated to have a wife by my side, Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue smiled while taking out the ingredients. Husband, I'll wash the vegetables first. You, go and stew that chicken. Yan Bingxue pushed Su Chen to the front of the cutting board. Su Chen smiled and glanced at Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue pretended to be washing the dishes seriously and didn't see it. Su Chen is also seriously cutting the chicken. After a while, Su Chen cut the chicken. Okay, Mrs. Wife's mission has been completed, Su Chen said with a smile. Do you want to reward me? Su Chen raised his eyebrows and said. Reward, what reward? Yan Bingxue asked with a pair of beautiful eyes. Su Chen brought his handsome face close. Yan Bingxue smiled shyly, kissed Su Chen's side face lightly, and continued to turn around to start choosing dishes. With the reward, now my husband feels more motivated to work, Su Chen said, with a happy smile. Su Chen poured the chicken into the casserole, put some cooking wine, some soy sauce, some red dates and a handful of knotted green onions in it, turned off the gas, and now wait for the chicken in the pot to boil, and when the chicken boils, turn down the heat and let it simmer for 2 hours. Husband, can you teach me how to make pork trotters with sauce? Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Okay. Su Chen nodded. So wife, you do it, I'll guide you, Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue nodded in agreement. Wife's pig's feet have been processed, just put the pig's feet in the pot and boil it. First, pour 3 kilograms of water and bring it to a boil. After boiling, put the pig's trotters into it, skim off the foam on it, and cook for an hour, Su Chen said carefully. Okay. Yan Bingxue followed Su Chen's method. Husband, how much is 3 kilograms of water? Yan Bingxue asked in confusion. 3 kilograms of water, you can use this scoop to scoop 3 big spoons. Su Chen handed Yan Bingxue a big spoon. Yan Bingxue scooped 3 bowls of water into the pot, and soon the water in the pot boiled, and Yan Bingxue poured the pig's trotters into the pot. Yan Bingxue held the shovel in one hand and the handle of the pot in the other. Su Chen took Yan Bingxue's shovel and said, Wife, it will take a while before foam overflows, don't worry. Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded. The foam slowly overflowed the water surface. Yan Bingxue removed the foam and covered the pot. Yan Bingxue turned her head and asked Su Chen, Husband, cook for an hour now, right? Well, cook for an hour first, then take out the soup, put the pig's trotters around the pot for a week, then add our ingredients and soup in the middle of the pot, simmer for 2 hours, and you're almost done, Su Chen continued. I didn't expect it to take so long to cook, but luckily we have time to prepare, Yan Bingxue exclaimed. Yeah, pig's trotters can only be stewed for 2 hours before the taste and collagen can be simmered, Su Chen explained with a smile. This is called a side dish, the university asked. Yan Bingxue nodded and said. Ha 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 ha. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Then husband, what are we doing now? Yan Bingxue asked with blinking eyes. Now I can process all the ingredients, and there are so many dishes. I can cook it directly in the pot later, saving time, Su Chen said with a smile. I didn't expect to prepare a lunch. What to do first and what to do later is also a knowledge. Learning to use the time gap can save time and effort. Yan Bingxue sighed. But it doesn't need to be so complicated to prepare a simple and homely meal. Isn't this the afternoon we're leaving? So I thought about making a hearty lunch, Su Chen said with a smile. Husband, I think so too. Yan Bingxue nodded in agreement. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue began to wash the vegetables, cut the vegetables, too. Prepare some ingredients for the dishes that took less time. An hour later, Yan Bingxue poured out the soup, and Yan Bingxue evenly placed the pig's trotters on the side of the pot with chopsticks. The pot was still a little hot, and Yan Bingxue almost got burned, but fortunately Su Chen was there to help. Bingxue, pour these ingredients down, Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue poured the ingredients down and poured the original soup into the pot. Now just simmer for 2 hours and it's ready. My husband is really looking forward to the effect of this sauced pig's trotter, Yan Bingxue said expectantly. Wife, what you make is definitely not wrong, and my husband is looking forward to it, Su Chen said with a smile. You can search for the strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Xinshu Hage Novel Network in Baidu to find the latest chapter. After 3 hours of preparation, lunch was finally ready. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue brought the lunch to the table. Yan Bingxue was especially delighted when she saw the table full of food. Husband, do you think everyone will like it? Yan Bingxue asked weakly. Of course, Su Chen replied with a smile. Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandma, second Grandpa, third Grandpa eat, Su Chen said with a smile. Ha ha ha, here we come, here we come. Mr. Su walked over happily. Tuanchuan, Lele eats, Su Chen shouted. Tuanchuan and Lele had already sharpened their knives. Baba Mama, let's go get a meal, Lele said with a smile. Okay. Su Chen gave the rice spoon to Tuanchuan and Lele, who came to the rice pot and filled everyone with a bowl of rice. Grandpa, this is yours. Grandma, this is yours. Tuanchuan and Lele brought the food to everyone. Tuanchuan and Lele are really good, Mr. Su praised with a smile. Thank you, my great-grandpa, Lele said with a smile. Tuanchuan, Lele, sit down. Su Chen smiled and waved. Tuanchuan and Lele sat on the seats excitedly, watching the table full of food. Very happy. Baba Mama, did you all make this? They all look delicious, Tuanchuan asked. Happily. Yeah, it's all made of Baba Mama, Su Chen replied with a smile. It's great, I can eat so much delicious food today, Tuanchuan said with a smile. Tuanchuan looked at the delicious food on the table, including chicken, beef, chicken wings, pig trotters. Tuanchuan didn't know what to eat for a while. Tuanchuan happily took the chopsticks and stopped in the air again, Su Chen asked with a smile, what's wrong with Tuanchuan, eat quickly, didn't you say? You like it very much? Baba, it's because Tuan Tuan likes to eat, so they don't know which one to eat first? Tuanchuan said with a smile. So that's the case, then Baba, let's bring a dish to Tuanchuan, Su Chen said with a smile as he looked at Tuanchuan. Well, just clip the sauce pig's trotter made of Mama. Su Chen stretched out his chopsticks and gave Tuanchuan a big pig's trotter. Wow, this pig's trotter looks delicious, there's a lot of meat on it. The color of the pig's trotter is also very beautiful, which makes people suddenly have an appetite, Tuanchuan said while drooling. Ha ha ha, let's try it, Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan tasted it, and the taste almost flew. Baba, this pig's trotter is delicious, Mama, your cooking skills are amazing. Tuan Tuan gave Yan Bingxue a thumbs up. Haha, it was all taught by your father. Eating more pig's trotters can make Tuan Tuan's skin white and watery, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Tuanchuan nodded happily. Come on, Bingxue, try your stewed pig's trotters, to be honest, it's really delicious, Su Chen praised. Yan Bingxue was overjoyed after receiving her husband's real name. Authentication. Yan Bingxue took a sip, and sure enough the pig's trotters were very tasty and delicious. Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded. Grandpa and Grandma, drink more soup, this soup is nutritious and good for your health, Su Chen said with a smile. Okay, Mrs. Su said with a smile. As he said that, he also served a bowl too. The old man, Su, the child made it with all his heart, but he can't live up to it. Don't live up to it, don't live up to it. Mr. Su smiled and drank the chicken soup. The chicken soup is very sweet, and Mr. Su likes it very much. The family happily ate lunch. After lunch, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue, Lin Xiu, Su Haqian, Tuanchuan, and Lei Lei were about to go back. The time together will always feel very short, and it will be parting again. All of a sudden, Mr. Su and Mrs. Su were very reluctant. Good wind. Old Master Su patted Su Haqian and Su Chen on the shoulders. Dad, I see. Su Haqian replied with a smile. Grandpa, I see. Su Chen replied with a smile. After that, the father and son left. The family came to the airport, took the plane, and arrived at the imperial capital at night. Yan Bingxue sighed, husband, the temperature in Zhonghai seems to be higher than that of the emperor. When you go out in the imperial capital, it will be cold when you wear a coat, but it won't be so cold in Zhonghai. Su Chen smiled and said, wife, because the imperial capital is in the north, and Zhonghai is in the south. Yan Bingxue lowered her head and thought, Aya, how can you ask such a mentally retarded question from your husband, Yan Bingxue, are you stupid by flying? Yan Bingxue raised her head just to meet Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen stretched out a hand and said, wife, let's go. Yan Bingxue put her hand on Su Chen's hand. Su Chen smiled and said, wife, you are so cute. Husband, are you sure you're complimenting me for being cute, not stupid? Yan Bingxue gave Su Chen a sharp look. Su Chen touched Yan Bingxue's head and said, of course not, such a smart and beautiful wife, whoever dares to call you stupid, I will be anxious. Yan Bingxue lowered her head and smiled. Baba Mama, hurry up. Tuanchuan began to urge. The family returns home. Su Haqian sighed, son, why do you feel that your home is very strange if you haven't been home for a few days? Su Haqian looked around. Su Chen said with a smile, I see, Dad, you don't think this house is too unfamiliar, but you think Su's house is too familiar. When you compare it, you think it's unfamiliar. Su Haqian smiled and said, maybe. Mom and Dad, it's getting late, you wash up and sleep. Yan Bingxue said softly. Okay. Su Haqian and Lin Xiu nodded. Tuanchuan, Lei Lei, you all have to go to bed obediently, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Tuanchuan pouted and said, but Tuanchuan and Lei Lei don't want to sleep yet. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei have been sleeping on the plane for a long time. Yeah, Mama, I don't want to sleep yet. Lei Lei said with a small mouth. Su Chen smiled and said, Tuanchuan, Lei Lei, you go to take a bath first, and I'll tell you a story after taking a bath, okay? Baba, should you tell us a story? Tuanchuan asked happily. Well, Baba, would you like to tell you the story of pulling Lu Zhishan upside down and weeping willows? Su Chen said with a smile. Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei clapped their hands excitedly and said, it's too familiar. Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei go to take a bath, you can listen to the story after taking a bath. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei ran away, without a trace. Yan Bingxue sighed with a smile, these two little guys, when they heard the story, ran faster than a rabbit. Children. Suchin said, looking in the direction where Tuanchuan and Lele were walking. Wife, go wash and sleep too. Suchin said softly. Husband, come over early to sleep too. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Another new week has begun. Su Chan and Yan Bingxue got up early to go to work at the Dragon Academy of Sciences and the company. Two little guys, Tuanchuan and Lele, are playing at home. Lele is playing with a remote control car, Tuan is playing with Barbie dolls, and the two little guys are enjoying themselves at home. Lele's remote control car ran from the living room to the room and then came out of the room. Lele freely controls the remote control car. The remote control car stopped, Cho also stopped, the remote control car went, Cho followed, shuttled under the table, around the sofa, chasing the remote control car with a wagging tail. When the remote control car stopped, the ball circled around the remote control car, as if carefully observing the structure of the remote control car. Tuanchuan dressed the Barbie doll. After wearing this dress and that dress, I tried on the Barbie doll's clothes in the gift box, but they were not very satisfied. Holding the Barbie doll, Tuanchuan trotted all the way to look for Lin Xiu. Grandma, do you think this dress looks good? Lin Xiu smiled and said, it's beautiful. Tuanchuan pouted and said, Grandma, you see that Barbie only has 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 pieces of clothes, and Tuanchuan is all changed in one fell swoop. Lin Xiu smiled and said, then Grandma will help Tuanchuan make a new dress. Okay? Tuanchuan's eyes widened a lot when he heard about making new clothes. New clothes, Grandma, do you want to make new clothes for Barbie? Lin Xiu said with a smile, yes, but I need to provide some fabrics. Well, Tuanchuan has some unwanted clothes that can be used to make clothes for Barbie dolls, Lin Xiu said with a smile. Old clothes, Tuan has them. Grandma, come and see. There are a lot of clothes in Tuan's closet. Tuanchuan took Lin Xiu's hand and walked into the room. Tuanchuan's little hand opened the door of the wardrobe and said with a smile. Grandma, look, Tuanchuan has so many clothes, they can make clothes for Barbie dolls. Ha ha ha, just use your old clothes from last year to make clothes for the Barbie doll. Lin Xiu said as she took out some of Tuanchuan's small skirts. From last year. Tuanchuan happily agreed. Lin Xiu went into the room and took out some needles and threads, and the grandparents and grandchildren made small clothes in the living room. Well, Grandma uses this dress to make a small cheongsam for Barbie. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Tuanchuan naturally nodded willingly, okay. Lin Xiu cut out a small piece of fabric from Tuanchuan's light green skirt, and began to sew it compared to the size of other Barbie clothes. After Lin Xiu's 3 or 5 efforts, the shape of the cheongsam has gradually emerged. Grandma, you are amazing, Barbie must be very beautiful in this dress. Tuanchuan said looking at Lin Xiu expectantly. A simple light green cheongsam is ready, now it will be more perfect with a little decoration. Grandma, you can put the small pearls of this dress on this cheongsam, okay? Tuanchuan said happily. Okay, this way this cheongsam won't be very monotonous, it's brighter. Lin Xiu nodded in agreement. Lin Xiu used scissors to cut down the small pearls one by one and inlaid them on the cheongsam. Grandma, add a small pearl here. Tuanchuan said with a smile while watching. Okay, here's another small pearl. Lin Xiu nodded dotingly. After a while, a small light green cheongsam was ready. Lin Xiu turned the cheongsam over and said with a smile, okay, the cheongsam is ready, let's try. It on for Barbie. Grandma is amazing. Tuanchuan looked at Lin Xiao and said with a smile. Xiaoyi, look at the cheongsam that Grandma made for you, does it look good? You must be the most beautiful Barbie doll in this cheongsam. Tuanchuan looked at Barbie with a smile and said. Tuanchuan took off the small skirt on the Barbie doll and put on a light green cheongsam. Sure enough, the Barbie doll in the cheongsam gave people a refreshing feeling. Wow, it's so beautiful. Grandma, look. Tuanchuan said excitedly. Ha 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 ha, pretty, pretty. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Grandma, I'll give Barbie another pair of shoes. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Tuanchuan took out the small shoe rack of the Barbie doll, and also took out a drawer, which contained various accessories. Xiaoyi, let me change these white shoes for you. With this pearl necklace and earrings. Tuanchuan said, then carefully changed Barbie's shoes and put on the necklace and earrings. Earrings. Tuanchuan held up the Barbie doll to show Lin Xiao. Grandma, isn't it good looking? Good looking, Grandma, let's make a Barbie doll for you. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Okay, okay. Tuanchuan said happily. Xiaoyi, look, you can make a new hairstyle, Tuanchuan said with a smile. Looking at Barbie. Lin Xiao gave Barbie a hairstyle that could match the cheongsam. Okay, it's done. Lin Xiao smiled and handed the Barbie doll to Tuanchuan. Wow, it's so beautiful. Grandma, I want to take a photo and send it to Baba. Mama. Tuanchuan said excitedly. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiao smiled happily. Tuanchuan took out his mobile phone, took a series of photos, selected the most satisfactory photos he took, and sent them to his father and mother. Baba Mama, this is the clothes that Grandma made for Barbie. Grandma also made a shape for Barbie. Tuanchuan said excitedly. Yan Bingxue, who was in a meeting, heard the phone ring, opened it and saw that Tuanchuan sent 2 messages. Yan Bingxue frowned, thinking it was bad news. At one point, I saw a picture of a Barbie doll and a series of voices sent by Tuanchuan. Since they were in a meeting, Yan Bingxue converted the voice into text. Only then did Yan Bingxue realize that it was Lin Xiao who made a new dress for Tuanchuan's Barbie doll. Yan Bingxue thought to herself, Mom's hands are so skillful, the clothes are so beautiful. It seems that Tuanchuan is also having a good time at home. Yan Bingxue smiled and sent a like, the text is really nice. As the most important member of the meeting, Yan Bingxue sat at the C position of the meeting table. Yan Bingxue's every move, every subtle expression, was naturally seen by everyone. The president just kept laughing. Is there a big happy event for the president? Is it a company thing or a personal thing? Everyone is very gossipy. The manager who was giving a PPT speech saw that the president kept smiling while looking at his phone, but he didn't look at his PPT. I thought, is my PPT doing too bad, or too good? The manager who gave the speech just finished speaking and looked at Yan Bingxue expectantly. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version update fastest. URL. You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. As soon as Yan Bingxue looked up, she found that everyone in the conference room was staring at him with a confused expression. He quickly restrained his smile, coughed lightly, and everyone took back their expressions. Yan Bingxue turned off the phone, put it back on the conference table, and said solemnly, continue. At this time, the manager who was doing the PPT said weakly, President, my report has been done. Yan Bingxue nodded expressionlessly and said, you did a good job. Then the next one. The manager sat down with a look of joy, thinking to himself, it's rare that this report is praised by the president. That's great. When Suchin received this news, he was doing data in the Dragon Academy of Sciences. Suchin took out his mobile phone and looked at it, and smiled happily. It's so beautiful. Dad is looking forward to seeing this new dress at home in the afternoon. Suchin smiled happily, and was watched by Lin Fifan next to him. Lin Fifan asked with a smile, Brother Chen, what are you laughing at? Suchin smiled and said, it's nothing, my mom is playing with Tuan Tuan at home. My mom made a new dress for the little guy's Barbie, and Tuanchuan sent it to me. Sure enough, people who have children are different. Brother Chen, when you mention Tuanchuan, you can't hide your smile and petting. Lin Fifan said with a smile. Ha ha ha, you'll know when you have children in the future. Suchin laughed. Cough, don't talk about children, do you have a girlfriend now? Lin Fifan said with a wry smile. Lin Fifan pushed Suchin and said with a smile, Brother Chen, please introduce me to one. Suchin smiled and said, I'm sorry, I have no other female friends besides your sister-in-law. His eyes were filled with the pride and self-discipline of a married man. Brother Chen, do you want to give you a medal for a good husband of long? Gua. Lin Fifan laughed. Yes, but no need. Suchin's eyes were full of provocation towards Lin Fifan, a single dog. Lin Fifan obediently started his own work and said, Brother Chen, I must find a girlfriend early and let you eat my dog food too. I'm waiting. Suchin replied, the three words are both expectation and a man's self-confidence. Lin Fifan and Suchin continued to work. Seeing Suchin's news, Tuanchuan happily replied, okay. Tuanchuan news was recorded for Lin Xiu, and Tuanchuan said happily, Grandma. Grandma, look at it, Baba and Mama all said that the clothes made by Grandma look good. Lin Xiu smiled happily. Lin Xiu looked at Tuan Tuan's white gauze skirt and thought, Tuan Tuan, will Grandma make a wedding dress for Xiaoyi? Tuanchuan opened his mouth in surprise, Grandma, do you want to make a wedding dress for Xiaoyi? Lin Xiu smiled and nodded and said, look at me, Tuanchuan's white gauze skirt can be changed into a wedding dress. Tuanchuan clapped her little hands excitedly and said, great, great, Xiaoyi has a wedding dress to wear. Lin Xiu looked at Tuanchuan and smiled, while gesturing the size. Lin Xiu cut out the silk inside and outside of the white gauze skirt. Lin Xiu measured the size and made a mark on the silk cloth. One stitch and one thread, one piece of one piece, the lining of the wedding dress was finished in a short while. Lin Xiu put it on the Barbie doll and continued to sew the outer gauze skirt for the dress. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps. After a while, the outer gauze skirt was sewn. Now put the waist back, it's fine. Lin Xiu turned the Barbie doll around and closed the waist of the Barbie doll. Stand up. Wow, so beautiful. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Seeing that Grandma cut another piece of white gauze down, Tuanchuan asked curiously, Grandma, what are you doing now? Lin Xiu smiled and told Tuanchuan, Grandma will cut another piece of white yarn and make a veil for Barbie. Oh. Tuanchuan smiled and nodded. Lin Xiu made a full-body veil for Barbie, a half-ball head in the middle, and a veil hanging down. The 4 sides of the veil were sewn with lace. The whole wedding dress gave people a very gentle and elegant feeling. Okay. Lin Xiao showed the Barbie doll to Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan really likes the wedding dress Lin Xiao made for Barbie. When she wears the whole wedding dress, she really looks like a beautiful little bride. Grandma, this wedding dress is too beautiful, Tuanchuan said in surprise. Grandpa, giggle, come and see, Tuanchuan said with a smile. Su Haoqian and Lei came over with a smile. What's the matter, Tuanchuan, do you have any good news to tell Grandpa and brother? Su Haoqian asked with a smile. Of course there is good news. Grandpa, you and Goku, close your eyes first. Okay? I count 3, 2, 1, and then you and Goku open your eyes, Tuanchuan said with a smile. It's so mysterious. Su Haoqian looked at Tuanchuan with a doting face and said, Grandpa, close your eyes with Goku. Tuanchuan's two little hands were behind his back. Okay, close your eyes, Su Haoqian said with a smile. Su Haoqian and Lei closed their eyes, and Tuanchuan said cutely, I can open my eyes only after I count 3 times. Sister, hurry up and count, giggle, can't wait. Lei said expectantly. Well, then I'll start counting, 1, 2, 3. Dang dang. Tuanchuan showed the Barbie doll in front of Lei and Su Haoqian. Lei and Su Haoqian really are straight men's perspectives, and they don't know what the surprise is prepared by Tuanchuan. Sister, what's the surprise you prepared? Lei said inexplicably. Tuanchuan pouted and shook the Barbie doll and said, Giggle, can you and Grandpa take a look again to see if there is anything special? Lei and Su Haoqian looked at each other, shook their heads, and said, Tuanchuan, what's your surprise? Grandpa really didn't see it, Su Haoqian said helplessly. Holding up the Barbie doll proudly, Tuanchuan said, Giggle, Grandpa, look. Look at the clothes this Barbie is wearing. Tuanchuan reminded. Su Haoqian nodded and said, Oh, I see, this is a new dress made by Tuanchuan. For Barbie, right? It's so beautiful. Su Haoqian took a closer look and found that it was still a wedding dress, and said in surprise, This is a wedding dress, right? Tuanchuan opened his eyes and nodded. Lei said with a smile, This wedding dress is so beautiful. Tuanchuan said with a smile, Grandpa, giggle, this wedding dress is not an ordinary wedding dress, giggle, and Grandpa, guess, who made this wedding dress? Tuanchuan looked forward to seeing that Su Haoqian and Lei could answer. Su Haoqian looked at Lin Xiao next to him with a smile on his face, and said, Grandma did it, right? Yes, Grandma made it. Tuanchuan said with a smile. No wonder it's so beautiful, it turned out to be made by Grandma. Lei said, after realizing it. Hee hee. Tuanchuan smiled happily. People, you don't understand, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time, you can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Axiu, you are so skillful, this wedding dress is so beautiful. Su Haoqian praised. Tuan also thinks that Grandma is super powerful, this wedding dress is so beautiful, right? Tuanchuan asked with a smile. Pretty. Su Haoqian looked at Lin Xiao and praised. Grandma, do you remember the wedding dress that Mama and Baba wore when they got married? Lei asked with a smile. Of course I remember. Isn't Baba Mama's photo hanging on the photo wall? Lin Xiao pointed at the photo wall with a smile. Grandma, what about the wedding photos you took when you and Grandpa got married? Grandma's wedding dress is so beautiful, and the wedding dress you Chose is also very beautiful, right? Tuanchuan asked with a happy smile. Lele also looked at Lin Xiao and Su Haoqian expectantly. Lele and Tuanchuan haven't seen the photos of their grandparents when they were young? Su Haoqian looked at Lin Xiao apologetically and said, I'm quite ashamed to ask Tuanchuan Lele. At that time I left my hometown, my parents and relatives were not around, and I didn't hold a wedding for you. I didn't take any wedding photos. Lin Xiao smiled and shook her head. It doesn't matter, I don't blame you. There was no way to hold a wedding at that time, take wedding photos. Su Haoqian held Lin Xiao's hand warmly, and the two smiled at each other. Tuanchuan and Lele blinked at Lin Xiao and Su Haoqian. Grandpa and Grandma, haven't you answered Tuanchuan's question yet? Tuanchuan asked with a smile. Grandpa and Grandpa didn't have a wedding when they were young, so Grandpa and Grandpa didn't leave any photos. Su Haoqian exclaimed. No photos? Tuanchuan said, a little surprised and a little lost. Lele looked at Lin Xiao and Su Haoqian with a smile and said, but, it's okay. Can we take a wedding photo now? Lin Xiao said with a smile, Grandpa and Grandma are old, this photo is not good. Tuanchuan said with a smile, Grandma, how can you not look good? Tuanchuan thinks it must be good looking. Yeah, grandparents, just go and shoot one. Tuanchuan said with a smile. We only took pictures in the imperial capital the day before yesterday. Lin Xiao said politely. No, that's different. Tuanchuan said while holding Lin Xiao's sleeve. Mama said that the wedding photos are different from these photos. Mama said that every girl should have a beautiful wedding photo. Grandma also has a beautiful wedding photo. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Yeah, Baba also said that a wedding photo is like a promise. It's very important. Grandma and Grandma, go take another photo. Lele said with big eyes at Su Haoqian. The word promise moved Su Haoqian, and he really should give Axiu a promise. Although Axiu said that he didn't care about the wedding photos and didn't want to take them, how could anyone not look forward to taking wedding photos? Su Haoqian suddenly counted the days, the wedding anniversary is coming soon. Why don't you take Lin Xiao to take a wedding photo together on that day? The more Su Haoqian thought about it, the more he felt that this idea was a good idea. Su Haoqian smiled and said, well, let's take a photo. Lin Xiao looked at Su Haoqian in amazement and said, it's all this age, let's forget it. Su Haoqian said with a smile, what is this age, Axiu? I think you are still the same as when you were young, and you are still so beautiful. Yes, yes, Grandma, you are not old, you are not old, Grandma is the best looking, said the group and got into Lin Xiao's arms. Lin Xiao sat on the sofa with Tuan Tuan, and Tuanchuan held Lin Xiao's hand softly and said cutely, Grandma, go take a wedding photo. Lin Xiao looked at the two little guys and Su Haoqian with a sincere look on her face, and finally said with a smile, okay. Lele jumped up happily and said, great, great. If Grandma goes to take wedding photos, she will definitely be the most beautiful one. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Axiu, let's set it on our wedding anniversary. Su Haoqian said with a smile. As he looked at Lin Xiao. Wedding anniversary? Seriously, Lin Xiao almost forgot the wedding anniversary. Grandpa and Grandma, when is your wedding anniversary? Lele asked, curiously. It's this Saturday. Su Haoqian said with a smile. This Saturday? Today is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Saturday, isn't that only 5 days? Tuanchuan said, breaking his fingernails. Su Haoqian nodded with a smile. I'm looking forward to that day. Tuanchuan wants to make a phone call with Baba Mama and tell Baba Mama the good news. Tuanchuan said with an excited smile. After speaking, Tuanchuan initiated a video call to Su Chen and Lin Bingxue. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue answered the phone. Hey, what happened to that? Yan Bingxue said gently. Baba Mama, let me tell you some good news, Tuanchuan said with a smile. Yes, it's super good news, Lei said with a smile. What good news? Hurry up and tell Baba Mama. Su Chen said with a smile. Well, that's, Grandpa and Grandma are going to take wedding photos. On their wedding anniversary, Tuanchuan said excitedly. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were pleasantly surprised at first, and then they were very happy. Mom and Dad, you should have gone to make up. Just take advantage of this wedding anniversary to make up for one. Su Chen said with a smile. Mom and Dad, support you, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Mom, do you want to take you to choose a wedding dress this afternoon? Yan Bingxue said with a smile. No, isn't there a shop that specializes in taking wedding photos and choosing wedding dresses? It doesn't need to be that troublesome. Lin Xiu laughed. Mom, how can it be troublesome? There is only one wedding photo for each woman, it's better to choose a different one. Yan Bingxue persuaded with a smile. Yeah, Mom, you don't have to do it now. Su Chen said confidently. Axiu, listen to Bingxue and choose a wedding dress. Su Haoqian said with a smile. Grandma, go choose a wedding dress. Tuanchuan and Lei said with a smile as they looked at Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu finally compromised. Okay, just listen to Bingxue. Mom, then it's settled. It happens that the company has nothing important this afternoon. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Dad, I'll take you to see suits this afternoon. Su Chen said with a smile. Okay. Su Haoqian happily agreed. At this time, Zhang Tasuk walked in. Zhang Tasuk smiled and hugged a stack of documents and said, President, here are a few documents for you to review. Okay, let it go. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Bingxue, you still have work, so you can do it first, and I'll hang up. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Okay, Mom, I'll be back to pick you up at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. The three laughed and ended the video call. See your wedding photos, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. Very good, I can go to choose a wedding dress this afternoon. Tuanchuan is also a girl paper. Let's accompany Grandma to choose a wedding dress. Tuanchuan said expectantly. Lei is a boy's paper. Let's accompany Grandpa to choose a suit. Lei said with a smile. Lin Xiu and Su Haoqian smiled and looked at Tuanchuan and Lei and nodded. In the afternoon, the family came to the bridal shop and started to choose clothes. Walking into the store door, the dazzling wedding dresses on the hanger came into view. Baba, there are so many beautiful wedding dresses. Tuanchuan said excitedly. Grandma, which wedding dress do you want to buy? Tuanchuan asked with wide eyes. Tuanchuan, let Grandma take a look and try it out. After all, you won't know until you wear the wedding dress. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Tuanchuan nodded. The shopping guide took Yan Bingxue and Lin Xiu to choose a wedding dress. Hello, may I ask which of the two chose the wedding dress? The shopping guide asked. It's my mother, I want to choose a wedding dress. Yan Bingxue replied with a smile. this is your mother? I thought it was your sister? Auntie, you are so young. You look like a sister in her early 30s. The shopping guide said with a smile. Grandma, elder sister praises you for your youth, Tuanchuan said with a smile. Lin Xiao smiled softly. Auntie, your figure is also very good. There are many kinds of wedding dresses to choose from. Which one do you want to choose? The shopping guide asked politely. Just want something simple and generous. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Okay, the shopping guide said with a smile. The shopping guide took Lin Xiao to see several wedding dresses. Look at this. 1. It is relatively simple and elegant. It is a wedding dress with cheongsam elements as the main element. It should be suitable for you. And this one has kimono elements in it, it's more retro and elegant. And this. The shopping guide introduced several models to Lin Xiao and Yan Bingxue. Mom, which one do you like the most? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Lin Xiao hesitated and hesitated. The shopping guide smiled and said, Auntie, you are in good shape. You can wear all of these styles. You can try them all. Lin Xiao finally chose a wedding dress based on the cheongsam, just this one. Try it. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Okay. The shopping guide took the wedding dress off the hanger and took Lin Xiao to the dressing room with the clothes. Here please. Do you need me to help you? The shopping guide said. Enthusiastically. It's okay, I'll come. Yan Bingxue said as she took the wedding dress. Yan Bingxue and Lin Xiao entered the locker room. Tuanchuan and the shopping guide were at the door. Yan Bingxue helped Lin Xiaojiao fasten the back straps, and then opened the curtain. Lin Xiao, who wore a white wedding dress, seemed to be a different person. Elegant and generous, and had an indescribable beauty. Is it right? Lin Xiao asked uncertainly. Suitable. That's right, Mom, you look so good in your wedding dress. If Dad sees it, he must be stunned. Yan Bingxue praised. Yan Bingxue looked in the mirror and looked at herself in the mirror. Her really slender waist had never changed because of the precipitation of the years. Although the skin is not as firm and elastic as it was when I was young, it is still fair and well proportioned, and the wrinkles have not climbed up to the corners of my eyes because of the changes of the years. Lin Xiao didn't seem to look at herself like this for a long time, and there was an inexplicable ripple in her heart. Auntie, this one suits you very well. The designer used a red button design in the middle, combining the two most beautiful colors. It looks good. The shopping guide said with a smile. Well, Auntie, take a look at this one again, this one is not bad, the shopping guide introduced. This one is a little more retro. If you are a fan of ancient culture, you should like it better. The shopping guide said with a smile. Mom, try it, don't you usually like this kind of ancient rhyme? Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Grandma, give it a try, give it a try. Tuanchuan demanded strongly. Okay, let's try it. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Lin Xiao touched the texture of the wedding dress. Sure enough, the wedding dress was different from other clothes, and it was different from the dress. It felt a sense of happiness that could not be expressed in words. This dress is quite delicate. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Auntie, of course, the wedding dress, of course, is more delicate than all the clothes. It's all hand-woven. The shopping guide laughed. Yan Bingxue put on another wedding dress for Lin Xiao. This wedding dress was also very beautiful. After Lin Xiu put it on, she felt a unique elegance and ancient charm. Good looking, good looking. Grandma, this wedding dress looks good too. Tuanchuan said with a smile. In front of me, this one is not bad. This one is a bit more refined than the simple one just now. Lin Xiu laughed. Yes, Miss Yan summed it up well. The shopping guide said, ashamed. Lin Xiu nodded towards herself in the mirror. Auntie, there are several more models here, you can take a look. The shopping guide continued to introduce several models to Yan Bingxue and Lin Xiu. Auntie, you can try a few more sets, try different styles, and finally choose one set. After all, you still need to try a few more wedding dresses, and compare the best ones, so you won't have any regrets. The shopping guide said. With a smile. Lin Xiu nodded. Su Chen, Su Haoqian, and Lei Lei also went well here. Grandpa, there are so many handsome clothes here, you must look good in them. Lei Lei said with a smile. Why don't Lei Lei help Grandpa choose clothes? Su Haoqian said with a smile. Grandpa, are you telling the truth? Can you ask Lei Lei to help you choose clothes? Lei Lei asked in surprise. Su Haoqian nodded, patted Lei Lei's little face and said, of course it's true. Grandpa believes in Lei Lei's vision. Which one Lei Lei chooses, Grandpa will wear it, Lei Lei said happily. Okay, whichever Lei Lei chooses, Grandpa will wear it. Su Haoqian said with a smile. It's great, then Lei Lei must choose the most handsome clothes for Grandpa. Lei Lei said excitedly. Lei Lei began to carefully browse the clothes on the shelf. Well, this one is not good looking, it's too old-fashioned. This one doesn't look good either, the color is too bright. This one doesn't look good either, the style is too ordinary. Lei Lei picks and chooses, feeling that the entire suit area is about to be picked out by Lei Lei. Finally, Lei Lei saw a very satisfied clothes. Sister, can you get me a piece of this dress? Lei Lei asked with big eyes. Of course, how big is it? The shopping guide asked. Lei Lei ran to Su Chen and Su Haoqian's side and asked, what size do you want to wear? Medium size. Su Haoqian replied with a smile. Lei Lei ran to the shopping guide's side again. Lei Lei didn't catch his breath, so he hurriedly said, wear a medium size. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version update fastest. URL. Okay, please wait a moment, I'll pick it up now. The shopping guide said. With a smile. The shopping guide took out the suit, and Tuanchuan and the shopping guide came. To Su Chen and Su Haoqian, Grandpa, try this suit, it looks good, Lei Lei said. With big eyes. Su Haoqian replied with a smile, okay, Grandpa, let's try it. Su Haoqian went to the dressing room, put on a suit, and as soon as he came out, Lei Lei clapped his hands and said, Grandpa wears this suit, it's so beautiful. Lei Lei turned his head and looked at Su Chen expectantly and asked, Baba, are you right? Su Chen smiled and said, well, it fits quite well. Dad, what do you think? Su Haoqian looked in the mirror and buttoned the buttons on the sleeves of the suit. Su Haoqian looked at it and thought, the size is quite suitable, the fabric is also very good, the color is also very attractive, it is still a very good piece of clothing. Su Haoqian smiled and praised, Lei Lei, I can't believe that you are quite good at choosing clothes. This is very suitable. Su Haoqian looked at Lei Lei with satisfaction. Lei Lei was very happy. Grandpa, why don't you just wear this one? Lei Lei sees that among all the suits, this one is the most suitable for Grandpa and the most handsome. Lei Lei said with a smug smile. Mr. Su, your grandson has such a good eye. This dress really suits you. The shape and color are very suitable, the shopping guide said with a smile. Su Haqian decided cheerfully, okay, then this is what I want. Soon, the three of them had chosen their clothes, and Su Haqian asked curiously, did you say your mother and they chose the clothes? Su Chen shook his head and said with a smile, I think it's 80% not yet. Wedding dresses are harder to try than suits, and there are many styles. I think Bing Shue is trying with my mother right now. Lei shrugged, shook his head, and complained cutely, cough, girl paper is trouble. Su Chan and Su Haqian laughed heartily. Su Haqian smiled and looked at Lei, this little slicker, and said, Lei, be careful not to find a girlfriend in the future. Lei turned her head away and said confidently, don't look for a girlfriend. It would be nice if Lei had a sister and mama. Su Chan and Su Haqian laughed, and Su Chen replied, okay, it's good to have a mother and sister, then let's go find my mother and sister. Lei nodded happily. The three came to the wedding dress area. At this time, Yan Bingxue was helping Lin Xiu change her wedding dress. They sat in their seats drinking juice and bored waiting for Yan Bingxue and Lin Xiu. Looking at Su Chen, Su Haqian and Lei walked over to Anchuan immediately. Jumped off the chair and walked in front of Su Chen with a smile, hugged Su Chen's thigh and said, Baba, you're here, Grandpa, giggle. You are here too. Su Chen gently touched Tuanchuan's hair and asked, Tuanchuan, how did you try? With your grandma and mother? The head of the group sighed and said, Mama is still helping Grandma try on the wedding dress. I have already tried this one, and this one. Tuan said, pointing to the three wedding dresses beside him. Tuanchuan continued, however, Mama said that she should ask Grandma to try one more, because the wedding photo is only taken once in a lifetime. Su Chen and Su Haqian nodded in agreement. It's only once, you really have to give it a try. Su Haqian sighed. There is only one love in a lifetime, wearing a wedding dress once, what a beautiful love story. This is a love story for parents, and also a love story for Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Su Chen hugged Tuanchuan, Lei sat next to him, Su Haqian sat opposite, and the four of them waited for Yan Bingxue and Lin Xiu to come out. Su Haqian kept rubbing his palms, full of anticipation and nervousness. After getting along for so many years, he has never seen his wife put on a wedding dress and stand in front of him. What does it look like when her wife puts on a wedding dress? While Su Haqian fumbled for the water glass at hand, he did not forget whether he looked up at the fitting room. Su Chen wiped out Su Haqian's micro-movements, and Su Chen looked at Su Haqian with joy in his heart. Su Chen smiled and said, Dad, I think Mom must be beautiful in her wedding dress. Su Haqian replied with a smile, your mother. Before he finished speaking, he heard a crash. Yan Bingxue opened the curtain, and Lin Xiu stood in front of Su Haqian in a pure white wedding dress. Su Haqian was stunned by the bright wedding dress. Su Haqian sat in the seat with a water glass and stared at it for a while. Lei patted Su Haqian's clothes and called, Grandpa, Grandpa. Only then did Su Haqian react, put down the water glass, stood up, and asked happily, Grandpa, do you think Grandma looks good in this wedding dress? Su Haqian looked at Lin Xiuji with a look of surprise and exclaimed, good looking, good looking. Yan Bingxue stood beside Su Chen. Lin Xiu smiled and looked at Su Haqian. Su Haqian kept looking at Lin Xiu, and Lin Xiu felt a little embarrassed. Lin Xiu said with a smile, Old Su, after so many years, what kind of me have you never seen before? Look at you, am I so excited about wearing a wedding dress? Su Haoqian replied affirmatively, of course, I should have given you Axiu's wedding dress 24 years ago. It's so beautiful. Yan Bingxue walked to Lin Xiu's side and said with a smile, Dad, it's not too late. The timing is just right. Well, just celebrate your 24 years of marriage. Su Chen said with a smile, yes, Dad, Mom is still the same as when I was a child. It's good looking, it's not too late, it's not too late. Su Haoqian smiled and said, stinky boy, just praise your mother? Su Chen smiled and said, of course not, Dad, you and I haven't changed much. When we were young, we're very handsome, and we're a perfect match for Mom in a suit. Su Chen smiled and pulled Su Haoqian to Lin Xiu's side, Mom and Dad, don't move, take a photo with you and see for yourself, is what I said true? Su Chen took out his mobile phone, and the horizontal screenshot was aimed at Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu. Mom and Dad, keep smiling, I'll take a picture for you. 1, 2, 3. Su Chen took a group photo of Lin Xiu and Su Haoqian. Su Chen happily took the photo and showed it to Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu smiled and nodded, looking at themselves in the photo. Mom and Dad, what I said is true, look, is it the same as you when you were young? Su Chen said with a smile. Lin Xiu smiled and said, you brat, you can say it. Tuanchuan and Lei smiled happily and said, great, great, Grandpa and Grandma want to get married too, Grandpa and Grandma want to get married. Both Yan Bingxue and Su Chen smiled happily. Mom and Dad, look, how excited the two little guys are. Su Chen laughed. Yan Bingxue asked with a smile, Mom, look at these wedding dresses, which one do you like the most? Lin Xiu thought about it for a long time, and when it came to the best, it was really difficult to answer for a while. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version update fastest. URL. Every wedding dress has its own strengths and advantages. For example, the elegant and generous one that Lin Xiu is wearing right now, and the intellectual and concise one from the previous interview, which is also very good. The shopping guide said with a smile, Auntie, these dresses you are wearing are very good looking. I think a good-looking wedding dress is a criterion for selection, and it is also a matter of personal preference. The wedding dress can reflect your personal character and female charm. The best. The words character and femininity awakened Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu said with a smile, that's it. Lin Xiu pointed to the wedding dress she tried on for the first time. Mom, this one is very good, this one is simple and elegant, yet elegant and suitable for you. Yan Bingxue said with a smile as she looked at Lin Xiu and pointed to the wedding dress. Yan Bingxue whispered in Lin Xiu's ear, Mom, I also like this wedding dress the most. I feel that the designer of this wedding dress is very romantic. Look, the red buttons on the chest are like cinnabar moles, this pure white satin, like white moonlight. Isn't this a beautiful combination of white moonlight and cinnabar mole when you put on this wedding dress? Lin Xiu smiled and nodded. Yan Bingxue's words made Lin Xiu smile. Su Chen approached Yan Bingxue and asked, Wife, what are you whispering to your mother? Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen with Mona Lisa's mysterious smile and said, Husband, guess what? Su Chen became more and more curious about what Yan Bingxue and Lin Xiu had said, but he didn't know for a while. Su Chen thought to himself, forget it. Let's ask at a later time. Mom, why don't you try the wedding dress you chose again and show it to Dad? Yan Bingxue said while holding Lin Xiu's hand with a smile. Lin Xiu smiled and nodded. Yan Bingxue helped Lin Xiu put on her wedding dress. Lin Xiu stood in front of Su Haoqian and looked at Su Haoqian with a smile and asked, "Old Su, what do you think?" Su Haoqian smiled and said, it looks good, Axiu, wearing this reminds me of the first time I saw you, when you also wore a white dress." Lin Xiu smiled and said, "So you still remember?" Su Haoqian said with a smile, remember, how can I not remember? That scene, I will never forget that scene in my life, even if I get old, many things will be forgotten, but that scene that day, I will never forget it. Lin Xiu smiled softly. The shopping guide looked at Lin Xiu and Su Haoqian with envious glances. What kind of beautiful love is this? Auntie, you and your uncle have such a good relationship, the shopping guide said with a smile. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu looked at each other and smiled happily. Su Haoqian's suit was chosen, Lin Xiu's wedding dress was chosen, and night fell quietly. Suddenly it was time to finish dinner. Su Chen suggested, Mom and Dad, Bingxue, let's go to the hot pot tonight. Su Haoqian, Lin Xiu, and Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile, I listen to you. Lin Xiu said with a smile. As soon as Tuan Tuan and Lei Lei heard that they were going to cook the hot pot, it was okay, and they fried the pot all of a sudden. Baba Mama, are we going to eat hot pot? Tuanchuan asked with big eyes. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Tuanchuan and Lei Lei were so happy that they flew, shabu shabu, shabu shabu. Happy, happy. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Su Chen drove the car to open the navigation, and saw that there was a hot pot restaurant nearby, which seemed to be quite good, so he asked, Mom and Dad, Bingxue, there is a hot pot restaurant nearby, it looks good, do you want to try it? Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu nodded with a smile. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, okay. Su Chen brought Yan Bingxue, Lin Xiu, Su Haoqian, Tuan Tuan, and Lei Lei to the hot pot restaurant. The first is to order the bottom of the pot. Su Chen brought over the menu for everyone to see. First of all, the bottom of the pot was determined. Everyone ordered the one and the Mandarin duck pot. The spicy pot was ordered with butter, and the clear soup was ordered with mushroom soup. Then there is the ordering part. Mom and Dad, you order first. Su Chen wanted to bring the menu to Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu. Su Haoqian said with a smile, Chen, you and Bingxue will be fine, and your mother and I have nothing special. All right then. Su Chen nodded. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue began to order food. Bingxue, come and order. Yan Bingxue nodded and took the menu. Yan Bingxue looked at the menu and said, Husband, I want 2 fat beef, 1 luncheon meat, 1 hairy belly, 1 tender mutton, 1 peeing beef ball, 1 a portion of ham, a portion of a vegetable platter, a portion of yuba, a portion of. All of a sudden, Yan Bingxue ordered more than 10 dishes. Yan Bingxue showed Su Chen the menu. Husband, do you have anything else to order? Su Chen smiled bitterly. My dear wife, you have almost ordered all the dishes. I just want to supplement, and there is no room for supplements. Yan Bingxue looked at the tick marks on the menu, and said with a smile, it seems that too. Yan Bingxue blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, Husband, listen to your tone, do you think I'm a bit of a loser? In the face of Yan Bingxue's torture, Su Chen sat on the ground and said, Wife, isn't all the money my husband squandered on his wife? It's just right and proper. Su Chen whispered, besides, my wife makes a lot of money, and my husband has no choice but to let his wife squander a little more, otherwise people who don't know will think I'm a little white-face. Yan Bingxue looked at Su Chen with a smile, then looked at the menu and said, "By the way, I haven't ordered any juice and snacks yet." Looking at the row of juices, Yan Bingxue asked with a smile, "Mom and Dad, look, there are apple juice, lemon juice, passion fruit juice, and kiwi juice. Which one do you want?" Lin Xiao said with a smile, "Just kiwi juice." Tuan Tuan also likes kiwi juice. Tuanchuan said excitedly. Yeah, there are two little guys, Tuanchuan and Lele, who almost forgot. What else do you guys want? Yan Bingxue asked while rubbing Tuanchuan's head. No need, Mama has ordered all the delicious food, just eat it directly after the next round. Tuanchuan said happily. Lele too, Mama, everything you ordered is delicious, Lele likes it. Lele said with a smile. Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded and asked, then there are several kinds of snacks here, including brown sugar glutinous rice cakes, flying cakes, and Tuanchuan and Lele said in unison, brown sugar glutinous rice cake. Everyone laughed. Su Chen smiled and said, Tuanchuan, Lele, you guys have such a tacit understanding. Tuanchuan and Lele cutely stuck out their tongues and said, hee hee, because both Tuan Tuan and Lele like to eat sweet food. So that's how it is. Then I want a brown sugar glutinous rice cake. Yan Bingxue checked the box. Then Yan Bingxue handed the menu to the waiter. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version update fastest. URL. After a while, the waiter brought the bottom of the pot and the dishes one after another. The hot pot is heartwarming. Wow, Baba, I want to eat meat. Tuanchuan said excitedly. There's a lot of meat here, what kind of meat do you want to eat? Su Chen asked with a smile. Well, I want to eat this meat. Tuanchuan said, pointing to the tender beef. Okay, Baba blanched a tender beef for Tuanchuan and Lele. This beef is very delicious, Su Chen said with a smile. Su Chen quickly boiled the beef and brought it up. Come on, one for Tuanchuan and one for Lele. Su Chen smiled and gave Tuanchuan and Lele a piece of beef. The two little guys were very happy. Thank you, Baba, said Tuanchuan and Lele. At this time, the waiter brought a plate of fat beef. Hello, you fat cow. The waiter poured water on the little purple flower in the middle. As soon as Xiao Zihua was watered, a white mist appeared, and the white mist was lingering, making the fat cow look very good-looking, adding a little fairy spirit. Wow, that's amazing, Baba, look. Lele said excitedly. Tuanchuan also looked at the fat cow's plate excitedly, the white air was so beautiful. Baba, I want to eat a fat cow. This fat cow looks delicious. Lele said with a smile. Okay, Baba will burn a fat cow for you. Su Chen said with a smile, looking at Tuanchuan and Lele. Su Chen gave Tuanchuan and Lele a fat cow, and Tuanchuan and Lele were very happy to eat. Today is a memorable day, let's have a drink. Su Chen said with a smile. Everyone drank from a glass full of juice. Well, it's delicious, sweet and sour. Lele said with a smile. Drink it well, Tuan Tuan likes this juice. Tuanchuan said happily. Su Chen looked at the two little guys with a happy face, and his heart was warm. Su Chen boiled a tripe to Yan Bingxue and said, Bingxue, how about you try this? Su Chen gave the tripe to Yan Bingxue, and Yan Bingxue happily took the tripe. Husband, it's just right, very crunchy. Yan Bingxue chewed it contentedly. Yan Bingxue held her hair in one hand and ate with chopsticks in the other. Su Chen saw that Yan Bingxue seemed very inconvenient, so he got up and asked the waiter for a leather rope, and the waiter was very considerate and brought a black rubber band. Su Chen sat in the seat and said gently to Yan Bingxue, "Wife, let me tie your hair up for you, it's inconvenient to eat strange things like this." Yan Bingxue smiled happily. "Husband, you are so sweet," Yan Bingxue said happily. Su Chen smiled and touched Yan Bingxue's smooth hair. When the hot pot was almost eaten, the brown sugar glutinous rice cake that the two little guys were thinking about finally came to the table. The aroma and appearance of the brown sugar glutinous rice cake quickly picked up the greedy bugs of the two little guys. "This glutinous rice cake looks delicious," Tuanchuan said greedily. "Yes. It looks delicious." Lei looked at the brown sugar siba and leaned in the direction of the brown sugar siba with a restless little hand. "Tuanchuan, Lei, you can only eat 2 pieces," Su Chen reminded. "Okay." Tuanchuan and Lei agreed, and now they are drooling looking at the brown sugar glutinous rice cakes. As for how many Tuanchuan and Lei eat, they don't care now, as long as they have some to eat. After eating one, Tuanchuan said with a smile, "It's delicious. It's so sweet." Then he picked up the next one, "It's delicious." Tuanchuan still wanted to go to the third one, but this time, Su Chen held down the chopsticks and said with a smile, "Tuan, you said you would eat 2. Tuanchuan himself forgot that he promised Su Chen that he would only eat 2 brown sugar glutinous rice cakes. "Oops, Tuan forgot. Well, let's eat 2, let's eat 2. Tuanchuan retracted his little hand that was about to move. Tuanchuan has almost eaten, but when he sees the brown sugar glutinous rice cake, he can't control himself. Tuanchuan blinked and looked at Lei's brown sugar glutinous rice cake again. Looked at Lei greedily and said, "Giggle, is it delicious?" Lei nodded with a smile. "Giggle, how many have you eaten?" Tuanchuan asked with big eyes. Lei replied, "Well, 2, this is my last one, I finished eating." Tuanchuan thought to himself, "Gugu has finished eating his brown sugar glutinous rice cake now, will Gugu feel the same as Tuan? Tuanchuan shook his head cutely and asked, "Giggle, do you still want to eat 1? Lei shook his head, rubbed his belly, and said, "Giggle is full." Tuanchuan frowned, turned around and thought, "Am I the only one who still wants to eat?" Tuanchuan really wanted to control his craving for brown sugar glutinous rice cakes, but he couldn't hold back his cravings. Tuanchuan put down the spoon and stared at the plate of brown sugar glutinous rice cake in front of him. Su Chen took a brown sugar cookie, Yan Bingxue took a brown sugar cookie, Su Haoqian took a brown sugar cookie, Lin Xiu took a brown sugar cookie, and now there is a brown sugar cookie in the plate. Seeing that the tray of brown sugar glutinous rice cakes in front of her was getting less and less, there was no missing piece, as if her little heart couldn't help but struggle. Now there is only one piece left, whose belly is it going back to? Tuanchuan stared at everyone's face. Baba really wants to be full, Mama really wants to be full, Grandpa seems to be full too, Grandma and Giggle are full too, so can this brown sugar cake be eaten for Tuan? Tuanchuan blinked and asked, "There's also a piece of brown sugar glutinous rice cake here, everyone seems to be full. In order not to waste food, should Tuan eat this piece of brown sugar glutinous rice cake?" Looking at everyone in groups, I hope everyone agrees. Su Chen joked, "Baba is not full yet." Tuanchuan frowned suddenly, lowered his head, and thought to himself, it seems that I can't eat the fastest brown sugar glutinous rice cake. Suchin went on to say, however, we Tuanchuan are so good today, and we know not to waste food, so let's share the last piece of brown sugar glutinous rice cake with Tuan Tuan. Tuanchuan happily looked up at Suchin and said, really? Suchin nodded and said, who knows that Chinese food is hard on a plate. Although the conditions of our family are very good, we can't waste food. Tuan has this consciousness to save food, and Baba naturally wants to reward Tuan. Tuanchuan seemed to say yes, but when he remembered what he had just promised Baba, he backed away. Tuanchuan said in a tangled manner, but, Tuanchuan has already promised Baba, I can only eat 2 pieces of brown sugar cake today. Suchin said with a smile, Tuanchuan did what she promised Baba. This is an additional reward for Baba, and it can be eaten. Tuanchuan asked again in surprise, really? Suchin nodded his head and said, Nua, for you, 1.5. Tuanchuan happily took the brown sugar glutinous rice cake and took a bite, full of satisfaction. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version update fastest. URL. After dinner, Suchin took everyone home. Everyone was a little full, and Yan Bingxue suggested with a smile. Otherwise, let's go for a walk. Okay, it just happened that I was a little full tonight. I went out for a walk, just in time for digestion. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. With a smile. Yes, I think so too. Su Haqian said with a smile. The family walked around the community, and the 2 little guys, Tuanchuan and Lele, happily walked in the front. Jumping and jumping, especially lively, looking in the east, looking in the west, sometimes looking up at the sky, sometimes looking down at the crossroads. Baba, why are there so many fewer stars at night in winter than in summer? Lele asked, curiously. Well, this is a bit complicated, Baba first asked Tuanchuan and Lele a question, do you know which planet we live on? Suchin asked with a smile. Lele nodded and said, of course I know, the planet we live on is the Earth. Well, does Lele know what system the Earth belongs to in the universe? Su Chen asked with a smile. This Lele also knows that the Earth belongs to the solar system. Lele replied confidently. What is the center of the solar system? Su Chen continued to ask with a smile. Well, it's the sun. The teacher said that the solar system and the Milky Way. All the planets in the solar system will revolve around the sun. Lele said. With a smile. Well, yes, the Earth rotates every day, and the Earth revolves around itself once a day, which is its rotation. Then it revolves around the sun once a year. The Earth rotates once, and there are days and nights. Dark night. Then, Baba asks you another question, what happens when the Earth revolves? Once. Suchin said with a smile, looking at Lele. Well. Lele grabbed her head and thought carefully, the rotation of the Earth is 1 day. With day and night, 1 revolution of the Earth is 1 year. What will be formed in 1 year? Walking, Lele suddenly thought of it. Lele smiled excitedly and said, Baba, it's spring, summer, autumn and winter. Right? Suchin smiled and nodded and said, yes, spring, summer, autumn and winter. Lele, the little head melon seeds are very flexible. Lele held her hands and smiled happily. So Baba, why are there fewer stars in winter than in summer? Lele asked. Eagerly and cutely. Don't worry, Dad will tell you slowly. Suchin walked forward with Lele in one hand, and said, "In summer, the Earth will turn between the center of the Milky Way and the Sun, and the highest point of the Milky Way will be the wide, dense, and brightest center part happens to be in the sky at night, so in summer you see a lot of stars. However, in winter, the Earth turns between the edge of the Milky Way and the Sun, and at night we see the thin edge of the Milky Way, where there are very few stars." Suchin slowly said. Lele smiled and nodded and said, "Lele understands. Baba, I think the universe is a very magical thing. Yes, there are still many things in the universe that people don't know, waiting for people to explore." Suchin exclaimed. "Then Baba, do you think the universe will have an end?" Lele asked curiously, with wide eyes. "Well, Mom remembers that a great scientist Einstein once said that the universe is finite and boundless, just a ring around a ring." Yan Bingxue explained. "Wow, the universe is so mysterious," Lele said with a smile. While walking, Su Chen's family met Gu Yusen and Feng Qi, who were walking towards them. The two also happened to be walking in the community. Gu Yusen and Feng Qi walked forward holding hands, just in time to meet Su Chen and his party. "What a coincidence, Xiaoqi, Yusen," Su Chen greeted. Yusen, Xiaoqi, Yan Bingxue, Su Haoqian, and Lin Xiu greeted Gu Yusen and Feng Qi with a smile. Gu Yusen was a little shy and quickly withdrew her hand. Gu Yusen retracted her hand and put it in her pocket. Tuanchuan and Lele also greeted Gu Yusen. "Hello auntie, hello uncle." "Hello, little guy," Gu Yusen said with a smile, looking at Tuanchuan and Lele. "Yusen, what a coincidence, I'm so interested in taking a walk today." Yan Bingxue teased. "My family Feng Qi dragged me out and said that I was either lying down at home reading novels or sitting and watching dramas, and he took me out for a walk," Gu Yusen said with a smile. In his eyes, he saw Feng Qi's affirmation. "And love again. Yusen, has become your Feng Qi now?" Yan Bingxue said with a smile. "That's not my Feng Qi," Gu Yusen said firmly. "Ha ha ha, so since it's Feng Qi from your family, then you should hold hands generously," Su Chen said with a smile. "Okay, you are teasing us one or two?" Gu Yusen pointed at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue with a smile. "How dare you, we Yusen are now big celebrities on the internet. If one or two of your fans reason with me, I can't handle it," Yan Bingxue said jokingly. Gu Yusen smiled and nodded. "Yeah, Yusen, your live-streaming auntie is paying attention. She even bought something in your live-streaming room 2 days ago," Lin Xiu said with a smile. Gu Yusen was very happy to hear Lin Xiu say this. "Auntie, thank you for caring so much about my live broadcast room. Another day, I'll give Auntie a free set of products," Gu Yusen said happily. "Ha ha ha, good," Lin Xiu said with a smile. "Xiaoqi, have you been busy recently?" Su Chen greeted with a smile. "I've been fine recently, so I can spend more time with my girlfriend." Feng Qi said with a smile, looking at Gu Yusen. Seeing the eyes of the two of them looking at each other and smiling, they are all sweet. "Xiaoqi, let's go out to get together another day, right? Girlfriends are important, brothers are also important, right?" Su Chen patted Feng Qi's shoulder and said. "Then I have to report to my girlfriend," Feng Qi said with a smile. "Xiaoqi, you haven't gotten married yet, so you filed with your girlfriend. If you were married, you wouldn't be able to make an appointment." Su Chen laughed. "Su Chen, don't say that about my family's Feng Qi. Gu Yusen scoffed. Su Chen smiled and said, ha ha ha, good. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were very happy to see their relationship so good. Okay, we're going back, you guys take a walk, Gu Yusen said with a smile. Okay. Su Chen replied. Gu Yusen and Feng Qi went home, and Su Chen and his party continued to walk forward. Suddenly a cold wind blew from the north. Su Chen subconsciously took Yan Bingxue with one hand and said softly, the wind is blowing, let's go home too. So Su Chen and his party also went home. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version update fastest. URL. This afternoon, Tang Shuyun and Yan Zhenwei were drinking tea at home. Yan Zhenwei made tea for Tang Shuyun. Pinpin, how is this tea? My son-in-law just sent it some time ago. Yan Zhenwei said proudly. Tang Shuyun closed her eyes and said with a smile, this tea is pleasing to the eyes when you smell it. Tang Shuyun took a sip and smiled and said, yes, the tea sent by your son-in-law is good, Lao Yan, your tea skills are also improving. Yan Zhenwei looked at Tang Shuyun seriously and said, ha ha ha, speaking of this tea ceremony, it is really broad and profound, and most people are elusive. Tang Shuyun said with a smile, I said Lao Yan, I'm complimenting you, you still have a day. Yan Zhenwei smiled and poured another cup of tea for Tang Shuyun and said, isn't this, it's rare to hear you praise me like that? Come, have another cup. Tang Shuyun had another drink. Tired of sitting, Tang Shuyun got up and walked to the windowsill, and suddenly realized that the grapefruits on the grapefruit trees in her home had already crawled all over the branches. Tang Shuyun thought to herself, it's time to pick it. Before I knew it, I got so many grapefruits today. Tang Shuyun asked Yan Zhenwei to look by the window, old Yan, come and see. There are a lot of grapefruits on the grapefruit trees in the yard this year. Yan Zhenwei walked over with his hands behind his back, although I didn't expect our grapefruit tree to bear so many grapefruits this year. Tang Shuyun suddenly had an idea and said with a smile, why don't we ask Su Chen Bingxue and the others to come and pick a few grapefruits and eat them back. Don't waste so many grapefruits. Okay, ask your son-in-law and his family to come and taste our grapefruit. Yan Zhenwei said in surprise. After speaking, the two started to act. Tang Shuyun made a video call to Yan Bingxue. As soon as the video call was connected, Tang Shuyun smiled and said, Bingxue, are you free this afternoon? Yan Bingxue asked, Mom and Dad, what's the matter with you? Yan Zhenwei said with a smile, it's just that the pomelo at home is ripe. I want you to come pick pomelo and take some back to eat. The whole family will come here, if you have time this afternoon. Yan Zhenwei said happily, and was a little incoherent. Yan Bingxue looked at the workload today, but she could leave work early, so she said, okay, let's go this afternoon. But I'll ask Su Chen his time first. I have nothing to do this afternoon. Yan Zhenwei said with a smile, okay, waiting for your news. Yan Bingxue hung up the video call and called Su Chen to ask if Su Chen was free to pick grapefruit this afternoon. Su Chen naturally agreed without saying a word, okay, just this afternoon, my work at hand will be immediate. It's done. Just wait and go. Husband, otherwise, I'm fine now, I'll go back first to pick up my parents. And the group, Lele, when you're done with your work, just go to my parents. So you don't have to run away. Yan Bingxue said softly. Su Chen smiled and said, it's still my wife who is caring. Yan Bingxue smiled, okay, so be it, husband, I'll hang up first. Okay. Su Chen's crisp voice came from Yan Bingshua's phone. Yan Bingshua hung up the phone with a smile and packed her bag. Then I drove home to pick up Tuan Tuan Lele, Su Haqian, and Lin Xiao. Tuanchuan and Lele heard that they were going to pick grapefruits at their grandparents' house, but they were so excited. Mama, I'm going to pick a lot of grapefruit today, Lele said with a smile. Then Goku and Baba go to the tree to pick grapefruit. I still have Mama, my grandparents, and my grandparents will eat Goku and Baba to pick grapefruit. Okay? Tuanchuan said happily. Okay, Lele said with an excited smile. The two little guys were on the car all the way, talking about this and that. Mama, how many grapefruit trees do Grandpa and Grandma have? 4. Mama, isn't Grandpa and Grandma's grapefruit big? Of course. Mama, aren't Grandpa and Grandma's grapefruit sweet? Uh-huh. The two little guys kept asking questions along the way. Yan Bingshua didn't have time to answer their questions, and the next wave of questions came out. Again. Su Haoqian also asked, curiously, unexpectedly, there are grapefruit trees in Xinwei's house. Yan Bingshua replied with a smile, because my mother likes the smell of pomelo flowers. My dad planted a few pomelo trees in the yard, so that when the pomelo trees bloom in spring, there will be a yard of pomelo flowers scented. So that's how it is. Su Haoqian replied with a smile. Su Haoqian is full of admiration for Yan Xinwei's motivation to plant grapefruit trees. Su Haoqian thought to himself, no wonder Xinwei has such a good daughter. Lin Xiao also admires Yan Xinwei. At this time, when Yan Xinwei and Tang Shiyun heard the news from their daughter, they quickly prepared tools and a big basket for big grapefruit. We also prepared some snacks and fruit, by the way. Look, Lao Yan, are you prepared enough? Tang Shiyun asked with a smile. Enough, enough. There are 4 adults and 2 children in their group, and they can't eat a lot. It's a waste. Yan Xinwei said with a smile. Okay. That's it, Lao Yan, how about you try this sesame shortcake and hibiscus cake I prepared? Tang Shiyun gave Yan Xinwei a taste of a hibiscus cake. Yan Xinwei smiled and praised, it's delicious, delicious, Shiyun, your craftsmanship is very good. Tang Shiyun smiled and continued to prepare. Tuan Tuan and Lele are the 2 little guys who like to eat this kind of cake the most, so prepare more. Shiyun, then you have prepared so many cakes to feed Tuanchuan and Lele, and they won't eat it until dinner. Yan Xinwei reminded. Also, Lao Yan, what you said makes sense. It's better to be thoughtful, so you don't have to put it away, so that you won't be able to eat when you're full of pastries. Tang Shiyun said with a smile. After a while, Yan Bingshua drove with him, Tuanchuan Lele, Lin Xiao, and Su Haoqian came to Yan Xinwei's house. Haoqian, you guys are here, waiting for you for a long time. Yan Xinwei said with a smile. Ha ha ha, I wasted some time at home. Su Haoqian explained, and then asked. With a smile, Xinwei, it's not too late now. Yan Xinwei said with a smile, it's not too late, just come. Grandpa, Grandma. Tuanchuan and Lele exclaimed excitedly. Hey, little guy, did you miss Grandma and Grandpa? Tang Shiyun asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele replied sincerely, I miss Grandpa, Grandma. Tang Shiyun and Yan Xinwei laughed happily. Tang Shiyun saw Su Chen and asked, why didn't the protagonist come today? Yan Bingshui explained, oh, Mom and Dad, there is still something going on at The Su Chunlong Academy of Sciences, and it will be here soon. Tang Shiyun nodded. Please remember this book's first domain name. Mobile version update fastest. URL. You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Since Su Chen hadn't arrived yet, everyone ate something first, and Tang Shiyun took out all the prepared snacks for everyone to eat. To Anchuan, Lele, what did Grandma bring? Tang Shiyun asked with a smile. The two little guys looked up and saw 2 plates of snacks, very happy. Grandma, is this the snack you made for us? Lele asked happily. Tang Shiyun smiled and nodded. Grandma is so nice, I have prepared so much delicious food for Tuan Tuan and Gao Gao. Tuan Tuan is so happy, Tuanchuan said excitedly, holding his small chin in both hands. Come on, try it, Grandma will bring you a cup of hot milk. Tang Shiyun said. Happily. With that said, Tang Shiyun went to bring a cup of hot milk. Tuanchuan and Lele looked at Yan Bingxue, Lin Xiu, and Su Haoqian. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, eat it, try the cakes made by Grandma, are they delicious? The 2 little guys nodded happily. The 2 little guys happily held a small snack and carefully held it in their palms. The 2 little guys happily looked at the snack in their hands, and they were really afraid that they would melt in their hands. The 2 little guys looked at each other with a smile, and then ate the hibiscus cake they were holding. It was very sweet and delicious in one bite. Tuanchuan licked his lips happily and said happily, it's delicious. Tang Shiyun came over with 2 cups of hot milk and 3 cups of tea. Seeing the 2 little guys enjoying their meal, Tang Shiyun asked with a smile, little guy, is it delicious? Tuanchuan and Lele nodded in satisfaction. Tang Shiyun brought a cup of hot milk to Tuanchuan and Lele, and Su Haoqian. Lin Xiu and Yan Bingxue brought a cup of tea. Mom, why are you being so polite? Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Axiu and Haoqian come here very rarely, don't they want to be more solemn? Tang Shiyun explained with a smile. You guys also try the desserts I made. Tang Shiyun said with a smile. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, it's delicious, Mom, you still make the same thing as when you were a child. Well, it's really delicious, Shiyun, you can open a dessert shop with your craftsmanship. Lin Xiu praised. Tang Shiyun smiled happily. Su Haoqian looked at the unpacked tea set in the living room and asked with a smile, Zhenwei, are you making tea? I heard that you have done a lot of research in this area. Yan Zhenwei said humbly, where, just fiddle with it when you have time. Su Haoqian and Yan Zhenwei smiled, and the 2 began to discuss the tea ceremony. Su Haoqian said, the tea ceremony pays attention to the beauty of the 5 realms, tea leaves, tea water, heat, tea set, and environment. Zhenwei also has his own views on these 5 realms. Let's get to know the place. Yan Zhenwei said with a smile, I don't dare to say what I see, but I also have a little opinion of my own. I think, if you want to taste the 5 realms, you must first be proficient in the tea ceremony and 6 gentlemen. Su Haoqian smiled and nodded, indeed, the 6 gentlemen of the tea ceremony. Tea rules, tea needles, tea leeks, tea clips, teaspoons, and tea containers are indeed the prerequisites for a good pot of tea. Yan Zhenwei said with the same feeling, isn't it? The choice from quality to appearance is the top priority. It takes great pains to choose a good set of 6 gentlemen. Su Haoqian asked with a smile, ha ha ha, Zhenwei, listen to what you mean, you should have a complete collection of tea sets in your hand. Yan Zhenwei sighed with a smile, Haoqian, what you see is really poisonous. You hit it with a single arrow. In my study, there is indeed a set of collections. Do you want to go and have a look? Su Haoqian happily replied, naturally, you need to see. The two went to the study room. Lin Xiu and Tang Shuyun watched the two go away, and Tang Shuyun asked, where are you going? When the son-in-law comes, we're going to pick grapefruit. Yan Zhenwei said with a smile, just go to the study and come out in a while. Tang Shuyun nodded and smiled. Tang Shuyun, Lin Xiu, and Yan Bingxue accompany the two little guys to eat snacks and play in the living room. Lin Xiu sighed with a smile, I can't help but feel that the two of them have a feeling of seeing each other late. Tang Shuyun echoed, ha ha ha, no. Tuanchuan smiled and said, Grandma, are you jealous with Grandpa? Tang Shuyun and Lin Xiu laughed. Lin Xiu touched Tuanchuan's little head and said, little guy, how old are you? You know you're jealous. Tuanchuan smiled, opened his eyes wide and said seriously, of course Tuanchuan knows. Tuan pointed his chin with the index finger of a small hand and said, well, it's like Mama sometimes eats baba vinegar, right? Baba sometimes spends a lot of time at work when she is busy at work, and Mama will be jealous. Yan Bingxue smiled embarrassedly, Tuanchuan, you little guy is really insightful. But Mom is not jealous, Mom, just remind Dad to rest and not work all the time. Tang Shuyun and Lin Xiu looked at each other and smiled. Lin Xiu said with a smile, Bingxue, wait for the next mother to talk about Qinchin. Qinchin is really busy with work and can't care about anything, but you have to talk about him. Mom, you, don't say Su Qian. Yan Bingxue maintained. Lin Xiuzhen felt pity and joy for Yan Bingxue. Lin Xiu said with a smile, ha ha ha, listen to you. After a while, Su Qian came over. Su Qian rang the doorbell. Tuanchuan and Lei jumped off the sofa to open the door for Su Qian. Lei said excitedly, it must be Baba. Baba is here, let's open the door. Tuanchuan said with a smile. The two little guys quickly put on their shoes and ran to the gate to open the door for Su Qian. Lei stood on tiptoe to hold the door handle and opened the door for Su Qian. Lin Xiu smiled and said, it really means that Chow Chow is here. Lei opened the door, and it turned out that Su Qian was standing in front of him. Su Qian was standing in the afterglow, looking from the living room. His back looked extraordinarily tall. Baba! Tuanchuan and Lei shouted in unison. Su Qian picked up the two little guys and said with a smile, what is Tuanchuan Lei doing? Tuanchuan looked at Su Qian's eyes with a cute smile and said, Tuanchuan and Lei and Mama, and Grandma are eating. Su Qian asked in surprise, you're eating, what delicious food are Tuanchuan and Lei eating? Lei happily smiled and replied, Tuanchuan and Lei are eating the cakes made by Grandma, and the cakes made by Grandma are delicious. It turns out that Tuanchuan and Lei are eating cakes. Su Qian put down the two little guys and said, touching their pink and round faces. Su Qian led Tuanchuan and Lei to the living room. Su Qian said, Mom. Bingxue. Tang Shuyun and Lin Xiu smiled and nodded. Tang Shuyun asked with a smile, Xiaoqian, do you want 2 pieces? Su Qian said happily, that's great, Mom's craftsmanship is delicious. Su Qian picked up a piece of pastry and said with a smile, Mom, it looks good. Looking at this, and it definitely tastes better. You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Su Qian took a sip and praised with a smile, it's really delicious. Tang Shuyun smiled happily. Seeing that there were only Yan Bingxue, Lin Xiu, Tang Shuyun and Tuanchuan and Lei in the living room, Su Chen asked, "Where's Dad? Why didn't you see them?" Lin Xiu smiled and replied, "They are studying the tea ceremony in the study." Su Chen smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, that's what it is." Lei took Su Chen's hand and said with a smile, "Baba, let's go and call Grandpa, let's go pick grapefruit." Tuanchuan also walked in front of Su Chen and looked at Su Chen with big eyes of anticipation. "Okay, let's go call Grandpa and Grandpa with Mother," Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded happily. Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Tuanchuan, and Lei went to the study and called Yan Zhenwei and Su Haoqian. When they walked to the door of the study, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue kept the door open, knocked on the door, and walked in. Seeing Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Tuanchuan and Lei approaching, Yan Zhenwei said with a smile, "You are here. Dad, let's go pick grapefruit together." Yan Bingxue said with a smile. "Okay." Yan Zhenwei and Su Haoqian replied with a smile. The six walked to the living room together. Tang Shuyun and Lin Xiu also got up. Tang Shuyun said with a smile, "Let's go. The tools and baskets are in the yard, we just go over there." "Okay." Su Chen replied. Everyone came to the courtyard behind the villa. There are 4 big grapefruit trees in the yard, and it seems that every grapefruit tree has a certain age. "Dad, these grapefruit trees look old," Su Chen said with a smile, looking up at the grapefruit trees. Yan Zhenwei replied with a smile, "It's been some years, and it was transplanted from another place." At that time, 6 trees were transplanted, and 4 trees were left in the end. Su Haoqian looked at Yan Zhenwei with a smile and said, "Old Yan, people in ancient times used to ride a Hongqian concubine to laugh, and no one knew that it was lychee. You are a Hongqian wife to laugh, and no one knew that it was a honey pomelo." Yan Zhenwei said with a hearty smile, "In this way, I feel that this grapefruit is a lot more precious." Lin Xiu also looked at Tang Shuyun and smiled, "Shuyun, I see, eating grapefruit is a small matter, so let's appreciate grapefruit as the real intention." Tang Shuyun patted Lin Xiu's hand and said, "Axiu, look at what you said, I don't want to drink alcohol, I really asked you to come and eat grapefruit. The fruit from these grapefruit trees is very sweet." Ha ha ha, good. Then let's eat grapefruit," Lin Xiu said with a smile. "Come on, Shaochen, this is a bamboo sleeve that I bought specially for picking grapefruit." Yan Zhenwei gave the bamboo sleeve to Su Chen and said. Su Chen took the bamboo sleeve and swung it up and down, then said with a smile, "It's been a long time since I saw this thing, and now I still miss my childhood when I first saw it." Lei opened her head curiously and asked, "Baba, did you often hit grapefruit when you were young?" Su Chen smiled and patted Lei's shoulder. "In the past, there was a grapefruit garden in our town. Every time this season, the grapefruit garden would be full of grapefruit, and we would always follow the adults to pick grapefruit. Play. Huh? Why didn't you see grapefruit on New Year's Day?" Tuanchuan said, blinking at Su Chen. "Well, later, one summer, it rained in the town for a long time. The grapefruit trees were soaked in the rain for a long time, and they all died. And the grapefruit garden disappeared." Su Chen sighed. "Ah, what a pity," Tuanchuan and Lei said with small mouths. "Yes." Su Chen sighed. Su Chen continued, "But it's all right now, you see there are so many grapefruits here, we can pick and eat grapefruits again." The two little guys nodded seriously and said, Suchin took the bamboo sleeve and asked the two little guys with a smile. Little guy. What kind of grapefruit do you say we pick first? Tuanchuan and Lele looked hard at the top of the 4 grapefruit trees. The two little guys looked at Huang Qingqing's grapefruit. One was bigger than the other, and they didn't know which one to choose. Giggling, this grapefruit, and this grapefruit are all so big, Tuanchuan said with a smile. Yeah, it's so big. Sister, can you see that grapefruit? Lele happily pointed to the grapefruit tree hanging high on the top of the tree in front of her. Okay, I want that grapefruit. Tuanchuan also pointed at the grapefruit and nodded. Suchin squatted down and looked at the two little guys and said, Is that the grapefruit, mother? Suchin followed the eyes of the two little guys and pointed to the big grapefruit tree in front of him. The two little guys smiled and nodded happily. That's it. Lele said with a smile. Suchin raised the bamboo cover to cover it, and Suchin caught the grapefruit. Pointed to by Tuanchuan and Lele. Tuanchuan and Lele clasped their little hands excitedly and said, That's the one, that's the one. Suchin turned the bamboo sleeve left and right, and the grapefruit fell firmly into the bamboo sleeve. Suchin took the bamboo sleeve back one by one. Suchin went to show the grapefruit on the bamboo sleeve to Tuanchuan and Lele. Tuanchuan, Lele, look. Lele said with a smile, Baba, hold it for me. I'll put it in the basket. Suchin nodded, gave the big grapefruit to Lele with a smile. Lele took the grapefruit, lowered his hands a little. Lele said with a smile, Baba, this grapefruit is so heavy. Ha ha ha, then this grapefruit must be very sweet, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Giggle, I'll take it for you. Tuanchuan said with a smile. The two little guys stumbled over holding the big grapefruit, and Tuanchuan and Lele put the grapefruit into the basket and smiled happily. Baba, now we have a grapefruit. Lele said with a smile. Ha ha ha, then wait for Baba to pick another grapefruit. Suchin said with a smile. Baba, pick this, pick this. Tuanchuan said excitedly, pointing at the grapefruit on the grapefruit tree. Okay, just pick this one. Suchin said with a smile. Suchin immediately covered the grapefruit with the bamboo cover. Tuanchuan and Lele happily clapped their hands and said, Baba is awesome, Baba is awesome. Suchin gave the grapefruit to Tuanchuan and Lele. Tuanchuan and Lele put the grapefruit in the basket. Tuanchuan and Lele said with satisfaction, Ha ha ha, another big grapefruit. Lele looked at everyone in surprise and said, Now, we have 2 grapefruits. Lin Xiao, Tang Shuyun, and Yan Bingxue walked over to have a look. Lin Xiao said with a smile, 2 big grapefruits must be very sweet. Tuanchuan and Lele looked at everyone with joy. Ha 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 ha, Yan Jinwei and Su Haqian laughed. After a while, Suchin picked a lot of grapefruit, and there was a basket full of them. You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Lele and Tuanchuan wanted to lift the basket with force, but Tuanchuan found that the basket was too heavy, and no matter how hard Lele and Tuanchuan tried, they couldn't lift it. Suchin smiled and said, Lele, Tuanchuan, do you want to come and try it and pick a grapefruit yourself? Lele and Tuanchuan smiled and nodded. Baba, I think. Baba, I want to too. Tuanchuan and Lele competed to answer. Then, let's try Lele first. Suchin said with a smile. Lele ran to Suchin frantically. Suchin gave the bamboo cover to Lele, but Lei didn't hold it steady, and suddenly the bamboo cover fell to the front. Fortunately, there was no one in front, so no one was hit. Lei said apologetically, "Baba, I didn't hold it steady." Suchin smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, just lift it up." Lei nodded and said, "Mm." Suchen helped Lei to lift the bamboo sleeve. Lei held it up. Suchen supported the bottom. Yan Bingxue and Tuanchuan stood beside them. Yan Bingxue asked with a smile, "Lei, which grapefruit do you want?" Lei held up the bamboo cover, looked east and west, and finally saw a pomelo on the tree on the right with a very lovely appearance, and said, "Baba, I want to pick that grapefruit." "Okay, then pick that grapefruit," Suchen said with a smile. "Come on." Lei moved the bamboo sleeve forward and aim at the grapefruit. "Su," Chen said with a smile. Suchen helps Lei to parallel the bamboo sleeve. "Lei, put the bamboo sleeve under the grapefruit," Suchen whispered. Lei concentrated on Suchen's help and successfully caught the grapefruit. "Baba, trapped, trapped." Lei let go of her hand and said excitedly. Yan Bingxue reminded with a smile, "Lei, you haven't unscrewed the grapefruit yet, why did you let go?" Lei quickly supported the bamboo sleeve. "Fortunately, there is Baba," Lei said with a happy smile. "Lei, Dad taught you, twist it on the left and twist it on the right. Repeat this several times, and the grapefruit will fall off the grapefruit tree." "Su," Chen said with a smile. Lei nodded, looked at the grapefruit, twisted it hard on the left, twisted on the right, and finally the grapefruit fell off the book and fell into the bamboo cover. Lei held up the bamboo cover, looked at Yan Bingxue and Tuanchuan happily, and said, "Mama, Tuanchuan, you see the grapefruit fell into the bamboo cover." Tuanchuan clapped his little hands and applauded Lei. "Giggle is awesome. Giggle is awesome." Suchen said with a smile, "Now take it back, slowly, section by section." The grapefruit fell into the bamboo cover, and the bamboo cover suddenly became a lot heavier. Fortunately, Suchen was holding it by the side. Otherwise the little guy Lei would really not be able to support it. Lei slowly retracted the bamboo sleeve, and Suchen helped Lei. The bamboo cover was retracted, and Lei looked at the big grapefruit inside the bamboo cover as if she saw a sparkling diamond. "Baba, Mama, grandparents, look, this is Lei's grapefruit," Lei said proudly. Everyone gathered around to watch. Lei held the grapefruit to show everyone. And everyone looked at Lei with a smile. Lei happily placed the grapefruit on top. Looking at the grapefruit he put down, Lei's face was full of joy and surprise. "Baba, Baba, I want to try it too," Tuanchuan said with a smile. "Ha ha ha, okay, come here soon." Suchen beckoned to come over, and they walked over happily. Tuanchuan raised the bamboo sleeve, and the bamboo sleeve swayed and floated in the air. "Oops, oops," Tuanchuan said, a little caught off guard. Suchen supported the bottom of the bamboo cover, so that the bamboo cover was not swaying in the air, and Tuanchuan put the bamboo cover under his grapefruit. Looking at this grapefruit like this seems to be a little sacred and dazzling. Tuanchuan blinked at the grapefruit and said, "Baba, this grapefruit seems to be glowing." "Glowing?" Yan Bingxue asked rhetorically. "Yeah, grapefruit has a yellow glow," said Tuanchuan cute. Yan Bingxue and Suchen laughed. "Baba, twist the grapefruit now and it'll be fine, right?" Tuanchuan said with a smile. "Yes," Suchen replied. The grapefruit was successfully unscrewed by Tuanchuan and fell into the bamboo cover. Tuanchuan took down the bamboo cover and hugged the grapefruit he picked up happily, very happy. Now Tuan Tuan has also picked a grapefruit, Tuanchuan said happily. Tuanchuan hugged the grapefruit into the basket and said excitedly, "It's so beautiful. Now the basket is full of grapefruit, and it can't hold an extra grapefruit." Lin Xiao said with a smile, "Is it almost? You can bring back so many grapefruits and send some to Yusin and the others." "Ha ha ha, Mom, then I'll bring it in, let's try it out as a family first," Su Chen said with a smile. "Baba, this grapefruit is so heavy," Lei said. "Is it heavy? It doesn't matter, Baba is a strong man," Su Chen replied with a smile. Su Chen easily picked up the grapefruit and entered the house. Lei exclaimed, "Baba is amazing, Baba is a strong man." Su Chen cut a grapefruit, handled it a little, and brought it over. "Come and try it," Su Chen said with a smile. Everyone ate, and everyone smiled with satisfaction. "It seems that grapefruit is very sweet." Yan Bingshui gave Su Chen a mouthful and said, "Husband, how is it?" Su Chen smiled and nodded, "Sweet. The grapefruit is sweet, and the wife feeds it even sweeter." Yan Bingshui smiled slightly and lowered her head. "Yes, I also think this year's grapefruit seems to be extra sweet." Tang Shuyun said with a smile. "Old Yan, what do you think?" Tang Shuyun patted Yan Jinwei and said with a smile. Yan Jinwei nodded and replied with a smile, "Sweet, very sweet." Lin Xiao said with a smile, "I see, grapefruit is one thing that is sweet. Seeing if someone who eats grapefruit with her is sweeter, it's like the grapefruit filter that young people say." "Mom, it seems that you are still following the trend of the times," Su Chen said with a smile. "Ha ha ha, even though your mother is old, she is also very concerned and understands the world of young people," Su Haoqian said with a smile. Tang Shuyun said, "Old Su, what you said is wrong. You say that people are getting old, then Axiu will be angry." Su Haoqian replied, "It's my fault, it's my fault. Dad, you'd better eat more grapefruit and talk less, otherwise I won't be able to persuade my mother when I get home," Su Chen teased. Everyone laughed. Tuanchuan and Lei also laughed, and Tuanchuan said with a smile, "Baba, eat quickly, this is so sweet." Having said that, Tuanchuan fed Su Chen a mouthful of grapefruit, and Su Chen happily ate the grapefruit fed by Tuanchuan. "It's so sweet," Su Chen said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei were very happy. You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Soon it was time for dinner. The aunt at home had already prepared a table full of food, and everyone took their seats. Everyone starts to eat. Everyone enjoyed the meal. Especially Yan Jinwei and Tang Shuyun were very happy. After dinner, everyone sat in one place chatting. Su Chen just took advantage of everyone's chatting time and made a cup of honey grapefruit juice and opened it up. "Honey grapefruit juice, let's try it," Su Chen said with a smile. "The honey grapefruit juice mixed with dust must be delicious," Lin Xiao said happily. From a distance, I could smell a faint scent of grapefruit and the sweet scent of honey. Tuanchuan and Lei were especially excited. Everyone likes Su Chen's honey grapefruit juice. At this moment, Tuanchuan and Lei noticed a large fish tank in the living room. Lei excitedly told Tuanchuan, "Giggle, look, there's a fish tank there." Tuanchuan looked at the fish tank Lei pointed to in surprise, and said with a Smile, wow, it's really a fish tank, I didn't even see it just now. Me too. Let's go have a look. Lele said with a smile. Two little guys, Tuanchuan and Lele, lay down in front of the fish tank and looked at the little goldfish. The little goldfish swam around in the fish tank, looking very smart. Tuanchuan and Lele watched the little goldfish intently. Tuanchuan happily counted the little goldfish, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 little goldfish, Tuanchuan said in surprise. Yeah, these little goldfish are so beautiful, look at the tail of this little red goldfish. Lele pointed to a little red goldfish and said. And this one is so beautiful, with a black tail, so special. Lele said. Happily. Giggle, you see they are still blowing bubbles, Tuanchuan said with a smile. They're breathing. Lele explained. Yan Zhenwei watched the two little guys around in front of the fish tank for a long time, then Yan Zhenwei walked over and asked, Little guy, does it look good? Tuanchuan and Lele nodded. It's time to feed them, do you want to eat around the goldfish? Yan Zhenwei asked with a smile. Tuanchuan said in surprise, Can Tuanchuan feed the little goldfish? Yan Zhenwei replied with a smile, Of course Tuanchuan and Lele can feed the little goldfish. Yan Zhenwei took the little goldfish's feed and said with a smile, Dang dang. This is it. Yan Zhenwei gave the feed to the little guys Tuanchuan and Lele. Tuanchuan and Lele were overjoyed. Hurry up and feed the little goldfish. Yan Zhenwei patted the heads of the two little guys and said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele happily showed Su Chen and Yan Bingxue the feed for the little goldfish. Baba, look, we're going to feed the little goldfish, Lele said happily. Yan Bingxue and Su Chen walked over. When Yan Bingxue walked in, she didn't notice that there was a fish tank in the house, so she asked, Mom and Dad, when did you buy a fish tank? Yan Zhenwei said with a smile, I just bought it last week. I was shopping with your mother. Then I saw this fish tank and liked it, so I bought it. Yan Bingxue nodded and said, Oh. Baba Mama, now I and Goku are going to start feeding the little fish. Tuanchuan said excitedly. Grandpa, do you have to finish this package of feed? Lele asked while holding the feed. Yan Zhenwei smiled and nodded. Tuan and Lele were feeding one by one, watching him carefully drop a pellet of feed into the fish tank. All the little goldfish rushed to the place where Tuan dropped the feed. The group of goldfish made Tuanchuan and Lele laugh. It's so fun, so fun. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Sister, why don't you feed a little more at a time? The little goldfish are not enough to eat. Lele said with a smile. Tuanchuan nodded and continued to feed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A bag of small feed was fed by two little guys in a short while. Tuanchuan and Lele also want to continue feeding the goldfish. Tuanchuan and Lele blinked their big eyes eagerly and asked, Grandpa, can we still feed the goldfish? Yan Zhenwei shook his head and said, You can't feed the little goldfish today. If the little goldfish eats too much, it will die. Will the little goldfish die after eating too much? Lele and Tuanchuan asked in surprise. Yes, the life of the little goldfish is very fragile, so it needs us humans to take care of it. Su Chen replied with a smile. The two little guys nodded and said that Tuan won't feed the little goldfish today, or the little goldfish will die. Tuanchuan said. Su Chen smiled and nodded. Tuanchuan and Lele got down from their chairs. Lele leaned on the fish tank carefully and said, Little goldfish, eat slowly, don't worry. Lele and Tuanchuan stared at the little goldfish to eat until the little goldfish had eaten all the food. Lele and Tuanchuan said in surprise, "Finally. Finished." "Little goldfish, are you full?" Tuanchuan asked in a low voice. The little goldfish swim freely in the fish tank. "Tuanchuan, do you want Lele to come and watch TV?" Tang Shiyun asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded excitedly and said, "Whatever you want, Lele, and I want to see Peggy Pig." "Okay, will Grandma accompany you to watch Peppa Pig?" Tang Shiyun continued. "Grandma, Peppa Pig looks so good," Tuanchuan said with a smile. "Can Tuanchuan and Lele tell Grandma where they look good?" Yan Bingxue said, while rubbing the heads of the two little guys. Tuanchuan and Lele said happily, "Of course you can. Grandma, I think Peppa Pig is like our family. Peppa Pig has a younger brother, George, which is so cute, and I have a younger sister, too. And little Ju Peichi, there are two Baba Mama who love him, and I have them too. Baba Mama who loves my sister and I," Lele said with a smile. "Oh." Tang Shiyun listened earnestly and nodded happily. Tang Shiyun turned on the TV for Tuanchuan and Lele and played Peggy. Tang Shiyun asked, "How many episodes have Tuanchuan and Lele watched?" "Episode 99. Tuanchuan and Lele said in unison. Tuanchuan and Lele remember so clearly. Tang Shiyun said in surprise. He, because Tuanchuan and Lele like this cartoon very much, so Tuanchuan and Lele often watch this cartoon. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Tang Shiyun released episode 99. With the cartoon, the two little guys really watched it intently. "Ha ha ha, Grandma, this Daddy Pig is so smart," Lele said with a smile. "Well, are you as smart as Lele's father?" Tang Shiyun asked. "Well, then I still think my Baba is smarter," Lele thought. Suchin smiled happily when he heard Lele's compliment. You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Soon it will be Wednesday. Last time, Suchin found out that Lele was in love with the universe and the stars, so he decided to buy a special thing for the little guys Tuanchuan and Lele to go home. On this day, after get off work, Suchin went to the store that bought astronomical telescopes to buy astronomical telescopes. Tuanchuan and Lele were at home, looking, and Tuanchuan asked anxiously, "Mama, why hasn't Dad come home today?" "Yeah, doesn't Baba get off work at 5 o'clock? It's 6:30 now, and Baba hasn't come back yet," Lele asked anxiously, looking out the window. "Baba has something to delay, don't worry about Tuanchuan and Lele, Baba will be back soon," Yan Bingxue comforted with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele were still looking out the window anxiously. Yan Bingxue said, "Otherwise, let's call Dad." The two little guys nodded in agreement. Yan Bingxue called Su Chen, the call was connected, and Yan Bingxue turned on the speakerphone. As soon as the phone was connected, Tuanchuan and Lele asked anxiously, "Baba, why haven't you come back yet?" Suchin smiled and said, "Are Tuanchuan and Lele waiting for Dad?" Tuanchuan and Lele replied, Mama said Baba has something to do." Suchin said softly, "Yes, Baba is busy with something, and Baba is preparing a surprise for Tuanchuan and Lele." Hearing the word surprise, even a little guy jumped up excitedly. "Baba, have you prepared a surprise for Tuanchuan and Lele?" Lele said excitedly. "Yeah, Baba will be home in 20 minutes, then Baba will show you Baba's surprise," Suchin said with a smile. Baba waiting for you to come back," Tuanchuan and Lele said in unison. Tuan Tuan and Lele shared the exciting news with Yan Bingxue. Mama, Mama. Baba said that they have prepared a surprise for Tuan Tuan and Lele today. Dad has prepared a surprise for you. Then Tuanchuan and Lele, guess what? Surprise will Dad prepare for Tuan Tuan and Lele? Yan Bingxue said, looking at the two little guys with big happy eyes. Tuanchuan and Lele looked at each other and said, Tuanchuan and Kiki can't guess. Yan Bingxue patted the little faces of the two little guys and said, I can't guess, so I'm looking forward to it even more. Mama, can you tell us in advance? Tuanchuan said coquettishly, holding Yan Bingxue's hand. No, in this case, the surprise prepared by Baba is not a surprise. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded and said, well, that's fine. Since hanging up the phone, Tuanchuan and Lele have been standing at the door of the house, waiting for Su Chen to come back. Tuanchuan and Lele felt that time passed so slowly. Tuanchuan looked at his phone at 6:40, and said eagerly, giggle, time flies so slowly, only 10 minutes have passed. Lele soothed, don't worry Tuanchuan, Baba will be back soon. Another 5 minutes passed, and Tuanchuan picked up the phone again to check the time, giggle, there are 5 minutes left. It's okay, it's coming soon. Lele suppressed the anxiety in his heart and comforted him. 3 minutes later, Chocho screamed excitedly. Chocho seemed to know that Su Chen was coming back soon, and ran forward with his tail wagging. When Chocho ran, Tuanchuan and Lele were shocked. Giggle, why did Chocho run? Tuanchuan asked in confusion. Lele subconsciously realized that his father was coming back, and Lele said in surprise, Chocho must know that Baba is coming back. Sister, let's follow Chocho to meet Baba. Lele said excitedly. Lele nodded excitedly. The two little guys eagerly met Lin Xiu, and Yan Bingxue said, Mama, Grandma. We're going to pick up Baba at the gate of the community. Before Lin Xiu and Yan Bingxue could answer, the two little guys disappeared in a flash. Lin Xiu said at a loss, these two little guys, what happened to Zeze today? Yan Bingxue explained with a smile, my husband called and said that he has prepared a surprise for Tuanchuan and Lele, but the two little guys want to see what the surprise is. No, wait at the door. After a while, 80% of them can't wait, they're going to block people at the gate of the community. Lin Xiu smiled and said, ha 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 ha, that's what it is. These two little guys. At this moment, Tuanchuan and Lele quickly followed Chocho to the gate of the community. Chocho, slow down. Wait for us. Lele shouted while running. Chocho, Lele, and Tuanchuan greeted Su Chen at the gate of the community. Su Chen saw two children and a puppy standing at the gate of the community. From afar, without even thinking about it, he knew that it must be his two darlings and Chocho at the gate. Su Chen stopped at the door, rolled down the window and asked, why did the two little guys come here? Lele said with a smile, Baba, my sister, and I can't wait to see the surprise you've prepared for us, Baba. Su Chen smiled and said, little guy, I can't wait, get in the car, and I'll tell you when I get off. The two little guys sat restlessly in the back seat, looking left and right. Where's the surprise that Dad prepared for us? Su Chen saw the two little guys looking around through the rearview mirror and said, little guy, are you looking for the surprise prepared by Dad? The two little guys nodded. Su Chen smiled and said, don't worry, it's in the trunk. When I get home, Baba will show you. The two little guys turned around like ants on a hot pan. I really wish that the distance from the community to home can be reached in 1 second. For them, every second is a long time. Finally home, Suchin parked the car in the underground garage. As soon as Suchin stopped the car, the two little guys eagerly slipped out of the back seat. Baba, let us see the surprise you prepared. Lu Lijiao asked eagerly. Yes, Baba, let's take a look. Tuanchuan asked expectantly. Cho also kept calling, and it seemed to know that Suchin brought back something different today. Ha ha ha, little guy, don't worry, Suchin said with a smile. Suchin pulled out the key, pressed the unlock button of the trunk of the car. Key, and the trunk slowly opened. Tuanchuan and Lele saw a big box in the trunk. Tuanchuan and Lele thought to themselves, it seems to be a big object. Baba, take it down. Lele and Tuanchuan jumped up and said expectantly. Okay. Suchin laughed. Suchin took down the big box and placed it vertically in front of the two little guys. The two little guys looked at the box curiously. You can search the strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Tuanchuan and Lele asked in surprise, Baba, what's in this box? Suchin smiled and said, Dad will take the living room first, and then look at Tuanchuan and Lele, okay? Baba test, can you guess what it is? Tuanchuan said excitedly, Baba, let's go to the living room quickly. Suchin walked in front with the big cardboard box, Tuanchuan, Lele, and Cho followed closely behind Suchin. When Suchin came to the living room, he opened the carton, and Tuanchuan and Lele opened their eyes wide to look at the contents of the carton. Lele thought to himself, it looks like an instrument, with a tripod and something in a cardboard box. The top of the carton is covered with stars. Suchin took out the box inside and put it in front of the little guys. Little guy, can you guess what's inside? Tuanchuan and Lele pointed the index finger of one hand to the little mouth. And the little head looked at the carton seriously. The two little guys were seriously thinking about what it was. The two little guys patted their little heads. Baba, let me remind you, this one can see the universe, Suchin said with a smile. Lele's little head had an idea and said excitedly, Baba, is it a telescope, a telescope that can see stars? Baba, is that a telescope? Tuanchuan said with expectant eyes. Tuanchuan and Lele are so smart, they are telescopes, astronomical telescopes to be precise. Suchin said with a smile. Astronomical telescope, Tuanchuan he Lele looked at Suchin with big surprise eyes and said. Yes, astronomical telescope, in the future, Tuanchuan and Lele can watch the stars at home. Suchin patted the arms of the two little guys and said. Tuanchuan and Lele jumped up happily, great. Tuanchuan and Lele said excitedly. Ha 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 ha, Suchin looked at the two little guys and smiled happily. At this moment, Lin Xiu shouted, Tuanchuan, Lele has dinner. Tuanchuan and Lele replied, got it, Grandma. Tuanchuan and Lele blinked their big eyes and looked at Suchin and asked. Baba, can you install this astronomical telescope first and then go to dinner? Suchin shook his head and smiled and said, can Tuan and Lele go to dinner first? If Tuan and Lele finish their meal first, whoever can watch the stars first. Really? Tuanchuan asked happily. Of course, Tuanchuan and Lele compete for dinner and see who eats faster, Su Chen promised. The two little guys agreed, okay then, I'll go to dinner with Goku first. The two little guys hopped around to wash their hands and eat. Lin Xiu scooped a bowl of rice for Tuanchuan and Lele. The two little guys scrambled to eat. Lin Xiu saw that the two little guys only eat not vegetables, so she brought some vegetables for the two little guys and reminded, two little guys, don't just eat more vegetables. Tuanchuan stopped his hard-working little head, looked at Lin Xiao and said, sincerely, Grandma, I'm in a game with Goku, whoever wins the game can go to see the stars first. Look at the stars? Lin Xiao asked Suchen suspiciously. Mom, I bought an astronomical telescope for Tuan Tuan and Lele. I told Tuan and Lele that whoever finishes eating first can use the astronomical telescope to look at the stars first. Suchen said with a smile. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, so that's how it is. Tuan Tuan and Lele finished their dinner soon, but Tuan Tuan still finished the dinner one step ahead, and Tuanchuan showed everyone the empty bowl and said, Baba Mama, grandparents, look at me, I'm done eating. Lin Xiao smiled and took the rice grains off Tuanchuan's right cheek and said, be careful next time you eat, your little cheeks won't eat. Tuanchuan touched his right cheek, smiled and said, hee hee, I know Grandma. Grandma, I'm number 1. It is good. First place. Lin Xiao laughed. After a while, Lele also finished eating. Lele said with a smile, Baba, I've finished eating too. The two little guys became the first and second people to finish eating today. Ha ha ha, you guys ate too fast today. Dad didn't finish his meal, so you all finish it. Suchen laughed. Then Baba, hurry up and eat, Mama, hurry up, let's go to see the stars together. Tuanchuan said with a happy smile. Do you want to see the stars as well? Lele asked with a smile. Okay, when Tuanchuan and Lele finish watching the stars, tell Grandpa and Grandma how to see the stars with a telescope. Su Haqian said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded happily. The two little guys kept staring at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue to eat. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue also speeded up, and soon Su Chen and Yan Bingxue finished their dinner. Yan Bingxue gently wiped the corners of her mouth with a tissue, and said with a smile, Mama is finished. That's great, Baba and Mama have finished eating, let's go see the stars. Tuanchuan and Lele said restlessly, wiggling their little butts. There seemed to be thorns under the little guy's butt, and the two little guys kept swaying. Let's go. Suchen got up and said. Let's go, Tuanchuan and Lele cried happily. Baba Mama, hurry up. Tuanchuan jumped off the stool with a quick movement, hurried to the living room and pointed to the big cardboard box. Yan Bingxue and Suchen walked over. Husband, let's find a suitable location for the astronomical telescope first. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Wife, what do you think of the terrace on the second floor? Suchen said with a smile. That's a good location with a wide field of vision, so it's very suitable for placing this telescope. Yan Bingxue nodded and said. Then let's go over there. Tuanchuan said eagerly, holding Yan Bingxue's hand. Okay, let's go. Suchen said, holding the cardboard box and walking to the terrace on the second floor. Tuanchuan, Lele Baba, put this on and you can see the stars, Suchen said with a smile. The two little guys nodded happily. Tuanchuan and Lele installed astronomical telescopes around Suchen. Let's go to this tripod first to stabilize it, Suchen said as he stabilized the tripod. Suchen quickly set up the astronomical telescope. Baba, can Baba watch the stars? Tuanchuan asked happily. Well. Tuanchuan and Lele wait a little longer, Suchen said with a smile. Baba, adjust the focus first. Suchen explained. Suchen will aim at a point in the sky and adjust the focal length and Eyepiece magnification until the stars can be clearly seen. Su Chen's movements were very agile, and he quickly adjusted the focus. The starry sky under the lens became more and more obvious, and the outline of the starry sky became more and more obvious. You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Baba, is Baba adjusted? Lei asked anxiously. Only then did Su Chen react, and there are two little guys waiting anxiously. Okay. Su Chen smiled. Baba, have you seen the starry sky? Lei asked, curiously. I see, the starry sky is very beautiful, Su Chen said intoxicated. Baba, I want to see, I want to see. The two little guys scrambled to say. Who won the game just now? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Yeah, Dad said that whoever wins the game can watch it first, Su Chen said. With a smile. Baba, I won the game. Tuanchuan said happily. Let's watch it first. Su Chen said fairly. Well. Tuanchuan looked at Lei's eyes carefully. Lei's eyes were full of longing and anticipation, but because Lei didn't win the competition, he couldn't be the first to use the astronomical telescope to see the stars, and Lei was a little lost. With a smile, Tuanchuan took Lei's hand and said, Giggle, look at it first. Lei looked at Tuan in surprise, and Tuanchuan smiled happily and said, Giggle, I know you like Xingxing very much, you should watch it first. Indeed, compared to Tuan, Lei is more interested in celestial bodies, too. The extent of being in love. Lei nodded with a smile, and said gratefully, Thank you, sister. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue were very happy when the two little guys gave each other respect and respected each other. Come on, Lei, come here, Baba teach you. Su Chen said with a smile. Lei walked over happily, the little guy Lei stood in front, and Su Chen stood behind. Su Chen reminded, Lei, if you look at this lens, you can find it. Lei nodded excitedly. Little guy Lei's eyes slowly got closer to the camera. Lei was stunned. There were really so many stars. Lei was stunned. Baba, it's a star, a lot of stars. Lei nodded excitedly. Lei looked up at Su Chen in surprise. Yan Bingxue and Tuanchuan said, so beautiful, so many stars. Really? Tuanchuan asked, curiously. Sister, come and see, take a good look. Lei took Tuanchuan's hand and walked forward to the astronomical telescope. Tuanchuan looked at the camera excitedly, and saw the starry sky that his father Su Chen and brother Lei said. Wow, it's really beautiful, Tuanchuan said excitedly. A lot of stars, here, and here are all little stars. Tuanchuan said with great joy. Tuanchuan happily shared the little stars he saw with Lei, and the two little guys were very excited. The two little guys held Yan Bingxue's hand from left to right and said, Mama, take a look too, I saw a lot of stars, Lei said with a smile. Yes, the stars are so beautiful, Mama must like it. Tuanchuan said. Happily. Yan Bingxue was pulled in front of the astronomical telescope by the two little guys. Wife, take a look, it's really beautiful and shocking. Su Chen said with a smile. Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile, looked at the camera, and really saw the stars in the sky through the telescope, the stars in the vast universe, which brought a great shock to people. How is it, Mama, isn't she beautiful? Tuanchuan asked with big eyes. Yan Bingxue stood up, smiled and nodded and said, It's beautiful, really. Beautiful. Tuanchuan and Lei smiled happily. Tuanchuan and Lei called Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu to watch the stars together. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu also watched around the camera. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu both laughed happily. Starry sky seems to have the power to heal and warm people's hearts. Everyone was deeply shocked by the vast starry sky. Lei still wants to take a look, Lei said excitedly. Tuan Tuan also wants to see it, Tuanchuan said excitedly. Then sister, look at it first, Lei said with a smile. The two little guys looked at the telescope excitedly. You took a look, I took a look, the two little guys giggled happily. It's so beautiful, Tuanchuan he Lei exclaimed. Time passed unknowingly, and it was time for the two children to sleep. Yan Bingxue reminded, Tuanchuan, Lei is going to take a bath now, and then go to sleep. Tuanchuan and Lei reluctantly looked at the astronomical telescope. Suchin smiled and said, Tuanchuan and Lei should go to bed obediently, or Baba won't show you the stars tomorrow. Okay, then I'll go take a bath with Tuanchuan. Lei nodded and said. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue watched the two little guys walk into the room. Yan Bingxue looked up at the sky with a smile, and took a breath of intoxication. Husband, do you think there is anything more beautiful than stars? Lin Xiu said with a smile. Of course, Su Chen said while holding Lin Xiu's shoulder and looking at Yan Bingxue with a smile. What is it? Yan Bingxue said with a pair of beautiful eyes, looking up at Su Chen. When their eyes met, Su Chen gently touched Yan Bingxue's hair and said, It's far away, but it's right in front of you. Husband, Yan Bingxue smiled happily, snuggling in Su Chen's arms. The two leaned against each other and looked forward. Su Chen kissed Yan Bingxue's cherry mouth. Yan Bingxue's cheeks flushed slightly. The two little guys were lying on the bed after taking a bath, pestering Su Chen to tell them stories. Baba, I want to hear your story, Tuanchuan said with a smile. Lei also wants to hear Baba tell stories, Lei said with a smile. Well, then Baba and you guys will tell a story about the stars, Su Chen said with a smile. Baba, what's the story? Is it related to the stars? Lei asked, curiously. Well, it's the story of Altair and Vega. Su Chen smiled and touched Lei's little head. Altair and Vega? Lei repeated. Yes, Altair and Vega, Su Chen said with a smile. There is a place in the starry sky where the stars are very dense. It seems to be a river composed of stars. In the two sections of the river, there are two very shining stars, one is Altair and the other is Vega, Su Chen explained. Road. Baba, why are they at both ends of the galaxy? Tuanchuan asked, curiously. It's a long story to know why. Su Chen thought to himself, where to start? Let's start with their encounter. The predecessor of Altair was the cowherd, and the cowherd was a farmer who lived on the ground a long time ago. The predecessor of Vega is the weaver girl. The weaver girl is the fairy in the sky. After the death of cowherd's parents, there were only his brother and sister-in-law in the family, but the cowherd's brother and sister-in-law were not good to the cowherd, so they forced the cowherd to separate the family, and the brother and sister-in-law took all the things in the house as their own. Yes, there is only one cow left for the cowherd, Su Chen said. You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Hearing this, the two little guys, Tuanchuan and Lei, felt that the cowherd was so pitiful, and they were both sad. Baba, the cowherd is so pitiful. Tuanchuan said sympathetically. Lele also cast a sympathetic look. Suchin continued, yes, although the cowherd is pitiful, the cowherd does not give up on himself. The cowherd built a house of his own with his own diligence and hard work. Since then, the cowherd has been working in the fields during the day. In the evening, Sherfin Nyolong will lead the cows in the house and go to the mountains to herd the cows. The cowherd will bring a flute every time he herds the cows, and the cowherd will sit alone on the back of the cow and play the flute. The sound of the cowherd playing the flute is very melodious. The weaver girl heard it. The weaver girl thought to herself, what kind of person would a young man who can blow such a beautiful flute sound? So the weaver girl secretly hid in the colorful clouds to watch this young man. From the flute sound, the weaver girl heard the cowherd's tenacity and perseverance, and the weaver girl understood it. When it comes to some things about the cowherd, the weaver girl is overwhelmed by the hard work and bravery of the cowherd. Tuanchuan and Lele giggled, hee hee, it turns out that the fairies in the sky also like the cowherds on the ground. Tuanchuan said with a happy smile. Suchin smiled and said, yes, because cowherd has many excellent qualities. Cowherd's hard work, bravery, and kindness moved the fairy. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded. Lele said with a smile, Baba, let me guess the story behind whether the weaver girl is with the cowherd in the back, just like Baba and Mama. Ha ha ha, yes, the weaver girl went down to earth later. The cowherd saw the kind and beautiful weaver girl and was deeply attracted by the weaver girl. The two fell in love at first sight and soon became husband and wife. Suchen said with a smile. The cowherd and weaver girl should be very happy. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Well, the cowherd and the weaver girl like each other very much. After they became husband and wife, they lived happily together. Soon after, they gave birth to a pair of twins. Suchin said with a smile. Baba, Dragon and Phoenix, is it like Gaga and me? Tuanchuan asked, curiously. Yes, just like Tuanchuan and Lele. However, the happy life of cowherd and Zind came to an abrupt end after the Queen Mother brought Zind back to the heavenly palace. Suchin said regretfully. Ah, was the weaver girl brought back to the heavenly palace by the Queen Mother? But the weaver girl and the cowherd are already together, how could the Queen Mother separate the two? Tuanchuan said angrily. Yes, is the Queen Mother unreasonable at all? Why do you separate the cowherd from the weaver girl? Lele said indignantly. Suchin explained, because the weaver girl is a fairy in the heavenly palace. And the fairies in the heavenly palace cannot fall in love with mortals on earth. The weaver girl violated the rules of the sky and brought the weaver girl back to the heavenly palace. Tuanchuan and Lele pouted and said, the weaver girl is so pitiful. The two little guys hurriedly asked, what about the cowherd? Suchin touched the little hands of the two little guys and said, of course. The cowherd is very anxious, but the cowherd is immortal and can't fly into the sky. Ah. Tuanchuan he Lele sighed. At this time, the cow that had been with the cowherd also died. Suchen continued. Tuanchuan and Lele's little hands grabbed their little quilt and frowned. Suchen patted the little quilts of the two little guys and comforted the two little guys. Suchen continued, old Niao spoke before he died. Lao Niao dragged his tired body and said to Nilong, Nilong, I'm going to die soon, I can't accompany you, but I still want to let me tell you one thing. After I die, you will take off my skin, and you will be able to fly to the sky to find the weaver girl in My skin. The cowherd endured the sadness and pulled the old cow's skin off. The cowherd put on the cowhide, carried a pair of dustpans, and put a pair of children in the dustpan to chase. Baba, did the cowherd catch up with the weaver girl's mother? Lele asked, eagerly, blinking his big eyes. The cowherd was about to catch up with the weaver girl, but at this time, the queen mother took off a gold hairpin on her head and slid between the cowherd and the weaver girl, and a Milky Way was drawn, and the Milky Way separated the weaver girl and the cowherd. Suchin said. Tuanchuan and Lele lowered their heads sadly, feeling sorry for the cowherd and the weaver girl. Later, the queen mother punished the weaver girl for breaking the heavenly rules, so she punished the weaver girl for weaving the brocade in the heavenly palace. The weaver girl misses the cowherd and his sons and daughters every day, and looks at the cowherd and his sons and daughters across the Milky Way every day to wash their faces with tears. Suchin continued. Baba, why can't the queen mother be accommodating? The weaver girl and the cowherd are both such good people. Tuanchuan said with a sigh. Because the queen mother's duty is to restrain the other fairies, and you cannot violate the rules of the heavenly court. If anyone violates the rules, the queen mother will punish them. Suchin said with a sigh. Then the cowherd and the weaver girl can no longer meet. Lele explained. Well, the love story of the cowherd and the weaving girl touched the magpies in the sky. On the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, the magpie built a magpie bridge for the cowherd and the weaving girl so that the cowherd and the weaving girl could meet. Great, cowherd and weaver girl can meet again. Lele said with a smile. Yeah, cowherd and weaver girl can be together again. Tuanchuan said with a smile. The queen mother also tacitly agreed that on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month every year, the weaver girl and the cowherd could meet. Suchin finally said. Lele and Tuanchuan sighed soothingly. Okay, the story is over. Tuanchuan and Lele go to bed quickly. Suchin said. With a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele said with a smile. After hearing that the cowherd and the weaver girl could still meet on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month every year, Tuanchuan and Lele came down with peace of mind. Baba, will you tell me tomorrow to find Altair and Vega? Lele looked at Su Chen expectantly and said. Okay. Suchin said with a smile. But today Tuanchuan and Lele have to sleep obediently, Suchin said after covering the quilt for Tuanchuan and Lele. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded with a smile. Okay, please close your eyes. Suchin said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele smiled and closed their eyes. Suchin gently closed the door and walked out. Suchin sat in the living room and poured a glass of water to drink. Yan Bingshui came over and asked, Are the two little guys asleep? Suchin nodded and said, Yan Bingshui continued to ask, Husband, what story did you tell the two little guys today? Suchin smiled and replied, The cowherd and weaver girl. You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. When Yan Bingshui heard Suchin talk about the cowherd and weaver girl, a poem appeared. The sky is as cold as water at night, lie down and watch the Altair and weaver girl. Suchin smiled and said, If it wasn't for me saying that cowherd and weaver girl can meet on the Magpie Bridge every year on the 7th day of the 7th lunar month, the two little guys would never sleep. The two little guys said that cowherd and weaver girl are so pitiful. Yan Bingshui smiled and said, They are very sympathetic. Suchin said with a smile, Isn't it true, I, the storyteller, are in a mood. For two little guys. Yan Bingxue replied with a smile, I'm proud, haha, it seems that my husband has worked hard to tell stories. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue sat quietly in the living room. Occasionally, they looked up at the window. There were only a few cold stars in the dark night sky outside the window. The next morning, Su Chen woke up the two little guys early in the morning. The two little guys pouted and rubbed their eyes, and saw Su Chen's figure appearing more and more clearly in front of him. Tuanchuan, Lele, let's go for a run, Su Chen said with a smile. Mom is waiting outside, Su Chen said while rubbing the heads of the two little guys. The two little guys rolled over reluctantly. Tuanchuan closed his eyes and sat up with his eyes open, but in the end he couldn't stand it anymore and fell asleep again. Su Chen smiled and said, Tuanchuan, Lele, you two little guys, if you don't get up again, the sun will burn your ass. The two little guys tried their best to open their sleepy eyes, then closed their eyes and continued to sleep. It seems that Dad is going to use my ultimate weapon, Su Chen said with a charming smile. Su Chen opened the door and called out, Chocho, come here. Chocho? Chocho is here. Tuanchuan and Lele hurriedly sat up. Getting Chocho to wake up is like a struggle. As soon as Chocho comes in, he will try his best to pull the quilts of Tuanchuan and Lele, and he will bark in the room. For a while, the barking of the magic sound will be heard. The cold feeling of tearing off the quilt came all over the surface. Tuanchuan and Lele hurried to do it. Lele said in a weak voice, Baba, don't call Chocho over, no, no. Then you two little guys don't get up soon, Su Chen reminded. Tuanchuan and Lele stretched a lot and said, well then. Tuanchuan and Lele lined up to the sink, and after washing their faces and brushing their teeth, Lele and Tuanchuan woke up instantly. Baba Mama, let's go for a run, Lele said energetically. Wake up, Su Chen asked with a smile. Lele nodded with a smile. Wake up, let's go, Su Chen replied. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue went for a run with Tuanchuan and Lele. Su Chen slowed down and encouraged Tuanchuan and Lele, Tuanchuan, come on. Lele. Tuanchuan and Lele exhaled 3 steps and ran with 2 steps and 1 breath. Yan Bingxue ran beside Tuanchuan and Lele. Running and running, Tuanchuan saw a figure on the side road. It seemed that someone had fallen. Tuanchuan stopped and told Yan Bingxue and Su Chen, Baba, there seems to be a person who fell over there. Su Chen quickly stopped and asked, where? Tuanchuan pointed in the direction of the figure on the path and said, Baba. Mama, over there. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue took a closer look, and sure enough, they fell alone. It looked like the voice of an old lady wrapped in a thick padded jacket. Tuanchuan, Lele, let's go have a look, Su Chen said worriedly. The little guys Tuanchuan and Lele ran quickly after Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. Su Chen walked in and found out that it was Aunt Qing from the same community who fell, and the vegetables and fruits in the bag were scattered all over the floor. Yan Bingxue hurriedly put the vegetables and fruits scattered on the ground into bags. Su Chen helped Aunt Qing to stand up and said, Aunt Qing, are you all right? Aunt Qing looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue gratefully and said, when I went shopping for groceries in the morning, I accidentally slipped and fell. Twisted my waist and couldn't stand up for a long time. Fortunately, I met you and Bingxue. So that's the case, Aunt Qing, then you have to be more careful next time. Su Chen reminded with a smile. Aunt Chin, you can't walk even if your waist is twisted, why don't we help you? Back. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Thank you so much. Aunt Chin thanked again. Come on, Aunt Chin, help me be careful. Suchen said while supporting Aunt Chin. Yan Bingxue carried shopping bags and walked behind with Tuanchu and Lele, while Suchen supported Aunt Chin and walked slowly ahead. Aunt Chin, hold on a little longer, you'll be home soon. Suchen encouraged. While walking. Yes, Grandma will be home soon. Tuanchuan said worriedly. Okay. Aunt Chin said with a smile, looking at Suchen. Husband, I'll ring the doorbell. Yan Bingxue walked forward with her shopping bag. Ding dong, Yan Bingxue pressed the doorbell. Aunt Chin's wife came to open the door, and Aunt Chin's wife opened the door and saw Suchen standing at the door with Aunt Chin, Yan Bingxue carrying shopping bags with Tuan and Lele, probably guessing what happened. What's the matter, my wife? Aunt Chin's wife asked worriedly. Aunt Chin endured the pain, squeezed out a smile and said, It's okay, it's just that I accidentally fell. Aunt Chin's wife said anxiously, How can this be nothing? If it falls out. What do you want me to do? Aunt Chin comforted, It's okay, it's just twisted to the waist. Xiao Su, please come in quickly. Aunt Chin's wife said gratefully. Suchen carefully helped Aunt Chin to sit on the sofa. Aunt Chin, slow down. Sit down. Okay. Aunt Chin sat down slowly with Suchen's strength. Aunt Chin supported her waist and thanked, Thank you so much, Xiao Su. Aunt Chin's wife sat down and said, Don't go out to buy groceries alone in the future, we will go shopping together next time. Otherwise, if you encounter something by yourself, you won't be able to take care of you, I'm not at ease. You said that if you didn't meet Xiao Su's family today, you still don't know what would happen. You must bring me next time. Aunt Chin's wife emphasized. Aunt Chin said with a smile, Okay, next time I go out, I will definitely take you out with me. Aunt Chin's wife was a little relieved. Aunt Chin's wife asked carefully, How about it, do you want to lie down for a while, twisted to the waist, it hurts. Aunt Chin shook her head and said, It's okay, let's endure it. Suchen said with a smile, Auntie, you should put some ointment on it. You have to take good care of your waist sprain. Neighbor aunt by accident, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time. You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. After listening to Suchen's words, Aunt Chin said with a smile, Okay, I'll listen to you. Aunt Chin's wife thanked Suchen and said, Xiao Su, thank you, so, your family came to my house for dinner tonight, thank you very much. Suchen declined in surprise, Uncle Wu, don't be so polite, it just happened to be a small favor. Yan Bingxue agreed with a smile, Yes, Uncle Wu, they are all neighbors, so I should help. Aunt Chin sat on the sofa with her hands on her waist and said with a smile, Xiao Su, don't delay, come over for dinner tonight. You have helped me so much, and you should be entertained. Auntie, uncle, look at it this way, the uncle will take good care of the aunt first, and let's talk about it when the aunt is injured. Auntie needs someone to take care of it, why bother you to prepare dinner for us, right? Su? Dust. Sneered. Yeah, Grandpa Wu, just take good care of Grandma Chin, and Tuanchuan and Lele will also come to see you. Baba Mama will also cook delicious food for Tuan and Lele at home. Lele Milk said in a milky voice. Yes, Grandpa Wu, just take good care of Grandma Chin. Lei said with round, grape eyes. Seeing that Su Chen, Yan Bingxue, Tuanchuan and Lei all rejected him, Grandpa Wu had to give up temporarily. In that case, I'll take good care of your Aunt Qin first. When your Aunt Qin is ready, we'll cook dinner for you. You can't put it off then. Uncle Wu insisted. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue looked at each other, and Su Chen smiled and said, okay, we will definitely come over then, take good care of Aunt Qin first. Uncle Wu and Aunt Qin were relieved when they saw Su Chen's agreement. At this time, Lin Xiu called. Su Chen connected Lin Xiu's phone. Hey, Mom. Su Chen said with a smile. Chen, come back for dinner, breakfast is ready. Lin Xiu reminded. Okay, Mom, I'll be back soon. Su Chen said with a smile. Uncle Wu and Aunt Qin also heard the content of the call. Uncle Wu stood up and said with a smile, okay, Xiaochen, go back to eat. First. Next time, you must come over next time. Su Chen smiled and nodded, okay. Uncle Wu. Then Aunt Qin, you have a good rest, we will go first. Su Chen said with a smile. Aunt Qin nodded and replied, okay. Grandma Qin, goodbye Grandpa Wu, have a good rest Tuanchuan and Lei said. Seriously. Okay, Grandma will definitely rest well, come to Grandma's house to play when you have time. Grandma will prepare something delicious for you Aunt Qin said with kindness, looking at Tuanchuan and Lei. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded happily. Tuanchuan and Lei waved to Aunt Qin and Uncle Wu, and went home with Su Chen and Yan Bingxue. A few minutes later, the four returned. Lin Xiu opened the door for Su Chen and Yan Bingxue and asked, why did you go out for so long today? Su Chen explained, we happened to meet Aunt Qin on the road. Aunt Qin fell down on the side of the road and twisted her waist, and then we helped to send her back, so she came back at this time. Lin Xiu asked worriedly, then your Aunt Qin is okay? Su Chen replied with a smile, it's okay, it's just a twisted waist, it's nothing major. Lin Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, fortunately, it's not a big deal. When I'm old, it's easy to twist and fall. I'll cook some soup for you, Aunt Qin, at noon. Ha, Mom, you are still so warm-hearted. Su Chen said with a smile. It's all neighbors, so help each other. Lin Xiu replied with a smile. Mutual help. Tuanchuan and Lei repeated happily. Tuanchuan, Lei, you have to help the people around you in the future Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Well, Tuanchuan remembered that, Tuanchuan will help the people around you more. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Lei too, Grandpa, should also care more about the people around him. Lei said with a smile. Then we will help each other toast. Su Chen said, holding the milk cup. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded happily, lifted the milk cup and said, cheers. The two little guys took a sip of milk. Grandma, today's eggs are delicious, Tuanchuan said with a smile, as he picked up a piece of egg with a fork. Lin Xiu smiled and said, would it be good to try Grandma's bread again? Tuanchuan picked up a small piece of bread to eat, and Tuanchuan said happily, it's delicious. Lin Xiu smiled happily. After breakfast, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue went to work. The little guys Tuanchuan and Lei are also packing up and going to the hobby class. Tuanchuan and Lei walked into the living room with two small school bags on their backs, smiled and said to Lin Xiu and Su Haoqian, Grandma, let's go to class too. Lin Xiu nodded with a smile and said, then Tuanchuan and Lei first check if they have brought their things. Tuanchuan and Lei put down their school bags and started to check. Take tissues, water cups, pens, and notebooks, as well as mobile phones, Su Haoqian reminded. Tuanchuan and Lei checked the same: salute, water cup, notebook, pen, and mobile phone. Lei nodded and said, "Grandma has brought them all." Tuanchuan found that the book that the teacher assigned the homework last time had not been brought, so he said, "Oh, grandparents, giggle, wait for me, I forgot to bring my homework book." "Okay, hurry up and get that group," Lin Xiu said with a smile. Tuanchuan quickly ran into the room to get the workbook, and ran to the living room out of breath. Tuanchuan scratched his head and said, "Fortunately, Grandma reminded me. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to hand in my homework today." Lin Xiu said gently, "Then you should remember that next time, Tuan must develop a good habit, and every time you go out, you must check whether you have brought your things with you." Tuanchuan nodded and said, "Remember, Tuanchuan will pay attention next time. The teacher said that when you are the president, you must not be careless. And Tuanchuan should be more careful next time." Lin Xiu nodded. Lin Xiu and Su Haoqian looked at their two little grandsons with relief and were very happy. "Let's go," Lin Xiu said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei happily took Lin Xiu and Su Haoqian by the hand to go to class. Tuanchuan, Lei, and Lin Xiu, Suchen waved his hand and walked into his interest class. Seeing the happy and small figures of the two little guys, Lin Xiu and Suchen were very happy. After Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu sent the two little guys in, they stopped by the surrounding streets for a stroll. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu passed by a coffee shop. Su Haoqian smiled and said, "Axiu, let's have a cup of coffee, it will be a long time before the two little guys have a class." Lin Xiu agreed with a smile. "You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter." Lin Xiu and Su Haoqian walked into the cafe, and there was a piano piece by Bach in the cafe. The cafe is quite quiet. There are many people in the cafe. Some people are working on computers, and some are going out on dates with their partners. There are 2 roses of different lengths in the cafe on each table. Su Haoqian chose a window by the window and sat down with Lin Xiu. "Axiu, let's sit over there," Su Haoqian said with a smile. Lin Xiu smiled and nodded, and the two walked over. The two sat opposite each other. The waiter came over politely and asked, "Hello, what do I need?" Su Haoqian smiled and said, 2 cups of American coffee, thank you." "Okay." The waiter saluted with a smile and then left. The waiter brought 2 cups of American coffee. "Hello, the coffee you want." "Thank you," Lin Xiu said softly. Su Haoqian made a cup of coffee for Lin Xiu, added milk and less sugar, and handed it to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu smiled and asked, "Lao Su, how do you know my taste?" Su Haoqian said with a smile, "As your wife, if you don't know this, wouldn't it be very incompetent?" Lin Xiu smiled and stirred the coffee lightly. Lin Xiu picked up the coffee cup and tray, and took a sip. "Well, the taste is just right." Su Haoqian also took a sip of the coffee. "Yes, the coffee beans here are pretty good, very fragrant." Lin Xiu smiled and looked at Su Haoqian. Su Haoqian put down the coffee cup and said with a smile, "Axiu, we haven't tasted coffee together like this for a long time." Lin Xiu smiled and sighed, "Yes, but there will be many days like this in the future." Su Haoqian smiled. Su Haoqian turned to look at the cafe's bookshelves, and found that the books on the cafe's bookshelves were pretty good, so he said, "These books are Pretty good, our teacher Lin, do you want to take a look? Lin Xiu smiled and said, okay. The two got up and went to the bookshelf to pick up the books. The two of them looked at the many books on the bookshelf, all of which were of great appreciation value, some very classic books. Axiu, do you still remember this book? Su Haqian held up the book and showed it to Lin Xiu. It seems to be a book I read when I was young. Lin Xiu replied. Back then, I remember the first time I saw you, you held this book in your hand, and a few other books fell on the ground. I walked over and hurriedly picked up the books for you. To the book in your hand. I was thinking at the time, this girl is so beautiful, and you left before I could talk to you. I remembered the title of the book you were holding, and decided to take a good look at it, to see what kind of books this girl likes. Su Haqian sighed in memory. Lin Xiu smiled and asked, what did you find out later? For so many years, Lin Xiu didn't know that Su Haqian had quietly noticed these little details when he first met him. Later, after reading this book, I deeply resonated with some of the points in the book, and I was convinced that you were the soul mate you were looking for. Su Haqian said with a smile. Lin Xiu smiled happily. I haven't read this book for a long time, so I just look back. Su Haqian said with a smile. Lin Xiu also picked out a book, and the two returned to their seats together, only to find that their coffee had been taken away when they walked in. Lin Xiu and Su Haqian felt a little puzzled. He beckoned the waiter to come. Su Haqian said calmly, hello, how about our coffee? The waiter shook his hand uneasily and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, but you haven't come back. I thought you were gone, so I took your coffee hand away. The waiter bowed deeply and said, I'm really sorry. Lin Xiu and Su Haqian sat on their seats. I didn't know what to say for a while. The supervisor saw the situation here and came over to ask. Knowing the situation, he smiled and said, I'm really sorry, sir, ma'am, he is an intern who has just arrived in our store, and he may not know much about the business, which caused such a situation. How about this, we will give you a new one for free, do you think this is good? The supervisor said with a smile. Okay. Su Haqian replied. I'm really sorry. The waiter apologized again. Lin Xiu looked at the young man's sincere apology and said with a smile, it's okay, it's okay. Young people will inevitably make mistakes. The young man's clenched brows stretched a little, and said with a smile. Thank you. It's okay, go get busy. Su Haqian said with a smile. Soon the supervisor brought the coffee. Hello, your coffee. Okay. Su Haqian replied. Su Haqian and Lin Xiu sat on their seats, reading books and sipping coffee. Time passed without knowing it, and it was time to pick up the two little guys. So Lin Xiu closed the book and said, let's go, it's time to pick up the two little guys. Su Haqian nodded and said, okay. So the two were ready to go out to pick up the two little guys. When I went out, I saw a lost figure squatting in the right corner of the cafe. Looking at the young man wearing the work uniform of the coffee shop, he looked like the waiter just now. Lin Xiu walked over and asked, what's the matter, little girl? The young man wiped the tears from his face and said, it's okay, it's okay. Lin Xiu handed the little girl a tissue and asked, is the supervisor embarrassing you? The young man was silent for a long time before he spoke. The supervisor said, I don't have to do it in the store anymore, let me go. As he spoke, two pea-sized tears fell on the young man's hand. Lin Xiu asked, is it because of what happened today? The young man nodded and fought back tears and said, yes, my mistake today has had a bad impact on the store. Su Haoqian saw that this little girl must have just come out to work, and asked, little girl, this is your first job? The young man nodded and said, yes. Su Haoqian reassured, it's okay, it's your first time to work, you're bound to make mistakes, but knowing your mistakes can be corrected, which is great. Looking at your apology today, I know you're a sincere girl, and you deserve a second chance. The young man raised his head and looked at Su Haoqian. Lin Xiu looked at Su Haoqian and smiled softly. Su Haoqian said with a smile, little girl, I'm going to tell your supervisor that my aunt and I were also at fault for today's affairs. We all left, and we didn't leave a note on the table. The young man regained his strength. The young man stood up and squatted for a long time, his legs were a little numb. Lin Xiu helped the young man. The young man smiled and said, thank you. You can search the strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu took the young man to find the supervisor. Su Haoqian and the supervisor are discussing about the young people. The young man stood beside Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu. After some persuasion by Su Haoqian, the supervisor agreed to keep the young man in the coffee shop. Okay, you said so, then I'll give her another chance, lest the other clerks see me and think I'm sure Tai. The supervisor said with a smile. Ha ha ha, Su Haoqian laughed. The young man hurriedly saluted the supervisor and said excitedly, thank you, supervisor. This is your last chance, you have to hurry up, if I do it again, I will definitely not be merciful, the supervisor reminded. The young man nodded excitedly and said, well, remember, supervisor. Thank you uncle and auntie, the young man thanked. It's okay, you have to take advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xiu said with a smile. Come on, young man, Su Haoqian said with a smile. The young man nodded his head in joy. Then let's go, Lin Xiu said with a smile. The supervisor said, okay, let's send the two guests out, and go back to work. After going out, the young man nodded seriously. The young man sent Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu out. When she walked to the door of the store, Lin Xiu smiled and reminded, little girl, you should be more careful in what you do in the future. You shouldn't have noticed today, but I actually put a black bag on my seat, right? The young man said in surprise, so Auntie put a black bag on the seat. I didn't even notice it. Lin Xiu said gently, it's okay, next time you have to pay attention. If the guest is not in the seat, pay attention to see if the guest has put something on the seat. Lin Xiu smiled and said, work hard. Lin Xiu patted the young man on the shoulder and left with Su Haoqian. The young man gratefully looked at the backs of Lin Xiu and Su Haoqian. Thank you, the young man smiled and said silently in his heart. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu came to the interest class to pick up Tuanchuan and Lei. Tuanchuan and Lei just came out of the training class, Grandpa and Grandma. Tuanchuan and Lei said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei hug Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu. How was the class today? Lin Xiu asked with a smile. Well, today's class is so interesting, and Tuan has learned some interesting things, Tuanchuan said with a smile. Lei too, today the teacher taught us how to make a robot and designed the performance of the robot, Lei said with a smile. It seems that the two little guys have learned a lot, Su Haoqian said with a smile. The two little guys nodded excitedly. Grandpa and Grandma, shall we go to the mama company? Tuanchuan wants To go to the playroom in the mama company. Tuanchuan said with big cute eyes. And small mouth. All right then, let's go together. Su Haqian said with a smile. It's great, you can go to the mama company to play, Tuanchuan and Lei said. Excitedly. Su Haqian and Lin Xiao notified Yan Bingxue in advance. When Yan Bingxue received the news, she got up from her office seat and prepared to go out. Zhang Tusuk asked with a smile, is the president ready to go out? Go pick up someone. Yan Bingxue answered succinctly. Go, pick up someone? Zhang Tusuk asked in surprise. Special assistant. Zhang thought to himself, in today's work arrangement, there is no need to meet with the CEO of that company? What kind of person is the president going to pick up? My parents and Tuanchu and Lei are coming over, and they'll be there soon. You go to the playroom to clean up first, and by the way, come over with 2 cups of top-notch Maofeng. Yan Bingxue instructed calmly. Oh, it turns out that the chairman and the chairman's wife are coming. Let's prepare. Zhang Tezu said suddenly. Yan Bingxue stopped and said to Special Assistant Zhang, it's not my parents. They are my husband's parents. Oh, okay. Zhang Tusuk nodded hurriedly. Special Assistant Zhang took a breath and asked himself, Special Assistant Zhang. The president is now a married lady, and naturally he has 2 parents. Don't use your own fixed thinking to answer questions. Special Assistant Zhang went to the playroom and quickly cleaned up the playroom. After cleaning, he turned around and went to make tea. After Zhang Tusuk was all ready, he came to the door of the company to report to Yan Bingxue. President, everything is ready. Zhang's special assistant smiled and reported. Okay. Yan Bingxue nodded. After a while, Tuanchuan and Lei came to Yan Bingxue's company, and Yan Bingxue had been waiting for Tuan, Lei, Lin Xiao, and Su Haqian at the door of the company. Mom and Dad. Tuanchuan, Lei. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Mama. Tuanchuan and Lei shouted with a smile. Mom and Dad, this way. Yan Bingxue led Lin Xiao and Su Haqian to the playroom with a smile. When Yan Bingxue took Lin Xiao and Su Haqian to the playroom, they were seen by the white-collar workers of the company. See? The president just took her 2 children and 2 people to the playroom. I see, that mother-in-law who seems to be the CEO. It's the CEO's mother-in-law, so they seem to get along very well. They all say that the daughter-in-law and the mother-in-law are enemies in the previous life. I think the CEO and her mother-in-law are the mother and daughter of the previous life, right? Everyone nodded in agreement. Then are they the parents of the president's husband Su Chen? One person asked. Yes, they are Su Chen's parents. Said, the girl looked admiring. They are not ordinary people. I heard that the president's husband is now the young owner of the Su family, one of the 3 families in the imperial capital, so his father is. Everyone said in unison, the former heir of the Su family. Everyone cast their eyes in amazement. After Lin Xiao and Su Haqian took their seats, Special Assistant Zhang brought 2 cups of tea. Auntie and uncle, please drink tea. Special Assistant Zhang said with a smile. Okay. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Girl, who are you? Lin Xiao asked as she took the teacup. Oh, uncle and auntie, I'm the special assistant to the president. Special Assistant Zhang replied politely. It turned out to be Bingxue's special assistant. Sure enough, Bing Xue's special assistant does things very neatly like Bing Xue. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Zhang Tezu stepped back again and again, waved his hand and said, "No, no, no. Aunt and uncle, I am far from our president, and our president is the real excellence. He created his own business empire at a young age and is my idol. Woolen cloth. Okay, Zhang Te is really good at helping you." Yan Bingxue praised. Zhang Tezu suddenly heard the president compliment him so much, and raised his glasses a little flattered. "Thank you for the compliment, President," Zhang Tesuk said with a smile. "You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter." "President, do you have any other orders?" Zhang Tesuk tightened his smile and said, "There's nothing to do here, go and sort out the documents you sent today." Yan Bingxue said with a smile. "Okay." Zhang Tesuk stepped back with a smile. "Aunt Zhang, goodbye." Tuanchuan and Lei said with a smile and waved. "Tuan Tuan, Lei, goodbye." Zhang Tesuk said happily. Zhang Tezu smiled and walked out of the playroom. Zhang Tezu was overjoyed. Today's president is definitely the most gentle appearance she has seen in so many years, and it seems that he is not the president she knows. Today, the president also praised me as an excellent special assistant. Zhang's special assistant stomped his feet happily and said. The next second, special assistant Zhang returned to normal. Zhang's special assistant tugged at the corner of his suit and coughed, thinking, "I am a professional special assistant, keep it up, don't be arrogant or impetuous." Special assistant Zhang continued to process the documents sent today. Yan Bingxue sat next to Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu and said with a smile, "Mom and Dad, this is your first time at my company, right? Would you like to visit?" Yan Bingxue warmly invited. "Okay," Su Haoqian said with a smile. Lin Haoqian is full of expectations for Yan Bingxue's company. "Then I'll accompany Tuanchuan and Lei to play here. Come and visit," Lin Xiu said with a smile. "All right then," Su Haoqian said with a smile. "Tuanchuan, Lei, are you here to play with Grandma? I'll go outside with my Grandpa," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded and said, "Okay, Mama, Grandpa, I'll be obedient here. And listen to Grandma." "Ha ha ha, then Mom and Grandpa go out," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Said the two little guys, blinking their big eyes and nodding. Yan Bingxue took Su Haoqian to visit the company. "Dad, now our company has transformed into an international big company, specializing in research and development of mechas," Yan Bingxue proudly introduced. "Look, here is our company's personnel department," Yan Bingxue said, opening a glass door. When everyone saw the president coming, they immediately stood up in awe, and said hello to the president. "Hello, President." Yan Bingxue calmly beckoned everyone to sit down. "Everyone is busy." Everyone sat at the workstation and looked at each other, with countless question marks in their hearts. Su Haoqian nodded with a smile, and said with a smile, "It looks like a group of very motivated young people." Yan Bingxue smiled and nodded. Yan Bingxue continued to take Su Haoqian to visit the marketing department. After the president left, everyone could no longer contain their curiosity. "Why did the president come to our personnel department today? Is it a greeting to us?" "Well, I don't think so. I think today's protagonist is the one standing next to the president." "Did you see the man standing next to the president? That's the president's father-in-law, the father of our handsome guy, Su." The gossip comrades instantly understood that it was the father-in-law who came to inspect his daughter-in-law's company. So, the president will visit every department? Everyone nodded in agreement. Then let's hurry up and inform other colleagues. If the president is caught, Bokking will leave. Everyone sent notices to colleagues in every department of the company. Emergency notice, urgent notice, today the president inspected every department of the company, please prepare for pickup. Important things are said 3 times. As soon as the notice was issued, all departments quickly became cautious and did not dare to be sloppy in their own work. The takeaway I just ordered. Hurry up and hide it, so as not to leave a bad impression on the president. The white-collar workers who took a nap in the pantry quickly returned to their workstations. Came to the marketing department, Yan Bingshui introduced with a smile, Dad. This is the most important department of our company. Su Haoqian saw that everyone was working hard. Su Haoqian inspected several workstations beside him, and said with a smile. As expected, they are all market elites. Su Haoqian and Yan Bingshui walked out of the marketing department. Su Haoqian jokingly said, Tang Taizong used to say that all the talents from all over the world are in my heart. The current ice and snow has brought all the market elites under his command. Yan Bingshui said with a smile, Dad, you are overrated. Su Haoqian said with a smile, Bingshui, this is an indisputable fact, you see. We have so many companies in Longhua, why the company you led has entered the international mecha market, it shows that the company's leaders are good enough, and the employees are good enough. They are strong enough. Yan Bingshui nodded with a smile and said, Dad, our company still has a lot to improve. Su Haoqian smiled and met Chen Jiqiang and the 3 who were approaching. Chen Jiqiang stopped to greet Yan Bingshui and Su Haoqian. President, uncle. Chen Jiqiang said with a smile. Su Haoqian had never met Chen Jiqiang, and asked with some doubts, Who are you? Chen Jiqiang smiled and said, Oh, uncle has never seen me, I was brother Chen's roommate in college. Su Haoqian said suddenly, Oh. I remembered, I said why you are so familiar, I saw you in Chen graduation album, and today is considered a real person. Chen Jiqiang said with a smile, Ha ha ha, how does the real person compare to the picture? Su Haoqian smiled and patted Chen Jiqiang's shoulder and said, It's better to see a real person. Chen Jiqiang said happily, Uncle, you are the first to praise me like this. They all say that the real person and the photo are like 2 people, and they all say that the person in the photo is more beautiful. Su Haoqian pointed at Chen Jiqiang with a smile and said, I don't think so. The real person is obviously more manly than the photo. Chen Jiqiang smiled happily. Chen Jiqiang held the document and said, Then President, Uncle, I'll go. First, I still have some things to do. Yan Bingshui smiled and nodded. Su Haoqian smiled and said, Come to my house if you have time. Chen Jiqiang replied with a smile, Then I have to prepare well, my eldest brother and boss are in your uncle's house. Yan Bingshui said with a smile, It's okay, after get off work, we are friends. You can relax a little, you are still Su Chen's roommate, friend, and also my Yan Bingshui's friend. Chen Jiqiang said very happily, Ha ha ha, good. Having said that, Chen Jiqiang bowed to Su Haoqian and left. Dad, then let's go to the finance department to take a look. Yan Bingshui said with a smile. Okay. Su Haoqian nodded. The 2 continued to walk towards the finance department. After walking in Yan Bingshui's company, Su Haoqian was deeply shocked. It feels like I have gone around in the world of young people, and people have become younger. Su Haoqian said with a smile. Dad, you're not old at all. Yan Bingxue said happily. You can search the strongest daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Su Haqian smiled happily after listening to what Yan Bingxue said. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Dad, let's go see the two little guys now. Su Haqian smiled and nodded and said, okay. Yan Bingxue and Su Haqian came to the playroom of the two little guys. Opening the door, I saw two little guys reading a book with Lin Xiu. Tuanchuan and Lei heard the sound of the door opening, looked up, saw Su Haqian and Yan Bingxue approaching, blinked their eyes at Yan Bingxue and Su Haqian and said, Mama, Grandpa, you are back. Yeah. Are you reading with Grandma? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded and said, yes, we are reading this book with Grandma. Oh, does this pop-up book from Bohemia City look good? Yan Bingxue asked, gently rubbing Tuanchuan's head. It's good-looking, there are a lot of good-looking things in it, Mama, look. As soon as you open it, this building stands up. Lei demonstrated to Yan Bingxue. Yan Bingxue smiled and looked at the two little guys. Check the time, it's time for dinner. Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Mom and Dad, do you want to go to our company's canteen to eat? The food in our company's canteen is pretty good. The food of Chaofan Group is naturally good. After all, the president frequents it. If the food is not cooked to the best of his heart, this job will not be preserved. Okay, just to experience it. Su Haqian said with a smile. Lin Xiu also wants to go to the company cafeteria to eat. What is the difference between the company cafeteria and the school cafeteria? Lin Xiu thought. When Tuanchuan and Lei heard that they were going to eat, they immediately sat up on the mat. Let's go to dinner, Tuanchuan, Lei. Yan Bingxue said with a smile and stretched out her hand. Tuanchuan and Lei led Yan Bingxue, and the four walked all the way to the cafeteria. The cafeteria of Chaofan Group has undergone a series of revitalization, and it looks like a 5-star hotel. Sure enough, the canteen treatment of large international companies is different. Lin Xiu smiled and said, this cafeteria is much better than the school cafeteria, both in appearance and inside. Mom and Dad, our cafeteria has a self-service restaurant and a window. What would you like to eat? Yan Bingxue introduced. Why don't we eat buffet today? Lin Xiu said with a smile. Everyone nodded. Then let's go to the buffet. Order whatever you want, Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Mama, can I order it myself? Tuanchuan asked, curiously. Looking at the delicious food in the hall, Tuanchuan was about to fly down 3,000 feet. Yan Bingxue replied, Tuan and Lei can order whatever you want, you can eat whatever you want. But as long as you order everything, you have to finish it, otherwise, Tuan and Lei will have to abide by the rules here. You have to pay by weight. At that time, Mama and grandparents will not be merciful, Yan Bingxue reminded. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded and said. Everyone divided into 5 groups and began to buy separately. Yan Bingxue chose some Western snacks and some vegetables. Su Haqian and Lin Xiu chose Chinese snacks. Tuanchuan and Lei see which one looks good and choose which one. Lei is a little more restrained. The snack foodie, Tuanchuan, puts it on the plate when he sees something delicious. When everyone returned to their seats one after another, they discovered that Tuanchuan's plate was the most full. This little guy, Tuanchuan, is really a big kid. Lin Xiu teased, Tuanchuan, can your little stomach eat so much food? Tuanchuan nodded with certainty and said, of course you can eat and play. This, and this is what Tuanchuan likes to eat. That's good, but if you can't finish eating, you will be punished, Lin Xiu said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded. Everyone started to eat. Su Haoqian saw that there was only a small snack and some vegetables on Bingshua's plate, and asked with concern, Bingshue, do you eat so little? Yan Bingshue said with a smile, Dad, eating so much is just right. Lin Xiu smiled and patted Su Haoqian and said, Old Su, you don't understand. Young people should keep their figure. Eat 7% full, and leave room for everything. Su Haoqian smiled and nodded. Lin Xiu said with a smile, but Bingshue, I think you can eat a little more. After all, I am usually busy with so many things in the group, and it also consumes a lot of energy. Yan Bingshue smiled and nodded and said, then listen to me, I'll go get another snack. Yan Bingshue got up and went to get a small snack. Lin Xiu smiled and nodded and said, Bingshue, sit down. Bingshue is serious. The food made by your company's cafeteria is really delicious. It's not worse than the dishes made by five-star hotels outside. Yan Bingshue smiled and said, Mom, if you like it. Yan Bingshue unhurriedly ate the snacks and vegetables on the plate. The two little guys, Tuanchuan and Lei, also happily used their forks to pick up all kinds of food on their plates. Everyone had almost eaten, and wiped the corners of their mouths with napkins. Yan Bingshue asked with a smile, are Tuanchuan and Lei full? Tuanchuan shook his head and said, Mama, I can still eat some. Mama, me too. Lei said with a smile. Okay, Tuanchuan, Lei, don't break your little belly, Yan Bingshue teased. Mama, no. Tuanchuan replied. Tuanchuan and Lei continued to eat the dishes on the plate. Tuanchuan and Lei were full, and they were a little flustered when they saw the rest of the dishes on the plate. However, the capacity of this stomach really can't hold it, and Tuanchuan thought to himself, cough, if I knew earlier, I wouldn't talk big, now it's good. Tuanchuan and Lei looked at each other and asked each other for help. Tuanchuan, gee, please help me share a little bit. Lei, sister, I can't finish it myself, just help me share a little bit. Tuanchuan and Lei winked, and finally both compromised, before going to Huairou to look at Yan Bingshue. Lin Xiu and Su Haoqian said, Mama, Grandpa, and Grandma, both of us are full. Yan Bingshue said, I'm full, look at the plate, there are a lot of yo. Tuanchuan and Lei are not wasted. Lei nodded reproachfully and said, it's Lei who ordered too much. Tuan also lowered his head and said, Tuan took the delicious food. When he saw it, he always thought he had eaten it all, but he didn't expect his stomach to be full after eating 3/5 of it. Yan Bingshue educated, Tuanchuan, Lei, did my mother tell Tuanchuan and Lei before ordering how much to eat? Tuanchuan and Lei nodded and said, yes. Then mother also said what would happen if there were leftovers. Yan Bingshue said sternly. Mama said, you will be punished. You will have to pay. Tuanchuan said. With a small mouth. Extraordinary group, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. You can search, The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. That Tuanchuan and Lei will be punished, Yan Bingshue said with a smile. But. Tuanchuan has no money today. Tuanchuan said with a small mouth. Lei has no money. Lei said with a small mouth. Yan Bingxue thought for a while and said, in that case, Mama will help. Tuanchuan and Lei pay first, but Tuanchuan and Lei have to do something too. Offset the money. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded in agreement. Lei blinked his big eyes curiously and asked, Mama, what are my sister and I going to do? What you and Tuanchuan have to do is to be supervisors in the cafeteria. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Supervisor? Tuanchuan and Lei rolled their round eyes and thought, Mama, what is a supervisor doing? Yan Bingxue explained, the supervisor, as the name suggests, is to perform the duty of supervision. Tuanchuan and Lei will be in the cafeteria today at noon, supervising the big brothers, big sisters, uncles, and aunts to eat the buffet, and persuade everyone to order reasonably and not waste. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded with a smile, this job is so interesting, Tuan. And Lei are willing to do it. Lei said with a happy smile. Tuan is also willing. Tuanchuan said with a smile. This job is very difficult, Yan Bingxue reminded. Brave Lei, not afraid of difficulties. Lei assured handsomely. Then wait, Mom will prepare a prop for you. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei sat on their seats and waited excitedly. Grandpa and Grandma, what props do you think Mama will prepare for us? Tuanchuan asked, curiously. Lin Xiu smiled and replied, Grandma doesn't know either. Let's wait. We'll find out when Mom comes. The two little guys replied expectantly. Yan Bingxue found a tag for the two little guys, Yan Bingxue and the two little guys said, Little guy, this is your work permit, you can bring your work permit to work later, and supervise the people who come here to eat the buffet. Lei excitedly took the work card and put it on his head. Tuanchuan opened the work card and saw his name and a cute cartoon self-portrait. Tuanchuan showed Yan Bingxue his work card and said, Mama, is this me who drew this? Yan Bingxue touched the little guy's little face and said, yes. Tuanchuan happily took the work card and said, Tuanchuan is also an employee of Chaofan Group. Little fellow, you have to perform your duties well, Su Haoqian said, with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei nodded excitedly, and asked Yan Bingxue to go to work. Mama, I'm going to work, Tuanchuan and Lei said happily. Yan Bingxue nodded in agreement. Little guy, you are going to work over there now. Everyone who comes to eat here will go there to get their plates. When they are getting their plates, you should remind them to take meals in moderation. Tuanchuan and Lei saluted Yan Bingxue like little soldiers and said, yes. So, the two little guys went to work with their certificates. Now it happened to be the company meal time, and the employees of the company came to eat in groups of 3 or 5. Several white-collar workers from the marketing department were walking towards Tuanchuan and Lei. A white-collar worker asked curiously, look, there seem to be 2 children standing there, what's going on? Another white-collar colleague replied, it seems so, why are these 2 children standing there? Everyone was full of doubts. When I got closer, I saw a little boy and a little girl who looked like 3 or 4 years old. When Tuanchuan and Lei saw someone coming, they immediately brought a plate and put it in their hands. Hello, sisters, today Tuanchuan and Lei are little supervisors who supervise. Everyone's ordering. Tuanchuan said in a milky voice. Sisters should order food in moderation and don't waste it. Waste is a bad habit. Lei continued. The words of the 2 little cute babies are going to melt the hearts of the white-collar workers on the opposite side. The white-collar worker smiled and said, okay. Sister, I got it. One of the white-collar workers asked curiously, "Children, why are you here?" "Today?" Lele replied, "Today, I and Mama, and my grandparents came to have a buffet. And then Tuan and Lele ordered a lot, and we couldn't finish it. Tuan and Lele had no money, and Mama asked us to come and work here." With a smile, he said, "So that's how it is. My sister knows. Tuanchuan and my sister didn't do well today, so don't waste it, sister. Mama said that one porridge and one meal are hard to come by. Although the sisters must have a lot of money, they must also save food," Lele then said. When a few white-collar workers heard this, they were quite shocked. I thought to myself, this is our company, whose child is this? At a young age, his conduct was very decent. The white-collar worker asked, "Little guy, who is your mother?" Tuanchuan smiled and said, "Our mama is Yan Bingxue." The three words Yan Bingxue are like thunder in the company. The white-collar workers looked at each other in dismay, and instantly withdrew their smiles and said, "Oh. The sisters will go to eat first. The sisters must listen to your advice and order in moderation." The white-collar workers quickly took their plates and left. While ordering the food, the white-collar workers said in surprise, "It turns out to be the president's child, no wonder it's different from ordinary children. And you can eat as much as you want." Isn't the meaning of the two little guys indirectly conveying the meaning of the president? No extravagance and waste. One of the girls reminded. "Okay. Follow the order." The girl who was asked by Q replied. When the white-collar workers ordered, they began to think, "Do you still want this?" As if there was enough on the plate. Don't worry about this, after all. It's not appropriate to waste this occasion today. White-collar workers from other departments also came to the restaurant to eat. Everyone was attracted by these two little guys. When they heard the little guys' words, they all changed from before, and they were no longer careless. Tuanchuan put forward a suggestion, "Giggle, let's stand here one and the other. Over there, Giggle, you are here for those who want to eat, and I will go over there to watch the uncles and aunts who have finished the meal." Lele said in agreement, "Sister, you are very smart, just do it like this. Like this, wasteful uncles, you will pay attention next time." After finishing speaking, the two little guys began to split up. Lele is responsible for distributing the plates, and Tuanchuan is responsible for recycling the plates. Yan Bingxue was very happy to see the two little guys working in an orderly manner. Lin Xiu and Su Haoqian both agreed with Yan Bingshue's approach. Lin Xiu smiled and looked at the two little guys and said, "Bingxue, I think such a job and experience is very educational for the two little guys. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the favorites below. To record the reading record of this time, Chapter 754, The Little Guys Bring a certificate to work, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. You can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter." Su Haoqian agreed, "Indeed, our family's conditions are indeed very good compared to ordinary children, but we can't lock the two little guys in the greenhouse, let them experience it." Yan Bingxue smiled and replied, "Yes." As soon as Tuanchuan stood over, he saw an uncle coming over with a plate of leftovers. The uncle rubbed his belly and came over with a briefcase in one hand and a plate in the other. After coming over, he skillfully placed the plate on the scale. "How much?" the uncle asked habitually. Tuanchuan tugged at the corner of his uncle's clothes. Uncle felt as if someone was pulling his clothes, so he looked aside. At this, time, the uncle saw Tuanchuan beside him. Tuanchuan blinked a pair of round eyes and pouted at the uncle. The uncle said in surprise, "What's the matter, kid?" Tuanchuan showed the work card on his chest to the uncle. The uncle squatted down and took a look. He saw Tuanchuan's name and the word supervisor and immediately understood. "Uncle, you can't waste food," Tuanchuan reminded. Uncle bowed his head a little ashamed by what the little guy said, and said, "Uncle is a little bit more careful, next time I won't." Tuanchuan continued, "Uncle, it's not the first time you've wasted food because of your actions just now. This is not right. Uncle needs to correct his bad habit." The uncle was shocked and thought to himself, this little guy didn't expect to be a small person, but he was very clever, and he observed things very carefully, and he could see it at a glance. The uncle seriously admitted, "Indeed, this is a bad habit developed by the uncle. In the future, the uncle will definitely change his past and become a food-saving person." Hearing these words, Tuanchuan nodded excitedly. Mama said that if he knows his mistakes, he will be a good boy, and if his uncle knows his mistakes, he will be a good uncle. Tuanchuan said with big eyes cutely. "Uncle, I am happy to hear this sentence. Okay, I will tell you this good. Uncle must correct it." The group smiled happily. "Then Uncle go first. Goodbye, little boy," the uncle said with a smile. "Uncle, goodbye." Tuanchuan waved his hands and said. Before I knew it, the two little guys had been standing at their jobs for almost an hour, and the two little guys were a little tired, especially their feet could not stand. Tuanchuan beat his little knees and continued to stand. Lele also kept kicking his own little feet. Lin Xiu saw it and said, "It looks like the two little guys are a little tired. Mom, there are 15 minutes left, let them overcome it by themselves. I believe Tuanchuan and Lele can do it." Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Lin Xiu nodded. Little guy Lele thought to himself, "I'm so tired, but there are still 15 minutes. No, I am a little man, I have to persevere, perseverance is victory." Lele gritted her teeth and insisted while giving herself psychological hints. 5 minutes passed, and the little guy couldn't hold on any longer. He pouted and walked in front of Lin Xiu and said, "Mama, I'm so tired." Yan Bingxue said with a smile, Tuan, you have to persevere. In 10 minutes, the work will be over, but you must persevere when you are working, so that you have completed the task given to you by Mama. Tuan, you see my brother is standing there very strong, and Tuan should be strong too, Lin Xiu encouraged. Tuan must stick to his position, otherwise, Tuan will be an unqualified employee. Su Haqian reminded. Unqualified employee. Tuanchuan thought to himself, Tuanchuan should not be an unqualified employee. In the future, Tuanchuan will be the heir of the Transcendent Group, and he must not be an unqualified employee. Tuanchuan nodded and said, "All right then." So Tuanchuan went back to his post. Tuan hinted to himself, "Come on, Tuan, Tuanchuan can hold on." Finally, an hour later, Yan Bingxue motioned to the two little guys, "Come here, little guy." The two little guys walked over quickly. Tuanchuan and Lele sat on chairs and drank a large glass of water each. Tuanchuan said, "Mama, work is so tiring." Lele also said with the same feeling, "Yes, work is really tiring." Lin Xiu said with a smile, "Yes, work is very tiring, so it's also very hard to be Baba." Did Tuanchuan and Lele have any gains today? Yan Bingxue asked with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele will never waste food again. Tuanchuan and Lele said. Excitedly. Ha 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 ha, Lin Xiao and Su Haqian laughed. Grandpa and Grandma, I told you that I met an uncle today, and then I told him not to waste food. Uncle promised me that I would never waste food again. Tuanchuan said with a smile. Today, I also reminded a lot of big brothers and big sisters to save food. Big brothers and big sisters said they would order food in moderation. Lele said with a smile. Yan Bingxue, Lin Xiao, and Su Haqian smiled and nodded. That Tuan Tuan and Lele are great. Tuanchuan and Lele have to restrain themselves in the future. Lin Xiao said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded excitedly. Everyone accompanied Tuanchuan and Lele for a while. Lin Xiao smiled and asked, Tuanchuan and Lele are waiting to play in the company, or go home? Well, I want to go home. Lele and Tuanchuan said in unison. Okay, then when you and your grandparents go home, Mama goes to work, and when she gets off work, Mama will come home and play with the group and Lele. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Okay. Tuanchuan and Lele said with a smile. After a while, Yan Bingxue sent Su Haqian, Lin Xiao, Tuanchuan, and Lele into the car. Yan Bingxue also continued to work. The little guys, Tuanchuan and Lele, seemed to be tired from work and dozed off. While sitting in the car, Lin Xiao whispered to Su Haqian, look at these two little guys, they look exhausted today. Su Haqian replied, yes, but seeing the two little guys swear by them just now, Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, I will never waste food again, so I think this trip is worth it. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. After more than 20 minutes, Tuanchuan and Lele arrived home. Lin Xiao said softly, Tuanchuan, Lele is home, if you want to sleep, let's go to bed, now we're going to get off. Tuanchuan and Lele rubbed their eyes, and said weakly, well then. When Tuanchuan and Lele got home, they lay on the bed and went to sleep. Lin Xiao also took the time to cook a bone soup for Aunt Qin. A strong fragrance wafts through the house. Su Haqian smiled and asked, Axiu, what are you doing? Lin Xiao replied with a smile, I'm making soup for Qin Xiao. Su Haqian smiled and said, oh, yes, I forgot my memory. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the favorites below. To record the reading record of this time, chapter 755 on perseverance, and you can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. After the soup was cooked, Lin Xiao sent the soup to Aunt Qin. Aunt Qin's wife heard the knock on the door and hurried over to open the door. Seeing that Lin Xiao was coming, he hurriedly welcomed her in. Come in quickly. Aunt Qin's wife quickly greeted Lin Xiao. I've stewed some spare ribs for Xiao Xiao and sent it over. Lin Xiao smiled and said that the thermos cup was given to Aunt Qin's wife. Aunt Qin's wife said with a smile, you've already come, why did you bring something? Lin Xiao smiled and said, didn't I hear that Xiao Xiao's waist was sprained, so she simmered a little bone soup. This soup nourishes the body. Aunt Qin's wife thanked, thank you. Lin Xiao said with a smile, thank you, neighbors. Aunt Qin's wife brought Lin Xiao to Aunt Qin's bedroom. Aunt Qin was resting on the bed when she saw Lin Xiao come over and wanted to do it to receive Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao hurriedly walked over, helped Aunt Qin to sit up, and said, your waist is twisted, so take a good rest. Aunt Qin said with a smile, I'm not excited to see you here. Lin Xiao smiled, gave Aunt Qin a bowl of bone soup, and said, it's just boiled, it's still hot, drink it now, make up. Aunt Qin took the bone soup with a smile and said, then I will be Disrespectful. Haha, hurry up and drink it, why don't you be polite to me? Lin Xiu said. With a smile. Aunt Qin drank the bone soup brought by Lin Xiu and said with a smile, your craft is still good. Lin Xiu smiled and nodded, your craftsman is also good. Ha 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 ha, Aunt Qin smiled. After Aunt Qin finished drinking the soup, Lin Xiu took the bowl and put it on the table beside it. Lin Xiu handed Aunt Qin a tissue. Aunt Qin smiled and took the tissue and said, thank you. Lin Xiu looked at Aunt Qin with a smile. In Nuota's room, there were only two old people, strangely deserted. Lin Xiu locked his eyes on the photos in the room. This is your son. I've been here for so long, and I haven't seen your son. Lin Xiu said with a smile, pointing to a handsome young man in the photo frame. Aunt Qin sighed helplessly. The son and daughter-in-law's family are all abroad, and they seldom come back. The only way to get in touch during the holidays is on the phone. Aunt Qin said with a helpless sigh. In the past, I thought it would be good to send my son abroad, but now that I am older, I think it is better for my son to stay at home and meet at least once a year. Look at me, I brought back your sadness. Lin Xiu said reproachfully. I don't blame you, Lao Wu, and I have gotten used to it after so long. Aunt Qin said with a smile. Lin Xiu then asked, since your son has settled abroad, why did you go abroad? Without saying anything. Firstly, Lao Wu and I don't like foreign countries, and we are not familiar with foreign countries. Lao Wu and I are not familiar with the language there. And we are not used to it. Second, I get along with my daughter-in-law. It's not harmonious. This used to be a problem for the couple, so Lao Wu and I decided to stay in the country. Aunt Qin said carefully. Lin Xiu nodded and said, so that's how it is. Aunt Qin cast an envious look and said, I really envy your family, your son, daughter-in-law, grandchildren and granddaughters are all around, and the whole family is happy. Lin Xiu comforted, it's okay, life will get better. By the way, do you have any irresolvable conflicts with your daughter-in-law? Aunt Qin sighed and said, daughter-in-law, she lives abroad all the year round. Although she is also from the Dragon Kingdom, she is familiar with foreign countries. Her way of thinking and behavior are different from ours. Lin Xiu listened carefully and nodded. What about your son? Lin Xiu asked. My son is filial, but my daughter-in-law and I don't get along well, and I see my son being splinted in the middle, and I feel sad when I see it. So don't make trouble in front of them. Aunt Qin said with a smile. Xiao, I think you can have a good communication with your daughter-in-law and son. If you have any issues and conflicts, speak out frankly, maybe everything will be resolved. Lin Xiu suggested with a smile. Is this really okay? Aunt Qin asked cautiously. I think you can try it. Lin Xiu patted Aunt Qin's hand and said. Aunt Qin is thinking seriously. Then the phone rang suddenly, and the caller ID was my son. Lin Xiu quickly dodged aside. Aunt Qin and her son got on the phone. Hey, son. Mom, why didn't you tell me about your waist twisting so much? The son asked. Anxiously. Yes, Mom, if you have anything, you must tell us, said the daughter-in-law. Worriedly. It's okay, I just twisted my waist. Aunt Qin said with a smile. Why is it okay, Mom, you are old now, if you fall, we are not by your side. If it is serious, the consequences will be unimaginable. The son said. Eagerly. Okay, I'll pay attention. Aunt Qin said with a smile. Grandma, be careful when you go out in the future, otherwise, come to our house and live with us, I miss you. Aunt Chin's grandson said with a smile. There were tears in Aunt Chin's eyes, and Aunt Chin resisted her tears and said, Grandma misses you too. Mom, why don't you and Dad move here? We children are really worried. The daughter-in-law said with a smile. I'll discuss with your father first, no hurry, no hurry. Aunt Chin replied. Okay, your Auntie Lin is still beside me, I'll hang up first. Aunt Chin hung up the phone in a hurry. Lin Xiu smiled and looked at Aunt Chin and said, I think your son and daughter-in-law care about you a lot. Aunt Chin said earnestly, on the phone is one thing, in fact getting along is another matter. You said that in case of a conflict with my son, daughter-in-law, and my son, daughter-in-law, there is not even a place to talk to in a foreign country. Lin Xiu said with a smile, don't you think too much, it's not as complicated as you think. Aunt Chin sighed, it's not that I haven't tried it, but I still feel uncomfortable with them. Lin Xiu said, I see you, it's just that you are bored in your heart by yourself. In fact, you can really try to talk about your concerns with your son and daughter-in-law. A lot of things, if you don't say it, others won't know. When Aunt Chin heard Lin Xiu's words, she was quite touched. Indeed, she always seemed to be alone in her heart, and she didn't talk to them. Aunt Chin smiled and said, Axiu, you look a few years younger than me, but you can see things better than me? Lin Xiu sighed and said, cough, it's just that the authorities are obsessed with bystanders. Lin Xiu and Aunt Chin both looked at each other and smiled. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click the favorites below. To record the reading record of this time, Chapter 756, the authorities are fans, bystanders are clear, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time, you can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Lin Xiu and Qin Xiao chatted for a while, enlightened Aunt Chin, and prepared to go back. Okay, I'm ready to go back, and I have to prepare dinner for my son and daughter-in-law. Lin Xiu got up and said with a smile. All right, I won't leave you any more, your whole family is waiting for you. Aunt Chin said enviously. Look at what you said, envy, go abroad early to be with your son and daughter-in-law, don't use foreign countries as excuses, you can't hide from me a talented girl when you were young. Lin Xiu smiled said. Okay, I'm thinking about it. Qin Xiao said with a smile. Then it's settled, think about it carefully, Lin Xiu said seriously, looking at Aunt Chin. Okay. Aunt Chin replied loudly. Lin Xiu went out with the insulation box, and saw Aunt Chin's wife, who was busy in the living room. Aunt Chin's wife saw that Lin Xiu was going home and said, walk slowly, it's just raining, the road is slippery. Lin Xiu smiled and said, okay, I will. Be sure to take a good look at the road. After saying that, Lin Xiu went out and went back home. When I got home, I saw Su Haoqian sitting in the living room, doing Bajuanjin. Seeing that Lin Xiu was back, Su Haoqian asked, I'm back. Lin Xiu nodded and said with a smile, you, do your shit seriously, don't be distracted. Su Haoqian continued to exercise. Lin Xiu walked into the bedroom of the two little guys to see if the two little guys woke up. Lin Xiu gently opened the door and saw the two little guys were sleeping soundly, so she closed the door lightly. Lin Xiu looked at the ingredients in the kitchen and the refrigerator, and decided to go out to buy a fish, some greens, and fresh meat. Lin Xiu closed the refrigerator door and said, I'm going out to buy some food, and you were watching two little guys at home. Su Haoqian turned off the background music and walked over and said, I'm not at ease when you go out alone. It just rained and the road was slippery. If you accidentally fell, what would you do? Lin Xiu said with a smile, but when Xia Qinchin and Bing Xue come back for dinner, let's go out and buy some food. Su Haoqian pulled Lin Xiu and said, you can buy fresh ingredients without going out now. Within an hour after placing the order, it will be delivered to your door. Lin Xiu said in surprise, it's okay, then just buy things on your mobile phone, it saves a lot of trouble. Look at you, I always said that you follow the trend of the times, you see. Now you are out. Su Haoqian joked. Old Su. Lin Xiu said angrily. Su Haoqian quickly closed his mouth and said, I didn't say it, it's my fault. Su Haoqian turned on his phone, opened the ordering app and said, this is the app, it's very convenient, and you can just search for anything you want to buy. Lin Xiu looked at Su Haoqian's mobile phone in surprise and said, then Lao Su, help me search for the big head fish. Su Haoqian smiled and said, big head fish, right? Lin Xiu nodded. Su Haoqian searched on his mobile phone, big head fish, suddenly many big head fish from different stores appeared below. Lin Xiu smiled in surprise, old Su, it's really convenient, you see, there are so many big head fish in the shops below. Ha ha ha, this is just the tip of the iceberg, there is nothing you can't find. Only things you can't think of. Su Haoqian said with a smug smile. Look, which one do you want to buy? Su Haoqian showed Lin Xiu the phone. Lin Xiu looked at the big head fish on the phone. From the picture, there was no difference. Suddenly, she saw the number in the lower right corner and asked, Lao Su, is this the purchase index? Su Haoqian smiled and said, Axiu, you are so smart. I think, choose the one with the most purchase index, just this one. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Su Haoqian said with a smile. Su Haoqian added what he was going to buy into the shopping cart. Okay, what else do I need to buy, Axiu? Su Haoqian asked with a smile. Buy some more vegetables and lean meat. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Okay. Su Haoqian replied. Su Haoqian and Lin Xiu quickly chose the dishes for tonight. Su Haoqian placed the order, smiled and showed it to Lin Xiu. Axiu, look at me and place the order, wait, someone will deliver it within an hour. Lin Xiu smiled and nodded and said, okay, Lao Su is quite reliable at critical times. Su Haoqian smiled and said, Axiu, did you just find out? I've always been reliable. Lin Xiu smiled and said, yes, always reliable, always reliable. Then ask the reliable old Su, is there something wrong now? Lin Xiu said. Routinely. It's okay. Su Haoqian replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, if it's okay, then go and wash the vegetables in the refrigerator. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Lin Xiu smiled happily and thought, I'll just wait for your words, I'll let you take care of it today. Performance. Su Haoqian was given a routine by himself. When it came to this, he had to agree, okay, I'll go wash the vegetables now. Mrs. Su, just watch TV here for a while. Lin Xiu said with a smile, thank you, Mr. Su. Su Haoqian walked into the kitchen with a smile. Lin Xiu was sitting on the sofa watching TV, and she was a little overjoyed when she saw Su Haoqian busy in the kitchen. About half an hour later, Lin Xiu heard a knock on the door. She thought it was the food she bought, but she didn't expect it to be a package. The package was brought in by a commissioner and said, "Hello, is this Mr. Su Haoqian's house?" Lin Xiu nodded and said, "Yes." "Then please sign for it." The commissioner smiled and handed the receipt to Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu quickly signed for Lin Xiu and carried the package into the house. The package was still a little heavy. Lin Xiu put the package on the edge of the sofa and said, "Old Su, what did you buy? It's quite heavy." Su Haoqian was blocked in the kitchen by the sound of water, and did not hear what Lin Xiu said. Lin Xiu approached the kitchen door and said, "I said your courier has arrived." "Express? What kind of express?" "I didn't buy express?" Su Haoqian asked 3 questions in a row. "That's it," Lin Xiu said, pointing to the package. Su Haoqian washed his hands, walked out of the kitchen, and came to the living room. There was indeed a package with his name written on it. Su Haoqian looked carefully at the delivery address, and it was revealed that it was a photography studio in the imperial capital, and he instantly understood. "I see, the family photo we took in the imperial capital has arrived," Su Haoqian said with a smile. "Oh, I see," Lin Xiu said happily. "I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what the final product will look like," Su Haoqian said with a smile. Lin Xiu's wish was full of anticipation. "Then let's take it apart and have a look." Lin Xiu took out a pair of scissors from the shelf in the living room and took apart the courier. Convenient reading record, and you can see it when you open the bookshelf. Next time, you can search "The Strongest Daddy," 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter. Lin Xiu disassembled the courier and placed 3 delicate boxes in front of the 2 people. The names of the 3 boxes were marked on the front. The first box is a family portrait of the family. Lin Xiu opened the box and saw an exquisite 20-inch photo album. "Old Su, the cover of this album is really exquisite, with some dried flowers embedded in it for decoration," Lin Xiu said in surprise. "It looks pretty good," Su Haoqian said with a smile. Opening each page of the album is full of surprises. The photos in this frame look better than those on the computer, Lin Xiu said with satisfaction. Lin Xiu looked at everyone in the photo, and everyone showed a bright smile. Su Haoqian pointed to Tuanchuan and Lei in the photo and said, "Look at these 2 little guys, how happy they are smiling." Lin Xiu smiled and nodded. "Yes." Lin Xiu laughed. Lin Xiu roughly flipped through the photos in the album, whether it was a close-up or a long-range photo, they were all very good. Lin Xiu looked at the stage under the photo album again, and at first glance, it seemed full of shock and surprise. The family looks so happy, and the people who see it are full of joy. This stage is also well done, Lin Xiu said with a smile. Su Haoqian nodded in agreement. Lin Xiu looked at the furnishings around the living room, pointed to a desk, and said, "How about just there?" Su Haoqian looked in the direction Lin Xiu pointed, and said with a smile, "Very good, come, I'll set it up." Su Haoqian placed the stage on the desk and asked, "Axiu, look, is this position right now?" Lin Xiu said happily, "It's appropriate, that's it." Lin Xiu immediately took out the following large family photo, which was hung on the wall. Lin Xiu thought about it and said, "Wait for Qinchin and Bingxue to hang this one when they come back." Su Haoqian smiled and nodded. Then he took out the second box. The words, "Mr. Su Chen, Mizyan Bingxue," Personally opened were written on the second box. Lin Xiao and Su Haoqian. Understood instantly, this should be taken by Chen Chen and Bing Xue alone. Put it on the table. Su Haoqian said in agreement, okay. Then Lin Xiao took out the third box, which read Su Haoqian, Ms. Lin Xiao. Personally opened, Lin Xiao and Su Haoqian opened the box in surprise. The first place in the box was a photo album and Lin Xiao paused. Su Haoqian smiled and patted Lin Xiao's arm and said, "What's wrong, Axio?" Lin Xiao shook his head and said, "No. It's okay." Lin Xiao opened the first photo, looked at herself and Su Haoqian in the photo, and said with a smile, "Is this the two of us?" Su Haoqian said happily, "This is you." "What's the matter, don't you dare to recognize it?" Lin Xiao said in surprise, "Old Su, do you see me in the photo and the me now?" Su Haoqian pushed the frame of the mirror, looked at it, and said with certainty, "Yes." Su Haoqian then smiled and said, "You look good in the photo, and you now." Lin Xiao smiled happily. Lin Xiao then looked over. In the photo, she was elegant and grand, while Su Haoqian in the photo had a scholarly elegance. The two fit together very well. Lin Xiao flipped through the album and was very satisfied. Then he took out a picture scroll box. He said in surprise, "Look, this also made a picture for us. Open it up and have a look." Su Haoqian said expectantly. Lin Xiao and Su Haoqian opened the scroll with a smile and unfolded the scroll. Little by little, they were very pleasantly surprised. How come the hair on this picture is the same as the real one, and the facial features are also very three-dimensional? Lin Xiao said with a smile. Look at Axiu, you seem to have come out of the painting, so beautiful." Su Haoqian stroked the two faces on both sides of the painting with satisfaction. Then Lin Xiao took out a stage, and the stage was also done very delicately. Lin Xiao and Su Haoqian were very satisfied, and they were both immersed in joy. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Lin Xiao reacted and said, "It's time to buy the food online." Su Haoqian smiled and said, "It must be." So the two came to the door to open the door, and sure enough, the food arrived. A white foam box was placed at the door, and Lin Xiao and Su Haoqian took the box into the kitchen. Lin Xiao opened the box and saw that there were some vegetables and a live fish inside. Lin Xiao said, "Yeah, it's still quite fresh." Su Haoqian said with a smile, "Of course it's fresh, I placed an order and approved it directly from the store." "Okay, Axiu, it's good to have me alone here, you can sit in the living room," Su Haoqian said with a smile. Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Okay, I'll leave it to you here." "No problem," Su Haoqian replied. Su Haoqian handled all the ingredients in the kitchen in an orderly manner and said, "Axiu, let you, Chen, Bing Xue and Tuanchuan, let you taste my craftsmanship today." Lin Xiao said happily, "Okay." Lin Xiao put the photo just now in the box and put it aside. Tuanchuan and Lei rubbed their eyes, walked over, and called lazily, "Grandma." Lin Xiao looked at the two little guys and said, "Wake up, come and sit." Tuanchuan and Lei staggered over. Lin Xiao poured a glass of water for Tuanchuan and Lei and said, "Tuan. Lei, drink some water." Tuanchuan and Lei drank half a glass of water with a cup of water. Lin Xiao stroked the heads of the two little guys and said, "What do you want to do now?" Tuanchuan and Lei remained silent, thinking they were just a little confused. When they woke up, Tuanchuan and Lei noticed a large package in the living room, and Tuanchuan's little finger pointed to the box and blinked curiously and asked, "Grandma, what is this?" Lin Xiu smiled and said, "This is the family photo we took in the Imperial capital. Family portrait." As soon as the two little guys heard the word family portrait, they instantly regained their energy. "Grandma, can you show Tuanchuan and Lele a look?" Lin Xiu said with a smile, "Of course you can." Lin Xiu showed the album to Tuanchuan and Lele, who were fascinated by the photos in the album. "Grandma, this photo is so beautiful," Tuanchuan Shaokai said seriously. Lin Xiu looked at the two little guys and smiled. The two little guys pointed to the photo of Mr. Su and said, "Grandma, you see that Grandpa is smiling so happily." Lin Xiu replied, "Yes, my grandfather smiled very happily." Tuanchuan and Lele watched carefully, page after page, and soon they turned over a photo album. Lele said with satisfaction, "The family photo is really good. Next time we'll take a family photo, okay?" Lin Xiu touched Lele's little head and said, "Okay, next time, let's take Uncle Suja to take a family photo together." The two little guys nodded happily. "When you open the bookshelf next time, you can search The Strongest Daddy, 100 million sign-ins at the beginning. Search novels in Baidu to find the latest chapter." The two little guys looked at the kitchen and found Su Haqian's busy figure and said in surprise, "Hey, is Grandpa cooking today?" Lin Xiu nodded and said, "Yes, do you want to taste Grandpa's craftsmanship?" The two little guys nodded and said, "I want to." Lele asked curiously, "Grandma, is Grandpa's cooking delicious?" Tuanchuan was also very curious. Lin Xiu smiled and replied, "Of course. We'll just wait for Grandpa to cook the dishes, and then we can eat." "Grandma, let's go play the railcar," Lele said with a smile. Lin Xiu replied, "Okay, then let's go." Tuanchuan and Lele happily went to play rail cars. Lin Xiu sat in the living room and watched TV. Soon after, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue returned home one after another. "Mom and Dad, we're back," Su Chen said with a smile. "Come back, Dad still has 2 dishes, it will be ready soon," Su Haqian said happily while holding a shovel in one hand. "Yeah, Dad, did you cook today?" Su Chen said in surprise. "Yes," Su Haqian replied with a smile. Su Chen looked at the several dishes on the table, including braised fish, sweet and sour pork ribs, shredded potatoes with vinegar, and stir-fried beef with celery. He said with great joy, "It seems that I have a good meal tonight." Su Chen saw Lin Xiu sitting on the sofa watching TV, and asked with a smile, "Mom, what TV series are you watching?" Lin Xiu smiled and replied, "It's nothing, just take a look." Su Chen sat on the side watching the TV series with Lin Xiu, and the two little guys also came over. "Baba Mama, you guys are back." Su Chen happily hugged the 2 babies and said, "Yes." "What are you doing?" Lele happily replied, "We are playing rail cars." "Oh." Su Chen smiled and nodded. Lin Xiu, who was immersed in the TV just now, reacted and said, "Look at me, I forgot, Chen, Bingxue, the finished family portraits we took in the imperial capital last time are here." Su Chen said in surprise, "So soon? I thought it would be delivered in 2 days. "Yeah, the manager over there said yesterday that it will be delivered in about 2 days. I didn't expect it to be so fast," Yan Bingxue said with a smile. "Let's take a look," Lin Xiu said with a smile. Su Chen happily took out the box, first looked at the family portrait. Su Chen and Yan Bingxue both smiled happily. "Mom, this is the most family photo shoot in our family. All 4 generations of the family are in the photo," Su Chen said happily. "Yes," Lin Xiu replied. The photos in the album did not disappoint Yan Bingxue and Su Chen. Su Chen continued to call the next box, and when he saw the words on it, Su Chen knew. Wife, this is the set of photos we took alone. Su Chen said expectantly. Husband, open it up and take a look. Yan Bingxue said happily. Tuanchuan and Lei also blinked and waited. Opening the box, an exquisite photo album came into view. This photo album is made of antiques and has a sense of age. Su Chen said happily. Yan Bingxue nodded in agreement. Wife, your photos are really beautiful. Su Chen praised with a smile. Husband, you are also very handsome. Yan Bingxue said with a smile. Bingxue, Chen, you really look so good in the photos. It's a perfect match. Lin Xiu praised. After flipping through the album, Su Chen and Yan Bingxue opened a picture scroll, and the picture scroll was very delicate. Wow, Baba Mama is so beautiful. Tuanchuan said with a smile. After speaking, the little guy seemed a little lost again. Su Chen asked softly, what's the matter, Tuanchuan? But there are only Baba Mama in the photo, there is no Tuan, and Gao Gao. Tuanchuan is not happy. Tuanchuan said with a small mouth. Lei smiled and said with relief, Tuanchuan. Because this is a photo of two people that Baba Mama took. Not a family photo. Su Chen patted the little guy Lei's head and smiled, and looked at the sad Tuan distressedly. Tuanchuan still pouted in dissatisfaction. Su Chen smiled and hugged Tuan and said, then next time, Baba Mama will also bring Tuan and Lei to take pictures, okay? Tuanchuan looked at Su Chen and Yan Bingxue with a smile and said, really? Su Chen and Yan Bingxue nodded with a smile. Tuanchuan clapped his palms and said, great. Great. Husband, look, there's a poem here. Yan Bingxue said happily. Death and life are bound together. Talk to Zicheng. Hold your hand and grow old with your son. This poem is well matched, it is your best blessing and expectation. Lin Xiu said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei asked puzzled, Grandma, what does this poem mean? Lin Xiu explained with a smile, this poem means that I hope that my father and mother will live happily together forever. Tuanchuan Pushuangpu flashed a pair of big eyes and asked, does that include Tuanchuan and Gaigao? Su Chen smiled and held Tuanchuan Lei's hand and said, of course, Tuan and Lei are the witnesses of Baba Mama's happiness. Tuanchuan and Lei smiled happily. Su Chen looked at Yan Bingxue tenderly and smiled happily. The family laughed together. Let's cook, let's cook. Su Haoqian called when he brought the last dish. Did you eat? Tuanchuan turned around in surprise and said. Yes, come over for dinner. Su Haoqian said with a smile. Tuanchuan and Lei walked over happily. Tuanchuan and Lei moved their little butts, sat firmly on the chair, and said. Wow, there are so many delicious foods, so happy. Baba Mama, grandparents, no one can waste food today, we have to eat all the food. Lei reminded seriously. Okay, it's all eaten up. Su Chen laughed. Su Chen had heard from Yan Bingxue's phone what happened to the two little guys today. Well, if you waste it, you will be punished. Tuanchuan said, blinking his eyes and scanning everyone's eyes. Then Tuanchuan told Lei, if it is wasted, what punishment will be accepted? Su Chen asked, curiously. Well, then I'll ask Grandpa to tell me, this is the dish that Grandpa made. Tuanchuan turned to Su Haoqian and said. Well, the grandfather said that if anyone wastes it, he will be punished for Eating only white steamed buns tomorrow morning, okay? Su Haqian joked. Tuanchuan and Lele nodded quite seriously, okay. The family continued to eat. Dad, your soup is delicious. Su Chen admired. I didn't expect your dad to have this skill. Su Haqian said with a smug smile. Lin Xiu also smiled and praised, Old Su, your dishes are indeed delicious. This meal, everyone ate the meal, and no one wasted. Tuanchuan and Lele checked everyone's rice bowl one by one and found that everyone's rice bowl was clean. He smiled happily, ha ha ha, we are awesome.